New seasons, new gear. New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Welcome to the Fins Tailgate. Tonight you're not getting the Rabid Dolphin. You're not getting the Dolphin debrief or color commentary or El Capitan neither. You're getting all of us. There's no show. It's the family. We're coming together, talking about this Buffalo game. I see the homie with me already. DTA, what's good, homie?
What's poppin', man? How are you, bro?
Bro, chilling, man. Listen, it's been a wild day. Everybody, we were just cooking on Batman's channel. Go check Batman out on the Finaholic show. They tried to shut us down on Twitter. I heard that's back. But again, just being excited, DTA, coming out here, representing the channel, the best channel on YouTube, the Fins Tailgate with the homie, and just getting ready for tonight's game, man. We're going to do this rundown and show y'all the great content that we have on the Fins Tailgate. You can always catch El Capitan almost every night of the week. Catch me, the Rabid Dolphin. There you go. There's Capitan. Catch Color in the morning, afternoon, late night. Color's always around, man. You're always going to find Color. Late night, Exhale with Ali, the homie, Saturday night. See what I'm saying? The Rabid Dolphin, DTA with his debriefs. Go check out that homie.
That's
He's
right.
doing big things. And again, if you're whatever platform you're on, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, come over to YouTube, man. Hit the channel, give us a like and a sub. You know what I'm saying? Once we get the memberships back up, become a member. If you do want to donate to the channel, if you feel so inclined, if you like the content, do have Cash App and Venmo. You see it right there at the bottom. Money sign, the Fins Tailgate, and Venmo at the Fins Tailgate. And again, man, just whatever platform you're on, come to the YouTube side, hit the like button, subscribe. There you go, all the content we got, sandals, cup, the flag, and we got hoodies, beanies, the DNA shirt, definitely going to cop one of those. There you see the repertoire, man. We out here in these streets. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, DTA?
Not much, man. What's going on with you, bro? I'm a little concerned for this game we got. I wouldn't say a little. I'd say a lot. A lot of concern.
Listen, if we're going to just jump right into it, you know where I stand. I think, in my opinion, we're not winning this game. I'm going to be rooting my ass off. I wish things were different. I wish circumstances might be a little bit different, but I just don't see it, man. So,
yeah, same here, man. And I went over this too. I'm going to be there with my jersey on, and I'm going to be rooting for my team. I'm going to be watching the broadcast like I do every single time, cheering on my Dolphins, and it's still Miami Dolphins, 365, 24/7. I don't care. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan to the end. But right now, after what I saw, what I witnessed for the last two games, and really, if you want me to be fully honest, really since we came back from the bye, because let's be real, the Houston Texans game, I know that we won that game, But even then, things kind of looked off. It wasn't playing. The play that we saw on the field wasn't, in my opinion, how we saw like that whole MVP performance that Tua had in the 5 games, 4 games prior to that. So coming from, I'd say from the bye forward, the 2 games on the West Coast and then that Houston game, things just haven't been the same, and they've kind of progressively got worse. And I don't know, man. I've lost faith. I'm not saying I'm ready to move off from Tua as being our quarterback or nothing like that. I don't want to completely pull the trigger on anything, but I don't have faith that Tua Tagovailoa can go into the Buffalo Bills stadium in a terrible weather game. And I understand with the snow. See, a lot of people got it twisted. It's not that we're not dumb. We know that when they say 9 inches of snow, we know that things are going to get plowed and stuff like that. But by halftime, you got snow all over that field. Okay. So they can't maintain that the whole time. But the snow isn't even what concerns me. It's Tua has not given me a reason to think that he can go on the big stage in prime time against a big team in a big game. And when it matters most, come out victorious. I don't know that he can do it.
That's a big statement, DTA. Again, 2 weeks ago, I had one of my, I think it was the second episode of the Rabid Dolphin, and I brought up that question. Is Uno the right quarterback moving forward in big games? And we had a pretty good discussion on it. And I'm kind of with you, DTA. I kind of went back all the way to Alabama. And I hate doing that because he's an NFL quarterback now. But even some of the bigger games in college, when he was the starter, those were some of his worst games. And we've seen everything you just highlighted in detail. It's been the same thing in the NFL. At the biggest moments, when us as a fan base and this organization need Uno to be the guy and lead us, just for whatever reason, he falls up short, And again, it's always an excuse for Uno. It's never, hey, Uno just played bad in that big game. There was no separation. The offensive line didn't hold up. The defense allowed a scoring play. It's always something, but it's never Uno's fault. So I'm with you, DTA. Until Tua proves it, I'm with you, man. Like, he has eventually you got to start winning some of these big games.
That's what I'm saying, man. And if you look at some of the comments, I'm looking at some of the things the audience are saying. They seem to feel the same way. 72 undefeated right here says Tua would choke even if it was 75 degrees. David Iglesias says Pinga Tua got to go to a trash.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, BTA. Let's just shout out some of the people we do have in the chat, and I'll do the first one in the list. Shout out to Liz being the first one in the building. We see you, Liz, and we appreciate you, for real. We got Ryan AP, fins up to you, homie. Glad you came through. This is probably the best one I've seen so far, the homie Andres. Hit the like and subscribe button, man, for us. Me and DTA, I heard probably be in the building soon. Well, speak of the devil.
I was just going to say, sorry, technical difficulties. You cut out for just a second there.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. Real quick.
Look,
I see DTA. You got the message. I just letting you know I'm going to jump out a second. I got to run an errand real quick. I'll be back in less than an hour to join this awesome tailgate.
No worries, brother.
There you go.
Yeah, man.
Go. So do what Andre said and hit the like and subscribe.
Yeah, we appreciate
it. Also, we got Cap for Life. We see Cap for Life in the building. We appreciate you. The homie California, a.k.a. Killer, in the building. I don't want to even do this next one, DTA. I don't know if you see it. Fucking Michael K is definitely in the building. Shout out Michael K. Got Thomas Jensen in the building. The homie Canes is also here. What up, Canes? Shout out to you, homie. We got
What's up,
Mountie.
Canes? What's up, Mountie?
72 undefeated is also in the building. As you can see, DTA already highlighted this comment, but shout out to David for being here in the building.
Man,
JM is also here.
What's up,
JM? A whole bunch of people, DTA. So
it's popping, man. We got Akeem Mills.
Listen, DTA. Oh,
King
King
Mill,
Mill
even
also in
King
here.
Mill
Yep.
said, bro, King Mill's right here. He says Tua just can't win big games no matter what's around him. What's good, Lewis and DTA? What is good, King Mill?
What up, King?
It's just that I don't know. At first, that tells me that he's genuine.
DTA, I think you cut out or you went on mute, DTA. Oh, well, I guess it's
I'm
just
back,
me for
bro.
now.
I'm back, man.
Oh,
My
well, there
dog.
you go.
Someone came by the front door, so my dog started barking. But yeah, man. I
All
think
right.
the general consensus and what tells me when I see like the audience seeing that is that everybody's kind of on the same page. It seems that most people have lost faith in Tua, and not that they lost faith in the team, but they lost faith in specifically Tua, which is two different things, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It
you
is
know,
two
you see what I'm
different things.
saying? Like, it's not that they lost
Mm.
faith in this
Well,
team.
don't let Javon Holland hear that. I don't think it's two things for Javon Holland, but that's another conversation.
Yeah. I think he should stick to playing football and not involve himself in how the fans feel and tell us how what we have the right to feel. Man, we witness it. I don't know. Tua has had multiple opportunities, and this is how I look at it. Like I said, I'm not ready to move off of him yet. It's not like I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm not going to go to any extremes, but I will say he's had opportunities in big. Okay, he had that Tennessee game. You have this game on the West Coast, which, yeah, they weren't playoff games, but, you know, when you start getting into that end of the season and that tail end, and you had the 49ers and the Chargers game, those are games you got to win, man. You got to win those games. And I figured we would at least come away with a win on one of them. We would split it, honestly. And then you go, like, looking at the Chargers' performance, and this is what I said on my show last night. I would have been all right if those two were losses, but they were at least competitive. They weren't. It was an embarrassment.
Yeah, that was.
There's
It was
no
an
excuse
embarrassment.
for it. There's absolutely no excuse. Lewis, tell me this. If you're looking at the roster and you see everything we have on that damn roster, you tell me how it is acceptable to get your ass whooped by the Chargers like that. With the roster we have, Tua has no excuses. I can't make excuses for him. He's got all the weapons. Like, this team went all in on him. All in.
Yep. Yeah. Listen, the team has showed, DTA. The team has definitely shown that they went into this season by getting a Tyreek Hill, Taron Armstead, trading for a Bradley Chubb, trading for a Jeff Wilson Jr. They showed that they were all in on Tua. And again, this is the problem with some of our fan base and some of the people. Nobody up here that I've heard, right, that get labeled as the haters, we've never hated, right? We give Tua credit and we give them praise, right? But
Always have.
the problem is I don't need him showing out against the Detroit Lions. I don't need him showing out against the Chicago Bears. What I need him to do is show up tomorrow night. What I needed him to do was show up against the 49ers. What I needed him to do was pull out the victory against the Chargers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it's always the excuses. It's always someone else's fault. Or, bro, I've heard it all this whole week after the Charger game. Oh, well, maybe Tua missed his wife. Maybe Tua has something in his head, what's going on and stuff. Well, again, bro, that just I'm sorry if it's gonna hurt people's feelings, right? But it's like we all go through things in life. Like this morning when I woke up, I had a migraine headache from dealing with a situation with one of my sons that's in high school, right? Dealing with that all last night. It was weighing on me this morning. But guess what? I had to take my happy ass to work and get the job done. Right? I had to put that shit aside. I had to put that shit aside and be like, hey, I got a job to do. And I know that I'm not a professional athlete. But again, that's what makes it worse. I'm out here and I gotta I got to put that shit aside to make peanuts. And when I hear people say, well, maybe Tua's going through something, bro, that's a $30 million man. That man got a rookie contract where he made generational money. And I'm sorry, if you're going to be a professional athlete and, bro, shit's going to happen in life. What do you mean to tell me if something comes up where our quarterback's going to play like trash? Well, then I'm sorry, then you're just not the guy.
Yeah, and listen to some of these excuses. People are saying shit like we literally, and I told you, it's crazy some of the amount of stuff that we're hearing could have been a reason for why he played the way he did. And I'm sorry, I got dogs barking right now, but I'll just say this. You've got to be able to compartmentalize when you're a professional quarterback and you're being paid over $30 million. You're being paid to do what all of us average people have to do every day. We've got to go to work dealing with things and issues in life. We all miss our wives, our spouses, husbands, kids, all that stuff. We still have to go to work. And if you're really willing to, if you're even saying that as if that's an acceptable circumstance, then what? You're willing to accept that so that we just keep Tua on the team. He's the starting quarterback. And every season, come time that we have to go on the road, he's just going to lose games because he misses his wife. Listen how crazy that sounds.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Shout out to King Mill for listening to me the other day about the Javon Holland take. Listen, I know, King, that's probably going to rub people the wrong way. But again, that's why I appreciate Cap, Color, Ali, DTA for that matter, welcoming me onto this platform to have a voice. Because again, I can come at Javon Holland. I can come at Alandon Roberts, Jerome Baker, Xavier Howard, Tua Tagovailoa, right? I can come at everybody because everybody's free game here. It's the people that say that me and DTA are upset, right? Me and DTA are the guys that are in our feelings, right? Why? Because the only people I see in their feelings is when me and DTA and others say something about Tua. That's when the feelings come out. Because when I'm talking about this team, I'm not working with no feelings. I'm just telling you my perspective of how I see this football team, right? But I'm the one that has my feelings. No, it's the people, and again, they can remain nameless. They know who they are. But, bro, you guys are the ones working with feelings. But shout out to King Mill. I appreciate that, homie. Sorry to go off that little tangent, DTA.
No,
I
bro.
just seen that comment and I wanted to shout him out. Because, bro, it's embarrassing. See, for me, just going back to the Javon Holland, for me, DTA, and again, I don't know how you felt about her or if it touched you personally. That's what I've heard people tell me. Well, look at Lewis. You're so mad. Well, personally, it don't bother me because, again, I said it last night. I got to lay next to a beautiful woman that I've been married to for 12 years. I got to kiss and tuck my 7-year-old and my 3-year-old in the bed. That's me personally on my outside life. That it's not affecting me. When I see a grown man that's supposed to be a leader on this football team, because again, watch tomorrow. When Javon Holland hits the field, he has a C on his chest, right? That's a C. Yeah. Bro, you can't come out there on Instagram Live, just look. Bro, I felt bad for him. He's the one that looked soft in that moment. He's the one. And again, that's fine. If Javon Holland wants to go, I'll use what everybody else tells me. Keep that same energy. Well, Javon Holland, here's a little piece of advice, homie. If you're going to be coming at the fans because you feel like we're not ride or die, well, when your quarterback is in San Francisco playing like dog shit, walk up to him and tell him he's playing like dog shit and he's not ride or die for the team. Because Tua Tagovailoa, not me, not DTA, not nobody affiliated with the Fins tailgate, lost the game at San Francisco. It was Uno that lost it.
Yeah,
so
that
if
was
Javon
all Tua.
Holland
all Tua.
So if Javon Holland has a real big problem, right, and calling people out for not being ride or die, well, the quarterback on that Sunday was not ride or die. Just saying. Shout out to EM, man. EM in the building, man. I see EM. That's the homie.
What's up, Shag? No, I agree. 100% agree, Lewis. And that's the shit that pisses me off is I get so tired of, bro. The things that I get sick of hearing is questioning my fucking fandom or saying that I'm in my emotions or in my feelings. Like, it doesn't matter, bro. It does not matter at the end of the day. If you say anything about Tua or just anything, bro, especially with this Javon Holland shit, you say anything, you're going to get personally attacked and you're the one that's in your feelings. You're the one that's emotional. It's fucking crazy the mind games that they play with people because we're the ones that if we point something out or criticize something when others don't. I'm sorry, just like I said on my show, I'm not that fucking dude you're gonna catch with pom poms cheering on my team saying "Go team, go! Rah rah rah! Go Dolphins, go!" I'm not that dude. I'm not gonna do that shit. If they're playing like shit, I'll say they're playing like shit. I'm gonna call it out when I see it. If Tua shits the bed, I'm gonna call him out for shit in the bed.
Yeah, DTA, and you see right here, Jermaine King, one of the biggest Tuaneers in this community, right? 1 week, Tua is a franchise quarterback, and the next week, people are calling for his job and want him benched. You know why? Because when he's playing like an MVP and a franchise guy, we have no problem calling it out. But when he plays like absolute dog shit, and again, I've never once said bench him. I'm not saying bench him. What I want Tua to do is man up and play better. Period.
Yeah.
Who's
Same.
calling for a bench? Because you might hear one guy, and let's just be honest. That's the homie Pete, right? Pete is the only one that constantly comes. Pete is the only one that constantly comes out and says he wants to a bench. And that's his opinion. Okay. But when have you ever heard me say I want to a bench? Before the season started, DTA, I told Color and Cap and everybody that barring any injury, I wanted to see Tua Tagovailoa for a 17-game period because I needed to know if he was the franchise guy or not.
We've all been saying that
before the season.
We've all been saying that the entire time. And this shit right here, Jermaine King says, stop switching up. When the fuck have you give me an example of when you've heard any of us up here switch up? For you to make that statement by proxy, you must know of some time that we switched up. So please elaborate and tell us when. Because I'm pretty sure everybody up here and everybody in the Fins tailgates remained steady on their take the entire time.
Well, you see, there you go right here, DTA. He confirms it. Jermaine King. Pete is the only one that asked for bench. Okay, so why are you in your feelings, Jermaine King? That's that man's opinion. Why does it get you so pissed off that one man comes out and says he wants him bench? Who cares? Ain't that what you guys are talking about, telling us about Javon Holland? So why is your panties in a bunch, Jermaine King, that Pete is saying Tua is bench? Who cares? Oh, but it's okay, right? When it doesn't fit your narrative or something you don't believe. Oh, we can care about that though, right? You see the hypocrisy in this fan base?
Yeah.
You see right there? You can see it. And they put shit like this in the chat so everybody can see it. Fucking crazy. They don't even realize what they're doing.
That's what I'm saying. It's
That's
fucking
the funny
nuts,
shit
bro.
about it.
It's nuts.
And again, Cliff D, I don't know if it's my mic or it's me or whatever. This is just the way I am. And again, if you don't like me screaming, homie, you don't have to fucking be here.
You sound normal. You sound 100% normal, Lewis. You don't sound any. You don't even sound like you're screaming, honestly.
Well, but again, listen, I don't care if people don't think I'm screaming or not. That shit don't bother me. You ain't got to be here.
Oh, I know.
It don't matter. There's plenty of other people that will be here to listen to me scream. But again, DTA, listen, enough with the Javon Holland, enough going at people in the chat. Let's get back to tomorrow night's game. Because again, it is a big game, and that's what we're all here for. When Color gets back, I'm sure Cap will make an appearance sometime throughout the night. What in your opinion, DTA, what do the Miami Dolphins have to do to escape Buffalo with a victory? in your
Well,
opinion?
I want to, Andres, you're spot on with this. I just want to say this real quick. He said King, so that means when Tua plays like shit, we all got to say he's playing good, because if we don't, we're not a true Dolphin fan, or whatever y'all Tuaneers say. Really, get the fuck out of here. Okay, I agree with that,
Mm,
and
mm.
that's the sad truth right there. That's the shit we have to deal with, and that's what people don't understand, and that's exactly what Lewis is saying too. Like, what I don't understand the logic. Why is it that if Tua plays bad, or anyone for that matter, if any Miami Dolphin plays bad and we're a fan of the Miami Dolphins, what are we supposed to do? By that logic, it's like we're like, let's say we get our asses handed to us, the team plays like absolute dog shit. It's just a terrible game, and we lose and we walk away with our tails tucked and we walk away with that L. Are we really supposed to be like, oh well, better luck next time? We're still, the best team out in the NFL. I don't know what y'all expect. That doesn't make me less of a fucking fan. I've got money invested in jerseys and posters and blankets and you name it, clothing, hats, just like everybody else. You guys got, guys like Lewis is buying tickets to go to the games. You're supporting the team. It's not fucking right, and it's not fair to sit there and attack somebody saying that we don't support our team because we criticize or we bring up things or we point out the obvious. See, to me, a real fan's the fan that's going to do that through thick and thin. We can still point out look. Let me break it down like this. I can say Tua played like shit, but in the same sentence, I can say, hey, I want him to play better the next game. I hope he plays better the next game, and I want him to play better the next game. And I still believe in the team.
Here
So
you go
that
right
doesn't
here,
make me.
DTA. Here you go right here. Just everything you're talking about. You can read Kane's comment. I think he's expressing your settlement the best.
There's nothing wrong with expressing how we feel about Tua or anyone in the team. It is our right as fans. That's right. I 100% believe that.
Mm. Mm.
Q made a good point too. He's saying extremists, and that's another thing I said on my show, bro. It's these people that Tua is so polarizing. I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but Tua himself is so polarizing that you have two extremes. You're like on the far left with them or on the far right with them, and it's just like that. I don't want to bring up politics, and I'm not, but I only mean that in the sense of, like, if one side, if somebody from one side who leans one side with Tua says anything remotely, even, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, you have the and I hate using the Tuaneers word, man. I hate using that word. It's a made up fucking name. I hate that word. It was literally
I
made
don't.
up. What's up?
No, I was just saying I was being facetious. I said no, I don't. I love that word. I love the word too in there.
Hey,
But go
I
ahead.
know,
Sorry,
I
DTA.
know. I'm just saying I hate it's not like it's some, I don't know. It perfectly describes who those individuals are. So I guess I could rock with that. But I hate the fact that, like, that's what it came down to. You're a Tuaneer or a Tua hater. There's no in between. There's no
Yep.
median. It's it.
Yeah. And Jose Valdez, that's a shout out to the homie. What are we bitching and crying about tonight? Somebody catch me up. Well, Jose, it's real simple. We're talking Dolphins. So you're gonna have bitching and crying. Because if you're a Dolphin fan, that's I guess that's all we do is bitch and cry. So there's your catch up. We're talking about Dolphins. Mm. I don't know,
72 said, I
DTA.
like to coddle Tua and tell him he's the guy for a shitty performance tomorrow night. See, this right here. That's what I'm saying. Is that what we're supposed to do? I love that.
Yeah. Well, listen, unfortunately for all the, again, I know how you feel, you just said about using the words to and near, but I'll say it. The two and nears got to understand, right? Because that's what they've all been saying coming into this game. How are we
Right.
going to beat Buffalo? How are we going to beat Buffalo? Well, it's running game, it's running game, it's running game. And again, that's fine. But then is Tua really a franchise guy? And I'll tell you why, DTA, I say this, right? because they can't have it both ways. And that's how the two-and-ears like to have it. Because there was a game last year when New England went into Buffalo. It was horrible weather, inclement weather. Oh, my God, right? Mac Jones threw 2 passes in that game, right? Now, New England came out. Wasn't that the game? I think they won. They beat Buffalo, right? But us as Dolphin fans came out the next day, right? Killing Mac Jones, making memes of him, saying he wasn't the franchise guy. They took the ball out of his hands. How can a team trust the quarterback to only throw 2 passes? Right? I was one of those people. I agreed with those settlements, right? I would be a hypocrite now to say the same thing, because what happens tomorrow if Tua Tagovailoa throws 2 passes in the entire game and we run the ball 40 times? And let's say we escape with a win. Are we going to come out here and say the same things we've said about Mac Jones last year? That he's not the guy? Are we going to come out here and say, oh, we took the ball out of our franchise quarterback's hands? Right? Are we going to do that? No, we won't do that. We'll just say what a masterful game plan Coach McDaniel had. It was, yeah, that's what we'll say. See, but what they won't tell you is, and I've already seen it in a comment, and I've been hearing it all week. Oh, the inclement weather. They're not going to throw. Josh Allen is not going to throw. Are y'all fucking kidding yourselves? In that same game I just mentioned that Mac Jones threw 2 passes, fucking Josh Allen threw 35. See, the problem is people want to make all these excuses for Tua in this weather. Tua can't play in this weather. Josh Allen can. Tua can't throw in 15, 20-mile-an-hour winds. Josh Allen can. So this bullshit narrative that, the quarterbacks ain't going to be able to do nothing. Now, listen to what I'm saying, because my words will get twisted around. I'm not saying that Josh Allen's going to play lights out tomorrow. That's not what I said. But if we think that Josh Allen is going to have those same limitations because of the weather that one Tua Tagovailoa is going to have, we're sadly mistaken.
Read this shit, bro. Read this shit real quick. This is exactly – God damn. It's like – so now we're watching years. We are watching
Tua haters been waiting on Tua. There you go. Well, listen,
watching year and Tua haters been waiting on Tua. I'll read it.
More from Mudbone.
So you think we just been waiting? We've been out here plotting, just waiting for a time to say shit about Tua. And for your information, I didn't want Watson either. Anyway, my bad, Lou. Go ahead, bro.
No, you're good. This is what this show's about. Bro, we should be able to come out as fans, whether you're a Tua-neer, Tua hater, just a dumbass that don't know football, whatever it is. These are what these panels and shows are about, to let people express themselves and just talk. What does it matter? Bro, let me make it very clear, DTA. I got us losing tomorrow, right? I put my score out there. I don't think we have a shot. If I'm wrong, I will fire up a stream at 8 o'clock in the morning Sunday and say that I'm wrong. It's okay to be wrong, right? Bro, How many people in the mainstream media have been wrong? And those guys are getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to be on live TV, to give takes. I'm out here giving my free opinion and ain't getting paid shit. No one's ever going to be right. Everybody's never going to be right. You're never always going to be wrong. There has to be a balance. That's just my opinion. I don't think we have a shot. Does that mean that tomorrow night I won't be on the late night exhale with Ollie getting ready for the hype show and getting ready for the game? Is that going to mean I'm not going to have my Dolphin hat and my Dolphin shirt on tomorrow night watching the game? Absolutely not. But why? But why do I have to come out here and, again, bend the knee to the Jermaine Kings, to the Mudbones, so they can like me because I say what they want to hear about Tua? But I don't need friends. I didn't come out here to YouTube to make friends. I came out here to talk ball about my team, good, bad, or indifferent.
I agree. I agree 100%.
You gotta bend the knee to these people.
They like to think
And
so.
again, that's my whole argument. That's my whole argument all the time, DTA. I say it all the time. Why is it that the two-and-ears can talk about everybody else? Which I'm not saying they can't. I never once said they can't. Right? But like people like me and you, color, we can't talk about Tua because we're haters. But if they talk about anybody else, and I keep saying it, Jesse Davis, nobody had a problem. I didn't see Javon Holland coming out calling us. Nobody had a problem. Hey, shout out to the homie Crypto. That's my brother. Crypto's probably in the building. He ain't gonna get mad when I say this. Crypto's been shitting on Devontae Parker for the past 2 years. Right? I don't see nobody ever calling Crypto a hater because of the hate he was spewing of one Devontae Parker. Right? But the same people that tell Crypto, yeah, Crypto, talk that talk, Crypto, about Devontae Parker, let Crypto come out and say the same thing about Tua Tagovailoa and see what happens.
Exactly.
Because they're hypocrites. They're the real haters.
It's
ridiculous, man.
Yeah, and we spent too much time already talking about them fucking tools.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, I don't want to give it, you know what I mean, credence. It is what it is. Like, we know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? And look, all I'm gonna say is this, bro. I have us losing tomorrow. I think I had it somewhere around and I know it's kind of early for a score prediction, but I had this game kind of being somewhere around like a 24-21, something like that. I think it's going to be a close game. I don't think there's going to be any large margin between this, you know, on the scoreboard between the two teams, but I think that the Bills take this. I want to be wrong. But I will be there watching the game with my jersey on, my hat on, cheering on the Miami Dolphins. I want them to win. I would rather be wrong. You know, I'll gladly be wrong. I will gladly 100% gladly take a win over a loss and admit my wrong. I don't care. Like, I would gladly do it, but I don't think we win. And looking at the front, you know, if we look at the last 4 games that we have, we've got Buffalo in Buffalo. We have Green Bay at home. We go back on the road to play New England in Foxborough. And then after that, we come back home for the Jets at home. And if some of you guys don't know, I had a chart. I don't have it on here right now. I brought up a chart last night on my show. And what this chart shows is your percentile chance making the playoffs in all the different scenarios. What people don't understand is this Bills game. Yeah, we won't this Bills game losing it, like, we're done trying to take over the division. That's done with. But it doesn't really matter. Honestly, we could lose the Bills game and the Green Bay game both. And losing to Green Bay, losing to the Buffalo Bills, as long as we win the New England and Jets game, you still have a 100% shot or 100% chance to make it into the playoffs. If you lose to the Bills, but you win Green Bay, lose to the Patriots, but you win the Jets, still 100% chance. Now, here's another scenario, though. If we lose to Buffalo and you win Green Bay, win New England, but you lose to the Jets, so it's a split 2-2 on the series. If you lose to the Jets, we only get we go down from a 100% chance to a 23% chance to make the playoffs. So that Jets game is actually more important, I think, than any of them.
Oh, 100%, DTA. 100%. You're absolutely right. Listen, we got to win the last 2 games. And really, more so the Jets game, I agree with you. But just to, you know, put the foot on the Patriots' neck, I would like to. And again, listen, I'll be honest. The next 4 games, I got us going 3-1 in the next 4. I got us losing tomorrow, but I think we beat Green Bay. And I think we beat the Patriots and the Jets. Now, the Jets, I'm going to be honest, that's going to be a tough game. I don't care if it's in Miami or not. The Jets have a very good defense. And I think that it might be a struggle moving the ball on the Jets a little bit. Now, I still think we win because I think our defense does a pretty good job. I don't trust, you know, that offense that the Jets have compared to ours. I think Tua Tagovailoa gets the job done, and we do make the playoffs. But you know, uh, I don't want to say that the Jets game is not a big game, because obviously we need that one. DTA, you laid it out. We do need that game, so I won't say it's a big game. But again, are we going to do? I'll ask you, DTA, in your opinion, what's a bigger game for you? Tomorrow night's game or the Jets game?
At this point, because if you want my honest opinion,
Yeah, for sure.
Honestly, bro, I don't want to make it. Look, I don't find it. I could give a shit less. Like at this point, I could give a shit less about making it to the playoffs, honestly, because I 100% wholeheartedly think if this is, and I shouldn't say this, it's a little bit premature. I think it would be more. I think I should definitely wait to say this till after like Buffalo and maybe Green Bay, but I'm just going to say it now. At this point in time, this is subject to change, okay? Depending on how they play in Buffalo, depending how things pan out after that too. Uh, my opinion is subject to change on this, but at this point in time, seeing what's going on and seeing how the team is playing and how Tua played and how he fucked up and dropped the game for us on that West Coast trip, I don't see the purpose of making it to the playoffs. What is the point of going to the playoffs to get an abrupt first round exit and get your asses beat and leave right after you go in there? So to me, that's just the truth, man. What a waste of fucking time to go get laughed at some more. We're already the laughing stock of the NFL. We're already the laughing stock. If anyone around here, you unless you are a Miami Dolphins fan, you're the laughing stock of all the other fan bases. I don't know if you guys have noticed. So what is the point to go make it to the playoffs to get your ass beat and leave abruptly? And if we played like that, then that's what's going to happen. Exactly what's going to happen. We're going to get embarrassed again on a big stage where everybody gets to watch. But I digress. For this game, I think the Buffalo game, Buffalo and Green Bay is bigger to me for personal reasons. I think more so than the last two. But I think in terms of in all actuality, the Jets game and then those last two games, those last two division games we have are actually more important in terms of a playoff run.
Wow. See, for me, I'm not gonna lie, DTA. I need the playoffs because again, something that somebody said today, it kind of struck a nerve with me, right? Because everybody always wants to bring up last year how we started off 1-7, right? Then we win 7 straight, and we're looking at 8-7 going into Tennessee, right? Bro, if we lose this game tomorrow night, we're 8-6. That's one game better than we were at this point last year. And again, look at our roster now compared to that roster last year. In my opinion, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Could you imagine? We finished 9-8 last year. Imagine if we won 2 or we went 2-2 in the next 4. Bro, that's 10-6.
We're gonna win maybe one or two more games than we did with Flores. Yeah.
Bro, that's one game. That's one game better than Flores' team last year. Yep. Without a Tyreek Hill, without a Terron Armstead, without a Jeff Wilson Jr., without an offensive genius-minded head coach and Coach McDaniel that believes and tucks Tua in and has barbecues at his house on Saturday. Without all that, we would finish one game better. And I would love to see what the people say about that in the chat. Would that be acceptable for the people in the chat for us to finish one game better than we did last year? Is that acceptable? See, for me, DTA, bro, the playoffs is a must. I get what you're saying. I don't want to be in the playoffs or make the playoffs just to be one and done. I don't want that. But, bro, just for this fan base and for the playoffs is a must. It's a must. If this team, for whatever reason, and especially as how hot we started, 8-3. See, again, that's what's disappointed, right? Everybody was disappointed when we beat New England last year and we lost 7 straight. I get it. 7 is worse than 3. I get it, assuming we lose tomorrow. But, bro, how can you be happy? Because you know that's what the narrative will be, DTA. Oh, well, 8-6, we still have a winning record. And, bro, how do you go from 8-3 to 8-6? That's unacceptable. And again, look at the teams we're beating. They're NFL teams. But who wants to argue with me that the Bears, Browns, Lions, Texans are better than the San Francisco 49ers? That are better than the Los Angeles Chargers? That are better than the Buffalo Bills that we're playing tomorrow? So again, who gives a shit that we're beat? Bro, those are the teams we should be beating with this roster. We should be beating the New England Patriots with this roster.
Yeah, and look, Lewis, that's what I've been saying. For also, Q, I don't know what your question was. If you could type it out or something and let me know. I don't know what you're asking me. But the problem I have is this roster. And the roster that we have, if you look at everybody, all the talent that we have and everybody that's on this roster, if you got the Tyreek Hill, the Teron Armstead, and all the changes that were made, the money invested, the Bradley Chubb, all the moves we made to go get Jeff Wilson, just everything we did, what they decided to do at that point and getting rid of any and all, even though it wasn't much, but getting rid of the draft capital that we did have, you went all in on Tua. And this team has surrounded him with everything. So he's got, and first off, I can't fathom, just like you said, Lewis, it's a good point, so I like to bring it up again. I cannot fathom how you could potentially have only one, maybe 2 more wins than you did with Coach Flo. And that, to me, doesn't make sense. If you look at the roster that he had and the roster we have now, there should be a pretty big increase in the productivity. I don't know. And I know a lot of people are kind of getting confused on what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, that shit that the last 2 games we played was unacceptable, especially that Chargers game was absolutely unacceptable. If you ask me, in my opinion, it looks like we came back out at halftime and we didn't even make any adjustments. Nothing changed. They kept going to the same bullshit that wasn't working in the first place. I don't understand. You had options. You could have been throwing flat screens. You had outside of the numbers. If you look at the film, there's a lot of times where everything in the intermediate and middle of the field was taken away, but you had guys that would beat man on man up outside the numbers on the perimeter. I don't know. But there was no adjustments made. It was like they made no effort. It was just completely unacceptable. To get your ass kicked the way that we did, that was completely unacceptable for me. And I'm sorry. I'm still a Miami Dolphins fan. You're right. I would love to be in the playoffs. I want to be in the playoffs. And yeah, you're right. I think I don't want to have that conversation for the billionth time of people making fun of us for not making it to the playoffs because we fell short. We were right there at the doorstep and just barely didn't make it in. I don't want to do that. But the reality is why the fuck would I want to go? Why should I care about going to the playoffs just to get beat? That's my point. And I'm not saying we will. I'm not a wizard. I'm not a mind reader. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know that we would get beat in the first round. But if I'm basing that off of how we've been playing so far, it's been like shit. And that doesn't
100%.
show me that Tua has the ability to go win in a big-time game where it's one and done in a playoff scenario. It shows me that Tua doesn't have that ability to do it, to get it done, to close it out. And that's what I'm saying is, what's the point? I'm still going to root for my Miami Dolphins no matter what happens. But that's why, like, you know, if we're not going to make it anywhere in the playoffs and we did all this fucking work and increased all these put all these pieces around Tua and did all these things just to be a slightly better team with maybe 1 or 2 more wins, then I would rather have bragging rights in beating Buffalo twice and sweeping them.
I agree, DTA. See the comment right here, and I seen you, Q, earlier. We are going to drop the link in a little bit. But right here, Q says, we had a conversation about reviewing to his body of work this season compared to the last 2 seasons, right? Okay, cool. That doesn't mean the fact, Q, that the numbers and Tua is doing better. That's fine. But if we lose tomorrow, that doesn't change the fact that the results are staying the same because we would only be 1 game better than we were last year. So that's what we've been saying. The numbers are cute, right? Oh, it's good for Tua and the Tuaneers and the fan base that cares about numbers and stats and QBR and all the other bullshit y'all been trying to feed us, right? But it doesn't have no impact on the game if we're losing. What does Tua Tagovailoa have to do with, oh, he's playing better? Are the results better? Yes, at 8-3, they would have better. If we would have been 9-3 after the 49ers, absolutely. If we would have been 10-3 after the Charger game, absolutely. Now, okay, cool. But again, no one wants to realize what me and DTA and everybody else have been saying. Playing football in September and October is different than playing in late November, December. Because these are the games that matter. These are the games you got to start winning. Because these are the games right here, the 49ers, that are what, on a 6-game winning streak now? Possibly maybe a Super Bowl contender to face in the NFC? The Buffalo Bills that sit right now as the number 1 seed in the AFC? These are the games you got to win. Because just for everybody's information, I do believe we're making the playoffs. But we're not playing the Houston Texans in the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. You're not seeing the Cleveland Browns and the Chicago Bears in the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing the Cincinnati Bengals that you lost to. You're going to see the Buffalo Bills that more than likely you're losing to tomorrow. Hell, if the Chargers with their easy schedule get in, you're going to see them, which you lost to. So it's not about numbers and stats. Again, I was mind blown, DTA, when I heard that today. I forgot who said it. If we lose tomorrow, 1 game better than we were last year. Now, you tell me if that's acceptable. And
Yeah.
You know what the excuse would be, DTA? I already know what's coming. I already know what's coming. Tua missed all those games this year. Well, didn't Tua miss games last year?
Yep.
What's the difference?
There
Tua
isn't
always
one.
misses games.
Yep.
And Batman did again. Batman, the homie, says cap going across the board.
Whoops. My bad,
Where's
bro.
the cap at? Oh, we seen it. There it is. Where's the cap, Batman? What am I capping about? If we lose tomorrow, the facts of the matter are we're 8-6. We were 8-7 last year. Where's the cap? Are those not the facts?
It is. I just want to hear their reasoning. I would love to hear how they're going to justify that.
Ever heard Jermaine King writes, ever heard a fan weather fan? Yeah, your motherfucking ass. Your ass. You're the the fair weather fan. You're a Tua fan. You ain't a Dolphin fan. You are the fake fan. So take your little Tua blanket and Tua pajamas and go back to sleep.
He's probably got Tua tampons.
Bro, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Again, there you go, Cliff D. Stop screaming. Stop listening. How about that? Hey, I see a lot of people in the chat, DTA. I don't know about you. I think I've gotten a lot of things off my chest. I don't know if you want to keep going, just me and you, or if you want to drop the link and get some of these guys involved. It's up to you. It's your call.
I'm gonna drop the link real quick. I'm gonna get some of these guys up here to see, give them a chance to tell us how we're wrong. Let us know what we're lying about, how we're wrong. Drop it right now.
Oh, here we go. This should be fun.
Yeah, get ready. Buckle up.
The two ears are a clock. Miami Kid J, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied.
I don't think you all want to see me naked
That's
eating
cat.
Cheetos.
Okay, Batman, what's cap, Batman? Go ahead, start us off, Batman. And first off, let's shout out everybody. Let's welcome Crypto, Batman. I think it's Canna, Lance, the Dolphin Realtor, and Q. But Batman, since you were the first one calling us cappers, go ahead, start us off. What did we cap about, Batman?
So you're saying that you're not satisfied with how we might finish, right?
Right.
All right. What was our
No.
record
Wait,
last year?
let's correct. What we're saying is if we finish with only one, maybe two more wins. That's what we said.
All
That's
right.
specifically what we said.
That would be what? That would be what if we win one or two more wins? What would
And
that
that's
be?
including making the playoffs,
Okay,
right?
Batman.
No,
We
it's
finished
not. It
11.
depends
You
on
know
which
where
two
I'm
wins you
going with
get. That's
this.
what you're not understanding. I have a fucking chart that I can show you. It
Right.
depends on which two of those
Let-
wins out of
I'm
the four
asking
you get.
Lewis. I'm asking you.
Yes, we were 9-8 last year. Let's say
Okay.
we're 2 games better than that. We would be 11-6. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Lewis, what was your record prediction before the season?
11-6.
So why are you complaining?
Because the simple fact, you know why? It's very simple.
Got him.
It's very simple. No, you didn't get me. Oh, no. You didn't get me. You didn't get me at all. I'll explain it very easy. You want to know why? You want to know why I'm not pissed? I'm upset with it now? Because
Yeah.
if we were 5-5 and finished 11-6, or we were 6-5 and finished 11-6, and we finished the season off strong, damn, you know what? The Dolphins turned it around. Don't go get me 8-3, and all of a sudden, now at the biggest moments of the season, now we start falling apart. No.
You
See,
did predict
for you
11-6, Lord. So
I thought McDaniels was this offensive genius.
I predicted 11 games too.
I mean, McDaniel have been covering two up. It's just the
Big
better
time.
teams just been pulling back the covers. That's all.
I mean, we have a lot better
explain how.
players than last year.
Explain
we
how.
should
You
have
ain't
more
gonna bring
games
that
won.
up
Explain
and
how.
not explain. Explain
I
it.
mean, I explain it how when your only target is over the middle and you cover that up, what is that?
Screwed.
I mean, the only way to open up the middle is you consistently go to the outsides just as well too. But
see, Tua did that all last year. He did nothing in the middle. You're complaining it's hitting the middle.
Say, well,
it don't make no sense.
He hit in the middle. I'm not complaining. See, you missed me. I'm not complaining that he hit in the middle. I'm saying to open that middle back up, you got to go to the outside.
I hear you, but he can do it. He did it last year.
Say what?
McDaniel tried
he did it
against the Chargers.
It's not that he can't do it. It's that he's not fucking doing it.
All right, but I'm saying he could do it.
He's not doing it. So why you think he's not doing it?
We can go watch the tape again because he could have fucking hit several passes in that Chargers game.
I'm not denying that, but he could do it.
So
he could do it.
Fucked up.
If he can do it,
well,
he's
he
not
didn't.
doing it. Y'all, see, that's the problem. Y'all giving this grown man too much of kitty status, taking it step by step. Like
he can do it. He can do it. He can hit, but he hasn't.
Why he's not doing it?
What you're saying is you want to see a go route.
I don't want to see no go route. What I'm saying is I like to see some 10-yard out. 10
you want to see diversity in terms of routes.
You know what I'm saying? Like
you want the middle, you want the intermediate routes, you want the underneath routes, you want the go routes.
And those opportunities were there.
Exactly what I'm asking for, Kevin. But you saw that game. It was only the middle. Why? Because the routes were going to the middle.
No, they ran deep routes too.
And Mike McDaniel,
the first play of the game was a deep route. Stop it.
Mike McDaniel did make
Crypto. That's what
on the sideline, not the middle
That's
of the
what I'm saying,
game.
Crypto. And what are the linebackers doing, Crypto? What are the linebackers doing?
Schematically,
what are the linebackers
the coach
doing?
called a perfect game.
They busted another tempo
The
too.
quarterback didn't execute.
They dropping in linebackers deep.
No, philosophically, McDaniels called a perfect game. It just wasn't executed. The Chargers showed up and shut us down.
Right.
It was that
That's
simple.
what I'm saying. Exactly. Mike McDaniel gave Tua a chance to show that he's better than Justin Herbert, but Tua did not step up to the plate. That's all it comes down to.
Put all that.
Listen, I wanted to address.
You got to remember, right? The coaches are responsible also for reading the injury report of the other team as well. They had 3 rookies in there, and immediately, right out of the gate, he tried to attack all 3 of those rookies on unsuccessful back-to-back plays. They just executed. That was kudos to Mike McDaniels for reading the freaking injury report of the Chargers, knowing that they had freaking weakness in that secondary, and he went immediately and attacked all 3 of them, of the newbies that was in there.
Yes.
So don't give me this nonsense that Mike McDaniel, from a philosophical standpoint, didn't call the right game.
Anybody want to argue that?
Yeah. I want to argue that, Crypto. No. Hold on. So you're saying that his adjustment was going at the rookie cornerbacks, right?
I mean, what else do
right out the gate from the very start?
Where Crypto?
Where Crypto? Where? And attack
Crypto?
their
No, hold on. Where Crypto?
Yeah, like,
hold up, bro. I'm asking Crypto. Where were they trying to go at the rookie cornerbacks? Was it in the middle of the field?
On the boundary. The very first play, and then the middle a shadow crossing route on second down, and then the post route.
If that's the case, Crypto, then why was Jalen Waddle shut down? Why was Jalen Waddle shut down?
Jalen Waddle was shut down because they had better cornerbacks for those 3 hours. That's why.
Wow. I thought those were rookie quarterbacks, Crypto.
Yeah. Don't they rookies get paid too? They get paid as well.
Oh my goodness! Come on, Crypto, get out of here! You done, bro?
It's not like the freaking Jalen Waddle hasn't been shut down by somebody who's supposed to be lesser than him. He got the better of Jalen Waddle.
No, see what happened was they called a game, right? McDaniel called a predictable game.
It's cool for you to.
No, he didn't. It wasn't predictable.
He called a predictable game, Crypto, because all he fucking did was drop their linebackers and press their corners.
He didn't drop not one linebacker. They was playing a lot of press man coverage in that game.
Exactly.
From the
offset. They were pressing. They were pressing the corners. Corners were pressing.
On the 3 and out.
Corners were pressing, but the linebackers and the safeties were running a tempo too.
The defender got their hands on the football.
Crypto, you mean to tell me 2 weeks in a row the cornerbacks stopped a top 10 receiver, maybe even a top 5 receiver in the league? Let's say top 10 would be nice.
No.
They stopped them
but
twice.
they weren't the same cornerbacks, Batman.
We're not saying
you're talking about San Francisco's cornerbacks in freaking San Diego. The scheme.
Batman,
the defensive scheme shut it down. Yes.
And you know.
And where were the adjustments?
No.
Yes, and that is possible, Batman. That you can get shut down for the next 4 games if it wasn't those stupid defensive coordinators not calling the right game.
Hold on, Crypto. I'm not going to let Batman get away with that neither. No, Jalen Waddle got shut down this game against the Chargers. He was running wide open against the 49ers. Nobody stopped the Miami offense besides Uno against the 49ers.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. That Frisco Niners game, that was on tour. But still,
every game is different.
Still, shit.
And he got shut down in the Steelers game.
Hold on, I can't hear nobody.
The day after the injury. You're right. I remember that, Crypto. I clearly remember that.
Q, and let me ask you this, Q. Against the Chargers, Q. Sorry, real quick, Dolphin Realtor. Q, against the Chargers. Q, in your opinion, because obviously the way you're talking, you watched all 22 or you seen the film. You didn't see nobody in the flats wide open. You didn't see tight ends and Mostert coming out of the backfield wide open, and Tua all of a sudden.
I didn't see no tight end, but I did see Mostert. I did see Mostert in the flat.
That's bullshit.
What you mean? What you mean bullshit? No tight end, bro.
The tight end was wide open on the Gesicki pass underneath. He threw out of bounds on the sideline.
He was right there, wide open in the middle.
And when they did run the 21 personnel, it was to help blocking.
Like
I
I
mean, they
said,
help
bro.
blocking.
Like I said, bro, we had running backs
Look,
coming out
in
in the
the
flats that was open, and Tua decided to do a 10-yard run when we had
Who was in the
running back in
flat?
the
You
flat
tell me who
and
was
the
in the
tight
flat,
end
bro.
in the middle of the
Who was
field
in the
open.
flat? Who was in
The tight end was it coming out on the flat on a couple occasions when he threw the ball deep down the sideline out of bounds to freaking Gesicki. That was people in the flat on those patterns.
That one flat, that one pass that Gesicki couldn't haul in.
Yeah, the one that was
That was
overthrown.
that one pass.
Outside his
That
body.
one pass.
How did he
Okay,
make that catch?
okay.
Bro, look at how it was thrown.
That ball was thrown real high.
Can I have a
That was
conversation with you,
uncatchable.
gentlemen? Can I have a
I don't know if
conversation
we
with
What's
you,
got
up,
gentlemen?
the air
Joe?
yards per attempt, but
So
it was
why are
obnoxious.
we out here acting? Hold on. Why are we acting like we can't go 10-7? Like everybody don't see the record that this year we could go 10-7 and still make the playoffs.
I mean, what, we 10-7 last year?
Make it or miss it, depending on which two loss we win or lose.
Nah, Devon.
Like,
That's
hold
correct,
on,
Big
they
Joe.
gotta lose their job.
Hold on before you guys jump out a
10-7,
window.
10-7 is not an automatic in it. It depends on which two
you win. Right.
Again,
That's what I'm
if
trying
you
to
guys
get you
hold
guys
on,
to
but you guys
understand.
keep jumping out the window before somebody finished their statements. Again,
Well,
we
let's
could go
not say it like they
10-7.
could just win any two and get in.
No, I'm not saying they could win any two to get in. Literally, they could lose again, before I finish my statement, everybody jumped out the window. So everybody close out the windows. Close all the windows. Because you guys out here just
It's closed.
man.
It's closed.
Okay, thank you. It's
Get
chilly
to
outside. So we could lose these next two games. And we'll have to win the final two games and still get in. So it just happened that this year 10-7 could actually get into a playoff spot.
But who
If
wants
you're
to
the right
go off of that, though?
If you're the right 10-7, exactly. This team should not have the same record as last year.
Right. That's
We
what I
should
was
not.
saying.
Right.
How many
Is
people
way
gotta
more
lose their
talented.
job?
But you making the
They should
playoffs,
be,
though,
exactly.
right? You making the playoffs. And I wanted to address
I
what
get what
DTA
you're
said
saying,
earlier.
Ron Joe. I'm
Say,
listening. I get what you're saying, bro. I'm just saying, like,
DTA, you
how
said
many people gotta lose their job just to prove
you said that. What's the point? What's the
No.
point? What's the point in making the playoffs and lose in the next game after you make the playoffs? Which is why I asked, how do you know? How do you know they're going to lose the game?
But that's
They're
Q.
gonna-
That's why I said Q. I don't know that. I don't have a crystal ball.
Oh, okay,
I'm not a
okay.
mind reader. I don't know
Okay,
that. But what
okay,
would be the point?
okay.
I'm saying basing off of how they played the last couple games. If you guys would have listened, that's what I said. Based off the performances that I've saw in the last two games, if that's how we're going to play in the playoffs, which is what I'm saying, a big if that is how we are going to play, that won't win us games. And I have lost faith that Tua, because he hasn't shown me yet. He has not done it one time on a big stage in a big game,
No, one
especially in a
time.
playoff
Okay.
game. Show me that he can win.
Manny, where the hell
Okay,
you
not
been,
one
Manny?
time.
Yeah, I
I'm
ain't
here
seen
now.
Manny
Where
in
you
that
I'm
been?
game.
not, Q, I'm not
Manny's
saying
trying to
that
find
he
a
can't.
home.
I'm not saying that we can't win in the playoffs. I'm saying
You guys,
You got
okay?
hey,
You guys
did you get out the
forgetting
hole? Are you okay?
Cap, why you asking dumb questions, man? Why you asking dumb questions? You know where Manny.
Manny's not
Hold
okay.
on, you know where
Not
Manny
okay.
been. Hold on, you know
I just
where
want to
Manny
make sure
been.
he's
Cap.
under a rock. I was
You know we
worried about
haven't.
him, bro.
You know good and well we haven't been
Him
winning.
and Mike Gesicki have been missing for a while, bro.
You know we haven't been winning, so.
But I'm right here, ain't I?
He disappears.
But I'm right here, ain't I?
Well, Thomas
know, 'cause
Jensen,
you-
that's what we're trying to discuss.
Yeah,
That there were people
y'all
open,
talking
and it was
crazy
just
a little
awful
bit.
decision making. Yes, Thomas, 100.
I mean, when I'm normally looking at the show, man, and you normally the one popping it loud.
Crypto. I understand Tua made some bad throws. He didn't make some throws, but but you guys are emphasizing that was it, bro. That's what
bro,
it was.
Bro,
the whole game.
That's
what I'm bringing up. That's all you talking about, bro. Tua.
Grenades, those matter. Q, you got to realize. In a game with hand grenades, when it's
Yeah,
close
but now
matters,
Q's on something.
those still crucial. Those are crucial.
Nah, but that's not the whole thing. That's not the entire thing.
Hold
Crypto.
on, time out. I heard
Tua's
Q's
part of
onto
it.
something.
Tua's part of it.
Hold on. I heard Q's onto
Q,
something.
I mean,
so
damn.
go ahead, Manny. Enlighten us. Enlighten us.
Y'all just so number one, pay Christian Wilkins. I swallowed by my tongue. That's the only player we got right now on defense. That's the only guy we got. One guy.
I don't know what you mean.
Only guy? What do you mean the only guy?
Bro, this defense is gonna tear the offense's ass. Mark my words, bro. This defense is gonna bail us
the
out,
offense is ass.
bro.
We need a whole new team, bro.
Bradley
Get rid
Chubb
of
was
throw it
not in
out.
the last game, bro.
We need a whole
Jalen
new
Phillips
team,
is gonna
bro.
have more sacks than
Okay,
last
Dylan
game. I
Phillips is
promise
good.
you,
All right, I'll
bro.
give you that. He's playing all right, but damn, it's not enough. We don't got no DBs.
You
You just
guys
said
expecting
Christian
our defense
Wilkins,
only to give up
Jalen
10
Phillips,
points a game?
Bradley
Well,
Chubb,
no,
Jerome
what I'm
Baker,
expecting is
Van
what I'm expecting the
Ginkel.
defense to
This is
not
their
do.
time to shine, bro.
So what I see constantly with the defense is just the underneath passes, bro. I don't know why every time it works
Man,
every time.
defense been playing good, yo.
Every team does the same thing every time. Underneath passes, the little dump out passes or quarterback run.
That's fine if you move the ball in between the 20s. If they're not scoring, that's the name of the game. That's the name of the
Bend but
game.
don't break.
I mean,
Exactly. Nobody will complain about our defense keeping people outside the end zone because that's what they're supposed to do, stop you from scoring. And if our offense was actually putting enough points to win games.
I'm with you a little bit on that, but I would like to see
Ain't
a
no
couple
little bit.
three and out. It is when there's we're letting them get
23
to
points
the
on
red
the
zone.
road was the least amount of points we
You're
gave
right.
up
We're
on the road
doing good
all
by
year.
keeping them out of the end zone. But why are we even letting them get in the red zone? Is my thing. Why aren't we getting those 3 and outs? Why do we give them every single
That's
third down?
why we're not getting in the red zone. That's the better question.
Yeah,
We're not
right.
getting in the
The
red
better
zone.
question, why don't we counter it by putting the ball in the end zone ourselves and we don't have to worry about it?
Yeah, well, we would
Because
have
all
to worry
this
about it.
time, I
Even
kept
if we
hearing
were
we didn't
Why
put no
are we
on the
allowing them
offense.
to put us in 3 and outs?
Bradley
That's what I
Chubb.
was saying. How many
So it
3
goes
and outs
both
our
ways.
offense got this
It
year?
goes both ways. Our offense sucks. Our defense sucks. Get a whole new team. Throw it out. It's expired.
Stop it, Manny.
Our
Stop
team's
it. Don't
expired,
drag the
bro.
defense into this. Don't do it,
What
man.
do you mean?
Manny, stop while you're ahead, Manny. Stop
Boyd
while you're
admitted
ahead.
today.
Why? Because everybody's on the same. All of y'all on the same page.
Hold on,
getting
Manny.
together.
Hold on, Manny, real quick. I want to highlight because I don't even know if this is true or not. 72 undefeated said Tua hasn't scored more than 17 points in over a month. Defense has to hold teams to 14 points. Is that true? We haven't scored more than 17 points.
Yeah, that's false.
Because
That's false.
Yeah, ever since early November, that was the last time we scored more than 17.
No. How many weeks of the month, Crypto? It's only been what, 3 weeks? The last time he scored
4 weeks of the month.
It only matters what happened last week.
Now, Manny, I'll tell you this, Manny. If the defense does not come through, I'll have every right to criticize them because they're already ranked 22nd in the league and they're the 4th best defense in our division right now, bro.
Like I said, I mean, I'm not saying
our division
I'm not saying
cap
it's
is pretty good
100% on Tua. Like some people
They're
want to
good
say
teams.
it's only
The top
Tua's our
5.
only issue.
Yeah, dude.
Tua's our only issue.
All of us top 5.
Where are we?
Jets, Patriots, and Bills. We're probably like 15 or 16.
Bro,
hey, Lewis, who said that? Who said that? Who said that thing where Tua had to score 17 points in the month? Who said that?
72
That was 72 undefeated.
Okay,
72
undefeated. You're right.
I mean, he is right.
That's right.
Yeah, it's been a whole month.
You're right. Because I think only Tua threw one touchdown in the game against Houston.
Okay, that's fine. So if we're all going to sit here on this panel and say that he's right, then I don't want to hear no more of this. Defense has been struggling and defense is losing games.
I'm with
because,
you.
bro,
I don't want to hear no more of this. Just Tua.
Hold on, man.
AQ.
What do you say? What do you say,
Trubisky has
Lewis?
produced more points than our offense in the last month.
Let Lewis go.
I'm trying to finish. If I'm saying I don't want to hear no more defense talk because in the NFL, in an offensive league, if the defense or if the offense is only scoring 17, bro, there's no way that. What do you want the defense to do?
Can I say
you
it back at you? I don't want to hear no more Tua talk. I don't want to hear no more Tua talk because it's not just Tua. It's the whole.
Who's in charge?
Who's the one
Who's in charge?
the most?
Exactly. Who calls 1, 2, 3? Who says that?
Are they not touching
Who uses that phraseology? 1, 2, 3 hut.
Hey, listen.
Who uses that phraseology? 1, 2, 3 hut.
If y'all fellas go on YouTube,
clue me in on it. I don't know. Maybe it's a new thing.
If y'all fellas go on YouTube, right? You go on YouTube and you search a QB breakdown or whatever game the past 2 weeks. Yeah, and all those fellas at the QB school, you got our top billing, you got other people who are critical to it, and they'll tell you the past 2 games it's not just Tua, Lewis. It's not just Tua.
But
that's the thing. And that's you guys are emphasizing that it is just Tua.
We'll say 87% of the time to give you a number to make you feel happy.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody saw the
don't try to
playoffs.
make
Okay, it's not
nobody
100%.
last year, right?
We'll give it a real percentage. We'll say 87%. There you go.
What?
That is not a real percentage, Crypto.
He's just saying it.
That is not a real percentage.
Hold on.
That's a very good. That's a very accurate percentage.
If we're gonna do this, it's not just Tua, it's not just Tua, it's just not Tua, and start making excuses when we lose. All right, and try to spread out the losses.
Who's making excuses, bro? Who's making excuses, bro?
Again. Instead of when we lose, we try to spread it out why we lost. But when we win, hey man, Tua, all he does is win.
But it's the whole
We're gonna
team.
spread
But
out the
we
win
don't
from
say
now
that
on.
it's just
We're gonna
Tua.
spread out the win from now on. I don't want to hear.
We do that. We do do that. We do that. You just hear what you want.
When have you heard me say that it was? Mind you, Ronjo, the running backs had good games too. When Tua had good games. And so right now you're spreading misinformation, saying that all we do is praise Tua.
Had good games. The receiver had good games, right?
BJ,
Why you act like you haven't heard this before?
It's a new breed of fan, BJ. It's called
Tua
excuse
have a good
makers.
game. The whole team have a good game.
Hold up, bro. I can't hear Ronjo. What you say, Ronjo?
I was just saying, Q. Why are we acting like we have selective amnesia? Like people, you don't hear people say, "Hey, Tua, all he does is win."
Ronjo, you tell me a name. You tell me a name right now.
Well, I'll give you one name that I want to talk about right now. It's shout out to the homie Bones. Tua better fucking play like a 5th overall pick. Fuck that crybaby shit dude talking about. And I agree, Bones. Fuck all that bullshit.
Bones the homie.
We're talking about Tua because Tua's the 5th overall pick and the leader of this football team. That's why we talking about him.
Okay.
Great.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, Lewis. I'm gonna say this.
Did anybody say Jesse Davis? All he do is win. When we was winning with Jesse Davis, did anybody say all Jesse Davis do is win? When we were winning those games when Jesse Davis was on the roster, I just want to know. Because nobody gives Jesse Davis the praise when we was winning in spite of him. Nobody said that.
And then after what happened to Jesse Davis after that?
I got a question.
What happened to Jesse Davis after that, Crypto?
You guys like to just give it to one person. That's the problem. You guys are only giving it to one person.
I got a
That's
question.
what you're doing.
What happened? What happened?
Hey, look.
That's literally exactly what you're doing, Crypto.
If you was able...
No, I'm not. I'm just saying nobody's doing that.
You're saying
all of 53.
You're doing exactly what you're saying that you're not doing.
Nobody is giving the other 53 men the just due as well as the quarterback.
So why you
this cult-like behavior that you guys
based on what other men do?
participating
Why you change your opinion what you say?
I ain't changing my. It's not my opinion. I'm saying that's what you guys.
You did because you went from 100% to 83% just to satisfy Q. Why do you change your?
I didn't go. I'm saying I didn't say it was 100%. You assumed that I was saying it was 100%.
No, you
I
did.
always assign exact percentages. If you listen to me long enough, you know damn well I don't use an absolute as 100% or 0%. It's somewhere in between. You know damn well.
Okay, yep. That's what you should. It's better off saying than you did say 83%.
No, because you assumed that somebody was saying it was 100. So I gave it an assignment of 87%.
Lewis said it was 100. Lewis said it was Tua's fault.
Okay, then that's Lewis. That wasn't me.
I was talking to Lewis, and you was the one talking for Lewis.
It is his fault.
I was not talking for him.
All right, so then let's
talk for me. He ain't got to talk for me.
But he was.
Manny, why you open that kind of
I'm saying as far as me, I'm saying it's 87%.
I thought you don't live in absolute.
They gonna make me get on goddamn.
See, you contradicting yourself, dog. They
gonna make me get on goddamn camera.
Can I just point out something real quick?
Oh shit!
I said it was fault, 100%. I don't need Crypto or nobody else.
That's why I hopped on.
Can I offer some perspective for a second? Hold on, Manny. Hold on, Manny.
Yeah, that's outrageous.
Can I offer some perspective real quick?
Is Manny stirring shit up again?
Hey, I just gotta offer some perspective. The Buffalo Bills are holding teams to 17 points per game. Okay. Our offense only scored 17. So are we assigning any percentage of blame to the defense for not holding teams to below 17 points a game? Because the Buffalo Bills do hold them to 17, which means if we play the Bills theoretically the other last week, we would have tied that ball game 17-17.
Yeah.
You're saying that's any remote way a percentage the defense's fault? I just don't buy that.
Wait, you don't buy that it's any percentage
Not
of the
one,
defense
not one iota
of the
Wait,
blame.
Manny's saying it's the defense's fault?
Manny got mind bleed.
You got amnesia is what he got.
Who?
Yeah.
You ain't no owl. Stop with the who.
Who are you talking to?
Them ain't stats.
You Manny?
17
I'm trying
points.
to. All right, so I'm asking Color. So you're saying
That's
it's
reality.
0%. It's 0% to the defense. Then the defense did nothing wrong.
I didn't say they didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. They deserve.
Say they're not to blame for the loss.
Okay, and neither is
They could do something wrong, but not being blamed for the loss. That's a big difference there, Manny.
Okay, yeah, you're right. And
that's
they're doing
called
a lot
nuance.
wrong. And I'm not blaming
No,
just the players.
they
It's
did
gotta
wrong
be a
things
scheme.
that didn't cost us the game.
The only thing I
That's
was
the
pointing out
point.
about the defense right now is the scheme. Is that I don't understand how on third down they're getting it every single time on us. Every single time.
They only converted
Manny,
9 out of the 19 times.
Manny,
Stop
do you
it.
believe that our offense, Manny? Do you believe that our offense has the ability to score more than 23 points?
Shit, I would hope so.
Then why did we lose the other night?
Because we didn't score 20-0 points.
Our defense held them to 23 points. Why did we lose?
Let's not forget that Manny said he only watches the games when he thinks we're gonna win. Other than that, he watches highlights.
Yep.
Just like
that's not true.
Correct.
How y'all
That is
think
not true, bro.
we would have went to
That is not true, bro.
We lost.
Oh,
He said that on Stephen D's show in the morning.
Yeah.
Damn it, Manny.
Yeah, I said that. That's because people take everything at face value. You misconstrued words. That's not what I
take
said.
your word if you don't watch the damn game. Come on, bro.
I do. So again,
how we gonna watch the
Take your
highlights?
word and take what
That's
you're
not
saying
watching
at
the
face
game.
value.
No,
Right.
I mean, Bonjo, I've elaborated deeper on my schedule. So
That's
if you
not
want,
ride or die, Manny.
I mean, I get what you're
DTA,
saying,
drop the
but
link
still,
again
you
if
still
you
just
can.
watching the highlights, bro. You're not seeing the whole thing. You just watching highlights.
you're
I don't
believing
have
what
the link,
Crypto
bro.
said. You're believing what Crypto said.
I mean, I heard you say it, bro. I watched Stephen D in the morning.
So you were there when I said it. Were you there when I was able to correct myself?
I mean, you tried
That's
to.
not
Yeah.
what I
You
said. When
tried
I
to.
corrected y'all.
No, you
when
was doing a lot of moonwalking. You competing with Michael Jackson now.
You tried to, yeah.
Yeah. So remind everybody how I tried to. Or you don't.
Like I said,
you
I just
oddly enough
said it.
don't
You
remember
tried
that
to.
part.
You tried
Or
to.
oddly enough you don't remember.
You tried to.
So tell me how. How did I try?
I mean, look, bro. You watch the highlights. You watch the
Right.
highlights.
That's right.
That's
You
just
don't
all it
remember.
is.
Now you're
Hey,
just talking.
no.
I'm not about to
You're
sit
just
here and
talking.
argue with you about you just
But you're
watching the
just
highlights.
talking.
You ain't
Because
gonna
you're just
tell me what I
talking.
Listen,
see. I
Manny,
watched
it's
the
okay
whole
to be a
game.
fair weather fan. It's
Manny,
all
you're
right.
also
Yeah.
the same guy that said we
For
should
real.
keep Gesicki over fucking Wilkins if we had to choose.
Fairweather fans are lame, bro.
Yeah, because like our offense isn't scoring, so we need someone to help us score. And unfortunately, they're not getting it
Gesicki's the
done.
backup at best.
Listen,
He's not the fucking
Cap,
answer,
fair
bro.
weather
You're
fans
missing
are
the
only
point.
lame when you listen to Drake.
Hey, DTA, drop the link again, homie.
I
Drop
got
the
Right?
you.
When you
link
listen
again
to
for Vaughn.
Drake,
I got
when you
you.
listen to Drake, that's when fair weather fans are lame.
Do your thing, 21.
Exactly, BJ. Could have said
Javon
it better.
Hollins, can you do something for me? I need you to talk to my two haters for me.
Get him,
Javon
Bonzo.
Hollins.
I
Get
just
him,
texted El Cap
Bonzo.
and let him know that they're yelling for him. Hey, Anthony, I just texted El Cap to let him know they're yelling for him. I don't know. We got to
And I
locate
said, could you
him.
talk to my two haters for
Listen
me?
again.
Get him, Bonzo. Get
Do
him.
your thing, number 8. Do your thing. Do your thing, number 8. Fuck out of here. This is
But
what
you
we
know
do.
what? I just thought about something. It's gonna be real interesting to watch a snowflake like Javon Holland, the snowflake, playing in a bunch of snowflakes in the game on Sunday. It's gonna be
See, that's
interesting to
why I
see a
made.
snowflake
That's why
layered
I
under
made the
snowflakes
statement.
in the
That's
game.
why I made the statement. Any player who defends Tua becomes
Hold
the
on,
enemy.
Hold on, Q, real quick. Hey, I just want to let
It's gonna be a perfect match for him. He's
If the
a
entire
snowflake
team
playing
comes out and
underneath
defend
snowflakes.
Tua, that entire
Hold on.
team is the enemy.
Hold
But
on,
he asked Javon Hollins to talk to his ops for him.
Bro,
Ain't nobody
bro,
asked
Hey,
Javon Hollins.
hey,
Lonzo,
real
stop
quick,
capping
real
out
quick.
here, bro.
I'm gonna drop
what's
myself
the
in the
difference
back.
in what's
Capping out
going
here, bro.
on
Hey,
Q,
hold
what's
I'm
the
gonna
on.
drop
difference in
myself in
what's
the back
going
right now.
Hold on. Louis trying to say
I'm
something.
gonna drop
hear
myself in the
nobody.
back right now so this other dude can come up. All right.
Hey, yeah, look.
You could drop me to the back.
Hey, listen, we got a lot of people trying to come up, but hold on.
You could drop me down.
Hold on, Bonjo, before you go. Damn, man. Bring Bonjo back up a second.
Yeah, I didn't put him to
I
the
was
back.
trying to tell him something.
And I wanted to
Damn.
let Bones. I wanted to let Bones talk. Bones was trying to get in.
I
Here. He
got
was
you,
in
but
here for
I
a minute.
needed to tell Von Joe something. I was just about to say I was gonna let Bones
Bring that hater up here, bro.
and I was gonna back out, but I couldn't get it out quick enough. But real quick, was it just me or did you all notice in the intro? And I never noticed this before. I've watched this intro like 5,000 times, guys. I don't know how many shows we've done, right? And I think I just realized when the marquee is spinning around and it shows El Capitan in the show, and he's pulled up a comment in chat, and I think it's Von Joe. I mean, I don't want to go through the full like 3 or 4 minutes or whatever of the intro again to find out. But y'all pay attention the next time we do the TFTG intro to see if I'm right. I think it's Von Joe is the comment that El Capitan has pulled up when it shows him spinning around on the marquee. So pay attention to that in the future. I gotta know.
Hey, I do want to welcome real quick the 2 newest members. They haven't had a chance to speak. So we're going to go with Bones first and then the other Q's in the building. So go ahead, Bones. You got the
You can hear me?
floor.
Y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Bones.
Cool. I've been waiting to say this for a couple of days, weeks, or whatever. Look, man, I'm sorry, but Tua fucking trash, bro. Every pass he done threw this year, our receivers been on trampolines all year, bro. Everybody act like this man is so fucking accurate. Everybody been on trampolines. That's why our receivers fucking hurt. Okay, let's get that perfectly clear, bro. Come on, man. Y'all be acting like Tua of this left hand God or whatever the fuck y'all call him. Like the man is trash, bro. Like I've been a Dolphin fan all my life, bro, and I know a real quarterback from a fake quarterback, bro. Tua is fucking trash. I'm sick of everybody making excuses. The defense, the offensive line. I don't want to hear that shit no more, man. Let's just be real Dolphin fans and call this shit like it is, bro. Tua trash, bro. Just call it like it is, bro. The man trash. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Brock Purdy come in. Nobody don't even know who the fuck the man is. I do because I was like,
Brock Purdy came in and he showed out on the defense, bro. Don't even put Tua in that conversation. The fuck you saying, bro?
Exactly.
Brock Purdy came out and he showed out on defense, bro.
Every game Tua done played like a baller. It's been against trash. Just like when he was in college, everybody he balled against and put up 55 or better, they was trash ass schools.
See, I was going to revert
everybody
back to
act like Alabama played. Everybody act like Alabama played the top 20 schools all year long. Come on, man.
Alabama played Georgia.
Schools,
they played Georgia in the championship game.
Hear that. Stop it making.
Okay, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that, Bones. You don't want to hear that.
Okay, did he win?
Yes, they won the fucking champion, bro. They won the fucking champion.
He ain't win shit. He threw one
second and 26, bro. Second and 26, bro.
Come on, man. Come on.
You go to Bama, they'll tell you about second and 26. Your ass capping up here, bro.
Slim Reaper he threw
Have
that
you
pass
ever
to,
played
wasn't it?
football, bro?
If I
Have you
remember
ever
right,
played
that was the
football?
Slim Reaper right now.
Come on, man. Bro, anybody that played defensive ball.
Hey, like I said, Cap for Life is the only real one up here because he.
Why?
Y'all ain't talking shit.
You want somebody to hug Tua nuts. Ain't nobody hugging Tua nuts no more, man.
That's real. That's real, Cap. That's real.
We gave that man all the chances in the world. Every big opportunity, he crashed and burned. Every big opportunity. So why the fuck we keep believing in some trash ass quarterback, man?
Okay, Bones. Okay, Bones. See, you calling him trash. Remember, the season is not over, Bones. You still got 4 games left. You still got 4 games left, Bones. So if Tua comes and he balls out, he takes your dumb ass to the playoffs. I don't want to hear nothing.
He been doing the same thing.
I don't want to hear nothing.
3 years.
I don't want to hear nothing.
Bro, he been doing the same exact thing for 3 years, bro. 3 years.
I
Come
don't
on,
want to
bro.
hear
Every
nothing,
quarterback,
Bones. I don't want to hear
every
nothing.
quarterback,
It doesn't
man,
matter. They
This
was
will
cool
be
though.
on
every
the pod
quarterback that
tomorrow.
was every
Capitan
quarterback
will be
that was
making an
drafted
appearance in about an
in the
hour.
year
And
with
by the
him.
way, I did just confirm it is in fact Von Joe is the comment that he's pulling up in the intro marquee. Just so you guys know, I went and watched.
What was the comment?
Hey,
Von Joe, you
me
famous,
and
man. You're
me
getting
and Kohler,
royalties right now.
me and Kohler are going to be in back. So if you need us, Lewis, just so everybody has a turn, just holler, bro. We're
Well,
still backstage.
and DTA again. I'm not trying to hog the show. You are the host of this show as well. If you need to throw me back because you want to come up, no worries, bro. Like, do your
Yeah,
thing.
no worries, brother.
You know
No
what I'm
worries.
saying? So,
Yeah,
all
right,
me
brother.
too, man. If you
Hey,
need to throw me back too.
real quick, Bones. I think Bones made great points. I do want to welcome the other Q. So we're gonna give the other Q the floor. Q, go ahead, bro. Do your thing.
Hey, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah,
you.
bro. You're good. You're good.
All right. Let me say
we
this
hear you.
about the last 2 games from Tua have not been very good. And I've been one of the people saying he's been playing the same way he played last year. I'm going to say this. What he been doing this year, he couldn't do last year. He wasn't hitting those passes across the middle. And he's hitting those passes. But I believe it's the scheme and people find a way to stop the scheme. And he's not learning how to be a quarterback and quarterbacking the
I
team.
don't want to hear nothing about scheming. This is the main problem last season. All of us are going to be coaching again. That's another excuse.
Cap, I'm not a Tua nigga. I don't like Tua. I'm just keeping it a buck with you. I don't
Wow,
like Tua.
wow, they coming down.
We,
They
we
bold
got
with
we
it
got a
today, bro.
realist in the
They
building.
bold
We got
with
a
it.
realist. That's what that is.
They bold with it today, bro. Well, hey, way to be biased, bro. Way to be biased. Go ahead.
I'm just being honest with you, bro. The quarterback we should have took played for the other team. We played last week. I'm just
You
keeping
don't
it a
like it
buck
when you
with
keep it
you.
real.
Like I said, there's still more football games to play. There's still more games to play.
For the past
Yeah, and the
2 years,
Steelers is irrelevant.
but
Exactly. There's more
I'm
football
gonna
to
say
be
this to
played.
you.
Oh, and you keep bringing up the Steelers, Crypto. You keep bringing up the Steelers to make your points, bro.
I mean, why you think he didn't go to
Because
USC, bro?
because you got you're
You know what,
jumping
Crypto?
on
You make
because the Steelers
Crypto.
ain't giving you nothing to
Coming
be
out here.
proud of.
You come talking about my Steelers, bro. Do your thing, man. Keep talking about the Steelers, bro. Do your thing.
Listen, I know you guys want Big Ben back, but it ain't coming out of that tunnel anytime soon.
I'm just saying.
Now
Why
go
you think
ahead,
the
bro.
boy
I ain't
didn't
gonna
go
knock
to
your game. Keep
USC? That's
talking
his
about us,
favorite
bro. You
school.
got it.
But my thing is
Hey, no, but Q, real talk. You think it's the coaching, really?
No. I think listen. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real, right? I'm gonna be real. I think it's Tua. I think it's Tua. See, my only strife on Tua this year is, man, and this is my opinion, right? In order for him to be, a caliber of a player like a franchise quarterback, he needs to command the field. When he sees that the game plan is not working, I need him to take a hold of the reins and start calling out plays and start calling out audibles. Be that type of quarterback. And that's my only strife on tour. I still believe the kid can do it. He's right now, Cap. This is the first true season where we've seen a development for Tua as a young quarterback. Right, as a young
Tua
quarterback.
never played backyard football. He don't have those instincts, man.
It's the same quarterback.
It's JM. What up, JM? What up, boy?
Is that the
what's the
homie
deal?
JM? What's good,
Yes,
JM?
man. Live in effect, man. I finally got my voice back from Sunday from yelling all day at SoFi. My God, man, I ain't even gonna tell you how I feel. I'm gonna give you the scenario Sunday on how, and you tell me how you feel. I'm gonna start out by saying I took my niece to her first NFL game.
Okay.
I was trying to get her to be a Miami Dolphins fan. At the end of the game, you know what she said? My brother is a Dallas Cowboy fan. She said, I think I'm gonna be a Cowboy fan.
Damn.
You sure that she didn't say she wanted to be a Steelers fan?
That's deep, bro. That's deep.
You want to know what's crazy? You want to know what's crazy? I took my son to his first football game when we played Buffalo, and we got our ass dog walked because the Tua played like trash and got hurt. Old Britty Bones ass.
Hey, how come you didn't take him to week 3, Bones? How come you didn't take him to week 3?
Man, nobody don't care about week 3, bro. What are you talking about?
Man,
Man,
I swear
talk
the
real
goalposts
facts, bro.
goalposts is
Look,
fit
I
right now,
played
bro.
football, bro.
He in
When you
fitness
want to
mode
talk
today.
real facts about football, bro, then you could talk to me because you ain't talking no facts. You just what
I'm
about
talking
this?
facts,
What
bro.
about
I'm
that?
talking
You ain't
facts.
I'm gonna
talking no
tell you
facts.
the
Talk
fact.
facts, bro.
If
Talk
them
facts, bro.
motherfuckers don't have no emotion like they had on Sunday, like I saw every time I looked at the bench, and I'm talking about the defense too. But the defense did play good. But I'm talking about every 53 man on that motherfucking team was looking like nothing. No
I got some
emotion, no
stats.
skin in
I
the
got
game.
pushback
No.
on Boyer
Came
too, though.
just the jerseys. Just
I
the
got
You
Miami
want to hear the
Dolphins jerseys
facts?
came. It wasn't a player in that motherfucker.
I got
When's the last
pushback
time
on
you see?
Boyer though.
When's
I
the
got
last time you
pushback
see
on
a
Boyer.
team, your team, Bones, play like this? It's been a while, huh? But you know what? This the facts.
Okay,
Shit
what are
happens,
you?
bro. Games like
What are
this,
you?
the
What are you?
past two
What are you
games,
talking?
it happens, bro. People lose those past. It doesn't mean it's going to define the rest of the season, bro. It doesn't
But
define the rest of the season, and
but
that's the
It
see,
does
thing, man.
define the rest
You
of
It
the
you lose
don't,
season.
two
but
games.
it
You
don't.
lose
But
two games
the
after
facts
after
still
going eight
stand
and
the
three.
same
You
about the
lose
quarterback, bro.
two games after
What are
going
you
eight and
but
talking
three,
see,
about?
let
and
me
you
say
jump
this
shit.
to you,
You
man.
flip
Let me
flop.
say this.
No,
You
bro.
out here.
No,
You
bro.
calling all
Stop
the
it.
players. You
Q,
calling
you know
Tua's
better
head.
than that.
Look.
Q.
All right.
Let me say
Since
this
you
to you
think
real
I'm
quick.
all on tour, since you think I'm all on tour, let's get some pushback on Boyer, dumbass, real quick. All
Hey,
right,
thank you.
cause
No,
Boyer.
not
Thank you.
on Boyer.
Thank you,
Not
Bones.
on
No,
Boyer.
Thank you.
no. Let me
Thank you,
finish.
Bones.
Let me
I've
finish.
been wanting to talk
Let
Pushback.
me
something else
finish.
other than
Let
Tua
me
this whole
finish.
time, bro.
The real
Let's get.
pushback, the
I'm
Let's
real
get
tired
some
of
pushback
talking
pushback
is
on
on
Tua, bro.
Boyer.
$30
That's all
We
we
got a
talk about,
receiver who
Tua.
can't get off a bump and
No,
run press.
no, no,
I'll
no,
give you
no, no,
$30 million.
no.
Motherfucking
Tariq was
motherfucking
hurt.
press. You better throw
Tariq
his
was
ass
hurt.
to the side.
No, let Tariq was hurt. Now let's just give him that because we gonna give Tua every fucking thing. Tariq was hurt, bro. Let's give him that. You feel me?
I don't give
But
him 30. I
let's
don't give
give.
a
You
We
fuck.
need to
finna get
learn how
some
to
That
play
pushback
without
on
motherfucker
Boyer too, though.
you want
five-star
We
me
gotta
on
give
receivers.
pushback
right.
on Boyer. Let's keep it even. Let's keep it even. Let's get some pushback on Boyer with his dumb ass blitzing all the cornerbacks and safeties and got fucking linebackers guarding fucking top
Of
end
course, I would take
tight
Tua over
ends and
Kenny Pickett,
receivers,
bro.
huh?
No, not you. I'm talking to.
And then another thing, Boyer doing all this soft ass coverage. How is multiple times in the game? It's 3rd and 3, and our cornerbacks playing 5 to
Yes,
6
thank you.
yards off.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Like that's the dumbest thing I ever seen in my life. I played
Because he don't
cornerback,
Bones,
pass.
at the end of the
bro.
day, we
You
only
do
gave
not
up
do
9
stuff like
converted
that,
third
bro.
downs, and it
Out of
never
18
cost us a
attempts, we
game.
gave up 50%
Nine,
of the
nine
third downs
crypto?
Only
and
gave up
30%
Nine?
of
nine out of
Oh.
18. Yes. At the end of the day,
Mm.
we gave up less than double-digit conversions.
Well, congratulations.
I
The league
don't care.
average
Boyer
would be in
still
the
be
low
calling
40s.
stupid stuff.
So you add
Sorry, Mark. I just had to pause you
You're
for a
never going to
second.
shut out anybody.
I just had to pause Mark for a second. I just want to say we got a loaded house tonight. 80 people watching it. I'm seeing some people in chat that ain't been talkative in a while. We got I'm seeing delusionals in here. We got let's see who else did I see? Sweet Jumps, man. Look at that. Sweet Jumps. Man,
That's
it's been
because they ain't here capping.
Hey, Kohler,
We love the
I think
cap.
I'm willing to
we
bet.
got
I'm
Roach.
willing to bet that we could break a record with likes today if we get these guys, everyone in the audience, to give us the
Hit
100%.
that
name.
like button, man.
Hit
Trey,
that like button.
Shit,
up in the
you
house.
in it. You already should have hit the motherfucker.
Bones coming up to the panel. How you
Panel,
doing, Bones, man? Thanks for joining
100%.
us.
Y'all love
I'm
the
Yeah.
cap.
chilling,
Hit the
bro. I'm
like
chilling.
button, man.
Most of the
I want to.
time I be at work
It's
listening
a
to
lively
everybody.
night. Yeah,
So.
but that's right.
Hey,
Whoever just said that, hit the like button, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We're going to be trying to kick it as long in the night as we can. Capitan said he's going to be here in about an hour.
yep.
So keep chopping it up, guys. And we're going to try to go round to round coverage tomorrow because it's a big game and we got to get this win. I don't know how
Yes,
we're going to
sir.
do it,
Absolutely.
but
And
we
I
got to
Really
just
do
need
it.
to
wanted to
win
say,
to act
and
like
I just wanted to say
fifth
real
round.
quick before Color, when Color was saying, bro, tonight's show is giving you the best of what the Fins tailgate has. Because you have me, you have Color, you have DPA, the fearless leaders coming by. We might get a stop from Ali. Bro, this is what the Fins tailgate is about. We don't have to agree, but just talking about our team that we love is what the Fins tailgate embodies. So again, I just want to tell everybody we appreciate from the bottom of our hearts for real that everybody's swinging through, man. I think Color did a great job saying some of the names we haven't seen in a while. So,
Hey,
Shit,
man,
DTA had a great show last night, bro.
I appreciate that. And that's what I was going to say, man. Like, even me and Q, we butt heads before, but, like, at the end of the day, it's all love. We're all Miami Dolphins fans, and I love that we all got a place to come talk and hash it out and shoot the shit. You know what I mean? It's awesome, man. And I really appreciate you guys' support, too. I appreciate that.
Say that louder.
A lot, man.
You are
Don't forget about
yes, sir.
Don't forget about the Capitals.
Q. Steeler Nation.
I was gonna say, man. Honestly, though, if you guys, I don't know if we could. We're approaching the 2-hour mark. Why don't we do the rundown real quick? I don't know if Kohler wants to run that. Are you still in back, Kohler?
Hey Q, you gotta respect when I come up here. I never talk about my Steelers until you bring it up. I always keep the Dolphins when I come up here. Until people bring it up, then I'll start representing.
Can I say?
I'm a Steelers fan here, bro.
All right, guys, I'm gonna do the rundown real quick.
I
So,
respect my girl and my dad.
if you guys are joining, I see we've got people viewing on Facebook. So if you guys are on any of the other social platforms, if you're on Twitch, Facebook, anything like that, and you're watching the show, please remember it helps us a lot if you could make your way over to YouTube and give us a like and subscribe to the Fins Tailgate to never miss any of the great content from any of us. You got me, DTA, and Dolphins Debrief. You've got Rabid Dolphin Lewis, El Capitan, the great proprietor of this channel, Kohler Commentary, Late Night Exhale with Ali. So there's a lot of great content, more coming, a bunch of shorts. So if you guys make your way over, it really does help the channel a lot. If you guys just even stop by, it's free to do. Just hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Be sure to hit the bell notifications because that's going to alert you every time that any one of us goes live. So you're not going to miss it. You won't be out of the loop. It's always a fun time, man. Really appreciate it. If you guys want to support the channel as well, at the moment, we're still kind of dealing with some technical stuff. So super chats and memberships are down, but we do have Venmo and Cash App. So if you guys are so inclined to support the channel, Cash App is the $, the Fins Tailgate, and then Venmo is just the Fins Tailgate. The links are also down in the description. If you guys want to head over and get any of your officially licensed gear, check out Fanatics. There's also an affiliate link down in the description. So if you guys need to get any NBA stuff, NFL stuff, and NHL, any of that kind of stuff, head over to Fanatics and check them out. Backrooms collections. Oh, well, with Backrooms, there we go. Backrooms collections. If you guys are looking to get any custom pieces, they've got canvases and a bunch of cool Miami Dolphins art, and it's just custom sports pieces that you can get. If you guys are into mini helmets, they do really cool custom visors for those mini helmets. And then if you use hashtag TFTG for 10% off, you guys can get a reduction in your price on whatever you guys choose. So be sure to check them out and use that hashtag TFTG. And then also check out the link in the description for the Fins Tailgate merch. We've got a bunch of cool stuff. We got mugs, flip-flops, there's tank tops, flags, hats, beanies, shirts, hoodies, the new shirt, it's in my DNA shirt. And there's just a whole array of stuff for you guys to choose from. Christmas is around the corner, so be sure to check that out. Link is in the description for that. I appreciate it, guys.
All right, great rundown, actually. How are y'all doing this evening? Don't want to hear.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. I forgot I paused you. So I'm going to unpause Mark now after
pause his ass again.
Please.
Hello, gentlemen. How you guys doing tonight?
Good. How are you doing?
doing just fine. Hearing a lot of arguing and stuff, and
that's all right. We gonna beat Jake Del home man tomorrow.
Mark.
Mark.
No, let Mark talk his
questions,
talk.
Gentlemen.
Mark was talking crazy last game. Before last game, remember how he was telling how y'all was going dog walkers? Come on, what you got?
Yeah,
this time?
I
like
say that at all.
You see this comment? You see this comment right here?
Before the game.
Nah, you see this comment right here? We got those flip flops in your size, Jermaine. Go check them out.
Actually, what I said before the first Miami game this year is that Buffalo was going to play first down, prevent offense to stop the Dolphins from being able to run up and down the field against a diminished defense. And I projected you guys to win. So that's what I said. So don't misrepresent what I said.
That's not true. That's not
He
true,
did say
Mark.
that. He
No,
did say that.
No,
He did say that.
trust
he
me.
actually did. He
Trust
said
me.
He
I
said that.
remember.
we was gonna
Mark
I
win
said
by
that.
remember.
3. I think he said that.
Yeah, I think I
Dog.
had you
I
guys.
remember
I think I had
Mark
you guys by
saying we were
3,
gonna
and
get.
I called
I remember
the
Mark
Buffalo
saying we
game
were
plan.
gonna get blown out because we didn't have Byron Jones, and he was talking
No,
about
I
Tre'Davious
didn't. And
White, and
listen
then
to what your
he
colleagues
told
are
us about
saying.
these rookies, and then you got mad when we won, and you kept getting kicked off the panel because you was
gonna
a
go
whole
what?
different
Okay, well, I
person.
love
But
the
that
way
was
you make
Michael
up your own
K.
story, but
Rashad.
that's what it is.
Y'all
Hey,
was
You was
no
a whole
disrespect
different
to Mark.
person.
No disrespect to Mark, but I think we've
I
established
got
that
a
Mark
great memory, bro.
comes on the Dolphins panel to gaslight the Dolphins fan.
Yes,
No,
he
Because
I really
does.
don't gaslight
And
because you guys.
he been saying last night that the win over the Bills is not as important as the win over the Jets, which in my opinion is fuck that logic. That is flawed bullshit.
Well, go enjoy your 5-8 record, Steeler fan.
Hey, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Because I can just
Yeah,
bring
when
up
you're
6
5-8, you
championship,
you
bro.
don't have a whole hell of a lot to say. Become competitive
6
again, and
champions,
then you
bro.
can talk.
Well, go win a championship, Mark. And this is the championship circle, bro. Only champions get to talk in here.
Hey, we've been trash. I don't know what you mean, champion.
Well, the Dolphins haven't had a championship since I was doing my first erection. So what the hell?
Well, we won Super Bowls. That's what
I
he's
think
saying.
he's
No.
referring
What
to
I'm
the fact that
saying,
we won
is,
at
I
least
don't think
one.
there's
He's
any
talking
member
about
of this
Super
panel
Bowls.
that's actually on here
Champions
right
of the
now that
trash
actually
can
saw a
shit.
1972 or 1973 game. How many of you?
Jesus.
I answered my question, guys. How many of you have seen a 1972 or 1973 Dolphin game live or on
I wasn't
television?
even
How
alive
many
Because
of
then.
I
you? I
wasn't
would
even
venture to say
born
the
back
answer
I
is
then.
wasn't
none.
I wasn't born until 2 years after that.
Hey, Mark,
Well,
but
thank you very much.
I witnessed the
You see him win a
2006
championship game,
and the
then you have nothing to say
2008s
because you have
and the
no reference to history.
2010s and the 2011, bro.
Nobody don't care about 72. Nobody was born back then, but old
Wait,
people, man. What you talking about?
was he just fansplaining us?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
he
was.
Who,
was.
who, who was alive when
He,
the Buffalo Bills won the
he,
NFL championship?
I was
Nobody.
alive when Buffalo got
nobody.
that
Yeah,
Super Bowl
because
every year.
I like you. I don't. We have AFL championships, but we don't have any NFL. We don't have any NFL championships. But what all I'm saying is, how many of you? It looks like none of you have actually seen a game from 1972 or 1973.
But
I
Mark,
was
let me ask you a
I was
question, Mark.
15
I see it every
at
day,
that
Mark. I
time.
just go on YouTube and I
You
watch the
wasn't.
game.
Mark, how old
And
you
isn't
is?
it odd that
You a regular old
only a
Shabba
Steeler
dude.
fan says that instead of the other Dolphin people that are up on the panel? Isn't that odd?
No, Mark, because I'm not wrong. You just hop on YouTube, type in 1972 Super Bowl, and then you watch the fucking game, Mark.
Tell me everything you remember about the '72 Super Bowl, Q.
Mark was born back then, bro. We can't do
I was
nothing
watching
about
the
that.
games. I was
Man,
15 or
what
There's
the
16 in those
nothing
two
fuck
Super
Super Bowl
Bowls.
does
about it.
that have to do with tomorrow's game, motherfucker?
And he
Nothing.
traumatized by the 72 Dolphins.
I'm gonna tell you like
About
this.
tomorrow's
Say
game,
the
well,
Buffalo
Fuck
Bills
tomorrow's
didn't
game is
exist
I'm gonna
back
tell you
1972,
then.
like this.
All right.
motherfucker. What the
My
fuck does that have
unborn
to do
child
with
ain't seen the
tomorrow?
Bills win nothing yet.
well. What the
If that's
Dolphin
what we're
fans have
going off
always said
of.
over the past few months is you just relish the '72 championship and you weren't even there to see it.
No,
Hey,
motherfucker, it was the 50th anniversary of it, motherfucker. We wasn't relishing shit. That's what it was. Motherfucker, we talking about tomorrow game.
Get him, bro.
I love the irrational
who was
screaming.
that?
It's so much fun to
Jeez.
listen to
God
from
damn.
Fuck
somebody who's
out of here with
completely
that
out of
Donald
control.
Duck ass shit, man.
Who got that energy? I like that. Who that?
Oh,
Mark,
yeah.
were you at the game
JM,
when the
bro.
Bills lose to the
JM from
Dolphins?
Compton.
And having
It's JM.
I'm bringing you
So
with me everywhere I go.
JP is officially the Sam Jackson of our community.
They need motherfucking
Like,
snakes
man.
off the
You said
plane.
JP from
Get
Compton?
these
Okay.
motherfucking snakes off the motherfucking plane.
Hey, he gang banging that
I got a feeling
turquoise
this
and
website
orange,
after
boy.
the spewing of profanity and the intense hatred is going to be like bone quiet, and I can't wait for Miss Finns on Monday morning, so I can just kind of let her and be there on
Hey,
Misery
Mark.
Monday for her.
Mark.
I know we're
Mark.
gonna talk about how we
Mark.
went in there and beat the shit out of Jake Del Home. Josh Allen. Yeah.
Damn, he said Jake Delhomme. God damn.
Yeah, that motherfucker Jake Del Home. Fuck man, I gotta praise my team. This motherfucker here now. Fuck that. I'll be damned if motherfucker gonna be talking bad about my motherfucking team if he ain't no Dolphin fan. Fuck
And
that.
I'm sitting there listening to
All
all
right,
you
Mark.
guys
All right, Mark.
downgrade your
So
Fuck
team,
the
what's gonna
Buffalo
happen
downgrade
tomorrow?
your
God
quarterback,
Hey,
damn.
downgrade
Mark.
your
What's
coach.
gonna happen
Mark.
tomorrow? We gonna go in there while it's
So is it
cold,
only
nigga.
a
Let
We
the
Dolphin?
gonna
Is
games
it
still
only
cook
begin.
one
Buffalo.
Dolphin fan that can actually call it another Dolphin?
Mark, Buffalo, the only team that
What's
got a
gonna
little
happen tomorrow,
dookie
Mark?
in them on their
Motherfucking right
helmet.
while I'm a motherfucking round.
The Bills are going to win about 27-10.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo
Let
got the
them
It
little
know.
won't be
dookie
close.
emoji on their helmet.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Mark. Even
Let the
though
games begin.
it's not gonna
Mark
How
be,
does
got
it?
it's not gonna
Man,
Buffalo
be,
got
it's
the
gonna be
little
a
that
dookie
very
emoji
bullshit.
on their helmet.
I can't even hear what you say because there's people talking over you.
They said they got the dookie emoji on y'all helmet.
And I could care less. You people can't get to me. You're not even remotely smart enough to get to me.
Hey, watch your mouth.
Well, I can listen
Just
to you
because I
talk and I can
sound
pretty
like
much
this don't
assess it.
mean I ain't smart. Just because I sound
I
like
didn't
this
know.
don't
I didn't
mean
know
I
this
ain't
was a
smart.
witch
Watch your
battle,
mouth.
Come
motherfucker.
on now.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
We got official footage of JP at his house as we speak.
Play it.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Hey, that's him all the way.
All right, Mark. So with all your intelligence, let us know what's gonna happen tomorrow. Like how? How do you guys?
Okay. Well, okay. Yeah, and that's a great question. Thank you for asking. First of all, the Dolphins are going to be going from two, and I
Hope
don't
you
Y'all
agree
don't
hear
with
that?
fall
the way that
asleep
this
while
Y'all hear
he
happened.
that?
By the
explaining.
way,
Boys,
I don't
we
agree that
bringing out
you
the
guys
big
had to play
guns
two
today.
West Coast games and then fly back to Miami, then fly up to Buffalo on short games after a Sunday night game. I think the NFL did you wrong. And that's an honest to God opinion. But
No, they NFL
because
players.
of
I
the
don't
things
want
that
to hear that
happened,
It
excuses.
could have been worse, Mark. We could have been
Yeah,
going to Lambeau Field instead of going back to Miami in between games. Could have been
yeah, I mean,
three straight
it couldn't be
frozen
much
games.
worse, to
let's
be
let's
honest with
stop with
you.
the excuses. Let's stop with the
But
excuses.
anyway,
They
let's
NFL players. They
just
get paid
address that
millions.
elephant in the room. Your team is coming in physically unhealthy. You've got one running back.
And I know it's JP, and I know
Damn.
it's JM. He's just
Hit him
got
dirty.
CPT in his. He's got CPT in his name too. So I always put the P after the M. I mean after the
That's
J.
Man, we
JM.
got
Sorry,
23
Count.
hours
JM.
to go, man. We
Yeah,
listening to
Jim.
Mark.
Oh, I ain't
Come
tripping,
on,
Jim.
man.
Hell
You
You
no.
should
already
be
know.
prepared for the
All right,
next
Anyway,
24
Hey,
hours,
you're
man.
KP.
coming
Get
in with
out
your
of
new
here.
football
team.
team.
Talk about he's smarter than
Waddle's
everybody, man.
got the
Adios, Mark.
Fugile issue. Hill is
We got
banged up.
Who
Your
said
rookie
something about a
Johnson may or
Wildcat?
may not play.
I
Armstead is
tell you what, if
50%
we
of
think of
himself.
witch
Stewart's got a
doctors and
bad
Wildcat,
ankle.
we're in trouble.
Can I ask y'all a
Your
question?
chances of winning tomorrow are
Hey,
very, very, very limited, especially considering this game. And one of the commentators, one of the people on the panel, actually had it dead spot on. This
Monkey
game means
five.
way more to Buffalo than it ever does to Miami. Miami still gets in the playoffs by sweeping the last 3 games of the season. Buffalo needs
Facts.
this game because if they lose it tomorrow, they're not going to get the number 1 seed. They're probably going to be a 3 seed at best. And they're only
Facts.
1 game ahead of the Dolphins with a game in Cincinnati
Sounds
to
like a
play and a
plan.
loss of the tiebreaker.
Guys,
Facts.
we have like 86
Yeah,
people
KP.
watching right. We have like 86 people watching right now, and we only have like, let's see, right now we were at 60 likes. 60 likes.
Let's get those likes up.
Yeah,
I
Would you
think
get
please
the
get those
likes
likes
up,
up,
TTA brought
man.
man?
up a really
Hit
good
the
Please.
point.
We're gonna have
Quit
goddamn
your
like
like
5
goddamn
button.
people.
dicking
Please get those
around.
likes up.
Quit your goddamn dicking around and hit the freaking like button. Quit your
Yeah,
goddamn
bro.
dicking around.
Oh, I'll hit the like.
Don't let
Yeah,
Andres
I'm
say it
telling you,
best, man. Andres
Capitan,
been
man, he
saying it
ain't
all
gonna
night.
show up unless there's at least 100 likes, man. But
Yeah, for real.
100%.
real quick, to Mark's point, yeah, that sounds like somebody that thinks that Buffalo is gonna win out.
He was
You
kind
still
of
Let's
got
go
happy.
lose to
Well,
Cincinnati.
that will
Cincinnati.
put them on yet. That
Buffalo.
still only
Buffalo's
puts them
losing
at
to Cincinnati,
Well, see,
Color.
so yeah,
here's
they're
They
here's
gotta
losing
the
to
get
thing.
some.
Here's
Cincinnati.
They
the
So
gotta
that's
thing.
get some
13
Miami
Oh, he
points.
points.
gave up, man.
He
He gave
sound he
up.
sound
Oh,
like a
there he
he
is.
Here's the
sound
here's
like
the
a
thing though,
nervous
Kohler, is
Buffalo
that he's
fan.
Right,
forgetting. He's
right, Lewis. They're losing to Cincinnati.
Mark, you're still forgetting. Dude, Cincinnati's hot right now. There's a
I
good
know.
chance
That's
you
what I'm
guys lose
saying. That's
though.
why this game means more to Buffalo than it does to Miami. You guys are still going to make the
Yeah,
playoffs by
because you
simply
still got a
beating the
losable
Jets.
game.
If the Bills lose
No,
tomorrow's
it mean
game,
more to us because it ain't guaranteed we gonna win shit. I don't know what the
Facts.
fuck y'all talking
Exactly,
about. We gonna win
exactly.
Yeah,
shit.
But
It
we
that's
ain't.
done
It
You
true.
ain't.
we
understand?
lost.
We
You
ain't
understand?
guaranteed to
We
win
Good
gotta
I want to say it one more time. I want to say this one more time. It's not guaranteed that we make it to the playoffs. We can lose 2 of these games, but it depends which 2 we lose. So it's still not guaranteed that we make the playoffs. But I will say this. If we do beat Buffalo, and then you guys get beat by the Bengals, we take over the division.
Right.
And it becomes our house
right.
again.
Yeah,
It
the
becomes
Dolphins
our
take
house
over the
again.
3 seed.
We need to
because you lost to Cincinnati, so you won't win that tiebreaker. But if the Bills lose to Cincinnati, which is a more than distinct possibility, and the Dolphins sweep, they have the tiebreaker, so they become the 3 seed in the AFC.
Okay, let's face the elephant
Right,
in the
he's
room.
he's 1-1.
Right,
Y'all think
Mark,
two,
but
y'all
we
think
still,
two gonna actually bust
right,
the
but we
two?
still.
Here's the part that
What I'm
here's
saying
the part
is,
that Mark is. Here's the part that Mark's downplaying.
I'm
That
talking
3
about the
seed-
division. We take over
Right,
the
but
division.
that's what I'm saying, DTA. Here's the part that Mark's downplaying. That 3 seed becomes, guess what, Buffalo? You got to come to Miami in January.
And we saw what happened last time you guys tried that.
Yeah.
Facts, caller.
Yeah, I know.
Right,
It's totally
they
the facts.
have
I
to
just
travel.
haven't.
It
I just
ain't
never
gonna be
chance to
that
finish
hot
what I
in
was saying
January.
because Color
You know
jumped
what?
on
Hey,
in
I
there.
want to say something. Kohler
We
said
need a
something
home
really
game.
smart. Kohler made a comment on Twitter
That's
this
why
morning.
this game is important for us.
Kohler made a comment on
Right.
Twitter this
Right,
morning, and I
Dan.
just want to repeat it here. See, the thing is Buffalo. What Buffalo forgets is that snow and that weather, it doesn't travel with them.
They don't.
Right, but
No.
again, the chances of the Dolphins winning with all the prevailing circumstances going in the opposite direction. If the Dolphins
Yeah.
win that game, I will be the first one, or maybe not the first one on the site to congratulate you for the most fantastic win, because you'll certainly have earned it.
Let's look at some other facts.
Well, get
Right?
it ready,
Here's the
Mark.
thing,
Get it
Mark.
ready,
You
Mark.
got to remember.
worried
Josh
about the
Allen.
cold,
Josh
right?
Allen and Buffalo.
We
have
need
not
to
been playing
focus
great
on
either.
freaking beating the Packers and freaking Jets.
Josh
Everybody
Allen
worried
and
about the
Buffalo have
cold,
not
right?
been playing great either.
That was a
I
crucial
get
No,
that.
game.
actually, you got a very good point because Allen has had in these weather games, he's got 59% completion rate, 8 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and 1,300
But
yards.
Tariq Hill
He is
used to the
not
cold
great
weather.
in these types of games. Now, last year he
He
played
is,
against
but
New England in
the
a
person throwing
cold
to him
day
is from Hawaii.
without
That's a big
snow.
difference.
Brandon
So they
That's
Chubb
the
didn't
is
problem.
factor in the
see,
game against New
Not a
England last
difference.
man.
year
This
That's
is
the
the game
problem.
where Brandon
in the
Chubb
playoffs.
finds Josh Allen. This is the game
Well,
where
he should be
Brandon
more
Chubb
equipped. He used to getting
steps
away
up
from
and
tornadoes and
cracks
shit.
Can we
This is the game where
can we
JPP gets off. JPP
everybody
is not.
I got a question for everybody. I got a question for everybody.
What's your question, boss?
Do we really think Tua could pull this shit off?
No.
No.
Oh, man.
I'll give him a
That's
60%
the
chance of Tua
that's the
pulling
shit
it
I'm
out.
talking about.
No,
Hey,
That's
if
what I'm
he
talking about
does,
right
if
there.
he
I'll give you that
does,
number.
hold on.
Did he pull off
Hold
game
on. I
one?
want to say
Did he
this.
pull it off game
If
one?
he
Yes or no?
does, I got a new
With
nickname for
39
Tua.
plays.
If we
Come on, man.
No,
win,
he ain't pull it off. The defense
Come
pulled
on,
it off
man.
last
hey,
game. Stop giving that
guys,
man credit for
The
shit he
defense.
ain't do.
if we win, if
39
we win
plays,
tomorrow night, I got a new nickname for Tua,
5 drives, 3
the
touchdowns.
mailman.
Bro, how long the defense was on the field, bro? Stop giving Tua all the credit, bro. The defense was on the field the whole game, bro.
Did I give
held Buffalo down.
Did I give
The
him the credit?
defense
I said he
held
pulled it.
Buffalo down. Tua got lucky
I
and
said
ran the
he
ball
pulled it
off
off.
the field. Look, man, the man got lucky.
Tua the
bro.
mailman. If
No.
he wins,
The defense got lucky.
How many points we
The
scored
defense
against
got
Buffalo
lucky and
last
Josh Allen
game?
threw it in the
no
dirt.
hell,
Let's be
21.
real.
How many points did we score
21
against
points.
Buffalo last game?
20,
So that
I don't know
means
what he
21
doing.
points
I
on
don't know what he's
39
doing
plays.
in the game.
that mean how many points Buffalo score on average, bro? Let's just keep it real. How
27.
many?
With the,
Exactly.
27.
So
with
if
the
we won
conditions
with
tomorrow,
21 points,
Tua is
if we
likely
won
not
with
going to be a
21
factor,
points,
man.
the defense did their job.
That mean
bro.
our defense did a hell of a job keeping them
Yeah,
from
if we win
27.
tomorrow,
Come
our
on, man.
defense will have to stand up, and our O line is going to have to
Our
get extra
defense
physical out there
stand
in
up
that snow.
every Sunday, bro.
If y'all feel like
Exactly, exactly. And on that
feel
note,
like
I'm as
allowing the
nervous as a
offense
long-tailed cat on a porch full of rocking chairs.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with you. If Buffalo would have kicked the
Let
field
me
goals,
just
we would
ask
have
the
lost.
panel a
And then what
question.
about the
What is
defense?
your
Come on,
let me
now.
let me just ask you guys a question.
What is your game plan for the Dolphins winning tomorrow?
We ain't no game planning. We ain't the coach.
That's
What are you
scared.
talking about?
Hit the shit out of Josh
Backyard
Allen.
football. That's the
I'm
game
actually
plan.
at
Who
That's
asked you
what
that
it
That
is.
ain't
question?
game planning.
Smash
We ain't the
mouth
coach.
football,
We
man.
have to play
Try to knock.
backyard football
I don't
Hey
like
man,
you
I
no
did
see
at the
injury on no
YMCA.
player in the
Just
I see
draw
a
NFL,
lot of
plays
but
in
new.
the snow
tomorrow
and
we
go
need to
Hang on,
for it.
knock
Crypto.
Josh
I see a
That's
Allen
how
lot
we
of new.
out.
do it.
I see a
Score
lot of
We
more
new
need to
points
knock
faces.
him
than
out.
you.
I'm seeing a lot of new faces in here.
Oh,
I see a lot of new faces in here. Pedro, the fantastic painter. I don't think I've seen you around before. Welcome, man. There's obviously a lot of new people in here. A lot of people that are
Yeah,
return
that's
patrons of
cool.
this channel. So we appreciate all you guys. Keep getting them likes up, man. And
They
welcome if
finally
you are
waking
new.
up from the myth of Tua. They waking up from the spell
so
they was
anyway,
under.
I threw a question out to the panel, and I'm waiting for an answer. What is what is your game plan tomorrow for?
that pixie dust they was on.
Can I ask you a
Yeah,
question?
they
Let
coming
me ask
clean
you
Hey,
now.
a
I'm the
question
only
real
one
quick.
trying to seriously answer Mark's question.
I
Mark
want you
asked the
to. I
question,
want you
what's our
to.
game plan for tomorrow? And I just simply say, hey, score more points than them.
And that's
Mark,
real.
if we beat you, we're gonna out physical you tomorrow. We're gonna hit you harder than you hit us. That's gonna
We
determine
can't
who
when
wins
we
tomorrow.
got players
In
laying on
reality.
their float crying like little
And
girls.
that's a point that you can take. Unfortunately, one of the problems with Miami is that they are a passing team, and they're soft, because they don't do the tackling and the hitting
That's
in
why I say
practice.
tomorrow is the game for Bradley Chubb to step up, for our inside linebackers to find some contact
Yes.
with Josh
Bro,
Allen
that's the
and
problem.
break
Yeah.
his ass. That's what
The
we're
Well,
doing
the
But you
problem
tomorrow.
get
is that
This is
steamrolled,
what we trained him for.
KP.
the
Cam
problem
can
with the
Not
do
getting
defensive strategy of
steamrolled
doing that
on
is the
the
fact that
edge.
if you put Chubb back in coverage as a spy, you lose him as a pass rusher.
We don't need him to spy. We need Bradley Chubb to rush. We
Jalen
need our
Phillips.
We don't need
linebackers.
to
We
spy.
need
And
We
if
need
Van
to
you
Let's
have
not
Ginkel,
act
control.
Bradley
like
Chubb and the rest of the
17
Landon
Dolphins defensive
Roberts,
miles per
We
line,
hour
need
wind
to
is
Jerome
going to
Baker.
contain.
No. No what?
Mark,
Favorite movie,
There you go.
bro.
That's what we need right there.
listen.
because
The Bills are
Justin
opportunistic. They
Fields
still going
tore
to
you
throw the
guys
football.
apart, and Justin Fields is nowhere near the caliber of athlete as Josh Allen is.
No, Justin Fields is a better
Well,
athlete
Man,
than
Allen
Josh
Josh
only had
Allen.
Allen
no at
Justin
90
trash.
Fields is a
yards
better
last time
athlete
around,
than
right?
Josh Allen.
Justin Fields is a better
Well,
athlete
he
than
doesn't
Josh
have the
Allen.
experience, and he doesn't have
Hey,
he
Josh
doesn't have the
Well,
Allen
pass
Josh
never
Allen
catching.
has the
Allen only
size.
had 90
Josh Allen has
yards.
the
That's it.
size.
We
Josh
held him
Josh
on the
Justin
run.
Allen
Fields is a big boy.
Only
Justin
90.
Josh
Fields is
Allen
6'4", man.
Josh
Well,
Well,
Fields
Josh
Allen
had
Allen
like
is
damn that
6'5",
200 yards on the
255,
ground.
boys.
Was that Crypto that said
Josh
that?
Allen is an early Cam Newton. That's it.
No,
Yes,
If
that's
he's
you
what he
not.
really
Cam
look
is.
Newton
at
never had never.
Let the games begin.
Josh
Cam
Allen's
Cam
Newton
Newton
never
closest
never
comp
had
developed the
is
what?
Cam
athlete.
Newton.
Cam Newton
Man,
That's
never
a
y'all
good
had
got two
what?
more
comparison.
Say
years
that
with Jake
again.
Delhomme, and y'all
Come
gonna
on,
be
bro.
done. What y'all gonna do when y'all get done with Jake Delhomme in 2 more years?
What do you mean I'm going to be done
Jake
with
Del
Jake Delhomme
Home.
in 2 more years? First of all, his name was Josh Allen. I don't know where you're
No,
making
his
Jake
name
Delhomme
Jake
reference.
Delhomme. His
Josh
name Jake
Allen.
Delhomme.
Well, could you
Josh
explain your
Allen is
Jake
an
Delhomme
early
reference, please?
Cam
Tell me what the
Newton.
comparisons are that you
That's it.
make that point.
I bet
They
Josh
both ain't
Allen
win
never
shit. Ain't
Josh
neither one
Allen
of them
never
won
had
shit.
an MVP like Cam Newton. I bet you that. Fuck
Hey,
is
we
you
got to get
talking
Well,
about?
revenge
for
for
all the
Eric
things you can say
Mo's
about
spitting
Josh
Cam
on his
Newton, he
Allen
face.
still
never
has
had the
he still has an
credentials.
NFL
Josh
MVP
I'm still
Allen
and
pissed
a
never
about
Super
had
Eric
the
Bowl
Mo's spitting in
credentials
appearance.
people's face.
that fucking Cam Newton has. Josh Allen never even managed to get to where Cam Newton been. So how the hell
Because
you
he's a
gonna sit there
bum.
and tell
Well,
me
let's see where
He's
teams
a
are at the end of the
he's
get
a
year.
out of
Closer to
here?
bum.
Jake Delhomme.
That little
He's
Buffalo
Jake
dookie ain't
Delhomme.
doing shit.
How do you make the
Jake Delhomme.
comparison?
Jake
He's
Delhomme.
Jake
God
Delhomme.
damn.
Get
I'm
out
with
of
you,
I
here,
don't.
homie.
man.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
with you,
not
We're going
homie.
to hit
understanding
him
your
so
reference.
hard, his name going to be Jake.
What is the comparable
Take your
Well,
ass
stat?
actually,
What is
Jake
the
home.
Delhomme
comparable
led them to a
characteristic?
Super Bowl.
I'm
Yeah.
asking this, man. What's the comparable characteristic between
Did
Allen
he
and
win?
Delhomme? There is
Between
none.
Allen
No,
There
they
and
is
got
who?
no
cheated out
comparable
of that Super Bowl.
characteristic.
The Patriots cheated.
Characteristics between who? Allen and
They
who?
cheated to
And
get there.
Delhomme, you keep referencing Delhomme. So
They
what is the
did
compare?
that.
What is
No,
the
I
what is
ain't
the
referencing
analytical
Yeah.
no Dale
one
Home.
between
I
those
don't even
two
know who the fuck that
players.
is. I said Cam Newton.
Yeah.
I don't know who the fuck no Dale Home is. I said Cam Newton.
Yeah.
He was a quarterback
Okay.
for the
So
Carolina
who's calling?
Panthers.
Who's calling Josh
bum,
Allen Jake
a
Delhomme?
bum.
Which one
I
of you
don't
is
know
doing
who
that?
Jake Dale Home is.
I
That's
don't
how
know who
much of
said
a
it, but
trash
I agree
quarterback
with him.
Yeah,
he is.
Jake
It's
Delhomme.
I
Delhomme.
don't know who
Marcus
that
just
is.
being
Delhomme.
overly cultural. It's Delhomme, not Delhomme.
Delhomme, the
Del
home.
home.
Sam,
No,
He
I
Sam,
like
trash.
Del
Josh
home.
Allen
He
to his
trash.
home.
He trash. He
Send
trash.
Exactly.
Hey, do
Josh
y'all
Allen back to his home, bro.
Josh
Woke
Allen
up.
reminds me of
He's the
Cam
game
Newton in
manager.
his early years. That's it. If we
Except the game
cancel
has
him
changed a
out like
little
we
bit,
did
and
Cam
Allen's a
Newton,
more accurate
we'll be
passer.
just fine.
No, he's
You
not.
see,
No,
coming
he's
back
not.
down to
And
earth.
Josh
Cam
Allen
Newton's better.
trash.
The
And
NFL.
No, he's not the most
One
accurate
thing
I tell
passer.
you,
I gotta
you
give
got
Josh Allen
one
credit.
or
bad
2
player than
years.
I
him
gotta
because
give
he
Josh
couldn't.
Allen
You got
credit.
1 or 2 years
At
to
least
run
he
your
can read
gimmick, and then you out
defenses,
of here.
and our quarterback can't. I could give Josh Allen that much credit. He can
Well,
read
your
defense.
Josh Allen ain't
quarterback
reading
can't
no
read pattern. He
defenses.
spotted in the
He go through
NBA.
his progressions. I bet Tua don't
He's
do it.
not reading the
I
defense. He
bet you
just has a
Tua don't
strong
go through
ass
his
arm. That's
progressions.
all that
I
is.
bet you that.
I think TD
I bet
explained
you
to
that.
everybody
He
what a
waits.
spot
He
thrower
waits
is and
till
how he
somebody
actually
gets open.
qualifies as a spot thrower.
If you smack mouth like a
Man,
bitch,
TD. There's only one
can
spot thrower
Bro,
in the
listen.
league, and it is Tua.
Nah,
It
but
is
You've
Tua.
never heard of
He's a
another
timing
spot
realistically,
thrower.
quarterback.
No,
Bro,
Rashad is
you'll
both
You never
never
heard
spot
Dan
win
throws
nothing
in
Fouts?
in
the
the
he
NFL.
is a
NFL
spot
off of
thrower.
You never heard
rhythm
of Hall
and
of Fame
timing
quarterback Dan
quarterback.
Fouts, who was a spot thrower?
He is a spot thrower.
There's
We
multiple
will
spot
never
throwers.
win nothing off of
There's
spot
not
and
multiple
rhythm
spot throwers.
quarterback, bro.
I
This is
know,
the
because
NFL.
you throw the
You
receivers off
can't
their
just
spot
keep
and the quarterback doesn't adapt.
exactly. He got to learn how to read the defense. He got to understand who's open,
That's what I was
how to
saying
go through
earlier.
his progressions. He don't do it.
Y'all
I'm
better
with
cut
you.
it
That's
out
what I'm
talking
You
saying
got
about
to
my
learn
earlier.
that
quarterback.
But
skill.
it's true. If
When
Rashad
Y'all
That's
you're
what
better
I've
playing
been
y'all
opposite
better
saying.
teams,
start
you have to
talking
learn
about my
that skill.
quarterback. Because if
He
you
got
see
to
him in the
upgrade
red
to that
zone,
level.
he's
That's
Two of
reading
fact.
my
defenses.
quarterback.
I don't know what y'all talking
Two of
about.
my
I
quarterback.
don't know
Two
what
of
y'all
my
talking about.
quarterback.
I
Two of
see
my
him go through
quarterback.
Y'all
progressions in the
can't be
red
going
He
zone.
after
don't
my
This
go
ain't no
through
quarterback.
next.
nothing.
This ain't no.
Hey,
He
I'm
This
stare
I'm
ain't
at
I'm
no.
gonna
one
have to
I'm gonna
man the
throw
report
it
all
whole
over.
y'all
play,
to
bro.
Javon
You said
Holland.
what? Oh,
I'm
wait,
gonna
wait,
have to
wait, wait.
report
You said
all
wait, wait,
y'all
wait.
to Javon
Baltimore. Let's
Holland.
go Baltimore
He's not
game. Let's
satisfied
go
with this
Baltimore game.
conversation at this moment.
Fuck
Let's go
Holland is
Javon
not
Baltimore
Holland.
game.
satisfied
Touchdown
with
to
you
Giuseppe.
guys.
Javon
Javon
Let's go
Holland
Holland
like
better
to
Giuseppe.
make
He
a
didn't
shop
go
shot
through
this
his
like
game.
that. That's all
progressions.
he better
Flip
do.
flopping with a
Javon
flip
Did he
Holland
flopping
go
is
through
not
his
handyman.
happy
progressions
with
when
this conversation at this point.
did he go through his
I'm gonna
progressions
have to
when he was in
report it.
Baltimore?
Javon,
Let's
What did you say?
on
never throw it
Javon.
to his
No,
spot.
he didn't.
I ain't want to talk about Javon Holland.
okay.
Javon
No,
He
Holland
he
didn't
say
look.
shut
didn't.
up
So
and
he didn't
chew.
Hey,
go through.
listen,
Um,
Bones, he gonna
Rashad,
So he
get
didn't
you.
go through all his
Rashad.
progressions
Bro,
on that
Let me
final
say this,
I
touchdown to
watched.
Rashad.
Waddle. Okay.
I'm glad.
Rashad.
I'm glad.
He
I'm
went
Let me
back
glad
say
to
this
people.
real quick.
Waddle. He
I'm
started off
glad
with
people
Waddle,
could
went
get
through every
film
progression,
so
and
I
went
could
back
sit
to
and watch
Waddle.
film myself because I know how to
Oh,
watch
capping.
film.
Going to River
I'm
Craycraft in the
glad to
red zone.
know that
He's
this
not going through
quarterback
his
that we have
progression.
don't fucking read
Capping.
defenses. Y'all can say what y'all want, man. Tua
Like,
ain't read a defense. Tua ain't read a defense since high school.
Tua's lucky.
Do you
y'all
understand the
telling
words that
me.
are coming out of
Oh,
my
y'all
mouth?
telling me. This
Love
guy
that.
is
Play
not
that
going through
again.
progression.
Play that again.
Read
Play
Do you
his read
understand the
to
words that are
his
coming out of my mouth?
craft. Man,
talking. Play
Bones,
it
you
one
can't
more
say
Hey,
that.
time.
Chris
That's
Tucker.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Tua don't read no fucking defenses, man,
That's
since high
blasphemy,
school,
man.
man.
Oh yeah.
y'all
Oh
capping.
yeah.
Y'all
You can't say
capping.
that,
Y'all,
man. You
wow.
Play
can't.
it
Matter of
again,
fact,
man,
go
so we
kick
can
that
hear it
hole in there
again.
because they coming.
God
Versus the
damn.
40 versus the 49ers.
He ain't read nothing. He ain't read nothing.
And
Rashad, I just want you.
I'm gonna just
Exactly what
Let
I
throw
me
was
say
this
this
saying
real quick.
earlier.
regardless.
Let me say this real
Bro,
quick.
Bro.
bro,
Rashad,
Y'all
against
just
Rashad.
be
against
talking.
against against the Chargers, bro.
Bones is so
Why is he throwing the ball to Tariq Hill when Tariq Hill had 4 men around him
You
and
saying
we
he
I'm gonna
got
tell
had
an
you
two
why.
illiterate
other
quarterback
receivers wide open?
because Mike
Because
McDaniel
he
quarterback
don't
is
read
better.
the
That's
field,
why you
bro.
saying that.
You know
Because
why
Mike
he did it?
We
McDaniel
got to
tell
get him an
Tua,
You know why he
MVP,
Tua,
did it?
Bones.
act
Stop
like
You
you
blaming
know
want
Mike
your
you
McDaniel.
best
know
He
why
was
receiver
he
to
wide
did
be
it?
open
third
every game.
receiver. I bet you that's
Mike
what Tua
Do
McDaniel
you
do.
know
ain't
why
did
he
nothing
did
wrong.
I can tell.
Mike
I can tell
McDaniel
you
ain't
why he
did
did it,
nothing
and
wrong.
it
Everybody's
makes
wide
y'all
open
right.
every game. It's
Why he
people
threw
wide
it to
open every
Tyreek makes
game.
y'all
The
right.
offensive
He's a
coordinator
spot
and the
thrower.
offensive coach
DTA's out. I'm gonna
is
try to
doing their
illustrate
job.
Go ahead.
that.
Unfortunately,
He's a
we're not going to
spot
know
thrower,
anything
like y'all
about
I'm gonna
said.
explain to
So
Mark
he's going
first
to
of all
throw the
why.
ball to
Hold
the
on, guys,
open spot and
real
hope
quick, guys.
Tyreek gets there. That's
I
why
want
the
to
ball's not
explain to
picked up.
Mark why. See, Mark thinks I'm being flippant in my answer about scoring more points than them. And it may seem like a real simple flippant answer, but there's a reason for my answer, and I'm going to illustrate it right here. If you give me just a second, while DTA is waiting. Wait, DTA, I thought he dropped out, but he might have lost his connection. I don't
Man,
know.
y'all hurt my feelings, man,
But
calling my quarterback illiterate.
Hold on, guys.
Exactly,
Okay.
KP. I'm gonna have to report these guys to Javon Holland, man.
Yeah, man.
They're
Javon
being
Holland not gonna
obnoxious
like
at this
this.
I'll
point.
just be saying.
Keith Preston ain't gonna like
What
this.
is
So
a
for
spot?
those
Don't all
who didn't
quarterbacks
catch,
throw to a
so for
spot?
those
I'm
that didn't catch
confused.
Batman's show earlier, where I showed this earlier, This is the ESPN game page for the game tomorrow. As you can see, they have us at 22% to win, which, believe it or not, is higher than it was when we played them the last time. But if you look at the tail of the tape, look at all the stats. This is not a mismatch.
No.
Okay. Where
The
do you really,
quarterback
what
mismatch.
really stands out to you that's different here?
The quarterback.
No.
What stands
Yeah.
out to me is the
Actually,
in-game
our
road swing,
quarterback
the
seems to be a
injuries,
little
and
more
and the
efficient.
weather conditions.
But
That's
no,
what stands
look
out.
right here. See this? That's 4 touchdowns extra right there for Stephon Diggs than Tyreek Hill.
That's not the problem.
And what I'm saying
The
is
problem is
they
the
score
quarterback.
27 points a game. We score
My connection
24.
sucks. Good Lord.
The
Their
problem is
defense
the
holds
quarterback.
teams to 17. We hold teams to 24. Simple matter of it is we got to score more points than they do. That's the only thing that separates these two teams. They score more points. That's the
And they give up less points.
Right,
And
because
they're
it could be
playing
a
at
defensive
home.
battle, and they could be
And
both
they're
under the
playing.
but
They've
that's
been
the
at
thing.
home for a
Tomorrow gotta
couple
be
of weeks.
defensive,
These
man.
stat lines are not too much different. Look at them. They're not too much
There's an
different.
11 point per game stat difference.
They're predicting 25-mile-per-hour winds tomorrow, man. I don't think
And
our quarterback can
snowstorms
throw
and
that.
25
defense is going to
degrees.
play
Keep
a
in mind
bigger
that
role.
Tua didn't play. Keep in mind that Tua didn't play 3 games.
I sound like a
When you
Tua
look at the
Actually,
hater,
we can't
yardage,
use that no
but I
more as an
just want
argument
him
no
to
more,
play
Color,
good.
because
I
the
sound like
games
a
that
Tua
he's
hater,
given
but
us
I
a bunch
just
of
need him
I'm
17
not going to
pointers in.
argue whether that's Tua or whether that's the effect of Tyreek. I'm simply saying our team, based on this right here, is not a mismatch.
Color, let
Well,
me ask you a question.
you're giving up 24 points a game. The Bills are giving up 17. The
Yeah.
Bills are scoring 27. You're scoring 24. That to me is 7 points on one side and 3 on the other, and that's a 10
Which
point
means
difference.
we got to score more than 27 points against them.
And I certainly welcome you to try with 20-mile-an-hour winds and snowstorms.
Hey,
and
watch your
25
mouth,
degree
Mark.
The
Don't be
temperatures.
table
talking
is
about my
set,
team,
Good
Mark.
Mark.
luck
The
against
table
that
is set.
defense.
What do you want me to say? The table
Mark,
is
we
set.
homeboys.
Said it
We
for himself
homeboys
by
on YouTube.
performance in the
But don't
last
be
2
talking
games.
about my team, Mark. For
What
real,
I'm
bro.
saying is
The
that
table
the
is
better,
set.
the focus needs to be on beating the Jets because that's your playoff in. Win the Jets.
No,
Win
we're
your
gonna
game.
try to beat y'all tomorrow too.
Even if you lose tomorrow, you beat the Jets. You're going to be in.
Man, my focus is
Mark,
beating on
Mark,
all y'all. What are
Hey,
you talking
the
about?
Jets is 3 weeks
I want
away.
to beat.
Why are
I
we
want to
going
beat the
to be
Bills,
concerned with
yeah,
what we're
the
doing
Packers,
tomorrow?
and the
The Jets
Patriots
are
before
3
I beat
weeks
y'all.
away.
Because
say
caller
that
at midnight
again.
tomorrow, the AFC East is going to be over with. So you're now
Because
playing
we
for the
might
playoffs.
slip up
You
and
need to
lose a
focus
game to
on the Jets,
somebody
who
else.
you've
So we
lost
want
to, and
hey,
don't hold the tiebreaker
Bro,
against.
you
Hey,
ever heard the saying that's why they play the games?
Yep, and I'll talk to you fine
What if
folks at
your
midnight
center,
tomorrow if you're actually not all crying
Color.
and depressed.
what if your center gets a sore finger and can't feel it anymore because it's so cold and starts freaking snapping the ball over Josh Allen's head 5 times in the game? Can you predict
I gotta
that?
think that's probably not going to happen. So, yeah, caller, I agree. Anything can happen tomorrow. I don't disagree with that in one
We're
iota.
not talking about where the Houston Texans and anything can happen.
The
Color,
Houston
can I
Texans
ask you a
almost beat
question real
Dallas
quick?
with
I
no
feel like I've been
team
muted this whole
last
time.
Sunday. So anything
let me
can
give
happen.
you a scenario, Mark, that should scare you. When Christian Wilkins gets grip on that field, he's gonna be a problem tomorrow for Josh Allen. He's gonna be in that backfield every
So
play.
is Jalen Phillips. So are other players. But it's not like Buffalo doesn't have players that doesn't have players also.
our real threat to Josh Allen is putting in Shannon Taylor. If we keep Landon Roberts
It's
in
going to
there,
be a defense.
listen
We're
to
going to
me.
have to get a lot of
Listen to
turnovers.
Can't even
me.
dress
If we
in
keep
games.
Landon Roberts in there, bro, we gonna have a real
The
problem
true
during the
stat
game,
is going
bro.
to be the turnover stat. What
I
is the
watched
turnover differential in
You
the
said we
teams
need an
playing?
effective spy on Josh Allen
Offensive,
tomorrow in
defensive
this game.
stats going to be
exactly
irrelevant. It's going to be
because
the
I
turnover
watched
stat.
Landon Roberts.
Who's going to
turnover
start at
stats,
better
Buffalo's
field
+2
possession?
on the season. Miami is -3.
I watched Landon Roberts run into our lineman like multiple times trying to fill a hole. Like he's the sorriest middle linebacker I've seen in
Well,
forever. The only
he got to
thing
fall out
Landon
tomorrow, though.
Roberts is good at is goal line defense, bro. Landon Roberts is
He
a
got the
goal
ball
line
tomorrow.
4th and 1 defense.
And that's
Listen,
what it's
guys,
going to
playing
look
in the
like
snow
tomorrow.
changes things. The traction on snow is different than anything else. So we got to see
You're not
who's
going to be
going to
making
adjust
no
better
deep
to
end
it
cuts
and who won't.
as
Yeah.
smoothly. You can
We're
make
going
those
to see
deep
who
end
can
cuts,
play in
but
it and who
who
can't
can get
tomorrow.
that traction?
Right.
And you
Y'all
guys
not supposed to
Well,
be
at
talking
least
crazy about his landing, man.
Tyreek
Who's
Hill,
going to be wearing
Tyreek
ice
Hill
cleats?
played in snow for a couple of years, so we shouldn't worry
Sorry,
about Tyreek
DTA, to
too
pull you
much.
back
That's
out of.
true,
You know
but
what?
I
You know
keep
what,
saying, but
Bones?
his
Bones,
quarterback played in
Bones,
Hawaii for a lot of
you
years.
just brought up a great point, and it made me. I was already on it. I was already getting there for everybody because I like where this discussion is going. Okay, I wanted to go ahead and pull up the Dolphins roster while we're having this discussion. Why not? Mark, we're not afraid to look at the Dolphins roster, are we? Now, with the column that I want y'all to pay attention to is on the very far right. Okay, very far right. College. Look where our guys played. Washington
is the critical question.
Washington. Hold
It
on.
all cancels out, Color, because the pass catchers where they played.
Let me narrate for those that are just listening. Let me narrate for those that are just listening. Washington, Ohio State, Louisville, Northern Iowa, North Carolina State, Idaho State, Washington State, Western Carolina, Wisconsin, Illinois.
They
Central
good in
Michigan,
cold weather.
Washington,
That's what I've been saying.
Penn State, Oregon.
Exactly. They know what cold weather is,
But
bro.
that doesn't account Tua from being winless when it's under 50.
Middle
We know
all his
about
supporting
Tua.
cast.
Tua is the real.
And he's the field general. If you feel general, he's the one that's from Hawaii and you're in Alabama. That's all
is
that
the real
matters.
factor in this game, bro.
Yeah.
And
If he can
everybody
stand
just
up,
got to be honest.
I agree
Tua
with that.
Are
the
you going
real
to be doing a
factor.
bunch of pitch right
Notre
sweeps to
Dame,
those guys that's from
Kansas
Wisconsin
State,
and Alabama? I mean, Nebraska?
Wisconsin.
Tua is the talisman. If he can stand up and be
Boise
effective
State,
tomorrow, we got a
Boise
chance.
State, North Texas.
Unless you plan on freaking using the whatchamacallit.
Man,
I don't
we
see us
gonna
playing
come,
smash
we
mouth
gonna
football.
solve, we gonna kick their motherfucking ass, man.
And what did you say, Color?
I get it.
Take
But
them
the
facts,
elephant in the
Color.
room is the guy that's throwing the football is from Hawaii and the other guy's from Wyoming.
Well, actually, Josh
Nobody
Allen's from
cares.
Northern California.
Nobody cares. He
played
better
college
play like a
Other guy
fifth
may be
overround pick.
possibly the
Or
only
But he
quarterback in the
played
league
his
dumber
ass
than
is
Tua.
out of
Wyoming.
here.
The other guy is the only quarterback in the
The other
league
one
dumber
played it
than
in
Tua.
Alabama.
We got a
He
chance.
better play like a fifth overall pick, or his ass is out of there. I don't care. I don't want him no more. If
Hey,
he don't
Mark,
play
what
like a
was
fifth
Josh
round
Allen's
pick.
Wonderlic?
And by the way, Northern California has
36.
colder climates than
I
Southern
don't care
California.
if Tua go to the Super Bowl, they should treat him just like Jimmy Garoppolo, and I don't give a shit.
So who asked what
Mac
Allen's
Jones?
Wonderlic score was? It's 36.
It was
Tua's was
37 or
13.
36, 30. Yeah.
Herbert was 39, by the way.
Mac Jones threw
I think
two.
Josh Allen cheated on
By the
that
way,
test.
I'm
Mac Jones, I
glad
think,
to
was
be a
33,
Josh Allen cheated on that
34,
test.
the weather
Just say
narrative
Josh
for tomorrow,
Allen
guys.
cheated.
When you're arguing with
Somebody
your
gave him the
friends
cheat sheet.
tomorrow, hold on. When you guys are arguing with your friends tomorrow about the weather before the game, make sure you all send them over to the Finn's Tailgate to watch tonight's show in in VOD, so they can actually be reminded and have the ammo to go to the table. Because I think I just smashed the cold weather narrative for our team. Maybe two is got something to prove. Maybe two is
narrative nothing.
well, hold on. Well,
he's
maybe
still
two has got something to prove in
under
cold
50
weather.
degrees.
Sure,
Tua's going to touch the ball on
maybe
every
two
single
has got
play.
something to prove in cold weather. But
I
our
just said
team
it's
is
gonna
equipped
go
for
down to
cold
Tua.
weather.
I just said it'd be all up to Tua. Color,
Nah.
you made your fact
Right.
about the cold weather and our players. Color made them perfect facts, and it all boils down to Tua, like it's been the last two games. Y'all act like Tua really this good ass quarterback. He fucking sucks, bro.
All right. Fuck all that
Yeah,
shit.
the field,
nothing. I don't
the
care. I
field
don't care.
general
He
is
suck.
who the guy
He
that's
suck.
in command of the army is what's going to matter.
The quarterback.
Sure,
The
and
co-
we'll see
the
what
coach,
happens
all the
because-
coach,
Color.
all the
because
coach could do is call plays. All the
Ultimately,
coach could
because
do
of
is
all the
call
stuff
plays.
that's baked in, the travel, the weather, all that stuff, ultimately this is not going to be an end game for Tua. However, if he's able to pull out the win, that changes everything.
No, he's still
And
trash.
Well, maybe Bones.
It could be
trash.
the win in
Because
spite
the
of
win,
him.
the win is not predicated.
If the wind goes up, if
it's
the
not
wind goes to
predicated
like
on
90
Tua.
miles an hour, like in that last year's game
What
against the
if
Bills
our
playing against
defense
the
score
Patriots,
14
that's the
points?
only thing that's going to stop them from throwing.
Bones, I'm talking about if it's clear that it's because of him. You understand what I'm saying?
That's understood.
Guys, Mac Jones is trash, and he.
But that's going to be
I'm
a
not
real.
predicting that. I'm not predicting that to happen. I'm with you, bro. I'm just saying that losing it, it's all this other stuff is already baked in. Even for a guy like me that
we got the great Ali
is
in the
sold
house.
onto it.
We got
I
the great
feel
Ali in the house. He joined us.
I feel
Let's
like
not act like
defense.
we don't. And when he goes to New England 2 weeks from now, after that, that's going to be a cakewalk because it's probably going to be even more colder and windier.
Nah, we ain't talking about the next games. We talking about Saturday. I don't care nothing about nothing else. I'm talking about
that's fine, but this was in the refrigerator and the jello is jiggling.
Again, the problem that everybody forgets is one of the big reasons everybody wants to dance around whose fault it was against the 49ers is because they had the number one defense in the league. Well, we're going to face another one of those defenses, and it's somebody that everybody just takes for granted, the Patriots.
Guys, can I just say one thing?
That actually may be a harder game than Buffalo tomorrow.
Agreed. It's in Foxborough. Has anybody looked at the long-term forecast for that freaking game?
Probably be even worse.
That's why I say we're not
Could be worse.
guaranteed to win the next 4.
Foxborough, like in Connecticut, some shit, right?
Fuck what Mark
No,
says.
Massachusetts.
Win the game that's in front of
outside
you.
of Boston.
It's up
The game
there.
that's
I
in
know
front
it's
of
up
you.
there, so it's
The
cold
game
as
that
shit.
this late in the season, the game that is in
Mass.
front of you is the
Still in
most
the New England
important
territory.
game on your schedule. I don't care what Mark says about the Jets.
Exactly.
The game in front of you is the most important game on your schedule. Period.
Every game's the most important game in the schedule.
Even the Green Bay Packers is important because
Exactly.
Aaron Rodgers can have a get-right game at the inopportune time and crush our spirits, put coal in our stockings, and send us packing.
Question
We're
for
gonna
the
lose
board.
4 primetime games.
How confident are you in McDaniel's ability to get our guys ready for a
We're
game
starting
like
to
tomorrow?
get these. We're starting to get even more Bills fans in here. We're starting to get even more Bills fans in the audience.
Well, trust me, DTA, the Packers fan is on the horizon as well. I've been scoping them out.
Well, hey, Ed, welcome to you, Ed. I haven't seen you around. Glad to have you in here, man.
I know y'all ain't gonna like this.
Yeah,
but,
like I put in the title, bring the heat because we're gonna need it.
I know y'all ain't gonna like this, but
heaters on the bed behind the bench, so I guess
Flores had us in a good position to be in the playoffs. Tua fucked that up. McDaniel has us in the perfect position to be in the playoffs. I just pray Tua don't fuck this up. Because he's been fucking up.
That would be even more catastrophic.
McDaniel ain't screw up nothing.
McDaniel put us in.
McDaniel put us
that
in
would be worse
if
he screws it up versus last year. So he's in a much better position now.
So
if he screw it up, that'll be catastrophic.
So you guys are confident that McDaniel is the guy to get us in the right attitude and the right mentality with the right game plan to win a game like what we're going to face tomorrow.
If we don't make if we lose the next 4 games, KP, he will be fired on the spot by halftime.
I'm
only talking about tomorrow. I'm only talking about tomorrow.
We got the perfect coach for soft players, bro. We got the perfect coach for soft players, bro. There is no way somebody as nice as McDaniel.
Man, I can't agree with that.
Why not?
Motherfucker, you getting paid, like back to what motherfucking Lewis said earlier, you getting paid millions of motherfucking dollars. That's your motherfucking motivation right motherfucking there. You able to take care of your family with generational wealth. That's your motherfucking motivation.
That's motivation right there.
You better win tomorrow then. If not,
I actually don't believe. You guys want to know something? Here's a hot take. I don't believe McDaniel is as soft as what you guys think. I really don't think he is. And the reason being is multiple players on multiple occasions have said that behind when the cameras are not on and it's just him at practice, when no one's around, he's a different coach than what you guys see on TV. So I agree that, we're going to have to find out if we have the trust in McDaniel to put us in this position, and is it really Tua or not? I do agree with all those takes, but I just don't think that McDaniel is as soft as what you guys think.
Right.
Where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
You got on his head and he couldn't take it.
Ali, you'd agree, Ali, that tomorrow represents a big test
I
for
don't
him.
think
Oh, yeah,
we
for both teams, for both players.
we need.
Tua
I
and
think we need
McDaniel
Brandon
definitely
Marshall
is a
to
big
win
test.
this
I agree.
game.
I think
I just don't think he's as soft as what you guys think. That's all. That's my
clever,
opinion.
Victorian insult type of way.
Quick question. Quick question. If
Ali,
McDaniel, if
players and coaches.
wait. If McDaniel wasn't the coach that we thought he was, why does Tua have the most fucking votes for MVP this year or Pro Bowl, whatever the fuck it is?
It's the Yao Ming China aspect. You got $1 billion news and what's it called? That's how you do it.
No, Crypto. It's
That's
his
what
PR
happens.
manager, Javon Holland. Javon
Hey,
Holland's out
Crypto
there
knows.
giving votes
Crypto's on the front
for
line
Tua.
for that shit, man. He knows.
Javon Holland out there swinging on people who don't vote for him.
Crypto got the best zingers in the world, I swear to God.
Oh, by the way, guys, I've got to give credit where it's due, because when somebody I like somebody that can make me laugh, man. And this guy right next to me, Crypto, man, I'm telling you, bro. The Jello's in the fridge and it's jiggling, bro. Man, I've never heard that was the best I've ever heard out of you, bro.
That was a good one.
Jello is in the fridge and it's jiggling.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, we got you, DT.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Chick Hearns. That's old Chick Hearns
The
reference.
most clever way to say something is done than I've ever heard, man.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
The Jello's in the fridge and it's jiggling.
It's jiggling, baby.
Big time.
That was the funniest shit I heard when Crypto said that.
Color, you might have said it earlier, but I haven't been paying attention because I'm with family and stuff. What was the final forecast for tomorrow? Did we find out what the most latest is?
I can look actually right now. I just had this the game.
I saw it about an hour ago.
If you go to the ESPN Gamecast, it has like a quick link to the AccuWeather game time forecast or whatever, and then you can get in there, and it actually doesn't actually give you a direct link, but you can go in there and go to like daily. And
Here's
see
what it is, Ali. Ali winds 20 to 30 miles per hour. Game temperature 28 degrees. Lake effect snow blowing
Buddy,
off
that's
the lake.
football for you right there.
Yeah, there was people earlier that were
that's
posting on
football weather.
Discord saying that they
That's
should
perfect
consider
football weather.
flexing this game to Sunday.
Well,
They were
I don't need no
there was
flexing
even
because
talks
Tua
at one
Tommy
point.
gonna be thrown
Okay,
off.
guys, right?
There was
So
even
check it
talks
out.
at one
That's
point
worse,
about
Ali.
moving. They were even talking about one point about moving this game, just like they did when the Bills had to go play in the Lions.
No flex.
Who was? Can I ask who was talking about it? If the NFL wasn't talking about it, then it's not relevant.
I understand, Mark. I'm not saying. Listen, I'm
scheduling.
bringing it up because it's just some of the bullshit narratives and the bullshit things people are saying in regards to this weather. I'm not saying that the NFL officially said it.
The NFL.
There you
I'm
go,
not talking about the
guys.
NFL. I was saying
Hey,
people on Discord were talking about it.
guys.
because of the
According to
inability to
AccuWeather,
actually
there you go. According to AccuWeather,
stadium.
Color already killed the weather now.
Guys, at 7 p.m. to 1 p.m. Monday. So starting at 7 p.m. on Friday to 1 p.m. Monday.
Then after I drink,
And this is
this
is during the day. This is during the day. This is during the night. This is during the night. 29 degrees. Feels like 12. Lake effect snow warning. Winds at west 21 miles an hour. Wind gusts to 37 miles an hour.
Damn.
84% possibility of precipitation.
Color.
Well, as a fan base, I think we should go file a suit against the Buffalo Bills and make an OSHA complaint like they did about the
it says
heat.
right here,
I'm going to do it about the
look,
cold now.
I clicked on evening. Look, I clicked on evening, guys. I clicked on evening, and it says 32 degrees. Winds are about the same, 68% humidity, 60% probability of precipitation. So it's still going to be sloppy, but it should be backing off.
That's not updated.
Color.
Color.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Didn't you just say most of our players played up north in college?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to hear nothing else about no cold weather. I don't want to hear it.
No, I'm
I
just
don't
putting
want
out
to
the
hear it.
forecast so everybody sees it for
They could.
objective fact. You know what I mean?
That mean they can hear me. They can hear me. I don't want to hear nothing else about no weather. Most of our team played up
Can I
north
play?
in college. So
Can I just make a
that cold
comment about
weather
that
there
though?
is
Just to be
BS,
fair,
man.
the college season, this regular season, generally ends the end of November.
That's true.
So they
It
don't
doesn't get
actually
into
get
the
to
heart
see
of the
that
winter.
type of
School up
weather a
there.
lot unless
Who
they're
cares
playing in
They
a
about
don't
bowl
the?
play
game
in it.
in
Who
that area.
cares?
To be
Who
honest,
cares
And
about the? Who
listen,
cares about
They're
the
doing their
what they
term
playing?
papers in December.
30
They
degrees is really not that cold,
they
guys.
stay up there, bro.
People play in
okay.
negative
Well, I'm just saying.
weather.
I'm
What's
just
the
saying.
difference
You know, if we're
between
talking about them
staying
playing in
up
that
there
type
and
of weather, they
playing
don't
up there
necessarily
for an
play in that
hour
other
or
time.
two?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's the difference between staying up there and living in the weather and playing in the game for an hour or two?
The real question is,
And
how
they
does our
got heaters
quarterback
on the
handle those
sideline.
conditions?
Having
Come
lived
How
on,
up
does
in
our
Missouri
quarterback
during
handle those conditions? That's the key
get out of
question
here,
here.
bro. They got heaters on the sideline. Get out of here with all these
No,
excuses,
actually,
man.
the Dolphins don't have
Wait a
heaters on
minute.
the
Wait a minute.
sidelines tomorrow.
Sometimes they don't always have heaters.
See, that's
Our
that's
quarterback
exactly
They
what I
gonna
was
go
thinking.
get
I
some
didn't think
ice
they had
down on
heaters.
some damn
They got
Marino.
heaters in them jackets. They got heaters on them benches. It's heaters in them
No, they
damn.
don't. There is
They
no
don't.
heaters on
They
Saturday
don't.
night. The NFL said that what one team does, the other team has to do. The Dolphins
Says
talked
who?
Yeah,
about
they don't
heaters. The
always
Bills
have
said no,
heaters all the
thank you.
time.
Says who?
Hey, that's not true.
Most
Hold on. That's
most
not
of the
true.
time they do,
Who said
but
there's
not
gonna be
all
no
the
heaters
time.
on the sideline?
The NFL
Bro,
rules
it's in
stipulate that both
freezing
teams must
conditions,
play under
bro.
the same
Are you really
conditions,
think
and
so?
it's driven by the
Y'all
home
really think
team
they gonna have
read the
millionaire?
freaking
You
rules.
really think they gonna have $1 million players on the sideline with no heaters and freezing conditions? Get
Yes,
out of
they are,
here,
because that's the way the
man.
league
Get
has
out of
set the
here, bro.
rules.
Y'all sound
Hold
crazy,
That's the
on.
bro.
same
Hold
reason why the
on.
Y'all
Buffalo Bills
sound
didn't have
crazy.
air conditioning
Hold on.
units behind their field, their bench during the Miami game. The same exact reason.
How come when
Now
the
it's
Patriots
coming back
come?
to
Tony,
flip
what's
on
up,
you.
Tony?
Mark.
Tony,
Hold
what's
on.
up?
And
You
what
had
are
a
you
question,
guys
They didn't
doing?
Tony?
You're
always
whining and
have
bitching
heaters.
about it like little
Now
fucking
hold up,
children.
They had the
Where
ice
are
bowl in
you getting
freaking
this
Green Bay. It was
information,
like
Mark? I want
people freezing their nuts off.
I want to see
Hold
where like
on.
what's the
Lambeau
source for that,
Field.
Mark?
That's
Go to the
old.
NFL rules
Goddamn.
regarding sideline
Yeah, I get
equipment, which
that. It's old,
includes
but
heaters
it's not like
and
they
air
never had
conditioning
You're the
units.
heaters.
one telling me this. I'm asking you to go get
But
it so
in
you can
this
show
Hold
day
us.
and
on, I've
age,
already
bro,
looked it
they
up.
got
You
heaters on them
can easily look
sidelines.
it up. It's a
And
simple
frozen
Google search.
conditions, bro. Come
Number
on,
one,
man.
it's gonna
I'm
be a
talking
Friday.
specifically about the Bills game. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm not talking about in NFL wasn't general. I'm saying where did you hear specifically specifically for the Bills and Dolphins game that there will be none on either sideline?
The Bills have said
Where was
that
it
they are
confirmed at?
not
Where was it
going to be
confirmed at?
bringing in. They are not going to be bringing in bench heaters. That
Wait,
means
wait,
the
Where
wait,
was
wait,
it
Dolphins
confirmed
can't
at? That's
do
what
it
I'm saying. Though.
either.
Where?
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. First of all, who said that?
Yeah, who said that?
It's been reported, and I
By
don't know
I
who,
ain't
who?
but
never
it's
seen it.
simply
By
been
who?
reported. But
I
the
ain't
Bills are
seen it.
not
Where?
By
planning on
who?
any
Where it's
temperature
at?
controlled
I'm gonna
equipment
tell
behind
you.
Why
on their
won't you
bench
say who?
tomorrow
Why won't you say who? We
Yeah,
keep asking.
we
because
need
I
to
Hold
don't
on.
figure
know
that out.
who.
Because
Hold
So
on.
you
somebody
don't know
nuts
who?
is
Okay,
officially gonna
that tells
If
me
freeze
what
that's
I
off
need to
true, I
know.
hope it
if there's no
backfires on the
heaters on that
Bills.
sideline.
If that is
Who's
true, I
sitting
hope it
on the?
backfires on them. They're just trying to
Who,
play games if they
It's
decide to
not.
do
who's
something like
sitting on
that.
the bench in
Hold on.
Either same
freezing
thing that
weather,
Miami
bro?
does by having their side of the
They
field
better bring
shaded
some
and the
heaters in
visitor
those
side not.
conditions.
Hold on.
Yeah, if they
Now
don't,
you're going
that's
to
gonna
have to run
They
backfire
by
on
taking
them.
a
heat
That's
sperm
versus your
to
conditions.
At least
they
some.
going straight to a sperm bank right after the game, man. Talking about they
I
ain't
like.
gonna
You know
have
what?
no
I
Before
like
the
to
heaters,
game,
see.
because
man.
they ain't gonna have no sperm left if it's frozen.
Wait a
That's
minute.
what I'm
Hey,
saying. They just gonna
guys.
have to take the nut straight off, man.
Let Tony in,
Hold on.
First
y'all.
of all,
What's up, Tony? Go ahead, Tony.
Holy
first
crap.
of all, So you're saying it doesn't matter when our soft ass team had heaters in a dome? What are you talking about? That was embarrassing as hell. The media was making fun of us for having heaters in LA in a dome.
In the dome,
It's not a dome, by the way.
and space
It's an
heaters in
open air. It's an
55
open air
degree weather.
stadium with
Come
no
on,
air
Tony. You supposed to
conditioning
be a
and no.
Dolphin fan, man. Don't admit that, bro.
No, that's
I'm gonna have to
freaking
report you
I'm
to
just making
Javon
fun.
Holland,
I'm
man.
just poking fun. Yeah, I'm acting like Javon Holland, man.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
you guys want to hear you want to hear the
that's
latest
embarrassing. That makes our team look soft, dude. That I don't think we can handle that weather if we
Ride
have
or
that
die,
heaters in
Tony.
the
Ride
freaking
or
dome,
die,
dude.
dog.
It's cold. We
Ride
from
or die,
Florida.
Tony.
We
All right,
from
you guys
Yeah,
want
ride
to
or
Florida.
die. That's
Hey,
embarrassing.
if we willing to freeze our nuts off, then to God be the glory.
No, and let's. I'm gonna say this too. Tua has a huge sample size of freezing in big games. He just did it against the Chargers. He did it against the 49ers. And last year,
He did it against the Titans in the freezing
It's a big
rain.
test for Tua, no doubt. Tony, it's a big test for Tua, no doubt.
Absolute boo-boo trash.
This is his fifth chance to overcome the cold weather aspect.
He's got to pass the test.
No,
and he'll have a second chance against the
Miami Dolphin quarterback. Listen, whoever's going to take us to the promised land is going to have to overcome this kind of test. So, Tua, you're on stage tomorrow.
He's got two cold weather games left.
It's ACT time. You got to pass it. You got to post a score to go get you the scholarship. You got to do it. What's up?
No, and KP, this is where I'm scared. His arm, he doesn't have. He has a tendency, like he does well with the deep 9 routes, the deep post routes, but when it comes to the intermediate stuff, outside the numbers, he overthrows the receivers. He's overthrown receivers in the intermediate section of the field when it comes to the
overthrow receivers all year.
If there's ever a game where Tua has to be a game manager, it's probably going to be tomorrow, right?
Right.
The thing he has to do tomorrow is not turn over the ball.
He needs to put on his Joe Montana costume for us to win this game.
Do we forget we almost got scared? Tariq Hill almost got hurt jumping for the ball. Do we forget that?
Yeah, he did. It was fair weather conditions.
Man.
Well, it wasn't bad weather. That wasn't bad weather.
And it wasn't bad weather.
Y'all are wrong.
Listen.
Hey,
hold on. I've already found out.
That, man.
Look, we've
you want to
got
hear something crazy
people
too
in the building. Hold on, guys. We've got inside people in the building. Okay, we keep telling you all this. We already know how the Miami Dolphins are going to overcome what Mark's talking about. Okay, we already know how they're going to do it. We've got exclusive footage right from the Miami Dolphins as to how they're gonna counteract the lack of heaters on the sideline. Okay, it's right here. It's right here.
There you go. There you go. That's why I have mine.
We have the technology, people. It's not like a sideline heater is going to make a difference. I mean, we have the technology.
No, Color. There's.
Now, I like what Scott Jackson said. Scott Jackson the other night said that they're going to be stitching those hot packs inside their helmet and the lining of their uniforms.
That's a
socks gonna be heated.
But you know what I wanted to say is
whenever I had to go up on the roof at 2 a.m, that's what I did too, man. I had them things.
Yeah, I got a couple of those.
Hey, what I wanted to say
I got that too, Color.
What I wanted to say real quick, and I'll bring Mark back up, is I wanted to say that it's ironic to me that they're calling for the same weather. Literally, what I just saw today is they're having lake effect snow. They have a lake effect snow warning. Same thing that happened when they had to move the game to Detroit is happening now. Yet they're keeping the game in Buffalo this time.
DTA, there was an extra 6 feet of snow.
I understand that. But whether a foot, 6 foot, dude, a foot, 6 feet. I mean, the same thing is if they couldn't plan that, it could still have been managed had you been on it from the start.
No,
not 6 feet. That could be crazy to try to do that.
It took them 3 days to get through. That's number one. And it's only, I think it's 19 inches from tonight around 10 o'clock until Monday afternoon.
So if you think a foot and a half isn't going to be dangerous for fans to drive in and people to get to the
they can plow that no time.
I don't care nothing about the fans, man. We signed
Buffalo's transportation. No, that's what I'm saying for the players and everybody. You don't think,
guys, it would be really cool.
Can plow 12 inches for
guys, it would be really cool. It would be really cool if they only plowed the yard markers and the hash marks, and it got like to be 12 feet of snow, and it'd be like labyrinth football. Like you have to guess which freaking column or lane or row that the player.
That's that game that Frank Gore had 130 yards in. That's that Frank Gore game from a couple years back.
They gonna call
You want the most?
We signed Eric Fisher. Eric Fisher said he's a Midwest guy. We got Michael Dieter. These big hogs got to come home tomorrow and play tomorrow. We got the hogs for the
It'd be
job.
like trench warfare. It'd be like trench warfare. Tua pops his head up and throws it to another trench. You know.
Do you want the most?
And this is where I'm worried about Tua as well. Like he doesn't really his arm. He tends to air out he tends to have a lot of air underneath his ball, and that's not really conducive to that type of weather.
Hopefully the air is warm. Hopefully his balls
talking
don't
about my
freeze.
quarterback.
Hey, what color jerseys are we wearing tomorrow?
White.
You're wearing white. You're white without no pants. Black people are wearing all red.
I love Tony.
Damn, we're wearing white again.
Tony.
You're wearing a white top and
Why the
aqua
hell,
pants.
man? Why can't we wear
That's
some?
nasty.
You guys are
Why we gotta wear the all whites again?
If we
They making us do that this year.
Hey, that'd be dope though. It'd be harder to
It might
find
have
us in the
something to
white.
do with the air under Tua's balls.
Yeah, make sure the air in his balls is good.
Yeah, you're
Actually,
wearing
that might work out on defense.
As dark as you
if it's
can.
really snowing as bad as the.
Well, hey guys,
Dolphins
you guys,
wear their
we
white.
got burned. We got burned by a touchdown against Detroit.
Oh, come
and
on.
I thought it was because our defender lost the receiver in that baby blue end zone with them baby blue uniforms they had on, man. So there might be something to be said about going snow white.
Okay,
do you guys?
Do
you want the
I have a
actual
question. If we
weather
collapse-
forecast or no?
You know what button you push to get this?
If you want to know the honest truth,
Did you push a certain number to get this thing to?
if you want to know the honest truth, the white jerseys will be an advantage in the snow because in full speed in the game, some stuff is more like a blur than a regular.
I guess that's the only thing that's
Exactly,
overriding.
exactly, Bones. And I'm thinking
Bro,
that
is somebody
may
inside of
cause
Walmart
at
right
least
now?
one interception if Josh Allen loses one of our defenders in
Clean
that.
up on aisle 4.
Exactly.
Is somebody inside of Walmart right now or something or what? Because the PA system keeps going off.
Yeah, no,
Do you
and
guys
this
want
is,
the
this is
My
a
bad.
question for everybody who's Dolphins fans on the panel. Let's say we collapse the rest of the season. Is McDaniel and
Hey, don't
is
say that
McDaniel
no more.
gone?
What's wrong with you?
No, if we collapse,
you're
the rest
good.
of the
You're
season,
good. I
is
just kept hearing the
McDaniel
PA
and Greer
system. I
gone,
was like,
even though he brought us Tyreek Hill and stuff like that, and Bradley Chubb are both Greer and McDaniel gone, and we bring in a guy like Sean Payton to control the whole team and draft the players, like draft players and sign players.
Oh, we
and
gonna
stuff like
change
that.
the whole system. The whole system gonna be changed.
I don't think so.
We
Yes,
gonna change
sir.
the whole system.
Yeah,
I don't think
Yes,
so.
it'll
sir.
be an
I
overhaul. They collapse.
I think it's gonna be more of the range of like what TD said. It's gonna be like another rebuild, but it's gonna be with Mike McDaniel's philosophy of a quarterback because he didn't draft Tua, so he trying to make Tua work. Honestly, you know what I'm saying. His first quarterback he drafted was Skylar Thompson. So if you really want to be honest, he's just sitting in the cut, waiting on to see what I could do with Skylar Thompson if Tua keep messing up. You know what I'm saying? Tua is not his guy. So y'all got to remember that. But this team that
He
he's
wasn't
kind
the
of
previous coach's guy.
wait, let
Who
me
was a
finish.
dumbass
Let me finish. The team that he actually brought in, because he had a piece to do with some of those bringing in with Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb, because he was in the office for those deals. You know what I mean? So if Tua really don't pan out and he's sitting back watching all this film and he done broke down how much film he could use to show that Tua what could be the guy. So if Tua actually fails this year, bro, and out of all the film that McDaniel studies, Tua could be in a big, like he in some trouble, bro, if he don't fucking pass this test.
And to that point, Bones, McDaniel, like you said, Tua is not his guy. He may have just been obligated to try to make it work because you could look at some of the sort of lackadaisical attitude towards losing certain games this year makes you think that somebody ain't necessarily too worried because this ain't really the chance he's going to be measured on.
And that's another thing.
I
What
blame
you just
Magoo.
brought up,
Bones, I blame Magoo.
What you just brought up, Color, about his attitude, bro. Through both San Francisco and the Chargers game, not once has I seen Tua pick up the fucking tablet after he fucked up. And he never picked up the tablet, bro.
I'm also thinking of the games that Tua didn't play that we could have won without some certain questionable personnel decisions, you know, like Tanner Connor in a crucial drive. Have we even played Tanner Connor since then? Have we thrown to Tanner Connor since then?
I don't think
both him and Hunter Long been
I don't know.
So we just decided at that moment in time when we're trying to grab the lead against the Jets, I believe it was, we're going to just decide that's the time when we want to give old Tanner Connor a shot and see what he's really got in a game.
But at the same time, if that was at the beginning of the year, you guys still think McDaniel still, if he's the coach, he's still building his own team. So he got to see what everybody got.
Well,
you know
that's
what I mean?
true.
He
That's
ain't
true.
bring them people
That's
in.
true.
They was
That's
already
true.
there.
That's true, but there's a myriad of other players he could be taking a look at too that he hasn't. So
because he probably already seen what he wanted to see from them in practice. So he probably
you also make a fair point, but again, why at that moment of the game? Why not when we got a 2-score lead?
Because I want to see who's going to step up in the heat of the moment. Just like if Tua would have stepped up in the heat of the moment of the 49ers game,
if we have that game, Bones, if we have that game, Bones, we're not even worried about winning or not tomorrow night.
Yes,
no, and I said this. For me, the Buffalo game to me is not
Buffalo
really
game. Any Buffalo game is a serious game. Anybody in our division,
don't mistake what I'm saying. Don't mistake what I'm saying is we still could have actually gotten the top seed in the AFC completely losing tomorrow night had we got a couple more wins this year in those spots like I'm talking about, like against the Jets, against the Vikings.
True.
You know,
and let's not
the Niners, the Chargers. Yeah, I mean, we got to pick those wins up.
We got to.
And Bones. Let's not underestimate Aaron Rodgers, because if they're fighting for a playoff spot going into that game, Tua might have to keep up with Aaron, like in terms of production.
Bro, every quarterback we face, you have to keep up with them. That's why you have an offense and a defense. Our defense steps up, bro. They stop people, keep them to field goals, and give our quarterback a chance.
Real quick, I'm glad, Thomas. You know what, Thomas? It's like Thomas was reading my mind. He says, and a wide open Edmonds dropping a pass in the end zone. And I'm glad you bring that up, because that's another one of those decisions I'm talking about, it's like, hey, McDaniel, that's something I get, throwing to a running back on a fade route in the corner of the end zone. I get that.
He was wide open.
Because there's all kinds exactly. And there's a reason he was wide open, because nobody's expecting that out of a running back. I get the call. And it was a great call. But it's a call you make when you're trying to put your foot on an opponent's neck, not when you're trying to get a lead. He's still a running back. We got 9 other guys that are paid millions of dollars to catch the football.
But he's the only wide receiver that's open. And Edmonds, we had paid him money, bro. Why you think he gone? Because of that drop pass. He's gone.
Again. See,
he
but
gone.
That's McDaniel rectifying the mistake.
Exactly. So the coaching ain't the problem. It's the players need to step up when they need to step up. They getting paid millions. Like we say, right? They getting paid, right? I don't care if you're a running back, a fucking fullback, a tight end. If I tell you to catch the goddamn ball and you wide open,
receivers get paid to get open too. So why couldn't one of them get just as open as the running back?
They was decoys on that play.
Of course, but that again, that's a play you do when you're trying to really pour it on your opponent, not when you already got a lead, not when you're trying to compete.
Color, was Edmonds wide open or not?
Yeah, bro. But
he dropped the ball with nobody in his face, right?
I'm just saying, there's 1,000 other.
That's his problem, bro.
Gone with.
That's why he's gone, bro. It's not the coach's fault, bro.
Yeah,
That's the player's fault.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all in that respect. I'm just saying there's 1,000 other higher percentage plays we could have ran there at that moment.
Just like with the 49ers, we had high percentage plays, and all Tua had to do was make the fucking pass.
You're absolutely right. Look. Here's the thing, and I want to bring this up real quick before I let Pamela have a chance to speak, and of course El Capitan because he just showed up. Real quick, the infamous Gesicki drop against the 49ers. Okay, God. I'm going to pose this question because I'm not going to blame it on Tua or play calling. I'm going to let y'all decide for yourselves because it comes down to this. Okay, if you look at the play on the all-22, Tua's head goes nowhere else but to Gesicki on that play right after the snap of the ball. He's got a great pocket formed. He's got plenty of protection to go through progressions, okay? And if you notice at the bottom of the screen on the wide side of the field, Jeff Wilson Jr. is all alone with nothing but grass in front of him, okay? And hold on a second. That's what I'm about to ask, Bones. There are one of two things at play. Either McDaniel schemed a play for 10 versus 11 and schemed a player out of the play completely, or Tua wasn't supposed to go to a one-read option.
Tua wasn't supposed to go.
Take your choice.
Option. If you got all of,
if that play was schemed, if that play was a play where you're like high percentage, we practice it a lot, it's scripted, we'll make the play, we'll get the first down. If that was the case, then why is Jeff Wilson Jr. not part of that play and the flow of that play, and it's 11 on 11 instead of 10 on 11, which could have very well been the reason why Gesicki was so draped?
Because you just said he looked at Gesicki from the beginning of the play, one read quarterback.
And if YouTube wasn't being dicks to us right now, I would pull up the play on the all-22.
Because look, Tua is a one-read quarterback, bro. If you look at one person the whole play, come on. Of course, a linebacker like Greenlaw gonna stick to his man, bro. All he doing is reading one person. If Greenlaw was reading Gesicki that whole play. So if Tua just looked at him the whole play, of course Greenlaw gonna break on the play and be like, okay, shut that down.
Forget the first down. If he even looks off and hits the check down to Wilson, that could be a touchdown.
Well,
forget the first down on that play.
We could only blame the quarterback on that one, bro. That's all I'm saying. I've been saying it all season. Yes, Tua been getting perfect completions and all that. You know, I love it when we win.
Everybody was arguing good throw, bad throw, catch or not catch, and I'm sitting here going, the ball should have never been thrown there.
Real quick, man, so it's odd because I think we've seen Tua go through progressions and actually go through reads. Is he just going through it through a fake? Is he faking it? Because I've seen that. Now, wait a second, Bones. Wait a second, Bones. I know what you're talking about. In the games in which he struggled, especially recently, especially as of recent as the Chargers game, he's staring down his targets. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it's obvious because whoever's in coverage or playing off coverage as the backup guy, like a safety or a nickel or something like that, they're able to crash down in. Good play calling from their defense as far as playing inside leverage. I don't know how everyone ain't been playing us on inside leverage all year. Force us outside the hashes and let's see what Tua's got. And games that's happened, he struggled. It's obvious. But are they? I don't know, man. It's just odd to me. Is it Tua just full hook, line, and sinker saying, okay, here's the play call. That's where I'm putting the ball no matter what? Or is he at times actually going through a progression? Is it an option play? Like. Does he just does he do what a good
he's going, you know.
Is that what it is? Has he not got those zones of his own
you
to
play
stand
Madden,
up on?
right?
You know what I'm saying?
You play Madden, Cap. You play
Cap. I don't play video games, dog. I don't play Madden.
Okay,
no,
you
I don't play any video games.
You ever played football?
Hell yeah, I played football for like 10 years.
So when you play offense, some plays are designed for a specific player, right?
Absolutely.
So if your first read is supposed to be open most of the time, right? And most of the time your first read is the shortest route, right?
No. In fact, exactly what you're talking about
I
is the
said
play
most
design.
of the time. Most of
Okay,
the
all right.
time, your first read is
Sure.
the shortest route.
Sure.
And 90% of the time, that's supposed to be your best receiver and the quickest person that's going to get open.
Well,
Because I
that's
play
now
offense.
Bones. Now hold
I
on,
play
Bones.
offense and defense. I know what I'm talking about.
There's been plenty. The first read, yes, doesn't necessarily has to be your best wide receiver, but I know the play
But the
called.
first read is supposed to be open most of the time. That's why it's your first read.
Yes, your first read
That's
is
why it's
supposed.
your first
That's
read.
what you're gonna say. Then yeah, I'll agree with you on that. You definitely.
That's why it's
the
called
play that's supposed to be open. That's why
it's
first
called a
read. It's the play
progression,
that's
bro.
called. Yes,
First,
it's called a progression.
second, third.
If that logic holds true, then why would a defense even call a play?
Well, the defense calls the play to take away that first read, so then the moments turn into seconds in the pocket, so your D-line can get there.
Why you think most of the time, if teams took away our first read, like Tennessee last year, if they took away our first read, we ain't have nobody else to go to.
That's why they
because he's looking for the first read
Let me
most of
ask
the
you a
time, bro.
question on that. Let me ask you a question.
Let's
Do
go
you
with.
you know Fred Taylor? Fred Taylor, right?
I love Fred
Fred
Taylor. I love
Right,
Fred
Bill
Taylor.
Gleed.
I
Did
love
you
Fred Taylor.
see
Continue. Go
Fred
ahead.
Taylor break down Tua and the reads? Did you see it? Because Fred Taylor went through a full-on breakdown of Tua's reads, and if you missed it, I'll
But
put it
Fred
out there for
Taylor, a
you.
running back.
As long as it wasn't
I guarantee you,
Fred Taylor
I
is
guarantee
a
you,
hell of a football
Ed
player
Reed to give you a
and
totally different
knows.
breakdown of
Listen,
Tua.
don't
guarantee you.
even tell me Fred Taylor don't
Everybody-
know what he was looking at. Fred Taylor is an
Go ahead,
amazing
Ben, sorry.
Florida Gator football player who made it into the NFL
Straight
and made
gangster.
it big. Don't
Borderline Hall of Fame career.
mess with
But
Fred
he's
Taylor. I'm just
he's
straight
an
up telling you.
offensive player.
Fred
It's
Taylor
different.
said,
It's different
Fred
looking from
Taylor
it.
said,
It's different
and
looking
I
from a
quote,
defensive mind,
let me
Pamela.
finish. Let me say, but he's a football player. Come on, man. Fred
Offense
Taylor
and defense
said,
is two different things,
Tua
baby.
goes. Oh,
Fred Taylor played
come on.
offense.
Are you telling me? I don't know the difference
But he
between
was a
Fred
Glade
Taylor and a
Central
running back
Raider before
and
he
a
was a
defensive
Florida
player?
Gator.
Come on, man.
No, I know you
Fred
know.
Taylor knows football. Don't mess
I
with
bet.
me with that. Come
I
on.
bet you. I bet you.
Oh,
Ed
is it
Reed.
pink
But I do want to
I
say,
bet
butterflies
you.
or
Ed
Pam, though,
Reed will
blue
pick
Pam, I
two
do
off
butterflies?
want to
at
Come
say,
least
on,
though,
4
man.
times a
Cut
I
it
game.
do
out.
want to
I've
say
been
that
Cut it
I
out.
guarantee you that.
waiting
he
here.
was a Glade
Fred
he was a
Taylor.
he was a Glade Central Raider before he was a Florida Gator. Just
I'm
Are we really
just
gonna
telling you,
go?
you can't
He from
discount
he
Fred
from around here
Taylor's
where we
tape.
from.
Come
He
on.
from Palm Beach
I'm
County
just
area.
telling you, Fred Taylor
yeah, he's
knows
5'6"
football.
bro.
Are you gonna let me
Glade,
finish?
Bill
Let me
Glade,
finish.
Glade Central.
Let me
Yeah,
finish.
out that way.
Fred
let Miss
Taylor
Pamela finish, y'all.
said Tua went through 4 to 5 reads. Fred Taylor
Now,
said
Pamela, that
Tua
may be
goes
true,
through 4.
but
No,
Come
that's
on.
going through
mechanicals,
reads
Pamela.
against different defenses,
Mechanicals
though, is a
and
difference.
Listen,
If you go
listen.
through reads
Don't
against
mechanicals
sit
zone
there
and
and
versus
act
going
reads
through
like
are
I
reads
two
don't know
different
what I'm
man,
talking
things.
about.
going through
Fred
reads versus what
Taylor
San Diego
knows
did to us.
football. Come on. The only thing that happens when Gesicki gets on the field is what has happened for I don't know how long when Gesicki gets on the field. And I'm going to tell you what happens
Doesn't run good
is the
routes.
ball goes to Gesicki. It's
Okay,
so
let me
predictable that
ask you
that
something.
is coaching. Stop giving
Let me ask you
Gesicki the
something.
ball just because he's on the field.
Gesicki's only gotten
As
like
the
6
Chargers,
targets in the last 3 games.
Exactly.
let me ask you
I
something.
know about that. Like I'm
But wait.
seriously, y'all quit telling me crap like silly stuff. Don't talk to
Listen,
me like I don't know what I'm talking about.
listen. If I got a
Gesicki,
quarterback, like Tua, right, and I know he a one-read quarterback, I'm finna man press
he's not a
all.
one-read
Let
quarterback
me
though.
finish.
You're
Let me
wrong.
let me finish. If he's a run read quarterback, I'm pressing everybody. And my safeties are just gonna sit back. If he pretends like he's looking one way, just sit still because he coming back the other
Stay
way.
home.
All you got to
He's
do is
not
sit
wrong
in the
about
zone.
that. If
Yeah,
they sat
that's
there
been
and
one
he's
of the
trying to look
adjustments.
off,
It's a
if
That's
they're
been
play
one of the
if
call.
Tua,
Defense
if
adjustments.
Tua's
back.
trying to look off
I know what I'm
safeties
talking
and the
about.
film
It's
is
a
out there,
play
He'll
call.
get picked every game.
He's had
if
like
he's trying to
5
look off
seconds,
safeties without looking through his progressions, then all you
He'll
got to
get
do is
picked.
sit
and
home.
he
Right. He's
does
All you
doing
got
it
to
so
do is
every
sit home.
mechanically.
time.
He's doing
Every
so
time
mechanically,
Gesicki's
not
on the field
reflexively.
because the ball
Yeah,
goes to Gesicki if he's on the field. But that
mechanicals
doesn't mean
can't.
that's every play.
Yeah,
For God's
No,
sake,
Pamela.
Gesicki's had like
It's a little more
one
nuanced
play
though.
this
Mechanicals could
week,
Miss
look
one
Pam.
like
play
he's
last week.
going through his
but
Miss
progression.
Pam, you're not
Gesicki's
wrong.
not the answer or the problem. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Miss Pam, you're not
Gesicki
wrong.
ain't the answer or the
Let me
problem.
jump in
You
here,
can almost
guys.
wash Gesicki off this football team
I
and
just
it
want
all
to
stay
say
the
that's
same.
quite flattering,
we're-
Joseph Chris. I appreciate
we're sitting
the
here.
kind sentiment.
Yeah, Miss Pam, you're not wrong. Listen, Tua has made progress when it comes to reading defenses, right? But the problem is like what the defense has done in the last 2 weeks, which is crowding one side of the field and staying home. The two
Playing
safeties
inside
on the
leverage is what
hashes.
they've been doing.
It's inside
KP.
leverage on the hash,
Inside
right?
leverage, where guys
He
that
hasn't
sit
found
in
an
their
answer to
zone.
that.
But
Exactly.
you see,
Now, what's going to be required
They
is
know
They've been
he's going
shadowing our
to the
wide
middle of
Well,
the
hold on a
field.
second
Get
now,
to read.
Kahari. In the
And
last
Dolphins
guys,
fans,
not rocket science.
Bloodbone. I don't know if we're the Tua hater channel, but we're not allowed to play the video. Just so you're aware, it's not a choice.
That's
we
going
can make.
on with
you see,
YouTube everywhere. That is not
here's-
just y'all. That's YouTube everywhere. It's happening for sure.
They
It's
are
not y'all.
So let me
they're
get this
crunching
straight.
down
Let me-
hard
let
as
me
a
get-
mud right now.
Let's
Yeah,
break
I'm
this
just
down.
pointing out it's not a
Let's
choice
break-
we can make.
let's
They're
break
acting
this
like
I
we're
down.
avoiding it.
Hold on,
understand
let's hear
color.
from Alex.
I
Let's
get
hear
it.
from Alex. Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead, Alex.
First off, good evening, everybody, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful night.
Now
So
that
let's
you're
break
here.
this down. Now that what? I'm sorry.
I said we are now that you're here. Continue.
Oh, so
go ahead, Alex.
we're,
Make a
so,
point, bro.
so we're talking about how. So I'm saying here that Bo says that Tua is a one-read quarterback. Since that narrative is a crock of shit.
Alex, don't get caught up on that saying, dude.
Exactly.
What's happened here is that Tua
Alex,
has reached the
it's
point
not that
where
he's
he
a
has
one
to
read.
go another level.
It's a nuance. It's a
He's
more
reached a point
nuance
where
than
he
what
has
you're
to
thinking,
go
Alex.
up another level in his processing of plays, okay? Because the defense has caught up to what he had been doing up to this point.
Kahari, I
Now
think
he
there's an
needs to
easier. I think there's an easier answer. Hold on, Alex. Alex. I think there's an easier answer to what we've seen out of Tua in this offense these last 2 weeks. They believe their own hype. They thought that their system is so perfect because they were executing it that no one was going to figure them out. And the Niners defense could and did, and now we're in a copycat loop. And the ideology that everyone's playing is inside leverage with the safety sitting either both inside the hashes, crashing in the middle. It's easy. I don't know how anyone hasn't seen it up to this point.
It's a challenge for Tua to move more quickly through his progression and hit his outside
challenge,
bro.
What's the challenge, Kahari? And I'm going to call it for what it is. It's a challenge for Tua to be able to step up in the pocket or whatever to see from inside the pocket the angles of the field. Angles of the field and have the arm strength to see and know how to put it outside
Alex,
the
this
numbers
isn't a
the way
diss
you
on
want
Tua.
to.
This isn't a diss against Tua. This is a challenge.
Because listen,
he's got to raise his game a level
there's
to
a
this
play.
level.
There's a play where they did. They
You can
did
avoid
both.
having
They
to
did
go to levels of reading if you
two layered
improvise.
outbreaking routes. They had a play where they did 2 layered outbreaking routes. Yet Tua chose the in breaking route, the slant on the inside because that's the one he knew he could throw. He didn't pick.
That's the one he's grown addicted to all year.
Well, the problem is this: Kahari's on the money for certain. He's got to take his game to a different level because defenses are going to continue to bottleneck you up in the middle of the field. That's what, and they're going to take the risk.
Listen,
go outside the numbers.
Explain to me if
And
that
he called the
that's
second
true.
out route to try to attack it, and we was futile.
If that's truth, then how come the only thing that stopped us against San Fran was the fact that Tua was off?
That was an
wide
illusion,
receivers
Pam. That wasn't the only thing.
I don't believe.
Pam, Tua said it himself. Tua said it
San
himself.
Francisco scored
In the
on
San
defense
hold
in that
on,
game.
Crypto.
Come
In this after the San Francisco game, Tua responded to that himself.
He didn't.
Tua
Hold on, I
said
just want to.
that this defense is doing things that he hadn't seen before. That's when the linebackers were dropping back into those intermediate zones, right?
I get
And that
you.
caused him to be just a little bit off in the delivery of some of his throws. He had to be even more pinpoint accurate, right? San Diego built upon that, right? They just added on that. They stayed in a zone and flooded the throwing zones even more, right? Which is forcing Tua now to become a more read-oriented quarterback on the fly and hit his third option outside the hash, right? And he's not ready to do that every time they show him that look yet. I'm not knocking him. He still can add that to his game, perhaps, but he has to step up to that level. He's got to.
Facts, Kahari. He's got.
It was
He's got.
more
He's got
than
to.
that in that game, though. It was more than that.
You're right, Kahari.
Sorry, I think you're spot on when it comes to that. And you know what? That's good. You make a good point right there.
You know what? Maybe
Alex. Points, Alex.
Oh, real quick, Alex. I want to follow up Alex's point. I want to follow up Alex's point. Maybe I can say this in a way that doesn't cause us to start debating the definition of a big game. How about I say it like this? Tua has done great things. Tua can do great things. Okay. Tua had a couple off games. Right? Okay, he was off. Okay,
that cost us.
What concerns most of us that get on, let's say they get on and off the train, okay, is that it seems that every time we're about to take a step to the next level, that's when Tua is off.
Yes. Yes.
That's what's concerned. It's like 3 times now.
Pam, you didn't disagree.
The next level.
Pam, you didn't disagree. I saw that. I saw that.
This year,
you didn't disagree with
Tua command of the entire AFC if we would have won the last 2 games.
Facts.
Tua is 2-1 in big games this year. He's 2-1 in big games.
He never won a big game. No, he
what
ain't.
Big game you talking about?
Yes,
what big game?
What do you mean big game?
What big game?
Which one? Are you going back to his Alabama days?
Are we going back
Buffalo?
to
Buffalo was hurt. Their whole defense was hurt. Their whole defense was hurt.
Come
blah,
on.
blah, blah. Their whole
Don't
defense
take it
was
off.
hurt.
Everybody thought that was huge and we'd never win it, and we did. You can't take that game off.
I agree we can't take those games away.
That was
I ain't taking nothing away.
Is they take that one and a half
Let's not act like that Josh Allen didn't fumble the football to the 5-yard line and we walked it in.
Josh Allen messed that
Let's pretend like that didn't happen.
I wanted to
Let's
add
not act
one
like
more
Josh
thing.
Allen
If
threw
we
the
would have
Duke Allen.
If we would have won the
Dookie
last
Allen
2
messed that
games,
game up.
Let's not act like Noodle Arm Adam.
Crypto, hold on. Please, hold on. If we would have won the last 2
Allen messed
games,
that game up.
if we would have won the last 2 games,
he won the game on the touchdown.
Alex, please, Alex.
No, he didn't, Alex.
You
like to a little sad.
Look.
You like
if
that
we would have
too,
won the
Zach.
last 2 games, we could have actually lost tomorrow and still had the top seed in the AFC.
I get that.
What don't you understand about that?
No, I understand that. But the problem I have is that everybody wants to discredit. Everybody wants to discredit him because he's had.
Nobody's discrediting anything.
Nobody's crediting
and he's won 2 big games.
He walked through the door that the opposing team opened. Nobody discredited him for that.
I'm going to ask you just like everybody else.
It's not Tua's fault he walked through the door that was clearly opened by the opposing team. We got it.
Alex, we're not discrediting him. I agree. You can't take away those games from Tua. The problem, though, is that the Tuaneers, right? And I hate to get back into the debate, right? But you guys want to take the 1.5 game or two games where you played well, and you want to pretend that that has been his career for the 3 years, and it simply has not.
Right.
We've been impressed by those 2 games. We've been impressed by those 2 games. But those 2 games don't represent the totality of the 3 years.
3-year career.
Hold on. He's 2 In the last 3 years.
All we've
Alex,
done is
if he
put up
played like
slightly
that
more
in the
points.
last 3 years,
Alex, all we've
In
done
the
is
last
put
3
up
years,
slightly
he is
more
2
points against the
and
bad
2.
teams than we did last year. That's all we've done.
Well, we've
He
added
is
quite a bit
2.
to the offense to
He
make
is
that
2
make
and
that a
2.
fact too.
That's not true color. Let me tell you
That
what
is
we've
true.
done this
No
year
color
that we
said.
What,
didn't
Pam,
do
you're
last
right. You're
year.
Adam
right.
Gase
Pam,
put
you're
up
right, Pam.
25.
You're
We'll
right,
only put up
Pam. We
24.
started off
Let
strong.
me
That was a big
say.
difference
let me
too.
say something.
You're
Let me
right.
No,
say
let me
something.
say what the difference is. Because I will tell
He's
you the difference is a lot of the games that we should have won last year that we didn't, we have won this year.
I agree
Now,
with you. I agree with
so,
you.
No, it wasn't because
Yeah.
y'all
right?
was saying we were
Started off
So
supposed to
beating,
lose to the
Let
we
Chargers.
me
have
say
started off
something.
beating
changed
three
that.
Let me
Stop
say
that
playoff
right
something.
teams
now.
in a row.
Let me
And the
say
We
something.
started
Vikings.
off
Y'all was
beating three
pouring us
playoff
in.
teams in a row. You're absolutely right about that.
Let me
That was
say
a
something.
huge
And
difference.
then we followed it by losing to 2 out of next 3 to non-playoff teams.
But the
Let me say
49er
something.
game was not even that big of a game. You
Man,
guys
let me
made it
say
seem like a
something.
big game.
Yeah, the
49ers
Let me
Vikings
say
is
and
the
something
they're
for
game
bad
I
Alex.
playoff
picked
teams
out.
last year.
Let me say something for
49ers
Alex.
is the game I picked out from preseason as one that I thought we would lose. I don't know how y'all look at the 49ers and watch them as a team and think, "Oh, that was a gimme game," cuz I never ever thought that that was a
Not a
game that
gimme,
we were
not a
just going to
gimme,
walk
Not a
not
through.
a
gimme.
gimme, but
Not a gimme.
absolutely winnable.
Yeah,
Not just
What?
that.
winnable.
We
Win-
did
It
not
No,
wasn't. It
Let me
no
wasn't.
doubt
Hold on. Hold on. It
winnable.
wasn't
We
that
were
it was a.
me
But
say
it
something
was
for Alex.
it
we
was
were
one that I
Was
think
Let
never
me
a
say something
gimme
for
game.
Alex.
It was a game that could define this football team for the
it could
better.
have.
That's what we
Exactly.
had hoped
Okay.
for.
Absolutely. We
But
could have
again,
won in it.
a
and
bounce
based
But
on
it
back
was
what we've
game
seen from
against a
Tua, I was
Chargers team
expecting
we're
that to
capable of
happen.
beating
we
every
should have
time.
beat the Chargers.
9 times
So
out of
should have.
10, 10 out of 10, we should beat that Chargers team,
We
and we
should beat
Let me,
that
didn't.
team.
We
And
But they
didn't.
Pam,
And
played
the
the
to
game of
Pam,
their
the
life.
team really,
Pam,
honestly,
to his
the problem
credit,
I have the most is they hung their heads low, their shoulders. There's no leaders. There's no
but
fucking
Pam,
dog. There's no
to
let me
monster on the
say
field.
something.
Where the hell was that guy?
Let me
but
say
Pam,
something.
to his credit, it's what he's done this season that made me expect us to roll the 49ers.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I don't know
Color.
about
I agree with that point.
I
I agree with that
always say
100%.
the
So all I
rightful
want
order
to
of the
say
I don't
is,
football
know
universe
who the guy
always
was
finds
at the
its way to be
49ers.
And then
restored.
when I
You
accepted,
win
okay,
once, you're
it
not
was
supposed to
number one
win, and you lose,
defense.
you're not supposed
Hold
to
on,
lose.
Crypto. Let me finish, Crypto.
Come
And
on.
then when I accepted that it was okay, number one defense, blah, 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 yaggity smaggity, I thought, no problem. We should roll this 26th ranked defense. And then it's just we get embarrassed again. I can't. I mean,
I agree with you
That's
on
why I
that.
never
I
set
agree with
myself
you
up
on
for that
those
kind of
points.
disappointment.
The
We win
49ers
games we
Saying
have no
60
business
points. What are
winning,
you talking
just like we
about?
lose games we have no
can I
business
say
losing.
something?
Y'all let
It
Bones
finds
get
its
in.
way
Bones
to
been
balance
trying to
out.
get in.
The
Can I say
rightful
something?
order of the football universe is being restored, and
Let me
Dolphins
say
fans
something.
just can't handle it.
Yeah, let
Let
Bones
me
in,
say
y'all.
something.
Bones been trying to get in. Bones, go.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Let me
I've been
say
trying to
this.
get in.
Yeah, let me say this. I'm going back for Alex and his little Tua narrative. If Tua would have played every game, right? Besides play maybe one or two, probably San Francisco, but if Tua played every game like he played Baltimore or the Buffalo game, since he say Tua won the game or whatever, if he played every game like those games, don't you think we'll have a better record this year? Or don't
But
you think we'll
but
have a
That's all
better chance of
hypothetical.
beating?
but do
Please.
you
And you can say
Okay
think
if he
then,
played
but
every game
everybody's
like the
just talking
Steelers or
hypothetical, right?
Chargers, we can lose every game.
Y'all talking
so let me
hypothetical, right?
ask you this on that point right there. Let me ask you
But
this.
I'm speaking
So the
facts.
first
Tua been
Hey,
half
what's happening?
of
Hey, what's up, man?
the Baltimore game, the first half of the Baltimore game,
Tua's
what were you
trash.
thinking? Like
He was
we're
trash.
done, we're cooked, but what did Tua do? So honest to goodness, I see some issues with our play calling. I look at some of these things and I see us as being predictable when we shouldn't be. When you look at those first few
We're
games
not
where
predictable.
we won, look at what we did. We passed the ball to everybody. It was the kitchen sink offense. There there was nobody
So,
that
Pam,
wasn't
can I ask
getting the
you a
ball.
question, Pam?
Waterboy got the ball.
Pam, this is a genuine question. I'm not trying to clown you. Don't think I'm trying to clown you. If you were to able to have a real, like, take McDaniel out to dinner, get him a little tipsy, you're getting the real answers to the real questions, right? And you were to ask him, do you think he would say, I purposely schemed my 11th player out of a play on an important fourth down? Or do you think he would say, nah, Tua wasn't supposed to just auto read that there. He was supposed to let things develop and see what happens?
So, Color, I think there's some of both of that. And I think McDaniel ever looked at this and thought, I'm going to scheme this guy out? No. But sometimes I think he overthinks it, right? So sometimes he's a super smart guy and he is learning his way. This is a new head coach with a new scheme. And I think he's finding his way with a quarterback that he believes in. And sometimes I think he overthinks himself. And sometimes Tua isn't seeing the read. Do I think he's one read, two read? No, hell no. He's doing 3, 4, 5 reads.
I mean, in that case, and I respect your answer. I really do respect your answer. In that case, though, I'm talking about a situation where this play we're talking about, that would have had to been drawn in his playbook. Like he doesn't see the fallacy sitting on paper when he drew the play.
So actually, I think that may be right, Color. Like sometimes I just think he overthinks it. And when he's looking there, because have you not seen plays that you're like, what are you talking about?
No,
What
I've
was
seen
this?
him. I see what you're saying about overthinking. I've accused him of that myself when it comes to what type of play to run. But to have a play schemed where one of your players is completely out of the effect of the play, that would have had to have been drawn on a piece of paper in his playbook with his own hand and contemplated for a while.
Look at the running back. So who am I thinking of? Not Mostert, not Wilson. Before that, our number one. Shoot.
Edmonds.
Chase Edmonds. Okay, so Edmonds. So on that play where we did the 3rd down and goal, 4th down and goal, and it's the perfect play drawn up, and Edmonds goes the wrong way, right? So there are things like that I think happens sometimes. I mean, it was a beautiful play, but it looks stupid at the time, right? So if you're watching that play, you're like, for God's sake, what the hell kind of play was that? But it was literally the running back that went the wrong way. So sometimes I think it's a mixing of McDaniel
and I can accept that on one of the two plays, but to have two plays where you take the ball out of Tua's hands, I mean.
And it was pissant, right? Like it was terrible. So that's
like
what
in other words, I could accept the explanation that somebody hit the wrong hole on one of the run plays. But to have two plays where you take the ball out of Tua's hands on short yardage
what I'm saying. So whose mistake was that? Was that McDaniel or was that Edmonds? I mean, I look at some of these things and I'm totally.
How do you know it wasn't the offensive line?
It's not McDaniel's fault. He can't.
But it wasn't. The hole was there. I know it wasn't the offensive line because I looked. I saw the play. I saw the hole. You can't say it was the offensive line because it wasn't. That wasn't it.
Okay, go ahead, Pat.
But Edmonds is gone, so McDaniel as a coach is actually doing his job. You know what I mean? Because
at that personnel level,
Edmonds ain't just dropped one touchdown. He dropped
Bones.
two.
Yeah, Bones.
So,
at that personnel level, you're right. He definitely has rectified that mistake. Sure, that's a overall macro good coaching improvement. You know what I mean? So sure.
Yeah, but here's something where you could say it's a fault of coaching. If like I'm pretty sure you guys watched the film and you guys watched the breakdowns and you guys did your own analytics to it. But to me, like when I watched it, every time they run the pass play, right? Every time they run a pass play, it seems the corners always take the inside leverage, right? But they take the inside leverage and they let the receivers, they let the outside for the receivers to go and they have a safety looming over those outside leverages, and it seems like they're to throw those balls. But and I came up here because LCap said something, and then I answered to him, and then he asked me again.
I'm back.
No. In those situations, you do not. Those are not high percentage throws. Those are not high percentage throws.
Hold on, caller. All right, welcome, John.
Oh,
What's up, John?
I just wanted to welcome John because he is seriously fronting DTA right now. By the way, just so you know, big time.
Love the hat, John.
Claims
Love
to be
that.
Seattle's #1 Finn fan.
Don't get it twisted. That's the truth. I'll defend it with my life. Okay.
I like that.
I got your back, John. I got
Hell
your
or
back.
high water, bitches.
It's about 7:05 p.m. over here, so
we'll let the Washingtonians duke that one out. We'll stay out of it as Floridians. Man.
Yeah. I got no dog in this fight, but I will definitely bet on it. What are you talking about? I got some dollars for it.
Yeah.
Q.
So
all right. What were you saying, Q?
Okay. So you were saying Tua did not let the play develop, right? But I don't think even if he did let the play develop, the window of opportunity wouldn't be there. You understand what I'm saying? Because he had that safety looming over.
Well, okay. Listen, it's a layered out routes. You have two levels to it. It's what he's been having success with all year, where they have these two routes, one coming from, one side of the formation, the other coming from, say, the slot, and they come up and one takes the inside, one takes the outside, and it chooses guys where they want to put their leverage, inside or out, and it always puts the safety in a compromising position because he's got to because the guy underneath usually gets doubled and the safety's got to come over for over top coverage, or he has to break in underneath and there's too much confusion. It always puts on that's usually how it goes, two men following, and then there's the third safety in this scenario. You literally get one of these guys look in one direction and see two guys and say, do I put some on it or do I put a little extra mustard on it and get out?
But they're daring you. They're actually daring you to make those throws.
Now you're damn right they're daring you, and you make them because that window is there.
But not to a point where it's like
too hard
baiting.
not to.
It's baiting.
Unless they go with four guys on there, in which case if you've got four guys covering two, then somebody's fucking open somewhere, bro. Somebody's wide open somewhere. And on both of those out routes that were ran last week, there was a man sitting in the flat just camping. So, and I'm just saying Tua's got to be able to recognize that, because not for any other reason other than this. You have to, bro. You're the only one that can. No one else can tell you that in those moments other than yourself. You can't depend on coach to tell you. Can't depend on your whomever to tell you. It's got to be you.
And the thing of it is,
I agree.
Only got more full. Your plate only got more full. It's not like it's gotten any easier.
And I'm only coming up here because those out throws that you're talking about, remember, they're taking the inside leverage. They're removing anything in the middle, right? And they're daring to throw those outs.
Bro,
and to me, the proper adjustment wouldn't be to make the out route to hit those out routes. The proper adjustment, which to my opinion, what we should have happened this entire season.
Do you think they were
high percentage throws underneath?
Yes, the high percentage underneath. Absolutely.
If you look, Miami leads the league.
25 passes that were under
Miami leads the league in depth of air attempts per yards.
Well, Q, that's why I've been literally saying that they believe their own shit. They continue to push the ball beyond the sticks, and you know what?
And that's what I'm saying. Arrogance and coaching. They think, this don't work. This will work.
But again, you got to know your routes. You know that there's three guys going downfield for this, or there's only two, in which case everyone's deep and you can run it as a quarterback, which we've seen him do.
I agree.
When you have the time in the pocket to allow the play to develop, do that. If they let you sit in the pocket for 5 or 6 seconds, let them do that. There ain't a fucking DB on earth that can cover anyone for 5+ seconds.
They just run around anymore, Captain.
Let me ask you
won't sit there anymore.
When he misses a receiver by 5 yards, did the receiver run the wrong route?
Well, it's interesting. All year long, before every game, I've been pointing out to everybody to credit Tua that he's been number one, top of the league in air yards per throw, right, and all that, air yards per completion.
Oh, that's 30.
But we've been losing to quarterbacks that have 2 or 3 yards less than him in air yards per completion. Maybe
it became predictable. Color.
No, wait. Maybe they should stop worry about giving that ammo to Tuanon to throw in everybody's face and start throwing the ball where it needs to be thrown to advance the football. You know what I mean?
Well,
and so what I was going to ask you was, do you think that they're practicing them out route throws underneath the hanger this week in Miami or what?
Oh shit, man! They better be practicing, bro. They better be practicing those out routes. But that's what I'm saying. It became too predictable. They know they're going to try to get that middle field. They took away the inside leverage. They dared them to throw outside. And I understand that there were some flats that Tua should have gone to, but at the same time, right? Tua, he was trying to, in his first read, some reads he was trying to force. Why? Because he's a rhythm quarterback. Once you see Tua start to, when he starts jittering in the pocket,
everyone knows he's a rhythm quarterback. Where's my 1-2 step drop throws on timing routes that take inside leverage? You know what I'm saying? Where the wide receiver
Mike McDaniel needed to keep it simple in the beginning for him.
He did.
They didn't keep it simple.
Okay, so now does Tua have the ability to audible?
Not in that sense. I'm talking about high percentage throws.
Yeah,
that's what I meant by simple.
I'm talking about, okay, you got a guy out wide, you got a guy in the slot, you got a guy lined up in formation that's a wide receiver on the weak side, and literally both are running inside crossers. They're only like 2 yards out, and as soon as you can find where either this guy or that guy, or if one's playing man and the other one's playing off man, he's going to be able to have the leverage. As soon as the ball snapped, bam, hit his ass right away. He's got all the room. Why wasn't that ever done?
Weren't they banging them off the line? Weren't they hitting the receivers right off the line?
They were waiting in the Chargers game. They were waiting about 3 to 4 yards off the ball, and they were jamming them before they got into their route tree.
They knew.
So
they were going to get there.
Miami continued to try to push the ball and do it that way. But listen, tons of teams. You literally could watch the Chargers do this. The Dolphins played the same way off defense. They were playing off man, giving a large cushion, bringing 4 and 5 and 6 at times on the line. So what they do? They let us just follow him down the line and hit the guy underneath. Why wasn't Tua looking for the guy underneath? Is he too busy worrying about being an MVP? Is he too busy worrying about trying to live up to the statistics of having the yards per attempt or yards per completion, trying to push the ball beyond the sticks? The Dolphins push the ball in completions beyond the sticks. Tua, anyhow, has the best in the NFL. That's a great stat unless it's not there. Stop trying to force feed some things. And if you are going to force feed, fucking put some heat on that bitch, bro. Put some heat on it, bro.
And see, that's the thing, right? Pat, like, you can't sit there and just keep throwing to Tyreek like nobody's going to be covering him. It is ridiculous how many times we went to him and how many times we didn't do other things and how quick we give up on the run game. Stop giving up on the run game.
Pamela, you make another thing. Listen, we all know about the run
ratio
game.
is not the problem. It's the execution of the ratio.
Crypto.
What run game?
The ideology is this.
There's
no one gonna bite on a play action if you don't run.
It's to have
you have to run.
No. If you're not running effectively, they're not going to bite on it anyway.
Then you just throw, and they'll continue to sit back.
If they respect
6 or more, and
if
they don't have to respect you because you don't respect yourself to even try to run.
How about just using your athleticism and talent to beat somebody at the point of attack?
Now I can agree with you there.
How you gonna put the lackluster of the run game on Tua, bro? How you gonna put all of that on Tua?
I'm not saying
all of our money almost on
saying
numbers. Like that's where the talent is.
I'm giving it to everybody. Everybody gets a part on this.
I get you want him to run the ball, but don't blame the lackluster.
I'm not asking for my quarterback to be Lamar Jackson. I'm asking for him to make you have. I'm asking you to force linebackers to stay closer to the line of scrimmage rather than drifting back.
Hey, Color, let me ask you this: if Tua gets flushed out of the pocket and he runs left, Can he throw across his body to the right side?
He has not demonstrated a consistent ability to.
He can do it, and he has done it.
But I don't think.
But he can make those throws.
He can, but I don't think you're going to ask him to put across the other hash. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't think the defense is going to respect that
across the other hash on the field, 10+ yards. I don't know. Honestly, it comes to me. Is it a line of sight type of thing to know where you're doing it? It's kind of like playing darts.
If you got speed like we got, we don't need play action. We don't need the gimmick and
you want to hit that bullseye, but you got the
flags.
But you need the defense to commit
to have it sink
to open up the deep ball.
So,
because if you're just better than them, you just line up and play football.
Oh, come on.
Here's one of the things. So when we look at how everybody complained about the dink and dunk, and Tua wasn't going for it, and then the past couple of games, all he's done is throw the deep passes that missed. Where's the
pivot? Where's the pivot? Where's the pivot? If it's okay, you're pushing the ball downfield and you're having all this success. Guess what? Teams are going, hey, look, all this fucking film of 8+ yard passes. We're going to play off. So then they did. I think the week going into the Niners, I must have said every day I had a show that week that I expect a quick pass game and a strong outside stacked formation run game to then open it up to then we can put it over their heads.
Well, I'll tell you this much.
Never happened. And they continued. It's like
whoever is in control of the game plan and executing the game plan needs to stay off of Twitter. That's all I gotta say.
So here's my thinking is that the defenses won't respect anything we do unless we're successful. So we're throwing the deep pass, wasn't working. If we're trying the run game, it ain't working. So we needed those short 3, 4, 5 yards. That's what we needed to have.
All Tua had to do is just simply throw it to the guy in the flat that was available to him.
Exactly. And then when we're successful, then everything else opens up, right? Like I don't understand why it's all or nothing. I want to see what we did in the first few games where it was the kitchen sink. We did everything and it worked. And so I want to say, John, like I haven't seen you on Spaces before. I haven't met you before. So I really do want to hear what you're saying. And so I'm going to just...
Pam.
Okay, well, sure. I mean, I'd love to jump in here. So, I mean, my opinion of Tua is it seems like he gets pretty antsy in the pocket really fast, and I think it is injury related. We cannot forget what happened to this guy in Cincinnati. It was brutal. Let's face it. I mean, the fingers rolled up. It was a very odd scene for a starting quarterback of the Dolphins, even though it's a Dolphin. I mean, we haven't really seen that. So that happened.
Cleo Lemon get clipped, but nobody felt bad for that. Like we it sucked, but or not Lemon.
Well, we're not feeling. This is a football player.
I can't remember.
And hey, John, just a quick side add on to your point. And I've been on the record as saying it early on when we were seeing a lot of success throughout, early in the season and midway through the season. One of the things that I was pointing out was how much more relaxed Tua looked post-snap, not just pre-snap, like dropping back, surveying what's going on. And I think starting with probably even the Texans, you start to see a little more of that antsiness like you're talking about. You know what I mean? And it's like it's gotten back
Everybody
to
hit
that.
the like button.
Hey, just because you can get the ball out quick doesn't mean you have to. You're fine. You know what I mean? Survey the field, see what's going on, get the ball to your playmaker that's open in open field.
Go ahead, John.
We saw it. Frankly, I saw a few times where he was cycling through his options and I was really impressed with that, frankly. I'm sitting there all like, oh, man, this guy's he's come a long way. And granted, the competition may not have been what I wanted it to be. I saw him moving through these progressions, and I didn't see that at all in San Francisco. I sure as heck didn't see that in San Diego. So I'm sitting here thinking, is he playing a little scared? Is something going on that we don't know about? I mean, is he frankly a little timid? And we heard Mike McDaniels come out in his press conference, like basically he doesn't want Tua exposing himself to danger. And Tua apparently has to apologize when he exposed himself to danger. So I'm wondering if that's in his head and if it's limiting his true potential, because I've
John,
never been a fan of him.
You're bringing up a good point.
It's a great
If you think about it too, what are they telling him in the coaching room? Because they're worried about his physical limitations to taking the beating. You know what I'm saying? And
also,
let's be frank. He goes down. We're in deep shit. You know what I'm saying? As far as executing this offense goes. Go ahead, Bryson.
For sure, yeah, and with that too, I mean, there's a video clip. I know a lot of people here don't watch the Big O show, but the Big O played it plenty of times where in high school, his dad would yell at him for running the ball and scrambling. So this has been ingrained in him not to be elusive and be that second just because he's a smaller guy. I mean, that's just who he is. I mean, there has been times last year in the Patriots game, he scrambled like 7 times for like 40 yards. So, I mean, he's shown he can do it, but that's just not really in his arsenal where he's going to do it like
Bryson. I don't think that's why his dad told him not to run the ball. I think Tua, coming out of high school, he was a dual threat quarterback, but he wasn't a true, in the pocket type of passer.
He wanted his dad to start being a real quarterback.
Okay. Yeah, and that could be the case too. I don't know. But that's a good point. Yeah. And I don't have much time. I got to get ready for work here shortly, but
be taller. That would be good.
I just think this game, and I think you guys already really said it, but
that's a good idea though. Cap.
We need to play these short routes and outside the numbers too to make them stop this inside leverage, which I know Tua doesn't do it often, but he has done it in the past. And
Bryson, you're right on the money on that. You're right on the money on that. I just wonder what they need to do from a blocking scheme, because the reality of it is that you need to create throwing lanes for Tua, because he's not able to see over 6'7", 6'8" guys. He just can't. So you got to have throwing lanes created for him, or do the right thing and protect your quarterback and have him take 6-step drops, not 5 but 6. You remember how far back Breeze would drop back into there?
So he did that a lot last year too, because he had to.
Yeah. And if you're going to move the pocket in one direction with a wide zone, don't just drop back straight, drop back to the opposite direction. It opens up the whole wide side of the field.
The blocking is moving to your left, then drop back deeper to your right. So now you have all this room. The only thing that could blow that up is premier pass rushers who beat their man on your inside. You stepping to the out, you got to deal with that. But you always should scheme. You should always scheme somebody. You should always scheme somebody as your hot read in that situation. So I don't know what's going on here, but if they call El Capitan up, I could fix a lot right now.
Hey, funny thing about that true pass set. Funny thing about that true pass set, meaning just straight up drop back, no play action or nothing. And shout out, to the homie Reason. This is why I want to credit him for this information. But Miami Dolphins are 32nd. 31st. They're tied with Houston. Miami Dolphins are 31st in terms of true pass set, where Tua had to drop back, just straight up drop back, no play action, no nothing, no what you call it?
Yeah, you know what? They're wasting quarterback read the fucking field time by doing that. Is the reality too? When you're having so much fucking movement from your quarterback trying to do play,
who they're tied with? Okay, they're tied with the Houston Texans.
Really? For what? Post snap. True passing sets. So just a regular old 5 guys out in front and have the rest out as wide receivers and nobody in the backfield with them. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
So just and what what that is, right? That's a pro style offense.
Right. And it's 5 wide, and I don't understand why we don't go 5 wide more often. There are so many options for Tua to throw to.
Bro, if you went 5 wide, you would really put pressure on the defense to say, hey,
listen, all I'm saying is exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, Cap.
Our goal
where were the screens? Where were the screens?
Q, hold on. Our goal is to get these fast-ass freaking playmakers in open space. What better way to do that than to spread out the space pre-snap? I mean, we're overthinking.
Yeah, but I mean, they do that
much.
with 12 personnel.
Think about it. No, but Bryson, think about it. Think about when you see Kansas City rolling down the field, right? And then they get close to the goal line. There's sometimes when they'll spread their offense on the goal line 5 wide, and it's like, yeah, it's not even. It's ridiculous. It's like, you know what I mean?
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, Andy Reid's one of the
and Mahomes is shooting fish in a barrel.
Well, because
Miami's offense has become the total opposite of what we expected them to be. You know, with like just like the 49ers, because the 49ers, they're kings of high percentage throws, right? And Miami right now, they're kings of what you call it, depth of air yards per attempt, meaning they throw more down the field than anybody else.
Yeah, they throw beyond the sticks more than anyone in the league. Tua does.
And that's
beyond the first down marker, no matter what down it is. First, second, and
well, and that's why we've gotten
somebody by the name of Tyreek.
That's why we've gotten exposed is because that's what the Chargers
that.
did is they stopped that.
And again, everybody's worried about him getting hurt.
It was like it was almost like they played man certain guys, but they had guys playing almost like goal line, you know, like inside, like red zone defense at times.
Running the football,
pretty good deep.
Every time he's been hurt in the NFL, he's in
the pocket. That ain't no lie. And I've seen Tua run the ball and actually put the lick on a couple of fools.
Yeah, but the times he has gotten injured, other than the ribs with Milano last year, it was him holding onto the ball too long in the pocket.
Right.
I mean, that hip when he got that hip in college, that ball should have been long gone.
Should have never been in there.
That's the thing about running. You are more defensible as a player.
Right.
You are heads up
for sure, because you have more vision of the field and you're focused on who's around
bracing for impact,
tackle you rather than who's
you're
around.
Out here. You're out here putting
the equipment you're wearing is designed for you to put everything in front of you and take the impact in front of you.
Yeah, ask Mike White.
Mike White got hit in the pocket. Mike White got hit in the pocket. We're talking
Zach
about
Wilson
outside
paid
the
those
pocket.
doctors, bro. Zach Wilson paid those doctors to get his job back for a week.
Oh yeah, he did. He got he got a lung puncture and shit.
and he was standing still. Can you imagine if Mike White was running the ball?
Terrible.
Could you imagine if Mike White was going forward, Milano met him and hit him at full speed? That dude wouldn't see the football field again this year.
I don't think he's going to die.
He's got a lot of power in his legs. The dude's calves are as big around.
Yeah, when he took out the jet safety last season.
Yeah, but I mean that dude was backpedaling. I don't look at that.
Yeah, and that.
No, it was just like that. You don't expect that out of. I didn't expect that, at least out of Tua, to drop his shoulder.
But to be fair, Bryson, he does have a lot of power in his legs. I mean, I'm not kidding when I say the guy's calves are as big as melons, dude. They really are.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he's got.
But that's another thing,
man. It's like, oh my god, I didn't realize somebody could have calves that big, dude.
That's the thing. Michael brought up Waddle.
Yeah,
we have to get him in the game early and often because he's been quiet the last few weeks, and it's not all been his fault. There was one deep corner route that he was wide open, and Tua threw it to Gesicki on a 10-yard in route that was double covered. So I mean, I don't know what's going on there. I know Waddle's been
I can tell you this, bro. Especially when you look at that long bomb that everybody thinks was Tyreek's fault. And you see it on a lot of throws from last week's game. Tua is gotten back to the standing there with a wide stance and trying to throw the football without any hip rotation off his back foot, basically.
He throws off his back foot. He doesn't step.
His mechanics are right back to where they were last year. You know, the ball is just falling off of his hand like he has no control.
Something ain't right. So this cliff that he
but
fell off of.
Even though that might be
too, because remember in the Texans game, in the first half, he had heat on that.
Bro, look at that play from the end zone view.
I've seen it from multiple angles.
Right. So pull it up in your head, okay? And once the ball is launching off the tip of his fingertips, look where his freaking face mask is facing, dude. Just do it.
Tyreek's or Tua's?
Tua's.
Off to the side.
Yeah, there you go, Michael K. You must have seen the alternative view from the end zone view.
For sure. No, I'm saying Tyreek
Well, I don't even so I don't even need to see where the ball went to have an argument with somebody about whose fault that was if it was incomplete.
No, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying Tyreek Hill, in my mind, didn't
Bryson,
see the
blame
football.
somebody, please. Blame someone. Do it now.
No,
Well,
he
I'm not. I'm just Joe Schmo on the couch, bro. He's gonna blame
Bryson,
$30
put
million
the blame,
Tyreek
Bryson.
Hill.
Do it.
No, I saw that in so many different angles. That ball was outside of his box. That's why he stopped.
Gross, Crypto. Talked about it.
I mean, it just, I'm not
it was a
saying that-
misplay. It was a
I'm
misplay,
not
whether
saying
it was
it's the end of
Tua
the world.
or Tyreek.
I don't know why
That's
everybody
one of those
thinks-
things we got to
real
clean
quick,
up
Bryson,
because
I don't know why everybody thinks we all have to argue about it till the ends of the earth. It was only one play. I just want Tua's mechanics to get back to where they were.
yeah,
when he
and
was
they do,
swinging
and
the
it
rock.
seemed like he was. It seemed like from the Niners game, he just wasn't like he was scared. I mean, the
I'm
Niners
just
game.
saying that if
he was
Tua's
scared.
mechanics start looking better, there's going to be a lot less incompletions for us to argue about. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree, and I just want to clean that up because if that play hits, that's 6. You know what I'm saying?
Problem is, Jordan Palmer.
Oh, and by the way, Bryson, I heard you say you're getting ready for work. You're gonna have to head soon. but
Yeah, I got the
just
night
wanna
shift tonight.
make sure that gig line is straight, man. Inspector will be in tonight.
I think that's more like a trot line, right? That's a trot line.
I'm personal
what a
friends
trot
with
line
the
is.
inspector, and he is running through your guys' flight tonight. So
Well, I ain't gonna let him in because I got the towers locked unless I unlock it.
So I think something.
Yeah.
When's the last time you guys
Right.
saw a guy playing? Grant, I mean, I don't think the competition was that great when he was on this hot run. But when's the last time we seen someone playing that good and then just fall off a cliff? Like,
thank you, John.
I just feel like something is not.
John, you're right. John, you're right because last year, when we were winning last year, even when we were winning last year, it still kept Tua ranked 26th by the end of the year.
Yeah,
so
it was
it's not
not
like
great
he was
at all.
It's not like he was
different
balling
this
out
year.
last year in those wins. Exactly. So it
Yeah,
does make
I
you
think-
wonder,
What the hell
how does he
happened?
just revert?
I-
like
What do you
that?
think, John? What do you
remember
think?
that sack? That
Maybe it was
injury,
LA
something.
and
Tua
he
was
was
like
freaked
split in
out by
half.
Skid
I
Row
called
and
it a
how
relapse
California was
after
and
I
stuff.
called
Maybe
it a
that's it.
relapse after San Francisco, but after the Chargers, I'm like, what do you call
Well,
it now?
Exactly.
You know, I thought of a few things. The West Coast is pretty close to Hawaii. Well, close, I say, but Hawaii's as close to the United States as the West Coast trip would have got for him.
I think I know
And
what
then,
you're.
and then the game for
I think I know
McDaniel
I think it's
against
about
San
the same.
Francisco seemed
It's
pretty
about
important.
1,500 miles from Hawaii
yeah,
to
sure.
Okay, so
LAX.
it's pretty
No,
far.
that was
Although,
John
so
may be
there
honest,
is
though.
that
Closer
pressure
than Miami,
dynamic,
I
but
think.
this seems beyond. Like, honestly,
Well, here's
frankly,
the thing.
if that pressure got to Tua, then he could never perform in a Super Bowl.
But
So
here's
I'm
the
going to
thing,
choose it wasn't the pressure. I'm
Here's the
gonna
thing,
think
John.
something.
You might
What you
be
got,
onto
Color?
something
A
though.
fluke.
You might be
A fluke,
onto
John.
something.
I mean, I don't know
Let me go
what,
real
but
quick,
yeah.
Pam. Real quick, Pam. You might be
It
onto
was just
something.
an off
John,
game.
because-
All right.
No,
The players have off
listen,
game.
guys. Listen, guys.
Okay.
The California trip is the first time in a while he's been able to get real surfing in. Maybe he just was surfing way too much. This
I'll tell you what, if he's out there catching barrels,
like
bro,
the beach.
I'm gonna be
He
pissed.
hates the beach.
No,
So
no,
you telling me
I
Miami
only
don't
say
have
that-
barrels?
No, listen,
Lot of
listen,
great
I
whites
only
in
say
there,
that. Listen, I only say that
No, they
because
don't.
he
Peter.
grew up in Hawaii, right? Having to live in Miami, I'm going to tell you, the surfing sucks in Miami. The Bahamas cause the fetch to be really
yeah, it's
short,
awful.
so the surfing actually sucks in Miami.
Florida
You have
in
to drive
general,
up to
Florida.
Sebastian at least to get good waves.
Yeah,
So
it's
I'm
decent.
Yeah,
thinking
Juneau's good
you're
every once in a
talking
while. but-
California, you're talking almost Hawaii size waves that he's used to. He had to get out there on the water, bro.
So the Pacific Ocean made him nostalgic, and he got caught up
called him,
feeling
bro.
like he
It
was back
called
on the
him,
mountain and shit.
Like,
I don't know if
hey,
he's
you
touched
guys
that.
ever remember?
He was out there
the,
busting them, Warner.
remember the
You're
Tom and
reeling me
Jerry?
in here. Let's go. You got me on the
He's out
hook.
there
Let's-
making palm front,
hold
friggin'
on. Remember the Tom
spears
and Jerry?
and chicken hogs and
Remember the
roasting
Tom and
them and
Jerry
surfing and
cartoons?
shit. Get back to work,
Hey,
goddammit.
hey, don't.
Well, listen,
Hey, if you ain't done it, El Cap, I'm telling you, it's pretty
Remember
good.
the Tom and Jerry cartoons where somebody be baking a pie and the scent waves would like carry Tom through the air over to the pie? That was the waves in California to it. It was like,
I don't know. I would think more the hot ladies.
That was
of
the
LA.
waves. That was the waves calling to like, come here with your salty ass.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Hey, I got to get out of here. But
Later,
yeah, I
Bryson.
appreciate y'all having me. I might be able to hop on later. I don't know what the traffic's like tonight, but yeah, I appreciate it. Fins up, baby.
We'll see you,
Hey,
Brad.
All right, Bryce.
All right, Bryce.
So, hey, caller, the only reason I hopped up was to give you the latest weather.
Oh yeah.
negative
For
29
Buffalo.
degrees and
No,
thicker.
I don't care. I don't care about the weather.
Expecting
time-
a thunder
It is what it is.
snowstorm. We're gonna get a lightning snowstorm that drops 1,700 inches of snow.
No, game time will be low to mid 20s, winds 10 to 20, and during game time they're expecting anywhere between 3 and 5 inches of snow.
We're
After
not
7
Buffalo. We
inches
don't
of
make
snow.
excuses
That's during
for the
game
weather.
time.
Sounds
We're
like a
not
good,
Buffalo.
like a
We're not
good setting
making
for a
excuses,
great
man.
football
That's a
game.
test
Dolphin here.
right here.
We don't make
That's going to
excuses.
make for a nice supple.
I actually almost don't want them to plow the field. I want to see a lot of
That's going to
Of
make
course.
snow in
dry.
the air.
That would help us.
Man.
Do you guys? I mean, doesn't this seem like the biggest test in Tua's career? I mean,
It
honestly,
is.
all the obstacles in his life are in front of him tomorrow.
That's
Let's
what I'm
see.
saying.
3
John.
inches is
Yeah, it
nothing.
is.
For a
I don't
game that
know.
has a lot of
He's gonna-
excuses built
he's
in,
gonna-
even without Tua, right? Because I had us losing this game for other reasons. So there's a lot of excuses baked into this game already. So
We're
it
not
means really
losing.
nothing if we lose. But if we
I
win,
don't know about that, Pam. I mean, I'm
We're
a
not
Dolphin fan,
losing
but
it.
I'm
I'm
also a
just sitting
realist
here
here.
telling you right now.
Every
you can be real
time
as you
Tua plays
want.
Buffalo, they hurt him.
Listen, I'm
I
telling
didn't mean
you,
to say that
the
it doesn't mean
Dolphins.
anything if we
Yeah, he
lose.
does
I
get
meant to
injured.
say that it doesn't tell us anything.
Exactly.
But if we win with all that adversity, traveling from the West Coast, losing 2 in a row, I mean, with what's stacked on Tua's plate, man, he sure does have a lot to eat. And I'm just saying,
Yeah,
man.
and
We're not
Color,
Buffalo. We're not making excuses for the
If he
weather.
clears
The
the
weather
plate,
is
man,
what it is.
They
And I'm
will be.
telling you,
They
the
will be.
Dolphins have history of winning games we're not even supposed to show up for. And
if
they were
if
in
we-
winter and they were in Chicago 2 different times, and that's not the only one. So I'm just telling y'all, we're not losing tomorrow. We're not.
well. Hold on. Let me say this, okay? This is Tua's first big test in cold weather since he went into Tennessee, okay? And the playoffs were on the line, and our QB1 came out and frankly laid an absolute duck. We have not had a cold weather game of this magnitude since that moment. So to me, this game is going to be extremely telling. I'll tell you what, if we come out and win, I will look at Tua. I'm still a skeptic, but I will look at him in a brighter light. Okay, I promise that. But if we come out and he plays the way I think he's going to play, which is going to be absolutely terrible, all right? If he comes out and plays that way, it'll be confirmation that I know that we have a bust at QB and we need to get Skylar Thompson in ASAP. So that's where I'm at. This is a big game to me. So sorry, Color, but that's how I'm feeling about the whole thing.
Okay, John, I'm a Skyler fan too. I'm not off of that train. He's not Tua.
Let's touch on the NFL rules now because that makes a difference. Mark was completely wrong about the heaters. There's no way that McDermott's not going to have heaters on the Bills side because if it's in the mid 20s, he's not going to not have heaters so his players can get cold, warm up, and pull a muscle, pull a groin, pull a calf.
Your owner's like, yeah, of course you're putting the heaters on my millions of dollars. What are you talking about?
Absolutely. Oh, they're going to have heaters. You know what? If it was the 40s, If it was in the 40s, no heaters.
You know
But
how
now
many
you
of them
get to the
players
20s.
would sue if they got frostbite and had to lose a couple fingers? You know how many players would sue that team?
They're not getting frostbite. They got Zippo heaters in their muffs.
Yeah, they got the hand things.
And they
Hand
can't
inside these
they
There's
can't
other
bring
parts
hot
of your
hands.
body that can get frostbitten, you know.
They can't bring hot hands. They can't put them in their shoes. They can't do any of that because if one breaks open, they're going to burn their feet because they're in them little pouches. They'll have turbo heaters and they'll
So
have
is this
the
why
punches.
NFL players have kids right out of the gate when they enter the league because they know they're going to play in Buffalo and like
let me tell you, when it gets cold, like it is right now, when it's starting to get cold, I fucking hate it. I absolutely hate the weather. In 2 or 3 weeks, when my body gets used to it, then I'm back into hoodies and you know what I mean. I
spent 11 years in Missouri, bro. I'm with you, Mike. Okay, I can't stand the cold, man.
You know
exactly.
I'm Florida girl, born and raised,
I
and
was
I
born
hate
in
the
June.
heat.
That's what makes a difference for me.
I'd
I
rather
was born
live
in the
cold.
summertime.
I was born in
Hate the heat.
February in
I preserve
Stuttgart,
better.
Germany.
But
Well, I'll tell you,
I can't stand the cold.
yeah, the cold takes a minute, guys. Look, I mean, I'm from Seattle. It doesn't get super cold, but I mean, we get some snow and we get down into the 20s every now and then. And for the past probably 5 weeks, we've been on a bit of a cold snap, and it takes a while to adjust to that. So I cannot imagine our Miami Dolphin football team going down to Buffalo and adjusting to 28 degrees overnight. This is
But
going
you
to be
have to
brutal.
understand, John, not everybody that plays on the Miami Dolphins football team is from Florida. There's a
But
lot
they
of guys.
live
Hello,
and
we go to
Tyreek
practice.
vacation
Hill
down
played
there.
in Kansas City
When's the last
forever. I
time
mean, we got to look at these guys. They're not all
Well,
from Florida.
I've lived in Florida as well, right? And I get climatized. I got really warm weather. So when I first came back to Seattle, oh, holy crap, it was cold, right?
Yeah,
I actually think it's even worse in the scenario. Like when you get used to a geographic area and its climate, it takes a while to adjust.
Tuna went to Maryland in February, March, and threw a ball in 20 degrees. Oh, he's good to go.
Wow.
That was 10
Michael
months ago.
Case, seriously, are you kidding me?
It
Seriously.
took me like 2 winter cycles to adjust to that
But
cold.
I'm
I
telling
mean,
you,
it's
I'm
unadjustable.
from Florida. I've been here,
Get
born
acclimated.
and raised here, lived here for 62 years, and I hate the heat. The heat knocks me out. So not everybody gets climatized.
But you're talking the cool air that you feel in a exceptionally
No.
cold Florida
Been
winter.
in-
We're talking.
No.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I've
well, you
been
know,
It hurts
I've
your
been in
tendons, your muscles, everything about your body
Wyoming
function
in January.
changes. It's not a
I
normal
No,
deal.
listen, I'm the little Florida girl that goes and judges dance competitions, and I'm in Syracuse, New York in February, and I'm telling people to turn the damn heat off. You know, that crap drives me crazy. Not everybody is cooked up the same way. I go these places
My
in the
skinny
full-on
ankled ass.
winter.
My skinny ankled ass hates the cold. I'm
Well,
sorry.
you
Ankles
sit next to
specifically,
me,
huh,
I'm turning
Color?
the heater
be
at full
warm.
blast.
I
I
heat up
barely break a
everybody
sweat
around
when it's
me.
100 degrees outside.
See, and I can't do that. I can't handle 80 plus.
When I was living in Missouri, everybody knew me as the guy that was turning on my heat in the fall. You know, they're like everybody's smelling the dust cooking in my attic, and it's like, oh, Color's got the heat on already.
I don't turn my furnace on until November 1st.
I don't turn heat on at all. And I mean, it does get colder where I am versus Miami. I mean, I'd say colder. It'll be in the 40s in the morning. There won't be any heat on in here. No.
Well, let me tell you,
I can't take it.
where I'm at right now, it's 30 degrees outside. My cars are all frosty. If I wanted to go drive right now, I got to scrape the freaking ice sheet that is built up on top of them. Guys, it is cold. My fingers get tight. Like, I'm just telling you. Our Miami Dolphin team is probably going to be okay. But our Tua Tagovailoa is going to have some serious problems tomorrow. And I love this team, but also I'm facing the facts of what he has shown me, guys. And that Tennessee game was ugly. One of the ugliest things. I haven't seen something so ugly until San Francisco. And then I was like, boy, I ain't seen nothing that ugly. Then I saw San Diego.
Hey,
what was the
if
temperature in that game?
What if he comes out wearing a pair of gloves and it helps him and like he balls
I hope
out?
he does.
It becomes
It
the
makes me look
glove
stupid.
game, right? You know?
Please.
So if is his hands big enough for
You hope
gloves?
to look stupid, right,
So you
John?
mean that Teddy Bridgewater is going to
hope,
wear
right?
Teddy's gloves?
So it's going to be two gloves?
Tua gloves.
Tua gloves?
I feel, you know what, frankly, hey, look, I'm not going to hate. I wear gloves when I go outside too. And you know what? It feels nice and toasty. My fingers feel great. So if you could get away with it,
As long
wear
as they
those
don't mess
gloves,
with his
Tua.
grip.
Hey, I had a pair of gloves that you could pull back the fingertips on to use your cell phone still. They were great.
Well, if it's
I got to
in the
be
middle of the
honest.
20s, there won't be any moisture on the ball.
What's worse, like freezing, crimping hands, or some nice, comfortable hands with gloves, but maybe you can't grip as. I don't think you could grip good either way. And that's what I'm getting at. That's what I really think the problem is.
If you got a strong,
that
big
shit's
hand,
so
you
cold,
can.
your hands feel like Tua's did when he got tackled in Cincinnati.
Oh, jeez.
They're
I
going
mean,
to
Tua's got some big hands, though, right? His hands
That
are
ain't no joke. Your
pretty
hands
big for a
literally freeze
QB.
up like that.
They're
That was
going to
brutal,
warm
Keller.
them
Oh
up.
my gosh, man.
Their hands will be fine. It's their feet that, you know what? Especially if there's 3 or 4 inches of snow on the turf.
Lower extremities.
Because per NFL rules, they can only blow off the yard markers, the increments of 5 and the goal lines.
Well, at least the yard marker is going to be happy.
That's all they can blow off.
That's
so if
it.
they're standing in 3 or 4 inches of snow, man, their feet are going to be dying. Because they're clean. They don't have winter cleats.
A true winter game is coming up on the horizon.
It's like flew right over Michael Gay's head like a New York jet.
What was that? What's that? A true winter game? I didn't hear it. What did you say, Keller?
I said at least the yard marker will be happy.
Well, yeah.
Keller's got a dirty mind, and I love it.
I think they said they got 40 blowers. And that's only
40, huh?
What's that?
I'd rather have 72.
Well, me too, but I think it's 40 blowers to cover all the like the sideline.
What kind of show am I watching, man? Is this OnlyFans?
Oh, he's like right when the Persian shows up, you got to say something like that, Keller.
It's
So,
the
guys,
Benny
I
Hill
gotta
Dolphins
run.
show. That's what it is.
See
I just want to
I'm
say
getting
I'll
tired,
see you out
Ali.
there
I'm getting
tomorrow.
starting to get real dry, man. Like Stephen Wright dry. You know what I mean?
I'll be streaming the game tomorrow. So if you want to come by and say hello, hit me up.
Okay.
I'll be out there. And thanks everybody. I was glad to see El Cap back. Thanks, Color. John, nice meeting you. So I'll see you guys.
Thanks for
And
being
go
a good
Fins.
sport, man.
Throw your fans up.
Man, we didn't get a score prediction out of her.
It's a lot.
I think we
Score
did on Batman
prediction.
show.
Woo!
That's
You probably had
sacrilege.
to hit
John.
Batman up.
Come back up and give us a
Boy,
score.
I listened to you guys a lot, so I heard it mentioned. Hell, I even had the same thought myself about our defense having all this time on the field. You know, I think it's back-to-back 40-minute games. I mean, talking about.
It's also roughly how much we had in against Buffalo the first time, 39 minutes.
Oh, it's season after season where we see this put on the. I bet if we calculated the defensive time on the field versus offense, it would just be absolutely pitiful. But going into this game, especially on a little bit of short rest on the road, our defense, boy, I feel like they've been giving everything that they have to keep us into the games. I'm thinking this one gets away from us early. And I can't even believe saying, like, I love to root for the team, but I'm also becoming an awful big realist. As with Tua being in the equation, I feel like I have to defend every take I've ever had on the Dolphin because every time I say something bad, I'm not a real Dolphin fan and all this stuff. So, but also I think that's hardened me as a realist Dolphin fan. So I'm going in. Thank you, Tua fans, but honestly, I'm going into this game thinking, okay, well, this ain't going to be so good. I'm just painting the picture here. This scenario is basically a doomsday appearance to it. I don't know if any of you disagree. Nothing about this game looks good to me.
John, real quick, just to catch you up to speed about it, at least for myself.
Please do.
I don't believe See, I want to take the weather and put it aside for a second. Okay. And I want to take Tua and put him aside for a second. I had this game as a loss the moment our schedule came out because I happen to remember and keep pointing it out to everybody, foolishly, I guess, that we could have Dan Marino tomorrow with perfect weather. Let's call it Jacksonville weather in January or December. Well, back then the playoffs were still in late December. Okay. You're talking about how better does football weather get than Jacksonville in the wintertime, right?
What's the average temperature there?
So I don't, man, it's San Diego weather in Jacksonville, bro.
56.
Okay. So even if it was cold, it was 40, 50 with clear skies and sunshine. Okay. And we had Dan Marino with a decent offense. Jimmy Johnson is our head coach. And we came from beating the Raiders on the West Coast. And that was playing one game out there. And we came back home and played Jacksonville, which turned out to be Dan Marino's last football game. And we lost 62-7. It was 35-0 in the first quarter. And we were talking about the pride of Glade earlier in Glade Central High, Fred Taylor. Fred Taylor's the one that put that hurting on us, ironically, for Jackson.
That was what, 1999, right?
Something like that. So when I first saw the schedule this year, 2 games on the West Coast, then Buffalo in the winter, I never thought at our best that we could win this game tomorrow. That's why I felt that the last 2 games going into them were so important for us, because I never had important.
Yeah.
When we pulled out the game against Buffalo to start the season, I thought, oh, wow, because I knew we weren't. I knew now that they couldn't sweep us. You know what I mean? But I never had in this game.
What a tease that was going into a Thursday night game too. Boy, we were pumped, weren't we? Holy crap!
Yeah, and the thing of it is, with beating Buffalo this year, I'm not going to say that. Okay, yeah, you could say that Buffalo beat themselves, like I know Michael K would. You know,
of course they would. But
Josh Allen grounded some balls in the end zone on that one.
This is a point that I made to Pam yesterday. Okay, Michael K is right. They did beat themselves. They did fail to win. But there's something to be said about us making them beat themselves.
Oh, absolutely.
Right,
Absolutely.
right. So
100%.
So, but in order to do that, we had to be 110% our best. We had 19 minutes of offense, and we maximized every minute of it and scored 21 points that day and held them to 19. And we won the game. That's at our absolute 110% best.
We went all out that game. Right. Every player on our squad gave their heart.
Right.
Because they were embarrassed by Buffalo
win by
last
2
year.
Points. Just to win by 2 points at home.
Huge.
Yep, just right.
But everything we had.
Out.
So to think that we're going to go into Buffalo tomorrow night with the conditions that you illustrated, the chips that are on the table, the food that's on Tua's plate, man, for him to clear that plate, bro, would be like career changing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the whole perspective on Tua would be completely different by a lot of people.
Frankly, I think he set up the fail.
With the caveat that Tua is the reason why we win.
Of course, Crypto, but obviously it would have to be.
Because that's what it would take.
Unless our defense just balls out and
That's
pulls
what I'm saying. If we get
pulls the Browns
5
to
strip
short
sacks,
the 8
fumbles,
points, you know what I
touchdowns,
mean?
and then win,
Sure.
Well, thank
won't
you,
get touchdowns,
defense.
and then
Of course,
the
but you
offense
know as well as
scores
I do
0.
that it's likely that the keys to beating them go through Tua, so you know it's likely that it would be him. Because of him, we win. Or at least,
I mean,
I don't know. Not
if
in
he
these
just
conditions,
wasn't the reason we lost, if we just scored on every drive, even if it was a field goal, in that kind of weather, that's good enough.
I think this is a big,
no,
bigger
because the
game than that.
defense
This
once
is a
again
prove it
could
game.
force turnovers at their own side of the field, and Jason Sanders gonna have a bunch of chip shot field
I
goals.
get what you're saying, Crypto. I just believe that a key to winning this game goes through Tua tomorrow. A big key.
Yeah, look, if they win by some weird circumstances where it really wasn't Tua, then what are we talking about here? Then great, we
You know
beat
the
the
narrative
Bills,
from
but
the two years they'll be coming
well,
out.
I know the narrative, but to me personally, I think this man has
We
to prove
win
something to me.
9-7.
Well,
On
John,
a
to
strip
your
sack
point,
fumble and get
to
a
your point,
game-winning field goal.
give me a moment.
They're gonna
Crip.
be giving credit to the
John's
quarterback.
To John's point, Ninja Technical says Tua Near Channel saying tomorrow's game isn't on Tua tomorrow since it'll be run heavy games, so he can't be the reason we'll win or lose tomorrow. But see, they make a fair point.
I don't buy that. They say
no,
that.
No, but they do make
They'll
a fair
change up.
point. The problem is
think they're
there
gonna stick
is
to
gonna
that
come a
logic.
moment in the game for both teams where the quarterbacks have to make a throw or two, regardless of whether it's a run heavy game or not.
I don't think it'll be a run heavy game, to be honest with you.
But okay,
Well, I don't either. Not from Buffalo's
guys,
side. That's a gentle breeze
clarify.
for him.
Let me concede that it will be a run heavy game.
Okay.
For a second, there's still going to come a point several times in the game where each quarterback has to make a throw,
right?
Regardless of a run heavy game or not.
Yeah.
I believe that. I'm
This
just
isn't
saying,
the
yeah,
win ball from
Buffalo's
last
gonna do
year.
it anyways.
And so they can try that all they want. This is what I meant earlier, that a loss will tell us nothing.
No. You guys
Because
lose
there's
tomorrow.
too
You're
many
right. It
excuses
does nothing.
baked in. You know what I mean? Which some of them are valid excuses, which I illustrated myself when I pointed out the fact that even at our best, I don't think we could win this game given that the travel and all that other stuff. Right?
A loss will tell us something if they're the ones doing all the scoring. If they beat us 38-0,
A loss will tell us that nothing is different than any other Monday after a game like this.
Well, you know what a loss. If they trounce you tomorrow, all that tells me
especially if they're doing all the scoring.
They're so pissed off at the September game that there's no way they're not going to let it happen again.
No, but a close loss, and not one that's close in junk time, like a close loss or a win would tell us everything.
Says we're a contender. That's what that would tell us, Color.
And despite Tua, John, whether it's because of him or because of the defense, we can win the big game.
Whoa, that's a big step for me. Okay, I was thinking that was with the premise that Tua carried us to the point.
That's what Crypto was saying, but he pointed out, we could have one of those games like the Browns did where our defense puts up 28 points. Then do we credit Tua for that?
I can't credit him because I need him to show.
Look, did that, we win the game.
At the end of the day, this team is set up to win. And so if we're just gonna limp our little asses into the playoffs and we have all these crappy games in December, I'm not happy.
No, but John, you could have a hard-fought, close game where the stats are low, where it does come to a situation where a play by Tua or a drive by Tua is the difference in the ball game or elevates the game. You know what I mean? And
I'll give you absolutely. If he makes a play that we're just like, whoa, that sealed it, or we know those big moments. If he's making those big moment plays, then
that's different.
Then we're looking, that we still have a chance this year. But if he comes out and falls flat, then you can know that like anything in the playoff, it's not good.
Well, no, and no amount of there's excuses baked in is going to excuse a 35-7 loss. None.
Right, because that means if they only one team participating in the other.
You know, especially if
can't have one team doing.
And especially if 25 of those points come in the fourth quarter.
Well, and also the team knows that too. So if we lose and it don't look good and Tua doesn't play well, our entire team knows what's going on, and they know what they're facing in the playoffs. It's those Buffalo Bills.
Right. And John, for all those people saying it's not the end of the world if we lose to Buffalo, we'll still make the playoffs. What gives you any indication that we can beat the number one or a top five defense in the New England Patriots if we can't do it against the Niners, the Chargers, or the Bills? What makes you think? What gives you any indication we could beat anybody else this year?
Well, let me ask you a question. What time of the year are we playing? Is it December or is it going to be August or September? Because
the Patriots might be early January. Let me check real quick.
No, I guess my point is these are late weather games, so I have zero confidence. But if these were earlier in the season, I think that changes my thought.
Until tomorrow night, because I don't think the conditions will probably be worse this year than they will to be tomorrow night.
Oh, it's going to be bad tomorrow night. It's actually perfect.
So our New England game is New Year's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Which means it could be worse. If that same storm system moves through and it's slow moving, we can have this, similar situation.
Well, New England gets cold, but they don't usually get as much snow as we do.
No, they don't get flurries, but
they get below freezing.
It can get windy. Sure. Yeah, it can get below freezing.
It's the 16th of December, so I think it's a little too far out to look at a long-term forecast.
No, you got 14 days.
Away. Or 2 weeks away.
True. But at the end of the day, so what my problem is I have always been concerned about our quarterback, or maybe even this team. I'm not sure, but most importantly, this quarterback in cold weather. And when we were sitting there at 8-3, I thought we had a real chance to grab the division. It was going to be hard to take number one in the conference, right? But I saw that as our path to championship. And as soon as we start falling short, and now all of a sudden we're talking, wild card, like we could get the wild card if we get past New England, if we beat the Jets. And I'm just thinking like, no, this is not what I was sold at 8-3. I was excited, but then now I'm feeling like, gosh, freaking darn it. I've been watching this team too long. I've seen this darn story before. And man, that has me really freaking upset right now.
But John, I don't want to make you feel even more depressed. I don't want to make you feel even more depressed. There was a time back in 2014 where we was in the same situation. All we needed to do was win one of our last three, and we lost all 3 games against division opponents. Back
was that
to
with
back.
Henne, or that must have been Tannehill?
Playoffs.
Was that Tannehill or Henne?
Tannehill.
Okay.
Back to back, all 3 games and the final nail in the coffin was against Geno Smith in the Jets on the final day of the season.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because that's like I feel so scarred because we can never question our number one QB. We can't bring in any talent. We can't challenge nobody. Every coach is like, "That's our freaking starter." Gosh darn it! It's just nonstop. Yeah. So then we get this Tua guy, and it's like,
man, that was Tannehill at that time.
Yeah, and it's unchallenged. And frankly, behind Tannehill, we had a baller. I'm not saying he was going to be a season MVP, but that guy could win some games. His name was Matt Moore. And I felt like in some situations, like if Tannehill just had that guy's heart, we would have been so good. But I guess my end point being is we're sitting here with Tua right now. And I've been watching the Dolphins for, like everyone else, for a long time. We can't challenge our QBs ever. Like they play like crap, and we can't say bring in competition. Oh, we're going to hurt their ego or something. We've been living by this motto for so long, and what has it brought us? Nothing but freaking, honestly, misery. And so I'm sitting here, the hell with that. Challenge Tua all you want. Bring in Skyler for a game. Let's go. I was like, let's try something. So
I'm all for fair competition at any position.
We don't have it. I don't think we have it. I don't think we've had it here at the QB1 position for Definitely not since Philbin. And then even when Henney came in, he was probably the clear. So I don't know who's that coach we had, that little the tall guy, bald head. He came from Green Bay. What the heck? He never opened up the QB competition.
Philbin.
Yeah, he went straight to Tannehill, and there was nothing to say about it.
Right.
Year
exactly.
one. Year one.
Guys, so check this out. So this is the current rankings. Now you have to put the number one aside. I know we all think that San Francisco would be number one anyway, but they've played already on Thursday, so they're a game ahead of everybody. You got to throw them out for right now, okay? But look who happens to be number one right now, aside from the 49ers in defensive efficiency.
Would that be Buffalo?
No, that would be the New England Patriots.
Yep.
Oh, really? Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4. Buffalo is 5th. The Jets are 7th.
Right behind the Broncos.
Guess where we're at?
22nd.
Go back to the top of the list real quick.
We're behind the Steelers, for crying out loud.
Are you looking at their offense or their overall rating?
Their defensive efficiency.
Defensive efficiency.
Right here, rank. I sorted it by rank.
Okay. Sorry, my fault.
Right, so you got the Jets at 7th, and then you got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're 16th. Or 17th. Well, 17th, but again, the 49ers don't count because they played an extra game already.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about our ranking. I feel like we've done. I feel like the defense has done their part.
They've also.
If you go over to offense efficiency, look where we're at. We were 1 and 2 until the last 2 games. Now we're like down to 6th.
So I mean, statistically, that's not bad.
Well, 5th actually, because the 49ers again have played an extra game. So 5th actually. Overall,
yeah. So
Buffalo Bills are 2nd overall in efficiency.
Is that the lineup?
That's what their defense is at?
That's offense and defense. That's overall.
Overall offense.
Yep, and we are, take out the 49ers, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th overall in efficiency.
Is that point spread?
That's just whatever ESPN considers efficiencies.
Oh, okay. So overall,
then they also have their power index.
The power index.
And their defense power index would have the New England Patriots number 1, the Jets 3rd, because you got to take away the 49ers.
The
Buffalo Bills.
I would say they're the only NFC team in there, or at least in the top 5.
The Buffalo Bills are 4th. So you got to take the 49ers out. You got the Patriots 1, Ravens 2, Jets 3, Bills 4.
Well, yeah, the 49ers are falling there somewhere after this weekend.
Well, let's say
when they redo them.
Well, that depends on us, Crypto, because we could pull Buffalo out of that top 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Depends on what numbers are they using.
We can't beat the 49ers with their number 1 defense. We can't beat the Chargers with their number 20 with their 26th ranked defense. But we're supposed to be able to beat the Jets and the Patriots for some reason.
Well, we were supposed to beat San Francisco, frankly. I mean, that should have been in the bag. San Diego, I don't know what to say about that.
We can't even beat
this analyzing.
This team right here. We can't even beat this team.
I could reserve a loss to the best defense in the league. San Francisco, yeah, we should have beat them because they had Brock Purdy come in there. But all right, West Coast trip.
There's no film on
the
Brock
coaching.
Purdy.
That's right. There's no film on this guy as far as an NFL guy. Plus, the San Francisco knows us very well, at least our coach and all the offensive coaching staff. So those two things for certain. And then also we gotta think about
the Panthers in the top 10.
As
Am I reading it right?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it.
Inefficiency. How in the hell they only got like 2 wins?
No, that's not
or 5
efficiency.
wins.
That's ESPN's power index on defense.
So all capped on. So you're okay with the San Francisco loss, and I get. I mean, it's a good
The
defense.
Chargers lost is the befuddling one.
It just seemed like we didn't play as well as we could. I felt like we played good against San Fran. Like
I thought
except for we were missing our passes.
This
But
is the
that's
overall.
why in some ways outside of poor mistakes made and some terrible officiating, I could almost live with the San Fran loss. It's the Chargers loss that you're like, boy, you guys didn't even show up on offense at all. At all.
Here's the overall.
It was a total wipeout. That's why I keep saying
Crypto
11 of 24, 25. That is terrible. That's
Here's
Zach
their
Wilson
overall.
numbers, dog.
Here's their overall power index. This includes offense and defense. This is their overall power index. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th behind the New England Patriots in overall power index for ESPN. On offense,
well, go back, Color. If you looked at the overall power index, they had us not move. Go back to it real quick.
We're 7th.
How's they over the Chiefs?
Look, but look at the trend up and down. So New England's come up 11, and San Francisco's come up 14. The Dolphins have remained, and so but look who's right beneath us. The fucking Raiders.
How many points did the Patriots score in the last game? How did they get that much?
How are the Raiders right beneath us? So
and the Bills are down one.
Look at New England. They must
the Bills are down one. The Bills are down a spot.
I see that, but so what? They got the Raiders right underneath us. This is no way to rank anything.
Well, so here you go. Here's their offense.
Look at the Patriots. They've really been climbing
Here's
quietly.
The offense alone power rankings have us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th behind the Buffalo Bills at 5th.
Right. San Fran is like down there.
Again, I'm wondering how much I can trust this list with the Raiders being constantly in the top.
Well, it's simply ESPN's power index. I don't know what they
power index. They're using
power index of what?
Yardage,
again, Happy Town. I don't know what they base all their shit on. I'm just
it's got something to do with the points.
Points.
Think about it. Cowboys are scoring more than anybody.
That's true. Cowboys are crushing it.
Okay.
I fucking hate
it. Says right here, football power index that measures teams' true strength on net points scale, expected point margin versus average opponent on neutral field.
Now I have an answer. Okay, what their expected is. Okay, so I get that because I think we all expected the Raiders to look a hell of a lot better than they have. Continue. Sorry, I just wanted to know what we were counting here. All right. So now that I have a little bit better
look where the Patriots are expected to look on defense. Then,
well, I mean, but does anyone expect any different from the Patriots? The Patriots have always been a great defense.
Everybody thinks that a Buffalo loss is okay because we're just going to still beat the Patriots and the Jets, no problem.
Right.
Well, Color.
Yeah. That's probably going to be a tougher game than the Bills.
Well, I don't know about that because this is going to be it's a lot of unknowns in this Bills game. You know what I'm saying? If come the Patriots games, we'll have
unknown in that one too because it's going to be the same conditions.
Well, that's my point. At least
we'll know if we'll know
as far as conditions go. You know, that's going to be an absolute blizzard as far as snow compared to what Tua did or Mike McDaniel has with Tua in this offense. As far as are they going to get it done? Can Tua overcome the elements? It's been a question we've been wanting to get an answer to. As far as what kind of guy is going to show up in a fucking snow in a real.
So in other words, we can't afford to lose tomorrow's game because New England is no gimme.
So I'm not saying it's not. We can't afford. Yeah. We can't afford to lose any football games. That's what's the point. Color and I were screaming at the rooftops about the Vikings game.
Can't afford to
That's what was pissing us off the most. That Vikings game.
They were
was in
saying
the clutches, dude. They had that
they
bitch.
Could sit Armstead because Tua's not out.
Fuck that, bro. Get that dub in that fucking game, and we wouldn't have to be counting, thinking, or ruin none of that shit
like,
right
wait a
now.
Minute. I'm flying down to Miami for that game. I want everybody to play.
I wanted to win that Vikings game, bro. We should have won that Vikings game. Okay, as much as we should have won the Chargers game,
Sit
that
Teron
Vikings
Armstead because
game was
Tua's
there
not
for
playing.
the
What kind of
taking.
nonsense is that?
Bull, get out of here. Everybody's going to tell
So
me.
Yeah, they said it.
ESPN's projections have us going 10-7,
Right.
with a 68.8% chance of making the playoffs.
A 68%.
I still think we win 11.
9 effectively.
I called for 11 and 6
Okay,
at the
10 and
beginning of the
7 gets
season.
us in at 67, beating who? The Jets or
Wait,
Patriots?
what was our record last year without
9.
all this talent?
9 and 8.
9 and 8.
Yep. And the year before
And 10
that,
and
it was
6
10
before
and,
that.
10 and 7.
We have
No, 10 and
we have a
6 is on the 16
4.9% chance of winning the division.
I equated just on paper alone and and the same level of play out of Tua, which although we've gotten a higher ceiling, we've also kind of gotten a lower floor out of Tua. It was a little bit more middling up or down, but it was consistently middling. We've gotten a higher ceiling for certain, but there is a lower floor as well.
The crazy thing is,
Still averaging out to close to
how
it.
does that, how do you explain
the
this?
NBA best out of 5. Then we know who the real champion is. I think we should play a series, best out of 5.
Go ahead.
I don't even know what I'm looking at right here.
Super
This
Bowl
is
should
odd.
be played in April.
Total QBR. How do you explain this, Tua?
For the what?
How
Wait a
do you
minute. What was
explain
it? What was it?
scoring
Yeah.
in
Well,
the big game?
I explained that total QBR just on math.
That was in there.
He was Color. If you think about it,
He got out so ahead after that Ravens game.
That's right. Well, not after the Ravens game, just after the winning streak up to that point against those 3 teams.
Yeah, but the Ravens game gave him cushion. You know,
dude, he was hitting. He had like 135 plus 4 games in a row. You know what I'm saying? When you do that, your average is really good. Even with the, I think in the Niners game,
y'all fell 5 percentage points in 2 weeks.
well, listen, in the Niners game, his QBR was like the high 70s. The Chargers game, it was in like the mid to low 60s. So
that's 2 of them.
How could it be in the mid to low 60s when he threw 36% completion rate?
I'm just telling you what it was, bro. I don't know how. I'm just telling you what it was.
I mean,
So,
I'm not convinced on all these stats.
I got you. But I'm just telling you how we got to the number that's 73 point whatever. If you just took the average of games and whatever, he was number 1 heading into 2 weeks ago.
By the way, this is a big right here. You realize that, right?
I think he was ahead of Mahomes by 1%.
No, he was ahead by Mahomes by like 1 point, like almost 2.5%, if memory serves. But it was significant. What are we looking at, Color? What has it got you?
We're looking at Tua's game over game advanced passing stats. So I can show you guys, okay, that you can see right here. This is what Crypto wanted me to bring up. Tua was blitzed 16 times by New England. That's the most blitz he's experienced all season. 15 times by the Ravens. And get this, 0 blitzes by the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, we don't blitz. We will tomorrow. Right. We'll blitz tomorrow.
And also,
0 blitzes in that one.
New England also pressured him the most, 41.7% of the time of his dropbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo pressured him 31.6% of the time. So New England used the blitz to do it. Buffalo didn't. Okay, right. Now if you look down,
Buffalo pressured him. How much?
Some of these games 31. He got a lot of he got more pressure in. But look, Pittsburgh, where he was quote unquote rusty. He was only pressured 2.6% and only blitzed 7 times.
That's why I don't buy the rust argument, because he came out looking decent in the first drive.
Hey guys, the weather's on right now.
They got to him. Listen, they got to him 1 time.
They got him to 1 time.
1 pressure.
Right, 1 hit all game long.
Okay. Now Cleveland. 25%, 8 blitzes. Okay. Then you got Houston 25%, 4 blitzes. Now you come to the last 2 games, okay? Because we're on a big winning streak and blah, 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 right? People said pressure.
Color, hold on. Let's get the weather report. Go ahead, Mike.
All right, it was now it's mid to upper 20s, winds 10 to 15, gusts to 25. Game time will be 3 to 6 inches until midnight. So they're actually giving you an extra 45 minutes, and travel impact is high. So it's actually not that bad.
I don't know, 25-mile-an-hour gusts with
just
steady
because y'all
15-mile-an-hour wind.
About worse weather.
25-mile-an-hour gusts.
So check this out, guys.
You
So
got that
people said, I actually heard people today at one point say that he was pressured more against from the Chargers than he was from San Francisco. That's actually untrue. San Francisco pressured him 22.2%. Chargers pressured him 21.2%. Okay, which ain't much different.
Doesn't work. Yeah, it's
okay.
Also,
now I also heard this. I also heard people say, "Oh, well, there were people running all over the field open against San Francisco, and then they pressed everybody against the Chargers. Pressed everybody."
I never bought into that.
Well, here you go. In the San Francisco game, he tied his season high of 12.1% drop percentage. They in other words, our receivers had a bad day, or like their worst days. Okay. And so credit that, but his bad throw percentage was 18.2% in San Francisco. Okay. Now the receivers against the Chargers only had a 8.3 drop percentage. They dropped that. They were catching the ball that was thrown to them. Tua's bad throw percentage was the highest it's been all year against the Chargers at 25.
That's what I kept saying. The numbers show the Chargers was his worst game.
Well, think about it. I'm guessing.
Listen, they only blitzed him 6 times. San Francisco blitzed him 4 times, sacked 3 and sacked 2 against the Chargers.
And I'm guessing that bad throw percentage really indicates on when you shouldn't have thrown that football. Not that the football was not targeted properly, but that percentage to me is telling me that the bad throw
spikes and throwaways.
Okay, so poor. Go back to it again. What did it say?
It says excluding.
Okay,
spikes,
it says percentage of throws. Of poor throws per pass attempt. Now, I'm guessing when you say a poor throw was like, okay, I throw a ball, the guy's open, but it's uncatchable. It's a poor throw. Is that what they're judging, or are they judging like you shouldn't have thrown that football at all because nobody's open? You know what I'm saying? Because to me, because the percentage is higher, I'm guessing that's what it is. Because look at the Pittsburgh percentage. How many of those throws did he throw to the target, but almost were intercepted versus in the last game, a whole bunch of them, but that percentage is lower at 22.9%. While in the LA Chargers game, he didn't really have so many of those balls that got away from him that could have been picked off, and he didn't have any interceptions.
Another thing, it was only maybe 2.
But look, the percentage is higher at 25%. So I'm guessing that they're judging these bad throw percentages probably by a metric in which I would like them to judge them, that you shouldn't have thrown the football at all. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of those footballs he's trying to fit into double coverage, you shouldn't throw.
Here's another thing we heard.
Yeah, that's considered bad throw. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't dink and dunk because if he would have, everybody would have complained. Actually, he did throw shorter. Look, completed air yards per completion. He was averaging 9 or 10. That it was up to that against San Francisco, but it went down to 7.2 against the Chargers, which means he did start throwing shorter range.
Yeah, but that's per completion, Color, not per attempt.
No, but I'm saying
that's per attempt would probably
right.
Oh,
now,
fuck. Yeah, here it is. Holy shit.
completed air yards per pass attempt is the lowest it's been
my God,
since early in the
2.6.
season. 5.3 against San
So
Francisco
5
and
yeah, drop.
2.6 against the Chargers.
So he
He
did
was
throw
throwing
short
shorter
sometimes.
against the
He
Chargers.
just wasn't effective
And look
in
at
throwing
this.
it.
Look what went up. Pass yards after catch per completion went up.
This mean
It's
we
the
got
almost
yak
highest it's
after
been
it
all
went
year
up.
at 6.7 and 7.3. So he was relying more on the short pass these last two games.
Or at
So
least that's
what's-
the only
Yeah,
thing that was
he did
effective.
go short.
Or color that's also
Completed area.
indicating what was effective in the game plan that the Chargers and the Niners were doing to us by dropping linebackers deeper into coverage. I guess we would just say, why were you forcing it? And look, your bad percentages are at some of the highest it's been from forcing the ball in those tight windows and shit.
And
too.
this is Sharif's point right here. Scrambles. Look at all these goose eggs. And then all of a sudden 3 against the Chargers, where we saw him kind of pick up, 9.3 yards.
Well, that kind of plays into my thought of maybe
Yeah,
he's
there's a whole
playing a
bunch of
little
goose
scared,
eggs,
wants to get out of that pocket. But here's what's really
He
interesting,
went
and that's
the
a
first 5
great
games
stat.
without a scramble.
Yeah, that is weird. A good stat. The thing about, would you guys, he's not getting pressure these last 2 games. So does that mean that they just need to sit in coverage and cover things up and wait for him to get nervous instead of blitzing Tua? Are we seeing a change in the way they're going to play him?
The simpler version of your question, John, is what is he doing on 4 out of the 5 dropbacks where he's not pressured?
He's not looking at that open check down, man. That's for damn sure.
Well, Jeff Wilson's sitting in the flat in the wide open space with nobody on him.
That's what
and
I'm
he's
saying.
throwing to Gesicki to drop the football on the corner of the sideline.
That
throw
goes
he
into
knows,
25%
a
bad
throw
throw
he
percentage.
knows has
that
he
that
has
would get
trouble
counted
with.
as a bad throw in that instant, and that will go into that percent, that 25%.
That's what baffles me. And for somebody to say that's not Tua's fault, that's Coach McDaniel's fault. Okay, fine, but why is that would mean that McDaniel is purposely scheming a player out of the flow of the play and limiting our chance of getting the first down by having effectively 10 on 11 on the strong side of the field.
Shelby makes a great point too.
Or on the
There
short
was
side of the field.
2 touchdown passes in both those games that were big passes or with either a lot of yak yards or just a decent, you know what I'm saying? Like the yards outside of
touchdown,
but I don't
touchdown was quite a bit of yak, probably.
But again, I'm not gonna
the
you know what I'm
Sheffield
saying?
one. He took
I don't
50 yards
like
and
to
took it
take
the
out
other
one
70.
pass because at least you got something, you know what I'm saying? Like got to get yourself something, you know. You still did it.
Well,
but
notice
I understand
the game was one of the higher ones too, and he had that strike to Waddle before halftime.
That's right. But I'm not gonna penalize him for fucking his playmakers.
No, and I'm not
actually
saying
making
it's
plays.
a lot of yak. Q, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it's a lot of yak. I'm just saying
A lot of yak
relative to what
out
it
of
did.
that pass. A lot of yak out of that pass. That was
and relative to what it's been.
It's cherry
I'm just
picking,
trying
which
to
is
show
why
the
I'm trying
change.
not to. What's up to his vengeance?
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Surviving.
Got to be Rashad, hasn't it?
I
just got to the crib.
yeah.
About that.
You know, I
So
we're
what do
sitting
you
here-
make of that pressure percentage being all over? Because you notice it really didn't matter. Like he's had good and bad games with lots of pressure and good and bad games with no pressure. It's the weirdest thing. Like I don't know what to make of it.
I think
As
the
pertains
pressure
to
doesn't
tomorrow,
bother him, honestly. I don't think the pressure bothers him. I
think the lack of pressure bothers him at times. That's what we're trying to say. When there isn't pressure and there's more coverage downfield,
I think it's
that's
like
what's
John
bothering.
said.
It's
He's
putting
not
the-
relaxed anymore. He's all like, rushing shit.
Maybe he misses the old lady, dog. The West Coast trip. Maybe it's the old lady. You know, she got the special touch.
I swear I thought that same thing, man.
John, I'm not gonna not
swear
say
I
it any
did.
longer, bro. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, you
I'm
know
like,
what?
he wanted to lay
He
with his
needs.
girl, man. He was
That's
like, he
it,
was
dog. Got a
missing
little
her so
baby around
bad,
the
he just
crib.
couldn't
For you
live.
to come up.
Did you guys
That's
even
great.
know
You
that
to
he had
come
a
up,
wife?
John.
Huh?
Did you even know he had a wife?
Yeah. It was actually, I'll be honest, Mike, there was quite a bit of us that knew quite a bit earlier that kind of like, you know, kept it quiet. It's a personal
Well, I was
thing. You know,
because I thought maybe he rented a family to take the heat off of some other conversations. You know what I mean?
that's the
She's a
side gig,
great
dog.
girl.
I guess the
She's a
wife
great
don't travel with
That's
him.
the side gig, dog.
Here's
The
where the
fortunate
number
thing, she's a great girl. She's not one of these Jimmy G types. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, if he plays like that without her,
people's
she needs to be
spouses
on
travel with
every
them,
trip. That's enough.
Yep.
Hey, there's a reason Jimmy G got his Jimmy G string label. I mean, y'all remember his dating, his taste in women and who he dates? I mean, come
Listen,
on.
I don't begrudge Jimmy for doing it exactly how I would do it. Fuck that. What you mean? I'm a star quarterback in California. Let's
I
get.
don't
What are
know.
we talking
There's
about?
higher
Everyone who
class.
tries to take the high ground on that, you're fucking lying.
I'm just
boys.
saying, there's
Lying,
higher
boys.
class in that market than he chose. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying
Who said he limited himself, though? You know what I mean? He was having fun.
Yeah,
I guess so.
that's the point, John. I'm trying to
Hey, I
make.
mean, you know,
Don't act
Bugs
like we're
Bunny
all
said.
out here being good when you know.
Hey,
damn well.
It's Friday night, you know. I don't know.
like Bugs Bunny said, one man's meat is another man's poison. I always say, you know, I mean, if a man wants to blow up the earth,
I guess I don't know. I wouldn't even. I'm just trying to live, dog. I ain't even trying to get down like that. What you talking about? Blow up the earth? Damn, brother.
well, that's what Marvin Martian was about to do when he told him that.
Oh, word. All right.
I mean,
so
we know what what's his name? We know who Jimmy G dated. Do you guys know who Deshaun was messing with? I know you've seen the video.
Deshaun Watson?
No, you don't, Rashad.
Yes.
That's the whole great thing of it. You know, like, no, seriously.
You're talking about his old lady, you mean? Deshaun Watson's old lady?
No.
Or are you talking about the
had in
multitude of masseuses?
No, I'm talking about the famous star that he had dressed up in a maid outfit dunking basketballs in the hotel.
Who was that?
The fuck is he talking about, bro? Where's this at?
Wait. Hold on, Rashad.
He's in a maid outfit?
Do we
She's
need
in a maid outfit.
Oh, she. I thought he got a maid outfit.
What the shot are we talking
he's into
about
some
here?
Do we
pinky
need a is that premature, Rashad?
I'm breaking. No. There's
Rashad, you muted yourself.
Go on.
There's a what?
I didn't. I forget her name.
You're good.
She's like a Middle Eastern porn star. I can't remember her name, but she did plenty
Middle
of
Eastern
movies.
porn
Like
star.
She's famous
Holy
for getting
shit!
ripped
It's like
off.
a unicorn.
She's
He
done.
gets stoned for
She's
so
done
little.
like.
This was a fucking Middle Eastern porn star. How's that even possible?
She's made about 100 plus movies, and she got ripped off. She's only made about $10,000, and she's famous, like big time. I'm gonna find out her name now. I'm about to find out right now. Give me 2 minutes. Mia Khalifa. Mia freaking Khalifa. That's her name. I said Mia.
I have seen her. Yeah. Homegirl will find her in frog hair. I know you're talking about.
real quick.
I know you're talking about. I remember hearing the name and seeing. I don't remember that photo you're talking about, but I remember seeing.
There's a video. There's a whole video. He passes her
with Deshaun in it.
They're in the hotel room. Somebody's recording. There's a basketball court on the door, like one of those little Nerf courts. And he like passes her the ball. And he's like, come on, dunk on me. And she like runs into him full speed, and he catches her. He's just laughing. Like her brush just falls in his face. And he's like, ha 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 ha. Y'all never seen that?
Fuck no, I ain't seen this.
I've seen it 1,000. All right, I'm gonna find it and I'm sending it.
Ali, have you seen this shit that he's talking about?
I need to know how to spell this woman's name, bro. How do you?
It's right here. Q's got it. Mia Khalifa.
Yeah, but I don't see that. Oh, it start. Oh, KKH, of course.
Yeah, I mean, read it. Don't just
Sorry,
guess.
my linguistic
literally
skills
spelled.
are down tonight.
All right,
He said Middle Eastern. Ali, is this we're off the rails. We're talking about Deshaun Watson and Malia Khalifa. We're literally completely off the rails at this point.
Oh, wait.
I guess she's anyhow. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of sitting here on pins and needles to see what she looks like. I mean, are we gonna put an image or something?
Yeah, but
I thought it would be on.
I got my phone in use. I can't search.
No. I thought it would be on IMDb, but apparently not.
Is this
hold on.
Yes, it's a porno chick apparently.
Yeah, I heard about this. It's a Lebanese porno.
She got some. She needs a razor
Lebanese?
blade. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, she's Lebanese.
All right.
From what I've been told about her, she does her shows wearing the hijab.
Did she die? Has she died? Because the first thing that comes up on the search engine is Mia Khalifa died.
Did she recently?
No, she's not dead.
No,
She just left the
ass freaking thing.
She left the industry because she found out she got ripped off.
Yo, that's hot.
She was like, I only made $10,000.
Okay,
I'm just getting it out of the way. That's hot.
Yep. Yes. Yep.
Good
Score.
for him.
I mean, yeah. Don't even play, y'all. Mia Khalifa knocking at your door, asking you if you needed a massage and shit. Don't act like y'all high and mighty. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo don't play. He's like,
Yeah,
come on
you
in.
said she died from choking. No, you didn't.
I got to mute.
Dang.
Fuck. That's too far, dog. You know what? You're in the right place for it, Q. You're in the right place. Denied.
That's one hell of a red-blooded American.
Oh man. All right. Anyhow, let's so I think the Dolphins are gonna win against the Bills this weekend. Only because it's all. Have you guys even been seeing like the Kyle Brandt thing that he released?
Yeah.
Did you guys see you guys seen the Kyle Brandt thing that he released about the Bills beating the Dolphins, the snow? It's like a hype video. They're all already hyping it up that the Dolphins are going to get, taken out by the Bills in their house in a game in which the Bills usually win. It's a ground out fight in the snow, even though the Patriots beat him in their house in the last big time snow game I can remember anyhow. So I don't know, guys. I told you, I think it was Wednesday, 26-20. Dolphins win this football game, and it's a defensive stop in the end, and a couple of field goals from Jason Sanders, and it's going to be a drag-out fight. It's not going to be the Tua push the ball down the field type of game, but all this outside the numbers, little out routes that are, quick 2- and 3-step drops to keep the ball, straight on target, inside slants, outside pitches in the run game. Maybe a reverse in this fucking football game. Maybe a fucking a wide receiver throwing the ball screen back across the thing. A couple of tricks are going to get pulled out to go sideline to sideline and then get north and south to spread this defense out. Not allow them to just sit back. And if they can push the ball beyond the sticks at times, they will, and it will get there. And it's really gonna be that kind of football game. And that's how the Dolphins are going to have to win it out. But more so than anything, I'm looking for the defensive line to continue to do what it's been doing, but I'm looking for havoc. I'm looking for havoc from these boys in this game, that they're going to show up and show out saying, we the big D on campus today, bitches. And I want to see Chubb. I want to see Phillips. That's what I want. If not, we're going to see this team. We're going to be out here fighting amongst ourselves and fighting against the others. You know what I'm saying? Because shit going to hit the fan. Look who's making his way back. What up, Lou? Lou, you going to come in here and tell me I'm wrong or what?
Listen, Cap, it's past my bedtime. I got to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning. But and let me preference, you're the homie. I think you're dead wrong. I think we're getting.
I knew it.
I think we're getting drugged tomorrow, Cap.
You think we're getting drugged?
Listen.
Again, you know what's going to motherfucking happen if we get drugged, right?
Oh, listen, it's already happened. I'm not worried about this fan base no more. We're already in the war zone anyway.
I'm talking, dog. I'm pulling out the weaponry and shit, dog. I ain't gonna let up. I'm gonna be brand motherfucking new. I've been cool as a cucumber, El Capitan, all season because I've been just playing it safe. They dropped 3 in a row to teams that need to that they're a type of football team that can win against. They dropped 3 in a row like that. All hell gonna come loose, dog. I don't give a fuck because I don't even. You better. If you do get to the playoffs at that point, which is still possible, but still, if you do, how the fuck am I gonna have any faith you're gonna take care of it, or are you just gonna be another Dolphins team that gets to the playoffs to get bitch walked up and down the motherfucking street? I ain't gonna have that shit, dog. I ain't gonna have it.
Listen, I hear you, Cal. I just think coming off the West Coast swing to Color's point, we come back home. Now we play on Saturday. The weather and everything. I just think that there are chances that we can win. I'm not going to say 0% chance. What I'm saying is, let's say the offense, I'm not even going to mention who's playing quarterback, just the offense in general starts struggling, and we have a couple 3 and outs and maybe a 5-play drive, but it's a punt, or whatever the case may be, a turnover. And that defense, in my opinion, will keep us maybe in the game the first half, maybe midway through the third quarter. But if the offense is struggling, eventually that defense being worn out from the West Coast trip, having 40 minutes put on them in both of those games, I just think the defense kind of tires out. And again, Buffalo is heartless in the fact that they hate us, and Josh Allen will be trying to run up the score. I hate saying it. I think it's a 38-10, 41-13, something like that when we look up at the end of the game.
I'm with you, man. I mean, I fully agree with you.
Bro, now Dolphins take a beating back to back because that means the offense just because I expect shit out my defense. I already know what time it is. The defense let him score too much. Fuck out of here, bro. I don't want to hear that shit. Bro, talking about Rashad, that's all I've been hearing all
Emulate the great Andrevius. I say, boo this man. Boo this man.
I mean, you can boo me, Color. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. Listen, I said it earlier today. If the Dolphins prove me wrong, I will ask Capitan to let me fire up a stream Sunday morning at 8 a.m. So, not to apologize, just to come out.
You got the control. You can fire it up anytime you want, homie.
There you go. I will be up first thing Sunday morning, and if my Miami Dolphins prove me wrong, I am man. Now, again, I'm not going to apologize to nobody, but I'm man enough to come up here and say I was wrong. But
I don't hear it, Lewis. No.
Hey, Color, can you hit the breaking news thing?
I've been hearing for the last 2 weeks how great these
breaking news from Michael K. Breaking news, Color. Hit the color. Hit it, Color.
It's live. It's untrustworthy coming from a Colts fan.
Louis Armador is an intelligent man. Okay, back to the show.
Here, I'm gonna play devil's advocate though.
Michael K. Totally
Let's play devil's advocate.
I appreciate it, Michael K.
Let's play devil's advocate though. Let's honestly play devil's advocate. Listen to this. Listen to this. In history of Buffalo Bills, what games can they not win? The big games when it counts. Regardless if this is a big game for us, this is definitely a big game for the Bills.
History, Tua can't win those fucking games either, homie. Just
AFC Championship game last year.
Here's the thing, though. Buffalo Bills always shit the bed when it counts the most, bro. And this game on all levels, even on the Buffalo Bills level, counts the most.
You right, Ali.
It would be in Bills fashion. It would be in Bills fashion for them to actually lose their shit on this.
They got nothing to lose, Ali.
They're gonna have fudge ice
Yes,
cream
they do
in
have
their
something
pants.
to lose. They're still playing for first in the AFC, bro.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, he is, but
even if you beat us
they got
tomorrow,
themselves a cushion.
Everybody in their
And guess
mother-
what? They need that first round bye badly.
And win. Everybody and their mother just expects the Bills to
They're
show
not
up.
getting no first round bye.
And I think
Ain't no way.
Fight, they don't
Kansas City or Cincinnati getting that first round by.
Because the city won't lose another game this year. They got a cakewalk.
Everybody and their mother expects the Bills to walk, just get on the field and win, and it's just going to be a blowout. And I think they got another thing coming.
That's why,
All I've
Ron.
been
That's
hearing-
why the Dolphins are going to win for that exact reason right there.
Can I respond
That's
to
why
what
the
Lewis
Dolphins
just said?
win. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rashad.
I've been hearing you all week, Lewis, say how great this defense has been over the last
And I said they're going to be great yesterday. Tomorrow, Rashad.
Came by tonight,
So
Nick.
now
'Cause
we're
I didn't
supposed to
get a
give up
chance.
40?
I saw you were on stream last night. I didn't get a chance to say hi to you, bro. How you been, man?
What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
It's
Good.
been a
Good to
while.
see you
What's up,
back
dude?
around, bro.
Yeah.
And Rashad, just to clean up your statement, I came out and said I think the defense is going to play very well, keep us in the game. To halftime, mid-third quarter, we're going to be like, man, we're still in this game. But eventually, bro, that defense, again, you can't take away. You guys are the ones that always tell it. Look, I'll use your argument against you about Tua, right? Oh, look at the body of work of Tua. Well, look at the body of work the last 2 games that the defense has put in. 40-plus minutes on the West Coast. They have to fly now back to Miami, practice in a dome, cold weather. Oh, it was so cold and freezing cold in that dome of theirs, right? Now they got to fly back up to Buffalo. That defense, again, if the offense is producing and giving them, if there's life in that building, right, then I think the defense will keep playing, right? But we can't come out and have 3 and outs, 6-play drive and a punt, a field goal. And, bro, if we're looking up and it's 17-3, 20-3, 23-3, 23-10, that defense will give up or slow down, in my opinion, and that's when the blowout comes. Not early in the game, but later in the game, especially if the offense is not producing.
Capitulation happens after
I hear
suffocation.
you.
Great equalizer, and we got guys.
I hear you.
Twitch,
You're giving.
and it can make the moves, and it can beat guys.
Not a lot of twitching going on, Ron, in a fucking
we're
snow
giving
game,
this-
though, buddy.
we're giving
I mean,
this
there
defense
is,
credit.
but it's usually big motherfuckers doing it.
Has Buffalo Bills?
You get the ball out early to a hill or
We're,
Womp. You know they make
we're
it go.
giving this defense a lot of credit, but they couldn't get off the field on third down.
I do agree
that
with
was my
that.
biggest problem these last 2 weeks. Third down
That-
come,
yeah,
they
third
give
down
it up
is an
no matter
issue.
the yards. They
I
give it up.
agree. I agree. Let me ask a question. Here's a question for the
only
panel.
gave up
Has
9
Buffalo
third
Bills
downs.
won in a weather game this year? Have they won a
We gave up
game in bad
9
weather
and a
yet?
fourth down.
Yeah,
on
but
Sunday.
And
Ali,
last year-
the weather is now becoming the weather games. We're in that part of the
Well,
season. Like
here's
these
my
last
question
4
though.
games are all the
Last
weather
year,
games.
remember,
Really.
they lost to the Patriots in a bad weather game. So at Buffalo,
Yeah, I know,
from my
but
They
understanding.
barely lost. They
threw
only
the ball
lost by
like
4
6 times.
points.
It don't matter. A loss is a loss, bro.
But
It doesn't matter if you lose by 4, you lose by 1.
Really
It don't
think
matter.
that
A loss
formula-
still means L.
First of all,
If
it was
that's
an
all
act
that
of God
matters,
that
that
put
goes
a
in
1
the
million
record
mile
book.
an hour windstorm in a stadium that handicapped
Yeah,
Buffalo's
I don't.
offense.
I'm not gonna. I'm
So,
not gonna.
and plus
worry
they
about
almost
what
got
the
away
All I'm
with
score
it.
saying
was.
is,
But
we
what
all
you
worried
call
about, can we play in weather? Can they play in weather? The NFL changes their game from
They
outdoor to
almost
indoor.
did. If Diggs wouldn't have
They
dropped that
live in the
touchdown,
weather,
would be a
though,
different
Ali.
discussion about them.
Yeah,
Because they would have won
I don't know
that
about
game.
that argument.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, think about it. They have not
It's
played in
not-
a bad weather game since last year, and last year they blew the pooch. So who's to
wasn't
say
even
that
bad
they can
weather.
play in a
Crap
good
out of
weather
the
or bad weather
Patriots.
And they're
games?
blowing
Right,
pitches
Showed
because
now.
that they
Fuck.
that they
Diggs
was
dropped
legit.
that ball because of the
And
bad
they
weather.
scored 6 touchdowns.
It's all right.
on
We'll
6
wake up
whoa,
tomorrow
whoa,
and the NFL will move it
whoa.
into an indoor stadium. Just
Crypto,
watch.
Ali, Crypto just fed right into your argument because he said Diggs wouldn't have dropped that ball. Well, Diggs dropped the ball because of the weather.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Diggs is a
He
punk.
Absolutely.
didn't drop it. The ball didn't get to him.
I feel
It was
Okay.
barely get to him. He get his
Okay.
hands on it.
I
But
feel
could
like
that be
So
because
then
of
that
the
means
weather?
Josh Allen can't play in a weather game
I
because the
didn't
ball couldn't
feed
get the
into
ball
his
to him.
argument. It was once again it took an act of God to beat the
I
Buffalo
think
Bills.
we're reaching
It
at
wasn't
this
New
point.
England scheme
Yeah.
that beat the fucking Bills. It was
Hold
aided
on,
and
hold
abetted
on.
by an act of God.
That's what
Hold on
weather
a
is.
second.
in a game like
I
this.
say
Yeah, let's stop acting like the New England Patriots had the perfect formula.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Yes, they did.
Now y'all are
Here it is,
talking
Bear.
fucking nuts,
This
bro.
is-
What's she saying?
This is the
Get
last
control,
time we played.
Cap.
Look,
It's
I
going
can't.
left.
There's nonsense
Right.
going on right now.
if
This
the
is the
defense can
last
get off the
time we
field,
played in
Food
Buffalo.
blowers and shit. What the fuck?
This is the last time we played in Buffalo. Okay.
Color
If the defense
that we
can get
were
off the
1
field,
and
we
7
win.
right then,
Yeah, that
dog.
was
We
last
win.
year. We
Tough.
lost
No,
26-10.
No. This is the last time we played in Buffalo. This was week 8. You're right. We were 1 and 6 at the time. Okay. Or 1 and 7 apparently.
That was our
I don't know how
7th
that
loss in a
adds
row
up
at
to
that
week
point.
8, but whatever. Anyway, look at the third quarter. It was 10-3 in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
If it is 10-3 in the third quarter tomorrow,
We got another offense. We got
period.
another offense, Curly. Color.
Offense.
Our defense get off the field. We're going to put up points. If the Jets can put up points,
You may be right, Rashad. I'm not.
if the Jets can put up points,
What are we talking about? Don't get me wrong.
I'm talking about that
I'm
first
not
game.
predicting we don't. What I'm saying is, if it's 10-3 in the third quarter tomorrow, like it was this game, the offense has some splaining to do.
Yeah, where my splaining's at, homie.
Let's act like the offense haven't struggled since the halftime of the
Yeah, and was that game coached by Brian Flores? Was Brian Flores was the coach of that game right there, Color?
Yes, he was.
And he was leading that defense that had us 10-3 in the third quarter, correct?
Yes, he was.
Oh, okay. I was just wanting to throw that little caveat out there.
I missed that guy.
Oh, you cannot put anything on this defense, man. The past 2 games, it's the offense.
Thank you.
If you wanna believe that, go hang your hat on that.
Are you
Go
watching
ahead.
the game? Are you watching?
I went to both of them, buddy.
You went to both games, so
It was nothing more demoralizing than to get to 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, and they motion a player, and you see we're in man-to-man.
Dude,
and there's a running back on CMC. I mean, a linebacker on
when
CMC.
we're on 3rd down and we got the ball and we don't convert and we punt the ball.
We don't get nothing. It's 3rd and 4, and we can't get that.
Opportunities, man. Listen, I'm a huge Tua guy. Everyone knows that here. Our defense gave us more than enough opportunities.
If that's what you want to call it. Look here. I'm not bashing the defense. That's what you think I'm doing.
Yes, you are,
I'm
Rashad.
bashing the
Yeah, you
play
are,
call.
Rashad.
I'm bashing the play calling.
The defense.
Javon Holland is talking about
none of his play calling.
Yeah, Rashad, you're the one Javon Holland's cuckolding right now.
Hater.
Well,
here's the way I see it. Our defense has been making up a lot.
Duke Riley versus CMC. On 3rd and 17, we play prevent defense.
Rashad, we can't depend on our
this?
defense to score points anymore. That guy's gone.
And how about that rough in the pass?
Yeah, that guy's out the building.
The whole game.
And the guys are tired right now. I just don't see how these guys are coming in low energy, man. They've seen these past 2 weeks just like we have. I just don't know what they have to fight for. Honestly, I think
I agree with you, John.
I'm not upset.
And that's why I think it's going to be a blowout like you, man. I just don't think the defense is going to show up.
That's why I'm predicting the opposite.
That 34 points that they give up tomorrow night will be based on capitulation.
Yes.
Hey, Rashad, since you were in the building the
Y'all got an
last 2
excuse
weeks.
for the defense already?
Hey, Rashad, since you were in the building the last 2 weeks, though, and you just said that it was so deflating watching the defense give up 3rd and 7s and 3rd and 9s, was it also deflating watching the offense not picking up 3rd and 9s?
Yes, it was. It was very deflated.
But you left that out, though, right?
No, I didn't leave it out. We didn't have that many. We barely got the ball.
We didn't have that many.
Rashad, are you the bad coach arm?
Rashad, before you put the ball, you got 3rd down, Rashad.
Listen, Color. Listen, fellas. We had the ball 20 minutes each game. You know how many minutes is in a football game?
You know what kills that argument against Buffalo? Exactly. That automatically kills that time of possession.
Hold on a second. Really, what we're talking about here is
the only difference against Buffalo is we scored touchdowns. The only difference against Buffalo is
why we didn't score touchdowns then. Right.
Well,
every time
that time of possession argument goes out the window when you try to argue that because the Buffalo Bills game goes against it.
I'm not arguing it. I'm saying the same thing y'all are saying. I'm saying it was demoralizing. What is the problem?
For what we've had to overcome on defense this year, especially injuries,
I'm agreeing with y'all.
This defense is doing a great job. Honestly,
I agree. That's what you want to call great.
When they get off the field and the refs.
Put it like this, Nick. They're being serviceable.
I don't want to hear that ref excuse, Ron. Don't start blaming the refs, Ron.
They are not. Wait, hold on.
At least 3 drives. We were getting.
Yeah, Ron.
And they continued to drive.
Cannot be.
Ron, those are excuses, Ron. Come on, Ron.
Excuses or just explanations.
I want to make a point.
They're excuses.
Where are you?
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Herbert had 24 completions. Herbert, listen. Herbert had 24
on that
completions
rough in the passer call. We didn't give up no points on that drive, Ron.
No, but it changed the whole.
It didn't change anything if we didn't give up anything.
It
definitely did.
Field position. It don't change field position, Lewis.
It definitely
No,
did.
because
What are we
there's
going to do with the
countless
field
times
position? Whether you
what
start,
we've
this
overcame
is the problem, right? Whether you start at the 10-yard line or the 50-yard line, if you ain't moving the ball, what the fuck difference does it make?
We definitely would have been in field goal range if that.
Is our defense the reason we're losing these
Definitely.
games? No.
You assuming that they punchers
Listen.
don't
Listen.
boom one out the stadium and put us in bad position.
He wasn't booming anything once, and just like the 3rd and 17 that we gave up. If we play regular defense, they don't score.
You don't know what he's gonna do on each punch.
Listen, crypto. If we play legit defense on 3rd and 17, do they score a touchdown on 4th and 1? No,
we don't know. The Chargers always go for it on 4th down.
On 4th and 1, it was 3rd and 17 with seconds left.
Right, and if he gets 16 yards, they're going for it. Brandon Staley would go for it.
Right,
but
they go for a field goal. How many times did that guy done go for it no matter what?
None of it's like 4th and
if that's what you believe,
yards.
Bro,
I think our
if
defense
that makes
is
you
tired.
feel comfortable in your argument, go ahead, bro.
Dude,
I think our coach knows it.
Stopped them on 4th down when they went for it already. Let's not get selective amnesia.
Vic Fangio's our
That was
defensive
points off the
coordinator
board.
next year.
That's why they took away from him.
That's one of the reasons
And we
why they got
didn't
Bradley
score
Chubb.
on the opportunity
Josh
when our
Gordon
offense
fired. He's gone.
You guys remember that game in San
No, it was
Francisco?
4th and 2 at the goal line,
It was
and we
4th
stopped them.
and 2.
And we
If
got
it's
the
3rd
ball
and
back for our offense, and we didn't score.
Color.
Well, how about this?
If we run
When we
prevent,
were
you think
on
they
our
get to
own
4th and 1?
25-yard line or
You think they get to
30-yard
4th and
line,
2?
Mike McDaniel went for it on 4th down. Do you guys remember that? I remember thinking that instance. He knows our defense is freaking dead tired. If he puts them out on the field this second, it's over. See, I think our coach already knows what's going on, and he is desperate to keep his offense on the field, to keep the defense off. And I think that San Francisco game was the perfect example. Who in the hell goes for it on 4th down from their own 25 or 30 unless they are extremely desperate and know the circumstances? So I just want to say that going into this game, guys, our defense is freaking spent. And we need the offense has to come through, man.
Great. Have you guys watched Brock?
You can't coach a football game like you're playing Madden.
Am I right, bitches?
I think.
Does anyone realize that?
Well, you got to think he's got what 3 or 4 different pretty crazy.
Well, still, he's playing like he's not playing like Mr. Irrelevant. He's playing like a fucking first rounder, top 10 pick.
That's pretty damn good O-line too.
Yeah, but if
we get
that holding call on Tyreek Hill, it was a go route. I mean, if we were getting
a rough and pass
call, it might have been a completely different game. There's a
It's
lot
a bunch of stuff that
I don't
goes
think it's a
different.
completely different game. It just resets the
It's a
downs,
completely
first
different
and
game.
down or passing what you call.
We don't get that rough and passer. It's a whole different game. We score right before halftime.
You're assuming that was going to happen.
You're assuming that they go for it on 4th and 17.
I'm not saying they're going for it on 4th and 17.
That's
You're assuming that
they
their
just went
defense
for it
don't
on
play
4th
lights
down.
out and shut us down like they've been doing all game.
Guys, who agrees with me that Boyer's gone?
But crypto, I think that
Who agrees with me? I want to hear it now that Boyer's gone.
Boyer is beyond gone. Man.
Okay, so that's your opinion. That's one.
we're
He
thinking
disagrees.
I agree that they're going to
If he
hang
retains the
Boyer
job.
out to dry. And I said that earlier in the year that Boyer's the holdover and he's the low-hanging fruit, and they're going to put his head was laying on the chopping block going into this season. So
Fair
there's
enough.
one or
So you
two
agree
things.
with me with
Either he's going to be the guy that's going to be a coaching candidate and go somewhere else or something like that, maybe as a head coaching hire or
He won't get
something,
another
or
job.
he's the dude getting his head chopped off immediately and shouldering all the blame.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
I wanted Fangio, but I don't think Vic Fangio plays well with others, and apparently everyone's too motherfucking sensitive.
Zone.
I think he's going to get a
He was
pass.
running a great zone the first half of the season, and he just reverted back to man. I don't know why. Like we lost Brandon Jones and Nick Needham, now we're
Brandon
running
Jones
man.
is being
Why?
that's all. Brandon Jones is being a bum.
The zone was killing it
Hey, so
versus the
have we
Browns
spoken
Fine,
about?
versus
They was carving both of them up. They was
Hey,
getting
so
what they
have we
wanted
spoken about
it was
that
in
it
the
game?
was
key
getting
Hold on a
situation.
second.
it was getting better is what I was saying.
Let's hear from the Dolphins realtor, and then I want to hear from King Truth. Go ahead, Dolphins realtor.
Thanks, bro. No, I'm saying, have we spoken about the Patriots Bills game from last year and how
The
Mac
one
Jones only threw for
Yes.
two times? Okay,
Yeah,
so we have already.
I think
All right.
it was like
That's
only three,
irrelevant.
but
That's
yeah,
an anomaly.
but are we gonna come out with a
We'll
power
give a
running
shit
game
about
like that?
being aided and abetted by an active God to help a
I
team
think we're
out.
31st in the NFL in running the football right now efficiently.
When is that
So I
ever
mean, are we
gonna
gonna come
change?
out? Are we gonna come out and even run it though? Like we
God
haven't
have
seen that all
balance.
year.
They don't have.
If they
Exactly.
did it and won the
The
game,
Patriots
fucking
offensive line is much better
like,
than ours, and
there's
they got
literally
better running back
nothing.
core.
There's literally nothing this season that we can say, yeah, they're gonna come out with a fucking power running game and run it down their throat and win this football game. Like that would be a miracle. Not that I wouldn't be like,
Cleveland.
oh shit, if it's really they're fucking called it. But let's be real, you're just fucking calling it, rather
Well,
than
Jordan
actually putting
Phillips is
data.
gone. He's out. That helps, but I know
And
what
not
you're
only
saying.
that, Cap, but I did talk about it earlier, and when me and DTL opened the show, Dolphin Realtor. And again, see, this is what I don't like about this conversation, right? Let's say that was the case, and let's say Tua Tagovailoa only threw 2 passes tomorrow, right? We came out last year as a fan base, right, and talked about Mac Jones not being their franchise guy because they didn't have no trust in him. They were taking the ball out of his hand. Well, how can we sell to this fan base that Tua Tagovailoa is supposed to be our leader, but in a game, and again, a division opponent where this is not going to be the last time we played Buffalo in December in Buffalo. So you mean to tell me my franchise guy that I'm going to have to pay $35 to $40 to $45 million? He can't go into Buffalo and throw more than 2 passes?
To
That's
piggyback
the
on your
difference
point,
between us and
I don't
other
know your.
fans.
I don't
but
know.
hold on.
We stink. We suck.
To
We're horrible fans.
piggyback on Lou's point, it certainly won't end
According to
the
Javon
narrative
Holmes, we are.
going later to the Jets and the Patriots, wondering if he can throw in cold weather or not. If we don't throw it
100%
at all
Cap.
and run the motherfucking football, we might get the dub, and that's great. But does anyone feel more comfortable about Tua throwing in cold ass weather?
Exactly.
Hell no.
And that's what I'm saying, Cap.
We need to
If you
win.
look at
He
our
need to win.
division,
He need to do it.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Josh Allen throwing the ball 40 times tomorrow.
listen,
All right,
it's
hold
not
on.
like we play in the AFC South.
Real quick, I want to hear.
We play in the division where it's Buffalo, New England, and the
I want to
Jets.
hear from let's hear from King Truth. Let's hear some truth out of King. Go ahead, King. Welcome to the show, buddy.
There we go. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm not going to get into. I guess people can have their own opinions on Tua. I coach quarterbacks. I actually worked with Tua, so I am a little bit biased during the summer camps at Alabama. But the thing is that I do believe what the gentleman said about we're not just going to come in there and run 35 times. We're just not. We're not built that way. Our line's just not good enough. We do have speed. Speed sometimes can translate. If you remember back when Ricky was running the ball, if you can run the ball, if you can get the ball in space in the snow, you can still make people miss and have big games. But I'm not sure how we're going to do it. It's a little frustrating, but I don't think that really has anything to do with Tua. I'm not sure Josh Allen's going to ball out in the snow either. I mean, people
Well,
can
if
say,
he runs that football, he will. That big fucking goofy bastard.
That's true, but do you really look? It sounds good right now, but Cam Newton was a big guy who took a lot of hits and tried to shake them off like they were nothing. They're not nothing. I'm all for Josh Allen running the entire game, and I hope we beat the hell out of him because at some point that's not going to translate. Historically, big, strong quarterbacks have never lasted that way. So
He will never look like Tua, though, laying on the ground.
Ben Roethlisberger, he somehow defied the
Ben
odds.
Roethlisberger didn't run. He never ran. So
He ran when he had to.
Big Ben
No,
ran. He
Ben
for sure ran.
Roethlisberger ran never. What do you mean he ran when he had to? Ben Roethlisberger never.
There was some plays where he extended the plays and he used his legs.
And broke some tackles.
That's different than running. Josh Allen runs the ball. So those two things. And what happened, I mean, you look at the last couple of years of Ben Roethlisberger, he was beat to death, and he was a pocket passer. So
Yeah. But
he's a big
real
guy.
quick, I would say this. That don't fucking mean shit for later. I mean, it means everything for later. Don't mean shit for now. And I hear your point. Like I don't want my quarterback playing running back. I agree with that fact.
Did Josh Allen fumble the ball against us the first time in warm weather?
Yes.
I mean, Josh Allen
that
has
was
had
more
little
the
baby boy fingers.
He didn't fumble it all on his own. That was the defense making it. Has a lot to do with that.
Well, correct. And we have the same defense, and their offensive line is beat up. So we have opportunities to be able to hit him a lot in the cold. That can help right
We
now.
don't have the same defense.
I mean, some people, okay, we
And
didn't
this
have.
guy making me feel a lot better, man. Damn.
Look,
I
the
don't
truth is,
disagree,
if we're gonna win this game, it's gonna be because our defense finally stepped up. It's not gonna be because we score 35 points in the snow.
It's going to be because
if you believe our defense could force 10 turnovers and score on half of them, yes, absolutely. They don't win.
Phillips and Chubbs are going to force him towards the middle, and Wilkins is going to be there like he has been every game.
I think this is a game that plays to our defensive front being better than theirs without Jordan Phillips. Absolutely, I do.
I agree.
Our linebackers are
look, I pulled it up earlier, King Truth. Look at the rushing comparison between our main
psychoanalysis we do
it's
to
almost
convince
even.
ourselves.
The only reason that they have even the running stats they have is because of Josh Allen. And if they want to roll the dice, we'll see how that works.
I agree. Because it's going to be a lot more sloppy and stupid in the snow than it is in the heat of Miami on that perfect turf.
I think so, too.
It is an equalizer. I think a lot of people, and Ali brought this up earlier, a lot of people are underestimating the effect it'll have on them as well. They're human beings as well. And you can.
Well, it wasn't quite the equalizer.
Hold on.
Jim
There's
Kelly
one thing
put up 40 points on us in the snow.
But Crypto, you know as well as I do. But you know as well as I do that there's one thing. There's a difference between withstanding the temperatures and having to play and that sloppiness of on and off icy snow.
Make this point real quick because I think this is important. Ironically, the Bills are not built to play in cold weather. They're not.
It's exactly what Ali said.
What evidence do you have of that?
Well, I mean, they're just not. They're built.
They get shut down. Their high flying attack gets shut down.
They don't have a good O line.
That one anomaly, that one active guy that happened, y'all think that's the norm. When immediately, right after that game, they scored 6 touchdowns on 6 possessions against that same team in that same building.
Nobody's disagreeing with you that it was an act of God, but that's exactly what we're dealing with this weekend.
You're talking about 10
I think this is less of an act of God than that wind bowl last year.
I don't know. It's supposed to be wind gusts 25.
Yes,
it's
20 knot wind is a gentle breeze compared to that last game, that windstorm.
25-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, that's considered a gentle breeze compared to the last year's game they had against the Patriots.
Well, okay.
Oh, the game where they barely scored? That game?
Yeah, where New England
like I said, an act of God. This
where
is
New England didn't even run the ball.
That game.
New England didn't even pass the ball. Right.
What game did Buffalo
play New England did
well in snow?
Hold on, I don't want to bring up the snow.
Playoff games.
Can
it was cold as hell, and it snowed in that one.
Playoff game. That is in January. It's cold as heck. They performed amazingly. Barely lost if it weren't for Patrick Mahomes doing some miracle. What was that, 7 or 13 seconds? I can't even remember.
That wasn't in 10 inches of
Fair enough, but that was only temperature.
Yeah, but when we keep saying
it was temperatures played a role.
A clear night. There was no snow and wind and sloppiness involved.
Cold weather.
Yeah, but the only thing I would say, though, when we keep saying 10 inches of snow, yeah, that's fine. But that's going to be plowed up against the wall where the fans are sitting. They're going to clear that.
The cold is going to be more of an issue than the freaking
They're going to clear that.
Like the Lord said, it's going to be flat.
There's not going to be 10 inches of snow.
There's no equalizer here. It's too cold.
Y'all are saying things that aren't true. The news reports say it's going to snow during the game.
Yeah, throughout the whole game.
Yeah, but it's not going to accumulate to 10 inches
Yeah,
while
it's not
it's
going to
still
be 10
playing.
inches for the
Gotta
game, though.
clear the field.
Okay, but it's going to be wet and sloppy. It's right around the temperature where the snow will easily be melted by the body heat of the players, and it will be wet and sloppy, and you all know that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, I think
Well,
the field will be
can I
very,
say
very
something
cold.
since I'm the closest
I would
person
rather it be 12 degrees so it would be nice and dry and the ball would be nice and supple. But
I'm the
that's just
closest
me.
person to Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, but
on the
it'll still
panel.
be cold.
It's extremely icy out. There's black ice. I'm an hour and a half away from the stadium over the border in Canada. There's black ice. Okay?
Right. So you agree that it is going to play a factor, correct?
Fucking right it is.
Thank you. Not just
But I think it's going to play a factor for both teams. I don't know why
What
we're
does
under this
black ice
impression it's
have to
only
do
going to
with
affect
the
us.
game?
No, I'm saying it's going to affect Buffalo too.
I agree, King Truth. That's why you're called King Truth.
Yeah, but come on, guys.
We can
Week
give
3,
ourselves a
the weather
psychoanalysis.
played a role.
Talk all we want. We all know who's conditioned to play in it.
Who do you think is going to be more successful from a jet sweep? Stephon Diggs or Tyreek Hill?
Tyreek Hill.
Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, somebody who hasn't been doing jet sweeps all year long.
I think it's going to be a lot easier for
No
Tyreek
one, because ain't nobody
Hold
doing
on, Crypto. To that point, I think it's going to be a lot easier for a guy like Tyreek Hill to get to his top speed than it will for their defensive linemen to catch him on the corner.
Agreed.
He's going to have the edge.
Tyreek Hill had arguably the best game in that cold weather game that somebody brought up earlier. So
Yeah, and he also had a quarterback that was not from Hawaii or Alabama throwing.
Hey, as long as he can get the ball in his hands. As long as he can get the ball in his hands, who cares where he came from?
Tyreek and Waddle accelerate faster than
hold on, at
anybody
this
else in
point in
the
the
NFL.
season, who has more long touchdowns? Tua? Or
Yeah, when you're a fair weather quarterback,
that's where you lost
you
the
play
argument
against
right
Detroit
there.
every week.
Josh Allen hasn't played in the snow all year. That's not an excuse, Crypto. That's not an excuse, Crypto. He ain't played in no snow yet.
Tua and Waddle both have the best
They're
acceleration
offense.
in the NFL.
Yeah, Sal, and 47 points against who? The
He
Houston
ain't played in
Texans
no-
or somebody?
He ain't played in no snow yet. The one snow game he would have had, he went to Detroit. Like, nah. He had a chance to play in the
Bills aren't
snow.
built for it.
The Bills.
It was freaking damn that almost 8 feet of snow on the ground. It's totally different a snow event from the one coming up tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So we can't use the excuse they play in two different elements. Tua has more long balls than him. Tua has more long balls than everybody.
What's it calling for? What's it
Yeah,
calling
when
for?
Tyreek Hill is on your freaking team and he's got a lot of gravity accounted for, of course he will.
Look at the chat. I left something for you.
I wanted to fire Lewis up.
Let Lewis sleep.
I gotta fire Lewis
He
up
gotta,
one more
he gotta
time
go to work
before he
at
goes
4
to sleep.
a.m.
Well, Color, you're doing a pretty good job at it, Color.
I want to get back on this defense thing with Tua's vengeance, man. Defense.
I don't know.
You don't want this smoke. I
Salty
hate
balls
this
ain't that
defense.
bad.
Who has the worst?
Defense has been playing remarkable for all the injuries.
He said remarkable.
I agree.
Who banned the word Wolfpack? Nobody banned the word Wolfpack.
For all
Not
the
on this show.
injuries, absolutely.
I don't know, man.
Stay-
Long
Stay in zone. Stay in zone.
One of the other show hosts banned the
They
word.
what works the best.
Wait, I got
We ain't banned it around here.
Christian Wilkins gonna have a big game tomorrow.
too.
Is their center still beat up? Are they still playing their second string center?
Who? Wait, huh? The Bills?
Yeah.
I have no idea about their offensive line.
I know their guard's out.
Buffalo center's been beat up all year. They've been playing their second string.
Has our
We
defense
also, that's a fine point you bring up, Ron. We didn't have Chubb back when we played them the first time.
But yeah, Wilson still don't got Byron.
Wilkins has
We
been
don't got
Already
need
had
him now.
a lot of significant players on both
Is
sides.
it okay if we just don't bring up Byron Jones ever again?
Yeah, fuck that guy.
No.
But how-
Byron is the man. Byron is the best corner. He's better
Has
than
the
X, is what I was told.
Someone said it's this year's Skinny
Byron's the big
Stills.
wimp that quit on the fucking team.
I got so much pushback when I said Byron sucks. and then I was like, he's not top 15, is what I said.
Byron's
Yes,
not a
he
man.
is.
Byron's a
Yes,
pussy.
he is.
Yep.
Yeah,
A man
okay,
who
he's a
never
big
made the
pussy.
Pro Bowl is a top 15.
Don't worry, our guy's been taking ice baths like the last 3 nights, man.
Byron will be in
Who,
Pittsburgh.
Tua?
Hey, you know, King Truth, you said you did some coaching and and all that. When I was in high school playing football, like I knew I was never gonna go beyond that. You know why? Because some of them more of the top players we had on the team, they were like way more athletic than me. Like after practice, they'd be getting in that ice bath, dude, and I'd be like, there is no way in hell I'll ever get in one of those fucking bathtubs, dude. So I knew I was never gonna go beyond high school football, bro, just because of that alone. Like you'll never catch me in that friggin' ice bath, bro.
Who is that cornerback from
You want to know something funny? My
Pittsburgh
9-year-old
that injured Pat White? What's his name?
You can do it.
Ike
The one
Taylor?
that hit
Was that
Pat
his
White
name?
and made him wake up a baseball player?
Was it Ike Taylor?
It was
That's
either
how I
him
look
or
at
Ryan Clark.
I look at Byron Jones like that. That's exactly how I look at Byron Jones.
for
Just a
Byron Jones
fast guy. Yeah. At least Ike Taylor got some
Byron
interceptions.
Jones cares
Byron
much
Jones going
about
back
football.
to play for his boy in Pittsburgh next year.
I hated that
I
guy.
tell you
As
this,
soon as we saw
Xavier looks
Yeah,
awesome.
Jay, I got you.
You really think Pittsburgh wants him? He's a quitter.
On off.
Xavier getting caught in that long
around
speed.
game time.
Xavier's
Xavier,
been playing hurt all year, man.
you can't have X out there covering for more than 4 seconds. After that, he's
been playing
out of
My
there.
whole thing is the colder it gets, hey, the faster you move, the more heat your body generates, man. That's all I'm saying. Just get off the ball and start moving your motor.
That's science.
Xavier's
been playing off because he got a little jock itch.
The only thing you got to overcome is the fact that it hurts. Like every hit hurts.
Is it true we had heaters in San Diego?
Putting their freaking hands
Yes,
on you,
yes,
jamming.
that is true. We had heaters in San
Timing-based
Diego.
offenses
John,
collapse.
we had heaters in fucking LA.
Yes.
What a bunch of wimps.
Yeah.
Everybody
had
heaters.
heaters in
Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, if I was a coach, I would
Hold
never
on,
allow
wait.
that.
Y'all think Buffalo gonna be out there sitting on igloos? Y'all think they not gonna have heaters?
No, I do not. But I just want to
Both of
address.
them.
I want to
come
go
on,
back to
y'all.
something. I want to go back to real quick to something Ron said about when we played them the first time, week 3. We didn't have Bradley Chubb. Well, that's true.
No, I said that. I was just following along Ron's thought process. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I got a list of 7 players that will be back for the Buffalo Bills that we didn't play or we didn't see on week 3.
Right, but most of those were on defense, Lewis.
Yeah, go ahead. Name
That matters when you stopping the opponent from getting big plays down the field.
Okay, so these are the players. These are the players
when they held the ball for 93 plays.
Hold on, Ron, but these are the players right here. Safety Jordan Poyer. That's a big move.
Which will help them.
Is he faster than Tyreek?
He is not, but he is a top safety in the league. I'm just saying he's not better. No, he's not better than Tyreek. Again, we're just going down the list.
I didn't say better. Is he faster than
No,
Tyreek?
he's absolutely not. No, for sure.
Just wondering.
With that caveat, there was some Chargers that wasn't fast enough neither. They still got their hands on the
cornerback.
That was us not taking advantage of
Cornerback Tre'Davious White will be back.
Yep.
Is he faster than Tyreek?
He is not. Defensive lineman Ed Oliver that didn't play week 3 will be back.
Well, we know he's not faster than Tyreek.
Right.
Oliver versus Connor Williams. Okay.
Cornerback Dane Johnson.
Sound like being faster than Tyreek is the formula. Then we should be undefeated. Then.
Lewis, I agree with everything.
Well, yeah, Crypto. That's my whole beef with the offense.
And two brand new wide receivers that are coming back too, and John Brown and Cole Beasley.
It's because Patrick Mahomes said
John Brown came back. Oh Lord.
Yeah, John Brown is back, Rashad.
Oh God.
So we supposed to hear that 5 defensive backs and 2 receivers came? I thought we were playing in 8 inches of snow.
I know, right?
Listen, my point was I know that
it won't be accumulated. It won't be 8
I
inches.
didn't say nothing about the snow. I came in and told y'all that the snow's not going to affect the game because it's not going to be on the field.
Listen, my point was, I know that they had defensive players out.
But it
Y'all
might
brought
be
up the
Louis.
snow.
Snow won't be on the
It
field.
might be,
It'll have
man.
no effect.
When you run 93 plays,
I can tell you this,
you're
Lewis.
protecting your
Snow or
defense.
not on the field, the conditions are going to be wet and sloppy.
I agree.
They're going to throw the
And
ball.
it would be cold, and we know what quarterbacks play good when it's a lot of moisture
and the last time
and
we
it's
seen
cold.
and the last time we seen our quarterback in a wet, cold, sloppy game in Tennessee, he looked like dog water.
And we found a way to blame Flores for it.
Well, there was some coaching problems on.
Yeah, we could definitely blame Flores.
The quarterback
Be
couldn't
ready
even
to
hold
blame.
on
Throw
to the
McDaniel
ball.
under the same bus.
The quarterback
Because it'll
couldn't
be the
even
same
hold on to the
results.
ball in the Tennessee game.
They said it was an ice ball.
How
They said it was an
quick
ice
we
ball.
forget.
Well, anything under 32 degrees will be formulation of ice. So this one will be ice ball too.
McDaniel needs
Yeah.
to take some blame
Yeah.
too for last game. Come on now.
Oh, he definitely did. Well, yeah.
I'm telling you,
Some
Tua
blame.
Tagovailoa needs to
Boyer
come
too.
out with gloves on tomorrow, shock the world.
No,
Call
Well,
it
he
the
needs to
glove
talk to
game.
Teddy Bridgewater about that.
I would
not wear
like to see Tua shock the world.
I know, King. I know, King. It does
If he
change
wants
the
gloves,
way.
you got to talk to Teddy.
Boy. Tua, you ain't got to shock the world. Just win.
But see, I think the ball comes off his hand too early right now, anyway. So the stick him might actually help him a little bit.
I mean, do you guys think he actually survives this outing against the Bills? I recall
John.
him getting hurt
You
regularly.
know what? Let me leave that one
That was
alone.
a dirty shot.
Hey, that was actually a better question, to be honest.
Because
with you.
the Bills
Let me leave that one alone.
Milano's going to be on the field, right?
Yeah, he's
Milano's all beat the hell though.
A lot of respect for
Hey, color. That's a backstage question right there, color.
A lot of respect for who? A lot of respect for who? Milano?
Hey, Milano's hobbled on one knee right now.
Milano's known
he's a player.
for delayed blitzing.
Every time I see him,
That's all I got to say.
So I got a lot of respect for him.
Everybody's scared of Milano
Milano's a
cookies.
fucking asshole. Hell
He
no.
a snack.
I mean, I just watched those Buffalo.
But the referees are not going to blow the whistle neither.
Yeah, those Bills don't mess around,
this could
man.
be
I mean, come on, guys. They are a vicious defense. They do not mess, or they're going to land on your quarterback with full body weight, and if that means 15 yards, so be it. So,
You know what? I like you, John. I really do like you, John.
I don't understand why we can't do the same thing. Like we don't have enough money to afford the fine.
Well, we did, and look, they cried. Herbert was crying. So
why is it always everybody else hurting us?
Because we got the Javon Hollins on our team to complain about it.
We're supposed to be all prim and proper and be like, no, we don't wish injury on nobody.
Check down Herbie.
It's football. I hope Josh Allen breaks
Clipper,
his
you better
finger
cut it out.
tomorrow.
You know how you
That's
always
what I
call
hope.
I'm
How
telling
you
you,
like me now?
as long as we got Holland
You
on
know
Instagram
saying.
Live, we're going to have complaints about being soft.
He's a big boy.
Right?
He's a big. He can handle a sprained finger for a couple weeks.
Matt Milano, I have no respect for him, Ron. Whoever think that's you who said that.
Well, he's limping around.
Tua got his hip fractured, his ribs smashed, finger hurt. Like, I think Josh Allen can handle a little finger sprain for a couple weeks.
Well, Dolphin Realtor.
Well, he will have to be taken out in the body cast.
TDR. Were you the one that said you don't respect Matt Milano?
I said that.
No, I mean, I
Who?
don't.
Who said that?
I said that right here.
Oh, Nick. Well, Nick, let me ask you a question because I'm not. This is not coming at you and whatever. But let's say we don't have a Landon Roberts. Let's say we have Matt Milano. Do you still feel like that?
Yeah, if you're going to be dirty like that, yeah.
But okay, so in your opinion, watching the game last week, that hit that he gave Matt White or Mike White, in your opinion, was that a dirty hit?
I'll have to watch it again, honestly.
Exactly.
That would be.
It's not a. This is what I'm saying. Listen, Color made a great point. At the end of the day, fellas, I know it's dirty. That's fine. But it's football, and anything you can do. We were all taught this if you played the game. Anything you can do on the football field to get an advantage, you do.
Yep.
That was Rodney Harrison his whole
That's
career.
just those are the facts of this game.
That
So
was
again,
roughing
yes,
the
I'm not
passer. That
arguing
was a
or
hit
Rodney
debating the
Harrison was
dirtiness.
good at that.
But this is the
hit
Rah,
and
rah,
a
Didn't
kick
win
return.
any
For
millions.
the record, Louis, I said I had a
Rah,
lot of
rah, raz.
because
Kick
every
him
time
in
I
the
see him on
other
the field,
knee.
he's making plays.
Speaking about that, did you guys notice in the San Fran game, every one of Bosa's sacks, he could have smashed Tua from the hitting him,
Yeah,
hit
from the
his stupid
shoulders up.
body. He
Yeah,
went
he
right
went
to
low.
his legs. He went right to his
Hmm.
legs every time.
Like he dove into his leg. Like
Yeah, I'm like, holy
he could have
shit.
went straight into his
Well,
back
how
to
does
his
the
shoulders.
league
He
think that?
Well,
dove into
How
Jimmy
does
his
the
leg.
Bosa
league?
wasn't in that game.
Hold on,
It
Crypto.
was
How
Nick.
does
It
the
was
league
Nick.
think?
No,
How
San
does the
Fran.
league
Penalty to go
surmise?
low? I don't understand that.
Ron, hold on. How does the league surmise that Tua gets folded back like a crab without one guy low and going low and one guy going high? How do you get in
They
that
don't.
position? You know what I mean? Without that
We
happening.
just
And the other
we
thing is,
just ain't that good
it's so
yet to
low on
get
the
that
quarterback.
call.
Well, one of them was
That
his
call is
offensive
only
line.
that call is only
Is it
held
a penalty to go low
for
on the quarterback too?
all-time greats: Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes.
Remember, you're in England, land of good manners. Uncle Toodles.
It's snowing.
Where the hell did that come from? That was great.
Do you think
Got
Color,
I said
Capitan
Tua
back
getting picked
producing
up from the
tonight.
hospital in Buffalo.
Carla says, kick color if we don't win. Why me? What did I do?
Man, public enemy number
I'm
one.
predicting a win.
Are you
And
really?
if it ain't on you, color, man, it ain't on, man. I swear, I don't know what to say. I got like one person to blame this year, or one person only. Like all my focus and energy is on Tua. Gosh darn it! If we don't win, it's on him.
I got a
The
question.
field
Bottom
general,
line.
huh?
Is it
John,
not a penalty for
is he
going
the
low on
field
the
general? John, is he the field general?
We wouldn't be where we are
Damn
today
right he
without
is.
Tua.
He is
That's
the
the
field
bad part
general.
about it.
Hey, John,
And
just
Skylar
welcome to the
Thompson was in
club,
the
John.
game. Oh God.
Can somebody answer that question for me? Is it or
Well, glad to be here. Thanks, Lewis.
on the quarterback?
Pete said that he's buying everybody in the community a Skylar Thompson jersey if he wins in his fantasy tomorrow, because he's got all his lineups loaded with Skylar Thompson.
Size large, Pete.
Oh Lord.
Sounds like
Yeah, I'll take a large.
Yeah, I need a large, Pete.
Pete got some going. He got some lot of side bets lately, Pete.
Color.
Anybody have an answer for me? Like, is it
Yes, sir, Nick.
not a penalty to go low on a quarterback?
Well,
Yeah.
no, one of them was the
Go ahead, Nick.
Houston, and then the other one was our
Miami winning,
lineman.
you said.
Yeah, 24-17.
Okay, I didn't get to hear. What would be the reason for that? Like, what would the scenario have to be?
Pure homerism.
Yeah.
Like,
At
I
least
just
you're
have a
honest,
feeling.
color.
I don't know. I just have a feeling that, like, I don't know, man. I have a feeling that Tua can eat everything he put on the plate for himself.
I hope. I hate these fucking Bills. I've always, even when Brady was always on top, for all those years for the Pats, I still hated Buffalo and the Jets more, and I don't know why.
I agree with you, man.
Yeah, I
And
hated
to
everybody
be
in our
honest with
division,
you,
especially
I
the
never
Jets.
had, like I said all season, I never had us winning this game for other reasons. I just think that, look, it's about time that somebody overcome all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's about, and I don't know. Look, as I pointed out earlier, the matchup really ain't that bad. It's just they score more than we do. A lot of that is because of Josh Allen's legs.
Yeah.
And Stephon Diggs has a few more touchdowns, but Cole Beasley is going to be a problem because he's gonna draw attention. He's going to either draw the spy away,
Key slot guy.
I forgot about
or cause Javon to take the cheese and leave Diggs one-on-one, whatever. But the bottom line is, if we get Josh Allen on the ground, we have a really good chance of winning the game. And the key is we have to make the Buffalo Bills pay when they don't score, whether that be because we get a turnover or turnover on downs, we have to put points on the board and make them pay for that.
Right. He had
John,
that shoulder
I'm with you as
injury,
far as the
and all of
Bills
a
and the
sudden
Jets.
Jason Sanders is
he's
gonna have
Because
to
I
still
warm
remember
up
good.
his
all the
leg
years
because
in the 90s when the
he's
Bills
gonna be
kicked
kicking
our
a lot
ass
of long field goals.
in the playoffs. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I hate the Bills more. You know, after
I
going
also think
through the
that our
90s.
team seems to need the pressure, if you know what I mean.
Right. Whatever
And
happened to Allen?
given the stars we have on the team, I think some of those stars only become those stars when there's that type of pressure. Maybe I'm just being like I said, I'm being a homer.
Josh Allen had that shoulder injury, and we thought it was like, oh, well, they're done. And then what the hell happened? It just healed? Like, I didn't hear anything else about it.
Yeah, it was an elbow.
He's
Yeah, and then
superhuman.
he got.
He's a
He's
monster. That's why.
yeah,
That's what he
exactly.
is.
The dude's an NFL quarterback. You know what I mean? They just
Same with
they seem
Justin
to shed
Herbert.
that type of stuff. Well,
What about
most
Listen,
NFL
Color, you
quarterbacks.
brought up that game, right?
John.
About the Jaguars, Dolphins, Marino last game. I will say this much. I think that Dolphin team is better as far as personnel wise than this one was. And I think the Bills is better than that Jaguars team. Hence, it could be a similar margin.
John, NFL will
Yeah, but
break
the Jaguars were playing in perfect weather, like as well as we were.
Cam Newton. Cam
Yeah,
Newton was
that's
bigger
true.
than
They were in
Josh
perfect
Allen,
conditions. Yeah.
and look what happened to him.
They are different though. The way that they play is different.
Oh, they are. They're nasty, but it ain't gonna. It's not gonna last long.
The difference in Cam is that Cam would run the ball between the tackles. Allen only runs when he scrambles and the plays break down.
Oh, Buffalo.
He
Yeah,
like
and
running on the boundary. He'll run up the
defensive
middle too
players,
if it collapses on the edge.
they got real
Now,
tired
he
of
has
Cam
been
by
running
the
up the
end.
middle too.
That guy would get hit hard, man.
He
I
runs
mean,
wherever the opening's at.
I think they're a little
Allen is
different.
also playing. Allen is also almost playing at a Madden level because he will also, kind of design runs for himself where he knows that if
Yeah,
he
he
sees the
does.
defense do certain things and flush out, that he's going to have the middle of that field wide open, and he immediately decides to run, whether that was a pass play or not.
Let's not forget.
And whether he's under pressure or not. You know what I mean? So that's the danger he has of running.
Remember the first meeting we had with them. As much of a freak Allen is, he does struggle sometimes with some air and throw, some accuracy issues.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially if he's getting hit.
Now that is true. Absolutely.
In the snow, in the cold weather, in the cold weather too, as Ali pointed out, in the cold weather too, he is all over the place.
This game is winnable.
Yeah.
Simple.
I agree with that as well. Yep.
Yeah.
If this game is called
We gotta-
correctly on both sides, we can win this game.
And again, remember what I said, everybody.
No,
I
we're gonna
predict
need it to
wins
be
based
called
on
lopsided
execution.
and our just to lose by
I
20.
predict wins based on execution, and there is enough meat
Call
on
the
the
game
bone
correctly.
for us to win this game. And so if we execute certain things, we can win it. That's why I'm able to predict a win.
What is this game? What is this game calling for as far as weather?
Cold,
3 feet of
shitty, sloppy, snowy, 20 something degrees, feels like 12.
Well, Shankit Sanders better get warmed up.
Color at the beginning of the season, you had called this game a loss. You kind of reaffirmed that earlier. Do you still think it's a loss, or do you actually think we have a chance? Are you talking optimistically?
Maybe I'm being optimistic, but there are things about Buffalo that have progressed throughout the season that have broken my disillusionment in them. I'm not one of these people that thinks Buffalo is this great ass team like everybody thinks. You know what I mean? I think they are men. They can be beaten.
Right.
And you just got to execute the way to beat them.
They've showed chinks in their armor.
In the case of the first time we played them, there was mistakes made by him. You could argue the weather affected that. Okay, fine. But the point is, we let him run around all over the field like he was going to do anyway, except we didn't let him score. That's my point. We got to score in the time that we have the ball. In that game, we had 19 minutes of possession. That's about the smallest amount of possession, realistically, unless you just have a couple broken plays. That's about the smallest amount of time of possession you can have scoring 3 touchdowns.
They ran 93 plays on offense.
So we were as efficient as we could possibly be on offense that day. And it gave our defense enough to utilize the Miami weather to their advantage to stop Buffalo kind of and put them in a situation where they had to make a mistake. And they did make the mistake. So
yeah, they're beatable.
Well, I know we had the ball for 19 minutes, but I wouldn't say we were super, super efficient, Color. And I'll tell you why. Because one of those touchdown drives that we had started at the 2-yard line from a defensive fumble.
So, okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But we also
we were opportunistic. We just
close or not, we made them pay for that turnover again.
100. Yeah, I agree with that.
First of all, if Buffalo starts scoring on every drive, we've got to match their touchdowns. Until and the moment they make a mistake, we have to make them pay for it. That is the only way we can win this game.
100%.
Yeah, the turnover battle.
Wait, didn't we have a sack?
We have to win the turnover battle.
First 6.
And a mistake, to be honest with you guys, a mistake could simply come in the form of we held them to a field goal. Now we need to put a touchdown on the board right there.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
If we don't, we lose.
7s for 3.
That's just all there is to it.
Yeah, it's true. I can't.
Yeah. Didn't we have Brandon Jones for strip sack?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I think that's the play that we got the ball at the 2-yard line.
Yeah. He slipped and Ingram fell on the ball.
And then you had
and Ingram got it at the ball. Yeah.
Then he had
and then we ran it in. Then we got a touchdown run.
And you know what? Michael K said it earlier, but it might backfire on him for saying it because he said the only thing we're going to win tomorrow is the coin toss. Guess what? But guess what though? If we do, that's a mistake on their part because if we make them pay for that mistake, i.e., score before the half, get the ball back to start the second half, and score again, that's another way to make them pay.
Hey, are we
never take advantage of?
Are we undefeated when we win the coin toss?
We barely win the coin toss. What are you talking about? I think we won the coin toss once.
Every one except
last week.
Tails never fail.
We won every one going into the last 2 games.
Really?
We lost the last 2 coin tosses.
No, we lost like 8 or 9 straight coin tosses.
No, we won 8 or 9 straight, bro.
No, we didn't because the team deferred.
And we deferred every game.
We defer, though. We defer.
We won that coin toss like 8 or 9 straight, and we deferred every time. In fact, McDaniel made a point of it at his presser one day. Yeah, I'm getting really good at these coin tosses.
Right. They deferred.
Yeah, but they won 8 or 9 straight until the last couple of games.
Yeah, we had
That's his move. He likes.
It seemed like every time we won the coin toss, we won the game.
McDaniel needs to pull his head out of his ass.
How? Because we didn't win the first 8 games.
No, let me rephrase that. Other than when Tua was out, every time
we won a bunch of coin toss. The last 2 games we lost the coin toss.
Yeah.
That's why we received. They deferred the last 2 games, and we
need to switch things up on offense. This may not be the best game to. Well, I don't know.
I think
it's going to look completely different than how we used to ball.
We got to go back to dink and dunk Tua right now and let the playmakers make plays.
Yeah, that's what Herbert did.
So you're asking to bring out the Brian Flores playbook? Is that what you're saying right now?
Yes, I will take the Brian Flores playbook.
I'm not saying bring out the Brian Flores playbook. I'm saying just put a tight end in the middle. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Y'all know we have our tight ends are on the field. Probably say we run 100 plays, they're probably on the field for 35 to 40 of them. Like we're going out there with 3 receivers, 2 running backs, 4 receivers, 1 running back. Like they're not on the field. Put somebody who can sit under the linebacker.
There's Spice on the
you
field.
don't have to.
It sure as hell ain't
On run
Gesicki.
plays,
Sure as hell ain't
he's
Gesicki.
on the field. There's when you see us go out there, you see what's his name?
Gesicki, Mike
Sherfield
Gesicki.
and Cedric Wilson. There are slots. And you won't see it, and then you'll see Tyreek motioning back and forth with a running back next to Tua, and Waddle on whatever side he's on. You don't see no tight ends out there unless we're in I formation. That's the only time you see a tight end out there.
However happened to Hunter Long?
We got a fullback
He's
though,
a
right?
bum.
Yeah, Angold's a beast.
Dang,
Yeah, we
dude,
got a
he was looking
fullback.
so good that first 3 weeks too.
Angold-
Oh, well, I was like, oh, a new wrinkle. And then
Jerome
what
was
happened to
looking
him?
good.
When they make him the sole blocker on Boza, I mean, that's a
I
mistake.
hate Hunter Long so much.
He has some questionable hands, like when we throw those little passes.
He
to him.
can't block. I don't know why everybody said he was a blocking tight end. I hate Hunter
Well,
Long.
that's not the reason why he's on the team.
I feel like his inexperience is why he's not a good blocker. But then I went to his college tape, and it wasn't no better.
Who? Gesicki?
Hunter Long. Oh no, Gesicki was a monster.
Hunter Long and Applebaum was his coach.
I watched him in Saquon Barkley. Like, I'm a Michigan fan. Trust me, I knew about them too.
Gesicki's a bum, man.
He was a beast in college. He's a bum in this offense, for real.
He can't even catch. Show me some contested catches.
I mean, getting out of sync of the offense would do that to anybody. I remember when Chad Johnson started falling off, he just wasn't getting the ball, and when they threw him the ball, it was like his hands didn't work.
If you go back,
Like, what do you want me to do with this?
games, especially the Steeler game. Remember the Steeler game there? Tua threw that dart. We were on
They
like
hit him in the face
goal
mask.
line. Freaking Gesicki didn't get his head around in time. Boink, right off his damn face mask.
Yep.
Yeah, but that happens to all the receivers. I mean, how many contested catches has Gesicki caught over the years? I mean, let's be real.
When
he's
no one's on him, yeah.
monster
When someone's
What do you
on him,
mean
dude,
when no one's on him? That man is catching one hand. He's
he
jumping over
yeah.
people.
dunked on people.
Come
I
on.
was gonna say I like his catchability.
Put some respect
he
on
does,
Gesicki name.
but dude, look at the
When he's
Browns
not
game.
getting targeted, he disappears, guys.
Look at the Browns game.
Yeah, he disappears in this offense.
When he's not getting targeted, he disappears.
This offense
Everybody
is
disappears, Ron. When
this
you ain't getting
offense is
targeted.
made for. If you're a tight end in this offense, you better know how to block. You better know how to break a tackle, fight for yards.
can't
That's
do it.
what exactly. We don't have a.
Well, I'm not sure why.
Smite does it. Smite does it.
Well, to be honest, this was supposed to be the big myth of the season. Really was we were supposed to get our run game back, right?
Yeah, where's
and
that?
it's never manifested. But one of those reasons is we can't run because we don't have a blocking tight end or whatever. Well, frankly, we don't run at all. So where the hell is Gesicki? I mean, why is it he's a catching asset, if you ask me. He can make some big plays.
I think it's the lack of speed. I honestly think it's the lack of speed. It's a speed offense and spot throwing offense.
All these games where they're dropping linebackers deep, if you run Gesicki up in front of these linebackers, I mean, that's a wide open. That's a wide open completion, and he can run after the catch.
He's not good.
Like he's got a damn piano.
He doesn't break tackles though. Like you hit Gesicki in the hip, he goes down. Like
Gesicki's not.
Yeah, he's a baby deer.
He does have.
You want somebody. You want a monster tight end. You want some
where I'm like,
aggressive.
dude, you have to come down with that.
The point is, in a game like they were playing, where the linebackers are dropping deeper, taking away the middle of the field, why not run Gesicki in front of him on a crossing pattern, and then he's wide open?
Go back to the Browns game when Tua put it right to only where Gesicki could high point it, right? That little corner, that Browns corner, small guy punched his hand right through the football. Gesicki drops it.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
Don't forget the Ravens game where he caught that one right in front of the goalpost too.
That was a nice one, but no one was around him. It's Gesicki is either a circus catch or nothing. He's either a circus
he
catch or
wasn't bought here to be a blocker.
I just hope this game if the weather's a factor. Dink and dunk to Waddle and Hill and Sherfield and let these guys, break some tackles in the open field.
How's Waddle? What's going on with his leg?
I don't want to see a dink and dunk. I'll be real with you.
We have to dink and dunk, man. We have to get back to we have to dink and dunk.
I hear you, but go play football. You can have a good 5 dinks and dunks. Go ahead, yeah. But I still want to see you rip it.
Well, we're not winning because of that. Herbert had 30 dink and dunks.
Listen, yeah, he did. The thing is, we did.
That's how you can without a running game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we did. That's what we did game 1. We dink and dunk, and then as soon as that door opened, he hit Waddle. Like, I'm okay with the dink and dunking. Don't get me wrong, but I still want to see you rip it.
Well, here's the thing.
You can 20-mile-an-hour wind and snow.
With Hill and Waddle, some of those dink and dunks should get broken for long gains too.
Yeah. Like if they're leaving us 1-on-1 with Waddle or Hill, throw it. I don't care. Just throw it. Because those cornerbacks will have their back turned. One, that wind will put the ball anywhere on the field. Just let them run to it. Just, if you see 1-on-1, take the shot. That's it. Other than that, play safe.
With 20-mile-an-hour wind. Is that what you guys said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be in the 20s. Yeah,
25, I think that's it.
Crossing patterns, some rubs, some
rub routes. Yeah, like come on,
bubble screens.
Play football. I want you to send Waddle and Tyreek across the middle and hit Smythe for 5 yards. Like, just do it. Watch all like we did. Watch all the defenders drop back and dunk it off to Gaskins and let our offensive line suck at screen. But we're in the snow. Go out there and have
fun. Is Gaskin gonna be active?
Gaskin is our best receiving back to me. So
I miss that
Mostert's good. Mostert's really good.
He's good, but he's not what he was in San Francisco as a receiving back. In San Francisco, he was a monster.
Yeah.
Like,
I haven't seen him drop anything lately. I mean, I've seen him make some good catches. Wilson dropped.
Here he looks like a power back. Like he's trying to be a power back. Like, no, I want you to outrun everybody.
But he hasn't been getting any targets. Right. They haven't been throwing it to him at all.
Yeah, not at late.
When you got quarterbacks turning their backs and safeties backing up, why not just dump it in the flat to running back and let him run for 8 yards?
I mean, we got to get that early though. That's the thing. Like everybody argues about that in San Diego. A lot of the dump offs were 3rd and long.
Listen, I understand early in the
season. Tua ran for the first down. I'm not saying that our running backs
can want to open it up to show that we can throw the deep ball and to utilize our receivers. But now, okay, everybody sees it, so they're aware of it. Now let's switch up.
We need to run. If somebody needs to teach these offensive linemen how to go to the side, like how to let the defender in and then get upfield. Because
we have
I swear
good O-line coach, so I don't know what
we cannot run a screen play to save our lives, and I don't get it.
I think the O-line coaching is good, but I don't think
we're also successful on inside zone opposed to outside zone, but we still run it more.
We run the grossest screen plays I've seen in NFL history. Like when I see the offensive line in the open field, I see them in the open field, they don't block nobody. This is your opportunity to murder a DB, and you touch nobody. You're literally just running up the field, not touching nobody.
You're ineligible man downfield anyway.
No. I'm talking about with the player with the ball in there. I've seen plays with Hunt 30 yards downfield, and Waddle is running, and he's not touching nobody. He's looking for Waddle. He keeps turning around trying to see which way Waddle's going. Forget that. Take anybody out. Just pick a player.
Yeah, but Hunt's a beast.
And take him out.
Man. Hunt's one of our best freaking linemen, in my opinion.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying on screenplays, just screenplays. Pick a person.
Well, yeah.
Make sure he's not on the field the next play. Pick him. Get him. Get him out of here.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever been good at screenplays, though.
No.
Just thinking historically.
No, we're not a screenplay.
No.
And when we do, it's just like
Not since we
she ain't even getting up the field.
It's actually a damn shame because those screenplays could be pretty. I remember Tom Brady doing them to us a lot, and boy, they were awfully effective.
We were always
Just
getting
ima-
beat by the screen, and we couldn't do it ourselves.
Just imagine with Tyreek, Waddle, and Mostert what these screenplays could be.
Yeah,
If we
what
knew
the
how to
heck?
run a successful screen, like just that.
What's it take?
They're playing
crypto.
10 yards. They're playing 10 yards off of Tyreek. If we dump it to Tyreek and these offensive linemen can block, oh my God.
Like Crypto said, though, a lot of it is execution.
Well, I've seen us do a few screens to Tyreek, right?
The last 2 games are not playing that
Yeah,
far.
we
Wide
ran,
receiver
we ran
screens
one
only.
We ran one screen on Sunday for 10 yards, and it was 3rd and 19.
Yeah, I remember.
Like, come on, man. And nobody blocked. It was just literally Tyreek caught it and ran 10 yards and got down.
Meanwhile,
Nobody
we
blocked.
have Herbert checking it down to Eckler and killing us.
Absolutely.
Killing us. How you have 24 dump offs?
We got to tackle.
We don't have
24,
it like that.
24 completions under 5 yards.
We can't tackle.
Like, come on, bro.
Eckler carried guys 4 yards every time he caught the ball.
Terrible. Eckler's a beast, though. I'm glad I started him in fantasy.
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't kind of get this because Mike McDaniel, I think he's been a pretty good play caller, and I'm seeing receivers open often, and now it's hard to get through all the progressions, right? But maybe Mike McDaniels is looking like, look, these plays are working. We got open wide receivers. Why do I need to go to anything else? And he might just keep forcing that stuff through.
Yeah.
But I think for Tua, he actually might need to take the pressure off of him a little bit with some screens and more plays like that. It could benefit the kid. I just haven't really. I mean, we are going deep over the field every freaking time it seems, or at least looking that way. Where is that short game behind the line of scrimmage? Why aren't we?
We were very
snow plowing, folks.
We forced it down the field last game.
Daniel was so headstrong to prove that we didn't have to dink and dunk, that it too wasn't a dink and dunk quarterback. That they went away from that for obviously the first part of the season. It was working. And now the teams have caught up. He's kind of being hesitant to switch back.
Yeah, it seems weird. Like,
gives you.
Because I saw in the Tennessee game, I kind of had the impression, right or wrong, I just kind of felt like Flores wanted Tua to fail in a way, and so I just think he let him go out there and do that. Now, yeah, no, seriously, like I just think he was like, we need a guy to make these plays. I don't think Tua can do it. We're
Okay,
going to put
so I
him in a
guess
position.
McDermott
Let's
wanted
see it.
freaking Josh Allen to fail when he told him to throw it 33 times in a windstorm.
Well, no. I think they're different circumstances. But in that situation,
the play call and the ratio was fine.
Yeah,
it's
but
about execution.
Quarterback.
You got to hear me out.
Either no crypto.
I don't
No,
think
that
I
argument
don't think
falls apart
Flores
when
like
you say
Tua. I
that.
don't think that's a lie. So if Tua were to fail, I don't think Flores would have been sad about that, right? But that's not necessarily the
No,
point.
because it ultimately costs him his job. That's what our logic and argument falls apart by the seams, by definition.
Well, time out because I want to fast because look in this past game with with the LA Chargers, it almost felt like Mike McDaniel had fallen into the same thing Flores was. They
How
just
about
seem
the
to push
freaking people that's in charge on the field, in the battlefield, that those freaking commanders and those lieutenants need to do what they need to do, and let the freaking general call the freaking what the generals do.
No, I'm with you.
It's
on
after
that,
you to
John.
go out there.
I agree with you, John, on that one, buddy.
I don't think Flores had a big hand in the offense anyway. I think that was, he wasn't really good at hiring offensive coordinators. They were all over the place. So,
Well, in that Tennessee game, it was pass, nonstop, right?
In bad
Yeah,
conditions.
when you're down by double digits,
And
you're
what
not gonna come from behind running the football.
Yeah, but look what Tennessee did for Tannehill. Look what Tennessee did for Tannehill. Short, quick
That was
passes,
Tennessee's.
get the rhythm, get the run game
But
going.
yeah, but that's
And it taught
Tennessee's
him
offense.
1.5
They
more
didn't
games
change it.
per year.
But the point
Right.
is, well, look, Tua
Tennessee didn't
needed
change
to be able
nothing
to
that they
throw.
did based on the weather. The weather did not alter Tennessee's game plan. That's Tennessee's and freaking no matter what the freaking condition.
Well, yeah, I agree.
They have Derrick
I
Henry in the
agree.
freaking
Last year.
backfield, so don't give us this illusion that they changed because of the
Well,
conditions.
it was Dante
Derrick
Foreman
Henry's
in
going
that
to get the
game.
lion's share, or their running backs in that game was
it
going
was
to get the
Foreman
lion's share of the game anyways. The carries because they got a good offensive line.
Right, but the thing is,
the weather
no
did
one
not
believed in
change
our
Tennessee's psyche.
right, but on our
You're right,
side,
you're right, but it worked. But because look, they punished our D line and ran it down our throats with a backup.
We lost that game because they played us nickel the whole game, and we didn't run at all.
we didn't run at all. Well, and that's my point. We never got out of the plan. We just kept forcing it, and that was really similar to San Diego. It felt like we just kept forcing. Although it may have been there, our quarterback wasn't getting it there. And so I think Mike McDaniel maybe should have pivoted in that situation.
Yeah.
Realizing, look, our guy ain't getting it done. What can we do?
Yeah.
I didn't
he
see
stretched it longer. He stretched it
tried.
longer. He went from like 9
Because
yards
the
to
minute
like
he gave it to
12.3 air
freaking
yards.
the running back, he coughed the football up. We got a miracle gift on the fumble recovery for a score.
What's up, Tony?
Well,
he just didn't think that we was going to get fumble recoveries for fucking touchdowns out of the running game.
I have a question for all you guys. This is an honest question. Let's say, hypothetically, we collapse the rest of the season. Do you guys think we keep McDaniel or do we fire him and try to get like a Sean Payton or some veteran head coach or something like that?
I think we keep McDaniel.
I think he could lose every.
You don't make the playoffs, I guarantee you Stephen Ross will come out of his booth and fire him immediately on the spot.
Stephen Ross needs to be gone anyway.
Let's not act like Stephen Ross has got 1 foot in the grave. He's impatient. He will fire the guy. He hired people to win Super Bowls.
Well, Stephen Ross needs to be audited.
Wait a minute.
Remember, it's his first year as head coach, first year with the new.
It doesn't matter.
I think he gets another year at least.
Yeah, but Crypto.
No, it's irrelevant. His leash
Ross
is even more shorter.
Hot seat?
You don't get rid of one guy and then tread water.
Listen,
if you're standing still, you're moving backwards. If you're treading water, you're not swimming.
Listen, every time we change, we expect a different.
I'm coming from the perspective of freaking Stephen Ross and the freaking his life dynamic.
Stephen Ross.
There's nothing to do with football.
Who's he going to bring in?
He's a
Who's
billionaire owner that freaking wants it now.
Yeah, and doesn't know anything about football though.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
If he loses,
before the season started, after we hired McDaniel, did you expect the Dolphins to win the Super Bowl?
They're going to be in a talk given to what's on the roster.
Oh,
well, we signed Tyreek Hill, and then we got Armstead. Yeah, I'm starting to think things.
Was anybody talking about the Dolphins being a Super Bowl contender in the beginning of the season?
I was telling.
I mean, they were in a discussion.
If this was a year, if we were anything, if Tua was ever going to amount to anything, this would have been a year that we would have seen it. And yeah, so asking me,
I think all of us
we should have been contenders.
To answer Ron's question more poignantly, I think most of us were expecting more than +1 win.
Right.
Well, Tua has amounted. I mean, the guy has definitely made steps.
I think expectation was making the playoffs and at least
in December.
In the playoffs.
Our schedule was a lot different last year too. We had 7 really easy games.
Yeah,
we had a third place schedule this year. What do you mean?
I think
with the same schedule as we had last year. It was a third place schedule both years.
I'm just saying
it wasn't like that. I mean, we played a lot of second string quarterback.
But it was still based on the previous year. We were in third place. We played a third place schedule.
I'm just saying,
and Ron,
with a new offense, I don't think anybody expected them to be Super Bowl contenders. Yeah, playoff contenders, absolutely. Maybe win a playoff game, but that was the expectations going into the season.
Right? Yeah.
Actually,
the fact that we reeled off
Ron,
3
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. There was a certain part of our fan base specifically, that were expecting a Super Bowl, like the hardcore, the hardcore Dolphins fans that were Tua fans specifically were expecting a Super Bowl.
Okay, that's
with a
ridiculous.
first-year head
That's
coach.
ridiculous.
I'm just
That's ridiculous to think that.
But listen, every fan wants a Super Bowl. I'm talking about all the previous head coaches and players and everything else. No one was expecting a first-year head coach to go out and be a Super Bowl contender.
Right, was Cincinnati expecting a Super Bowl? They got there.
I disagree. Also, I was I've never been a Tua fan, but they loaded up this team. This is the best this team.
I was gonna say you don't spend the kind of money we did on. Oh yeah,
right,
no way, man. No
this team
way.
is stacked. If we ain't gonna contend this year, when do we ever contend? And that so to me, guys, I had higher
it takes
expectations.
10 years to freaking build a freaking football team.
Hey, Ron.
My expectations are crushed, frankly.
Ron, I have a question for you. I noticed this with two of the past few games. Like, he's done well with the deep 9 routes, like the deep post routes, but when it comes to the intermediate stuff, he overthrows the receivers. It seems like he struggles outside the numbers on the intermediate stuff. Is that why
their linebackers are dropping deeper, so he thinks he's got to throw it higher to get over the linebackers, and he's sailing them a little bit. That's the problem. If you watch, it started with the Niners. They're dropping their linebackers deeper because they know.
Yeah, we know all this. We want to know, like, why do people keep admitting all these flaws and then saying he doesn't have any flaws?
Well,
no,
he didn't have that flaw last year.
Everybody's got flaws.
Well, guess who's not missing those? Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Herbert.
Josh Allen.
Justin Herbert's throwing the ball 5 yards from the line of scrimmage.
Well,
Josh who's throwing it down the line of scrimmage?
You just showed you showed it earlier.
So far, though, in the NFL, Herbert has choked way more than Tua has, actually, if you want to get down to it.
That's true.
And you know what's
Herbert
crazy? And
QBR.
You know what's crazy, Color? Justin Herbert was running the RPO way better than Tua, and Tua is supposed to be an RPO quarterback. That's scary.
Well, if they don't respect the run, then RPO means nothing. That's the problem the last 3 games. We're
Yeah,
not running the
Austin
ball,
Eckler,
and
that's all I
nobody's
gotta
respecting
say.
the run.
Austin
And both
Eckler.
teams said it.
So you want to say we respected Eckler that much that they was effective in the RPO?
It looked to me like the 49ers and the Chargers didn't respect either part of our game.
Exactly.
That's what it looked like to me.
Austin Eckler has like 90
Right, because
receptions.
they definitely didn't respect the pass.
Weber even said it after the game because he said we didn't go look at any of their fakes. We knew they weren't running the ball.
Austin Eckler has more receptions than Tyreek Hill. Put that into perspective.
Because he was the offense. They didn't have Mike Williams or Keenan Allen for most of the year.
Oh, I don't want to hear the excuses. I don't want to hear the excuses.
I'm not excuses. This is reality of them being
no. Nope. Don't want to hear it.
I'm not.
You said that he was what you call it.
Yeah,
And
no.
the bottom line is McDaniel has
You said that he wasn't there.
McDaniel has to shift gears and go back to shorter passing game, concise, quick passes, slants, screens,
Yes.
whatever it takes.
McDaniel's rookie coaching flaws are showing. Tua needs to step up as well. I will be honest. Tua needs to step up, but McDaniel is just as much to blame now. Come on, stop the nonsense.
Now hold on. It was said earlier that if we don't make the playoffs, do we fire McDaniel? How about Greer? Does he survive this?
Hopefully,
no, he survives it.
Yeah,
he's made damn.
He picked Tua.
He brought himself in position.
Greer's not responsible for what they play on the field. Greer's responsible
Right.
for the roster.
Greer survives this. You know how? Because he said the coach is responsible for the next quarterback. He effectively gave himself an out. Greer has an out.
Yeah, no, and this is this is honest question. Next year, I know we don't have a first round pick, but do you think they because of since we have Skyler, he's a 7th round pick basically, an undrafted free agent, 7th round pick. Do you guys think we draft a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round or something like that?
I think they're going to draft quarterbacks every year.
It all depends on what Sean Payton wants if he's the next head coach.
Sean Payton's going to San Diego, bro.
I say we trade all of our picks and move back to the 7th round and grab every damn quarterback in that area and just see what happens. And I say that jokingly, but like seriously, there seems to be some good stuff coming out late.
Well, that would be USC, the guy that won the Heisman.
Next year's loaded with quarterbacks.
Yeah, no.
But if you watch the
you know
game,
ain't doing it again.
He got shook a little bit. He was making some bad plays. He made good plays too, but not like
and
he's
you know
a
what's
finished
scary?
product.
It's funny how quickly we go from MVP talk to changing quarterbacks next year.
Frankly, it's sad. It's sad what has happened here because it shouldn't be going this way. I was sitting there. To me, I have expressed displeasure, but I was having a great time watching Tua play, and I was like, boy, I was wrong about this guy. Look at him making these moves. So yeah, and then MVP chat, I'm like, well, that's a bit premature, but I'm hearing it for sure. And it was nice to talk about. And then yeah, we go from that to this. Jeez Louise.
Well, listen now. Listen.
Ron and Ron. I never caught your name. The guy who was just talking. I never caught your name by chance.
My name is John, but you might be talking about the other guy.
Oh, yeah, no, but for me, what's scary is when when a Buffalo fan comes in and says that our quarterback specifically is not going to be able to zip the ball through that win. He tends lofting, putting air underneath the ball is not conducive to that weather. Do you guys agree? He tends to put a lot of air underneath his balls instead of zipping it where it needs to be zipped. He doesn't do that.
I don't know why people are all like acting like we're saying two different things in chat. Ron was talking about the intermediate over the linebacker throws without getting them tipped by the linebacker. I don't know where you guys even thought anybody was talking about outside throws.
No, I was talking about I was.
Oh, maybe you were, but if look, Bo G. You want to do this now? They report this bullshit. We're not fucking journalists, bro. This is a fucking tailgate. Go take your fucking beer and go to somebody else's fucking tailgate if you don't fucking like it. I'm so sick of fucking people like you coming in our fucking chat and shitting on fucking bullshit talk. Okay? It's a fucking tailgate, bro. A tailgate. Do you understand what the fuck that word means? So get the fuck out of here. I don't care if we have one viewer, if they all go with you. Get the fuck out of here if you don't like the content. Okay? Guess what? Just to piss you off, tomorrow I'm going to report the exact opposite of what I said tonight. Just to piss you off. How's that? How about that? You like that? So get the fuck out of here if you don't fucking like it and quit shitting on our fucking chat.
Yeah, no, and
Jesus
Ron,
freaking H Christmas, man. God.
And you
people are so fucking miserable. You know that? You make everybody around you fucking miserable. Just get the fuck out of here.
Just tell him to come up so we can tear him up.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and you.
I don't give a fuck what the advanced stats say about the outside throw, Carla. How many of the fuck were him like 5 fucking yards? All I know is every fucking one he threw last week went the fuck out of bounds. What the fuck were you watching? Yeah, peace, Bo. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's going to miss you.
No, and
people
Ron,
come in here like anybody fucking gives a fuck. Go shit somewhere else. It's a fucking tailgate.
What's up, Tone?
Well, and this is why I was when
if you ain't having fun at the fucking tailgate, go to another one.
Yeah. No.
Oh, that's right. There ain't another one. Everybody wants to pull out their stat sheet and their spreadsheets, and everybody has to be perfect in what they fucking say. Fuck you. How about that? God damn.
Yeah, me and Color were talking about this, Ron. That I was telling Color
Who the fuck does that? Who goes to a fucking tailgate and talks to people that way?
What did I
none
just
of the people
miss?
at East 12 do.
Oh, bro.
Not when you're there, anyway.
I dropped out. What happened?
Color's just laying cover for us, man. He's just taking care of business in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Listening to him to work.
Fucking negative Nancy's
I
talking.
know bad games happen. Y'all act like I'm the one up here predicting a fucking loss.
I'll lay claim to that, by the way.
Even if you were
I'm on
predicting
that
a loss, what difference does it make to them? Unless
don't
Javon
have faith
Holland
we're
gets
gonna-
to chime in on it.
Y'all are fools if you think you can lose like we did the last 2 weeks and fucking even have a chance winning another fucking game. Fuck Buffalo. You're lucky if we win another fucking game.
I don't think we even win against freaking Green Bay, dude.
I disagree.
And we.
Why?
I'm sure because
What gives you the
Iceman had us going
indication, Ron?
17-0.
They're a different team at home.
Oh, they're a different team. Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Their defense holds.
But remember, they have a superstar quarterback that we don't have. That
we
can
hold
carry
we
them.
hold other teams to 15 points a game at home.
If we're going to hold on to that, then now we start.
The last time we played an NFC North team at home, we lost.
Right, without Tua.
You know why? You know why, Ron? Because our stadium was filled with purple.
Well, that's not a great. That's not to be happy about, obviously.
Green Bay relies.
And Javon Holland wants to fucking scold me like I'm a fucking child.
Green Bay.
Nothing but purple in that stadium. That was depressing.
Same thing Pittsburgh too.
Carla, I'm done explaining my position. Okay? Like I said, this is a fucking tailgate. I ain't got to fucking explain nothing.
Yeah, no, but Ron, what I was telling Color, for me, the games before we faced the Chargers and for the 49ers, I was telling Color, for me, those stats were lying to me. Like, Tua's performing against bad competition in the besides Minnesota, he was doing those 300-yard games against the Bears, the Lions, and the Texans.
And do me a favor, Tony. Look up what those teams, their passing defense were rated when we played them. Because the Bears were the ninth rated passing defense when we played them.
5.
No, their third down defense was 32nd. Stop it. Their third down defense was 32nd in the league.
Overall passing defense, Crypto. Not picking out one stat.
No, but the third down, if you guys scolded our defense for not getting off the field on third downs. Don't be consistent. Their defense on third down was atrocious. And then you want to turn around and blame our third down defense.
What are you talking about? He said we were playing against bad defenses. I said they were ranked.
We were. Their defense was dead last in freaking on third down.
Against the pass, Crypto. Period.
That's BS.
Okay. Against the pass.
No, they're not a bad team, Jermaine. The Vikings just lost to the Lions. Are the Vikings a bad team? Well, no, they lost to a division opponent. Precisely who we have to play tomorrow night.
Hey, the
good one.
Almost lost to
They lost to a division opponent. Exactly.
Why can't we get our game moved to a stadium?
And the Lions and Bears didn't play the same scheme. This because they defensive coordinators was freaking idiots playing that freaking soft zone. Okay, congratulations. We walked through the door that they opened.
And how about Cleveland?
It's nothing to be proud of.
Well, they shut down Rodgers, man.
The same thing.
A complete game against Cleveland too.
3 out of our last 4 games are division opponents.
Herbert lost to the Raiders. Let's not forget that, Crypto.
Yeah, he did. He did lose to the Raiders, but guess what? That was the same guy that just beat us on Sunday.
Because our offense failed.
They didn't have
okay, well, their defense failed them. That's why they lost to the Raiders.
And Ron,
that's fair enough, Carla. But the difference between you and me is I don't question your love for the Miami Dolphins because of the way you talk or the way I talk. That's the difference.
I get questioned, dude. Color. I hate this. You know what happens to me on Twitter? I get called out by a certain segment of our fan base saying I'm not a fan.
You know what, Tony? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to let this go as far as this right now because I'm so tired of going weeks without blowing up like this with people needling me into doing it over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, with these stupid little fucking standards that they want to hold me to, like I'm some fucking goddamn, like anybody pays me to fucking do this. I haven't made one fucking dime doing this in a fucking year. Okay, y'all want to fucking hit me up? $ColorCom? Go right the fuck ahead. Until then, okay, I don't need to fucking live by Bo G's standards of what I say one day to the fucking next. Okay? Get that straight right off the fucking bat. Y'all can't even be bothered to hit the fucking like button. So don't fucking sit here and talk to me about what standards I need to hold myself to. Go the fuck somewhere else for that shit. I'm fucking human.
You're not a goddamn reporter for the Dolphins, dude. I hate when these people do that.
So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this fucking one more time. The game is on tomorrow night at what? 8:25 is kickoff? Is that what it is?
8:30.
8:15? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay?
NFL Network.
And we'll see then. But ain't nobody going to come at me anymore because I'm going to say it one more time. Until Tua does differently, y'all ain't got one leg to stand on. So stop coming at me like that.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Color,
y'all act like he's done it. Y'all act like he's done it. Y'all come at me like he's done it.
We all want him to, you know what I mean? Color, we're with he ain't done shit, but we all sit here and want him to so bad, and that I think that's the difference. That's a difference here between some blind loyalty and other fans who just want to say, you know what, I'm gonna root for you, but give me something to root for, and don't spit in my face because we're not idiots around here. When I see bad play, you know what? It's nice that we can call it out. And frankly, there haven't been outlets like this. And the radio shows and the Miami Dolphins press coverage, they cover all this crap, right? And they control the narratives. But no, Color, thanks to guys like you, the true message is getting out. The fans' message is getting out. And this is the side where, we want to root, but also you need to prove something to us. You need to give us something to cheer for. You need to reward us for our literally a lifetime of loyalty that we have put into this team.
And we don't
literally to this very second.
We don't bounce nobody. Bo left on his own accord.
Hey, what did I miss?
But I'm not going to sit here and be berated night after night after night after night after night, okay, by people like him trying to hold me to some standard like this. I'm not going to call out other names, but I'm just about sick and tired of people coming over here telling me that they got bounced from other people's channels and then want to shit on me when I allow them a chance to fucking speak, and we allow them to sit here and shit in our chat night after night without saying a word. Well, God damn it, I'm saying a word about it now. And if Bo don't like it, good the fuck bye.
Do we got a bunch of fucking soft ass 2 ears in here throwing a fucking emotional fit or what?
As always.
Oh, be a Bills fan?
I just had it's late. We're at 6.5 hours. I was just about to get everybody's final thoughts and score predictions, and people got to be needling me in chat, bro. This ain't even my show tonight. I'm supposed to get up like I keep promising everybody every morning to do coffee and a cup of color every morning at 6 to 8 o'clock or 8 o'clock tomorrow. And everybody expects me to sit up here at 1 o'clock in the morning and listen to people like fucking Bo G in my chat needling me like a fucking goddamn punk.
Because they've got no respect. It's
well,
like
good
I said,
luck. Guess you ain't going on in the morning now.
It's because they have no respect. Just like I said the other night, we can run a 13-hour stream from them. Most people don't give a shit.
I'm sick of this shit, man.
They want to come for the content,
you got to
but
deal with it. You got to have a thick skin color. Well, buy me a fucking thick skin like everybody else gets.
Listen,
and by the way, I want to say what's up again, Nick. I appreciate you coming back, bro. I didn't get to say goodbye to you when you left my show today.
Thank you. Hey,
yeah, brother.
Anyone that knows me here, I'm a huge Tua guy, and I'll be the first to say that this offense needs to step up.
I think what's hurt right now is that he gave us so much hope over those last 5 games.
See that shit right there? You see this shit right there? This is the shit that we're talking about. You guys fucking say that type of shit to Kohler all the fucking time. That's a good way to get bounced.
What I was saying was, I think
that ain't right, man.
One of the things that's really hurting everything is the fact that Tua showed out for so many games in a row, and now it's coming back down to earth. It's kind of disheartening.
Well, something's going on with him for sure. But like we alluded to earlier, some of the coaching, we need to get back to the basics. Get back, even if it's dink and dunk. Let's do it. Right? Start slow.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I can't let this. That comment in the chat that I just seen is bullshit.
I don't have.
It's
listen,
uncalled for.
I want to correct this right here. When everybody keeps saying ban him, listen. There's only one person that can make the call to ultimately block somebody from this channel because it's not what we do. I've already timed him out for it, but that's as far as I can do. I can just time people out unless you cross the line, and a lot of you already know where the line is for us. I can't permanently ban somebody, but I already timed him out. But that's just one example of the shit we're talking about. Dude, Kohler, for example, sacrifices a lot of his time. He's in here all the time. He's in his own streams. He comes on El Capitan streams. He does his streams with Ali. He goes on the Spin Show. Mm-hmm. Always sacrificing a lot of time for a lot of you guys that like the content, like to come around, gives you guys a platform, and he gets called a fucking meth head and a crackhead at least once a day.
It's bullshit.
Bullshit.
And all the time he spends doing research.
There's some holes.
And everything else.
It's some hoe shit. And all he does is try to fucking appease the audience.
He's a good man to me, and I love his content. And I just can't. I mean, the person who would say something like that, frankly, is a very sad soul, and it's inexcusable. And I just can't believe that would come out of someone's. So Color, man. I mean, I love Color. Frankly, I'll just say it openly. My damn dogs do too.
Appreciate
That's
that,
bullshit.
John. It's disgusting. It's disgusting the fact that somebody feels the need. Like, listen, man. There's one thing when you're poking at people for fun, but again, that's crossing the line, dude. Calling people fucking crackheads and meth heads and where's his meth pipe and shit like that and keep it going. Like, that's disgusting. It's foul. I don't know what went wrong in your life that you got to go on a YouTube stream and start saying shit like that to somebody who's sacrificing a lot of his time. It's not like here's the thing that bothers me. It's not like Kohler is getting paid to live his life for the Fins tailgate and entertain all of us.
Right.
He does this on his own dime and his own time for all of us, and he sacrifices a lot of time. And I'm telling you, like, we all get it. But Kohler, for whatever reason, Kohler gets it worse than anybody. You can ask a lot of the guys that know, bro. Kohler, it's at least once a stream. At least once a stream, he's called a crackhead or a meth head. And it's not even just the Finn's tailgate. He'll go to other streams, same thing.
And I think about all the time he spends researching and compiling information before even coming on. I mean,
And I agree with you, Andreas. Like I said, I agree with you. You know, I agree with all of you that saying ban him. But like I said, I'm not, you know, I am a part of this team and I'm a part of the Finn's tailgate. But at the end of the day, I'm not the proprietor. I can't make the ultimate call to ban someone permanently, but I can time them out and, you know, get them out of chat. So I've already done that. But I ultimately can't ban somebody unless I hear that directly from like Kohler or Chris.
And I'm going to call it, you know what, DTA, I'm going to call that out right now too. And I don't give a shit if I'm using names. Okay, because the person wants to be able to type shit like shit that they did, then they can own up to it and answer for it. And he ain't around right now. Okay, but the reason we don't ban people, the reason we don't block people, okay, is because if I even take one of these guys off the panel, if they start yelling and making the content not worth having. So for instance, if this panel is full right now and there's guys waiting in back to get on, and one of these guys starts yelling and making it like really hard for everybody to enjoy it, I will put them in back and choose to bring somebody else up. Just from doing that alone, I had two guys that everybody respects in our community and accepts them as normal people. I had two of those people spend an entire week telling the entire community that I was a gatekeeper and that we had become all the things that we fought against because I simply pulled somebody out of the stream and chose to put somebody else in for better content. And I'll 100%. Name who they are. You Green Rat, you're one of them. Okay. And I've already everybody knows because it's right there for everybody to see on somebody else's channel what CT had to say about me. So there you go. That's why we don't ban people. Because if I ban somebody, I get shit on by people that in our community that you all love and respect and talk to every day will go around spreading platitudes about me that I'm a gatekeeper. There you go. That's why we don't ban people.
Well, Color, I'm sure
everybody has a voice here.
And Color, I'm sure you realize that all of us real fans and we really appreciate your content and the work that you put in. So we just want you to know that.
Damn right. Damn right.
And Carla, I gotta call you out, Carla, just in good fun, because I remember how much you were telling all of us that you're never wrong and we're always wrong. But you remember how you were saying the Jets were gonna win and all that stuff, and then we didn't see you for a few weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't work out.
We got your Jet receipts.
Fun. We love you.
I mean, Carla understands. She don't sit here. I mean, she like hits me pretty hard on my football takes. Absolutely.
She just holds her own. But I don't think she ever means it disrespectfully though.
I mean, I don't know, man. People, I don't want anybody to white knight for me. That's not what that's the problem, is that I'm just expected to take it because everybody else does. Well, nobody else does, really. And if you're talking about people up at the top that do, well, those people are at the top. So if you all want to like, share, and subscribe and get us to the top, maybe it'd help. Because when I see people that call me a crackhead interacting with the community, and those people are accepted because, hey, they didn't say it to me, they said it to Color. And, he's up there on stage, so why not? He's a good guy as far as I know. So what do I care if he calls Color a crackhead? That's the problem. I'm not going to sit here and have people tell me, that that we're all family and we're all, about this and that. And until it's somebody said it in chat. So you just have to stay out of chat, Color. No, not on my channel, not on my show. And since I was left as host of this show tonight, it's my show.
Yeah, F all that, man. Well, I mean, honestly, Color, you don't deserve that, buddy.
Follow me around. These people follow me around to every single channel I go to except one.
Yep.
And then they turn around and tell me I'm a minion because that's the guy I support.
Who gives a fuck?
TD.
You have your right to. And I just want to say one thing. I want to correct that.
There are two places I can go on YouTube where people doing that to me is not allowed to happen. That's TD Fins Talk. Hold on, that's TD Fins Talk and On the Fins Side with Brian Catt and Paul Pickin. Those are the only two places I, as my personal individual, when I take this hat off, can go and take my Dolphins content, because those are the only two channels I can go to where I don't have assholes calling me a.
And I just wanted to say too, Kohler, it's not even on your shows, but dude, I would assume I feel comfortable saying that even on Lewis's shows and even on my own shows, that shit is still not going to be acceptable. So even if you are the host, not the host, that shit is not acceptable. If I catch that shit, they're out. But the only thing, like I said, is, and I'm glad you kind of clarified about banning people. I'm not going to do it unless I'm given permission, because I don't want to. I know people have been accidentally banned and stuff in the past. I think it only happened once, but there's a chain of command, for lack of better word. There's a chain of command and a proper way to do it. So I've already timed that dude out. You know what I mean? We will discuss it and address it, but that shit's not acceptable. You can't be calling people crackheads, and you guys know where the line is. That's the thing, is coming in here, we never gatekeep. Nobody on this channel has ever gatekeeped anybody. We never boot anybody off. It doesn't matter if you're not a Dolphins fan, you're a Chicago Bears fan, if you're a Bills fan. Everybody's always been welcome here. Everybody has always been welcome to come up on the panels. They've been welcome to have their own voice, have their own opinion. And there's fun and there's banter, but it's never gotten to a point, like, we've never allowed any of that, homophobic or racist type shit. And you guys know how far the bar is. Like, we have a pretty high threshold, but a lot of you guys know where it is. A lot of things slide here, but there's things that we won't prohibit, like the racist shit and the super political shit
and things that will get us shut down on YouTube. So the person that was doing that was lucky we even let him in here with the name they had.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That was already skirting the line. And it's not our line. That's YouTube's line. It's not our fault. So, yeah, there's things. Racism and pretty much anything illegal or things that YouTube would shut us down for. I, on my own shows, have instructed my moderators to include accusing me of being a racist or calling me a drug addict. So there you go. Simple rules to follow. Anything else is uninhibited.
There's no reason or rhyme to attack anybody personally. This is all opinions, and everybody's entitled to their own.
Yeah, but Color, as you get bigger, you're gonna have to deal with it more.
I know. This is a debate that we have behind the scenes a lot.
Very true.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, not everyone likes
fucking fair.
What do people do when you're making fair points and they hate every bit about it, but they can't do anything in response? What do? They go into attack mode.
They deflect and they attack.
Yeah, exactly. So frankly, you should look at it. I mean, these are not kind things, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're probably making some good points here, and some of these folks might be bothered by the truth. So, nice on you, Carl.
To be honest with you, some of them are acting out that way because they do need somebody to hang with and understand them. So we do try to relax a little bit, be like, hey, wait a minute, let's find out about this person before, because there's a reason they're attacking like that, but you can't save everybody. And that's my position. You know what I mean? But
and Carla, no, we're not talking about pot.
Well, I always like to say, hey, if it's legal or licensed in your state, then fine. It is licensed in my state, and I do carry a license. So
mine as well. Yeah,
I guess federally,
everything's fucking legal in Washington. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else is in Washington?
I am,
Washington State or the capital?
No, I'm Washington State, bro. I saw yours said Seattle.
I work in the capital.
I moved down from Seattle back to Tri-City, so I'm like halfway between Seattle and Spokane.
Eastern Washington. Okay, okay. So I'll hold the title still as #1 Seattle fan. Okay, cool.
Hey, I stayed there for 4 years, and I got tired of all the fucking traffic and how expensive it was. I moved around from I lived in Kirkland, Bellevue, and then went to Woodinville, and then I moved to Issaquah. And it was all just terribly expensive, and it was terribly long commutes to work.
But there's a lot of recreational marijuana use around here, so I think that's the point here, guys. Is we don't even need a license. We could just walk into some place and say, "Hey, give me an ounce of that," and they'll say, "Sure, here you go, sir."
Yeah.
Colorado.
And now in Washington
it's like
State,
that in Washington State.
in Washington State now, we don't even have possession charges anymore. They got rid of all of it. As of January 1st this year, you can't even get a possession charge.
Crazy. Yeah, shrooms are completely
It's going to be
legal.
like that here in
really
Maryland too.
It's even legal in Jersey here.
Yeah, no possession charges no more in Maryland.
Yeah, Q. I lived in Bellevue most of the time, and I worked at a restaurant over there called Earl's. It's right in Bellevue. It's like the rich part of Seattle. And I was it's like Earl's is a really nice restaurant. If you're not familiar with what they are, they have like a traditional like French brigade, and so I was the line chef back there for Earl's. I started as a dishwasher and then worked my way up, and so I ended up just living out there in Bellevue for a while. But Seattle overall, and that's the thing is, John, you probably know how it is. I've said it to other people. It's funny because if people aren't familiar with Seattle or they haven't been, they call the entire area Seattle. But if you live in Seattle, you separate it like Woodinville, Kirkland, Shoreline. You know what I mean? You don't just call it all Seattle. But like, for instance, people down here that don't know, that aren't really familiar with Seattle, they just call the entire area. They lump it up as Seattle.
Yeah, and frankly, Seattle's like a shithole, to be completely frank with everybody. Oh, it's gross. We have severe homeless issues over here, and I'm not saying they're gross, but just the entire mess that's left behind the city is it's a freaking gross mess. You know what I mean? It's really bad here. So not to get into all that, but yeah, Seattle's no place to be. I spent some time in Orlando though. I lived there for a few years. I used to like it over there. Humid as hell.
John, can I ask you, John? How did you become a Miami Dolphins fan? I'll tell you.
Man, okay. I'll go real quick. It's 1993 snow game. Ironically, Thanksgiving Day, the Cowboys were playing the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins went to go kick a field goal. It was blocked, but Leon Lett went running down the field.
Exactly.
And he slipped and flew in the snow. Tapped the ball, went in the end zone. Oh no, not in the end zone. Dolphins recovered just before it went in the end zone, and then we kicked another field goal and won. All right, so you guys know the game. All my family were Cowboys fans, and I just go for the underdog. Dolphins won. Frankly, to be honest, been misery ever since 1993.
John, they lost every game after that season too.
Yeah, the day I became a fan.
They lost every game after that and missed the playoffs. So I'll never forget.
John, I told this story the other night. That particular day was a day much like or much like today, I guess it's already 1:30 my time, but much like in the respect that we were like really expected to get totally trounced by the Cowboys that day. And it was snowing, and it was like, I didn't even bother to watch the game. I went out fishing that day.
Oh,
and I came home and turned on the TV, and that was the last play. That was the only play of the game that I saw. And
at least you got the best play of the game.
I remember it like it happened
the only one I
yesterday.
remember.
It was amazing.
After expecting to get trounced, you know what I mean, and just being in it.
Jimmy Johnson never beat.
Yeah, as far as beating us in Texas Stadium.
Only team Jimmy Johnson never beat is the Dolphins.
So I kind of feel like going balls out tomorrow.
Can't beat him, join him. That's why he joined us, Ron.
Falling asleep, right about 7:55, I'll fall asleep and then wake up about 10:55 to us winning the game.
You got to go fishing.
My oldest son,
right.
My oldest son was born that night. I took him home in a Dolphins onesie.
Well, you're gonna have another kid too, so that's gonna be a tough one on short order. But that's kind of what concerns me. I mean, not concerns me, but like I am on record on this show saying I think the Dolphins are going to lose tomorrow. In fact, I think we're going to get freaking smacked around from first quarter on. But the day I became a fan was a really special day, and so if it's a special day and we can make some more fans, it could be something really special. So I obviously want to see us win in a snow game and be something really cool. But also at the end of the day, I just can't. I can't see it. I don't think we're gonna make any new fans tomorrow. Is kind of my thought.
Well, hey, man. I hope we see more of you, John. I really do, man. And Nick, I hope we see more of you too, man. It was good having you on my show the other night, bro. I really enjoyed talking to you, Nick. And,
man, I appreciate it. I was on here a lot past. It was months ago when I first found out, and then we had our third child, and I've just been extremely busy.
No worries. That's what Kohler was telling me. He was telling me that you were a regular.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of lost Nick right around the beginning of the season. I would guess right around then.
Yep.
Hold on. I get it. Okay, so DTA, I saw it was so funny. You like popped up on my YouTube channel, and you got this thing going on, and you're wearing a beanie, and you're in a car, right?
Uh-huh.
I was like, it looks like that guy's in Washington or something like that. And you actually are.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I get it. Hey, it's a pleasure, man. I appreciate you guys for having me, man. I know it's getting pretty late, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. But let's hope for another magical game.
Yeah, we're gonna be going we're gonna be going at all points of the day tomorrow, John. So come back and visit, man. You're more than welcome.
So is that how you came across us? Was the short?
No. So I've been following you guys for a little bit. I got turned on to YouTube, and I found TD first, and then I ended up finding you guys second. And then I'm like a huge Dolphin fan, like everyone else. So I just consume a lot of this stuff. And the more I listen to you guys, you just became my favorite of all. So I just tune in a lot to you guys, frankly. And I do. Yeah. Hello, I'm sorry, man, but I love your rants. I mean, there's something actually I get a real kick out of.
I'm trying to find that happy medium where it's like just enough for you guys to like it, but not too much to go overboard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I didn't realize what some of the rants, the deep meaning behind them, though. So now, I mean, that saddens me a little bit. But anyways, yeah, guys.
Don't let it, bro, because I do understand that there is a certain amount of obligation for me to compartmentalize a little bit. I do get it. You know what I mean? But sometimes it does get a little much. It's just and I get to the point where it's like, all right. But I actually, what it is for me, John, is if somebody's hurting or, I'm an empath. So it's like, I'm feeling that hurt. First of all, from anybody that I interact with, I'm feeling their emotions. Like I'm literally feeling them as if they're mine. And so when I have to scold somebody like that, I know I'm ending up hurting them. And as such, that same hurt is now reciprocating back onto me. So I'm really hurting myself. You know what I mean? And that's really what sucks about it, because I don't want to have to tell people things and get to that level because, that's all it causes. You know what I mean? But as far as if I can stick to football and if I'm blowing up about Tua and his performance, hey, I'm right in my groove. You know what I mean? I just, I don't know. I just wish people would
Oh man, I'm about to
I
sign
don't know.
off, color. But
It's
no,
all
you hit
about
on something, dude. You're in tune, dude.
it's all
You're in
about who
tune with the
people
universe,
interact
my
with.
friend.
It's all about who people interact with. Like
Yeah.
obviously that guy that came in tonight was an obvious one that nobody really interacts with, but there's been people in our community that act the same way that other people interact with. And what it saddens me is when I see other people that claim to respect me also respecting a person like that. You know what I mean? That's what bothers me more than anything. It's not so much that I really care about what people are saying about me or this or that. It's that I don't understand why other people accept it that claim to respect me.
And I just want to say, man, again, John, I hope I see more of you, man. Really appreciate you. We have a lot of awesome stuff on here. We got myself, Dolphins debrief. We got Kohler commentary. El Capitan. I'm not sure if you had a chance to meet him. I think you did. And then Saturday nights, we got Late Night Exhale with Ali, Rabid Dolphins. So there's a lot of cool content and shorts. And so you're always, always more than welcome to come. We appreciate all of you. And it was really nice meeting you, man. It's cool that you live in Washington as well with me. So love to catch you on another show, bro. And
yeah, we root from afar, man. That's for
that's
sure.
right.
Love
That's
these
right.
Fins.
That's right. 35 years, bro. 35 years.
Yeah, man.
Always appreciate it, brother. Always appreciate it, man. But yeah, keep an eye out for everything. And just a little update too. I know I told a lot of you guys that I was probably going to be going live daily around between 3 and 6 Eastern time, but I think it's going to change to my start time will be between 12 and 3 Eastern time instead. That way, or excuse me, I'm sorry. It'll be between 3 and I'd say between 4 and 6, probably between 4 and 6 Eastern time, because I think Rabid Dolphin, I think Lewis is going to take that afternoon spot. So just be watching out. We're going to solidify the schedules here soon. So just so you guys are having a heads up.
I do know that I really enjoyed the morning show the other day, so I'm definitely trying to make that regular. That's actually where I want to be, is every morning around 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll go as long as I can. You know what I mean?
Mike C, no, it's everything that we do is here on the Fins Tailgate. So like all of our shows comes out here on the Fins Tailgate. So if you're already subscribed, already got notifications, then you'll get notified if I go live, Kohler goes live, any of that.
Best platform on YouTube.
Yeah, it's not going to be on a different channel. It's on this channel right here. So just be watching out. Like I said, I know a lot of you, I said it'd be between like 3 and 6 Eastern time, but that's changing. Unless there's a day where like Lewis can't go live at that time. But like Kohler said too, I think pretty much all of us are going to be live tomorrow at some point or another.
Hey King. You guys have a time when you guys are getting the super chat back on board?
Kohler knows more about that right now.
We don't have a time frame right at the moment, but we are doing everything we making every effort to conform to the requirements that it takes to get the stuff turned back on. So in the meantime, we have a couple of alternative ways you can support at the moment. Cash App, and also we do also have a Patreon now, so we're definitely trying to basically give plenty of people an opportunity, even with memberships like on Patreon, to at least at first show your support on a regular basis if that's the type of person you are, but eventually also to provide you kind of exclusive content and other items, let's say, for members of Patreon. If we get approved to come back on at some point with the monetization at YouTube, then we'll incorporate that back in, but we're not going to be pigeonholed by them. So we do have Cash App, we do have Venmo, we do have Patreon memberships at the moment. and plenty of, and even just liking and sharing, bro, is just enough. It means everything to us as well. So
yeah.
Hey, Keller. Since I'm from New Zealand, like where would I go with this? Like, because I only come up here to talk to you, obviously, but same time as I want to donate as well because I love
really
this channel.
sure, Winsy. I'm not really sure, Winsy, but I'm gonna look into the Cash App and Venmo and see how they handle stuff from other currencies. You know what I mean? I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, because I've got PayPal, but I can't even insert money into that. Like.
Right.
So yeah, I'm trying to figure it out.
I think
Right.
you can do it through like MSM, can't you, Color?
I'm sorry, Mark.
I said I think you can do a direct payment through MSM if I can even mention that because that's the way I do Stephen D's show when I donate to his show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm donating to this show on the regular. I'm putting Pete in timeout all the time, but I can't donate to a show like this. Like,
Yeah, there's and I was just gonna say there's like so on top of Cash App, there's Venmo too. So if you don't have one or the other, there is that, and then the Patreon. I think I'm gonna be doing
it is, we're not running our show any different than anybody else is. So we're just caught in a certain loop right now that we have to kind of like
adapt.
Well, I think you're caught in that.
We have to go
Musk
scorched earth
thing
campaign basically to conform to I don't know.
And we're just adapting.
I guess we're the New England Patriots of the community. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
we're just
adapting.
Donated now won't be taken from by YouTube or something.
Well,
so
here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. Right now we're just adapting, and we know we're in a position we need to adapt. So we're adapting. We know that there's people out there that want to support the channel and people that want to donate, and so we're giving you guys other options. And yes, it is true, like Mark said. The difference between donating through YouTube and donating through one of those is that it all goes to the channel versus YouTube taking like 40% of it. So
yeah, that's also the benefit. Yeah, when you're using Cash App, whatever. I don't know if they charge any fees for sending money anywhere in and of itself, but yeah, you're talking, a lot less taken out of the pie if you're intending to get most of your money to go to who you're donating it to. And those are the better options in the long run.
And I just wanted to say too, I think I'll have details soon, but I think I'm going to be doing a giveaway for a signed jersey on my show at the end of the month. So
you can also buy me a cup of coffee now for coffee and a cup of color. You can go to buymeacoffee.com/colorcom.
Mm-hmm.
And you can donate as little as $2 for towards a cup of coffee for color.
Hey, Color, I'm about to buy you a coffee. I'm about to buy you a cup of coffee.
Say that again, Color. Yeah, what is that?
That's buymeacoffee.com/colorcom.
It's really a site. It really is.
Yeah. And matter of fact,
is the link? Do we have the link for that in the description?
I can pull it up real quick. Because it's got like buttons and stuff I got to create for our page and all that, for my show and all that. But I also have a goal set on it because it lets you set goals and all that. What was I going to say? So the goal I have currently set is if I get to $100 in donations, then I'm gonna buy a new Keurig machine. So that's the goal I got set, trying to keep it coffee themed, you know what I mean? But the site is pretty neat for anybody that wants to set themselves up. You can change out the buy me a coffee, like it's still buymeacoffee.com, but you can change out what you're buying the person. Like it might be buy me a beer or buy me a whatever. Like you can change the little theme of it, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's certainly worthwhile.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty much like Patreon or anywhere else that gives you the ability to, like, I can provide you guys different content. So I can make it an OnlyFans if I want type thing. You know what I mean? I can, whatever. But
so you're going to be on like at 3 o'clock in the morning, California time?
I'm sorry, Mark?
You're going to be on at 3 a.m. in the morning, California time?
was gonna try to be. I was gonna try to be on at 8 o'clock tomorrow, but during the week I want to be going like, 6 o'clock on.
Yeah,
That's really good because I work from like midnight forward, so it's awesome. I can get up and actually participate while I'm working, and then
Mark
was on at 5.
Mark was on my late night show because me and Mark are on the same time zone. So
yeah, and the turnout was pretty good. The first one I did the other day, it was like, I started at 6, had about 30 viewers or so, but then right around 7 or 8, it ramped up to like 70 viewers. It was pretty good, and the show returned like over 500 views. Over a couple days. So I mean, yeah, it's a slow time slot, but it was a decent return for that time slot. You know what I mean? So
Gotta tell
I'm
you,
going to start at
I'm
6
gonna
and go as
recommend
long as
for
I
you 'cause
can.
You're a Keurig guy. You got to go get that apple caramel.
Right.
Yeah, my girlfriend. I can't. I don't drink coffee anymore because I try to keep my system clear of that. But I had a cup of apple caramel the other day from her Keurig. Yeah, it was like totally awesome. I got her like 136 new pods as a Christmas present.
My short goal, like my low standard would be I would go like 6 to 8 every morning, but I'd like to shoot for an average of 6 to 10 every morning, if not longer, if the content is good. You know what I mean?
I don't think you want to infect Miss Finn's show, do you? Because she comes on at 8 a.m.
Yeah, I know. But it didn't, like the other day, it didn't seem to affect it one way or another. I stopped at 8, but it's not like everybody rushed over there. So,
Do you guys coordinate your time? I mean, I love listening to TD.
We
I love
try.
you guys.
We've always tried to be cordial.
We do our best. We do our best.
Yeah, I can't say it's always been reciprocated, but
You're right.
Yeah, because like Miss Fizz has her own time slot. Larry L has his own time slot that he kind of locks in, and I enjoy his shows.
I guess
enjoy
that's
one I
part
don't
of
listen to is,
that's part of being the
because-
sheep of the family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it kind of drives me nuts.
Can I say something? Because you guys are just like talking and talking and talking. There's other people in here. Is everyone gonna say something? Hey, I would like to say hello to Ron. I'd like to say hello. Hey, Mark. I know you just babble on as well. Always hello to King and Color.
What's up,
Let's get some people involved in the conversation. Like, this is what the whole point of this conversation is. Like, get people involved. Like we can talk about our day. I just finished golf. That, Color. I finished golf again.
We have been though, Winsy. We're pushing over 7 hours right now.
Yeah, we're at the 7-hour mark, Winsy.
Oh, yeah. You telling me I've been watching while I was playing golf? So I was watching.
I freaking love this guy, man.
Hey, I just real quick though, Winsy. I just want to say, and then we can get on with football, whatever we want to do. I just want to say, like I said, it really does help the channel. So if you guys continue to like and subscribe, it does a lot for us. We appreciate it. And on top of doing my late afternoon shows, I'm going to be doing late night shows. I know that a lot of I know like Q, because he's on a different time zone.
I'm keen,
Mark
I'm
works
keen
late,
on it.
so I'll be doing late night shows just like I did the other night again too. So if you guys,
that was good. Yeah, you did
like that
11
late
o'clock at night. That was cool stuff.
Yeah, and I know it was like 2 a.m. for some people, 3 a.m. and it was rocking. So if you guys like that stuff, I'll keep doing some late night shows too. But also, yeah, man, I know if you guys can, we never ask for donations too, so I don't want it to get twisted, but it does help the channel. We just wanted to give you guys, we just want to let you know that there was other outlets to do it via Patreon, Cash App.
But we have learned over the last few months that, you know what, we can't really be afraid to ask either. So,
right.
If there are people out there that just want to know. Hey,
Yeah,
they just
like
needed
me.
to know that.
Just
You know
like
what I
me.
mean? And there you go.
Just like
we
me.
hardly ever bring it up too, but yeah, and like I said, just you guys, we'll get back to the conversation. But the last thing, like I said, I'll get you guys details as soon as I figure out which. But I do want to be doing a giveaway of a signed jersey on my show, so I'll figure out which. Maybe I'll take a poll and see which. Get like a couple ideas of what you guys want, and then get one and do a giveaway, and we'll figure out something cool to do with it. So.
So I'm going to bring it back.
Liz,
I'm going
by
to bring
the
it
way.
back to
Thank you,
football
Liz.
and throw a question out for the panel. What do you think about Fisher and Gaskin getting some playing time on tomorrow night? To maybe kind of give some snap rests to Armstead, and well, they had Ahmed, and I don't know if Fisher's going to be able to, or Wilson's going to be able to play tomorrow.
No, Wilson said he's most likely going to play, and they even said it. The thing is, he's going to be playing injured. I would say yes to both, and I've been saying this. Mark, me and you already had this conversation ad nauseum, but I honestly don't know why. I mean, I know why, but at this point, I feel like Teron Armstead and playing him, I understand that even at 40%, he's better than Greg Little at 100%. But like I've been saying, you got Fisher now. I would rather play Fisher at left tackle and then play Shell at right tackle. And the reason, play Fisher at left tackle and then Shell at right tackle, because having Teron Armstead in there, we saw him against the Chargers. In this case, I feel, especially a team like the Bills, I feel like it's going to do more harm, and not just to his body, but it's doing us as a team more harm having him out there trying to play with a pec injury and now a knee injury and a toe injury. It's just doing more harm. Let him rest, because we're going to need him for the Jets game and the Patriots. We're going to need him for that final stretch. Rest him, play Fisher, play Shell, see what we can get cooking. And as far as Gaskins, I would like to see more Gaskins. I think we all forget how good of a pass catcher he is out of the backfield.
Yeah, I remember him last year. He was catching some good balls last year.
I'd like to see any of the backs catch the balls out of the backfield.
Yeah. Well, here's what I think with Jeff Wilson. I think that they'll probably play him. I just don't think that he's going to take anywhere near the workload that he would normally. Like, I think it's going to be split snaps between maybe like him, Mostert, or maybe even just Mostert and Ahmed, because I don't know why. I really don't. I can't figure out for the life of me why they're not playing Gaskin or why they haven't lately. I know he had an early on injury, but since then he hasn't had one, and he's not been dressed down. They've had Ahmed dressed down, so I don't know what's going on there. It'll most likely, if they're not going to use Wilson, they're probably going to be Mostert and Ahmed.
Yeah, I'm not really understanding.
Is it just me, or does Ahmed seem like he always runs into a brick wall?
That's what he does.
Yeah, that's what he is.
Like, what is the fascination with him? I don't get it.
I don't know.
He
doesn't know.
I like him on the wheel routes.
Yeah, in here,
Exactly.
I watched them both. I watched them both their whole entire career at Washington, because I'm a Washington Huskies fan, and he was the backup to Gaskins until Gaskins left, and then a year later, then Ahmed left, but to go to the NFL. But Myles Gaskin, you got to admit, and here's the thing that I've always admired about him: he's a very small back. So for his size, I admire what he can do for his size. He's broken off for some great runs for us. Yeah, he's not that power like every down back or that cowbell.
I'm just thinking that people are watching Gaskin and not realizing it and thinking it's Ahmed, because it seems like everybody talks up Ahmed and all he ever does is run into a wall.
Well, he does. He'll run right into the back of the offensive lineman and then try to pinball it to an opening instead of making cuts to an opening. So I don't know.
Well, those two guys, they don't really fit the same way that Wilson and Mostert do. So I think Mostert and Wilson are their first go-to. But I mean, we might see more Myles Gaskin, because I think we have to throw short, and that's not what they've been doing. So
right.
Well,
that's where Gaskin shines. And there was a really cool article. I just saw this today, but there's a really cool article. I think it was published in the last couple of days, and they were asking, it was a beat writer, and he was talking to McDaniel about the run game and kind of like he had not got it going yet, compared to like what he did at San Francisco. And McDaniel admitted that initially he wanted to get an established run game going, and he hadn't really he felt that he had not got it to that point, and it was he underachieved there. And so he said that is something that's at the top of his list, is to get an established run game going and be better about that. So maybe this is the game where, he opens it up a lot more with the run, not just because of the weather, but because at the heart of it, like, I think McDaniel's smart and good with pass plays, but I think that like personally him and his bread and butter is his run plays and how he uses backs.
So I think I might have found a way
I'm
for us to
wondering,
win,
BTA.
guys. I think I might have found a way for us to our secret weapon. So if we activate Gaskin, look at how short his leg gape is when he runs. That is like ideal to run in the snow.
Yep. Remember the Keith Byers touchdown?
Well,
That really short leg draw, that really short leg draw that he has when he runs.
Yep, he even said short, choppy steps is why he was able to stand.
Man. But Byers had a lot of heft to him. He was
That
also
could be
like,
the secret
like
weapon of
220
the whole
pounds.
game, man. Gaskin rolls off 2 touchdowns in like 200 yards receiving or all-purpose yards. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can see that.
Well, honestly, you can always have a lot of hope because every fan has to go to a game with hope.
It's game day, Mark. Now I'm being honest. It hasn't got the game day for you yet. You got about another 58 minutes to game day, but we're already in game day.
I do have my meal prep tomorrow. I'm making beef on wick sandwiches. I got some chicken wings rocking, a deviled egg potato salad, some baked beans kind of going on, and
Buffalo burgers.
Hey, Mark.
Roast beef on Kimmelwick roll sandwich.
Mark, you need to send me
There's
your
only
address.
one way to cook bison burgers. They're bison burgers.
You gotta send me your address, Mark. I'm gonna pick up Kohler and I'm gonna head over.
His hamburger patties are made out of 100% grade A bullshit.
You cannot cook a bison burger longer than 6.5 minutes, or you're toasted.
Hey, Mark,
me and
the gang are gonna stop by, Mark. So hopefully you got enough food.
I do have enough food. I also have corn on the cob, so it's all good. It's all good game day food.
As long as you got the nice butter, some good butter.
I got some really good.
Why do I feel like 10
and you got to have the pink Himalayan salt.
Why do I feel like 10 years from now it's going to be the start of the zombie apocalypse and we're going to be all on Mark's yacht out in the Pacific Ocean somewhere? You know what I mean?
Well, it could be someone in Arizona by then.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Right, exactly. Because the new West Coast will be Arizona.
And he'll be grilling hot dogs and baked beans and being like, "I told y'all about the Bills. We're going to win it before. We're never going to win it before the zombie apocalypse."
I could be at 95 with a boat with my Arizona ocean property.
Hey, did you guys really, I'm not sure. Did you guys already talk about how we're all annoyed at how Tua's throwing too much and not dunking like last year, or did I miss it?
Oh yeah,
I think that's part of like the RPO thing. Did
you guys watch? You guys watch Herbert, right? That's all he fucking did. I was watching and I was like, what? 3-yard passes to fucking, I don't know what that guy's name is, but
Allen and Williams and Eckler.
So he did what Tua does at his very best to us, and we were like, hey.
Whimsy, what the Chargers did is they played what they call as possession offense. They played for first downs at time of possession to keep their defense off the field.
Yeah.
That's why
what I'm saying is
3-yard passes, 5-yard passes.
Mark, can I say this? What I'm saying is we've got the best quarterback in the whole entire league. In fact, he was like
Xavier Howard is a shell of what he used to be.
I'm talking about the dink and dunking passes.
Mark, listen to what he's saying.
I'm talking about the dink and dunking passes. We got all Miami Dolphin fans got shit forever because that's all he did last year and the year before. And now that's the game plan that beat us last time we played against the Chargers. And I'm just saying, why don't we do that ourselves now? Like, obviously, defense is getting tighter. Like, there's no one better in the league than Tua at throwing 5-yard passes. You tell me someone better.
We talked about that earlier, Wedgie, that they need to shift gears. When the linebackers drop back further, we need to start dinking and dunking.
But
Lindsay,
I'm sure you know that Herbert and Mahomes are the two highest when it comes to dump off passing.
Right.
Oh, I don't want to get into
TTA, you
I don't want to get into stats. I don't want to get into stats.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you're good, man.
I was
gonna say, Yeah, you need some rest. 'Cause
There's
you're
no
playing
one
on
more
Golden Morning.
accurate
So,
over 10 yards
hey,
than
caller,
Tua
when you wake
over
up
the
tomorrow,
last
get
2
with me
years.
so I
And
can.
that's a fact.
We'll
I'm
coordinate.
telling you.
Roger that.
For who's
Tua's
going
not
live when.
Whimsy.
What they do
Roger
well.
Tua
that.
is not an accurate
Roger
All right,
that.
brother.
quarterback. He's
And
more
Yeah,
accurate
if you fall out,
with
don't
less
trip.
yardage between. But if you look at a lot of his throws, they're really, really inaccurate. They're high. They're behind the receiver. It's just very seldomly does he
But I'm
ever
talking
lead a
about 10
receiver
yards.
into
You're
open
lying
yardage.
now. Hey, Mark, now you're lying. Now you're lying. There's it's actually in when you go Google it, like the facts are towards the most accurate to 5 yard to 10 yard passing in the whole NFL in the last 3 years. I
Whimsy,
promise you.
you're
I
talking two
promise
different
you. I
things. You're
promise
talking
you.
completions versus
I wouldn't
accuracy.
lie. I promise you. His accuracy
Whimsy,
is
let me
the
just
best.
explain. You're talking about completion percentage, not accuracy. You can catch
No,
a
I'm talking
pass
about
that's inaccurate.
accuracy too. I'm talking about accuracy as well, brother. I know what completion rate is. I'm talking about anywhere 5 to 10 yards towards the most accurate in the NFL. Like, and he has been the last 2 years.
Well, I think
If you want to go Google it, just Google it now. Like, it doesn't take much effort. Just Google it. Like,
I can look
think
at
what
all
we're
the stats
seeing.
all I want. I look at the throws. I look at the throws that are made and where the ball is caught. That's the statistic. That's what you have to look at. That it's non-statistical. You have to see where the pass is. If it came behind the receiver, it was high, it was low. Is he running receivers into open space? That's the thing that Mahomes does better than anybody else in the league. He runs his receivers into space. I don't know if you saw the Kansas City game last week against Denver, but there was a player that he was rolling to the right. Looks like he was
no,
going
I
to
didn't
run.
watch the
All of a
Denver
sudden, he sees
Broncos. I'll
Eric
be honest.
McKinnon and flicks the ball out to him. In an unconventional manner, and McKinnon goes all the way for like a 50-yard touchdown.
Yeah, I see
That's
that
the
one.
thing.
Yeah.
He throws his receivers open. He throws open spots. He'll throw to whatever receiver he's going to,
You
attempt
know
on
what
the play.
Yeah,
know what the worst
Mahomes is a
part
lot better
about
than Josh Allen, that's for sure.
yeah, you know what the worst part about this is? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's about 6 Dolphin guys here that doesn't agree with me, but this is the actual fact that Tua in that range is the most like lethal. And remember when it's crazy. It's actually crazy to me that I'm like I feel like I'm alone now. I'm like,
No, I
hey,
agree.
this is
You're talking to a Bills fan.
this is a fact that's been known for a long time. In fact, he got fucking murdered on how many media outlets for being a dink and dunker, and we won games. And now no one remembers that he's the best in the NFL at it. Like besides Tom Brady.
I only have
If
to
you look
challenge
at
the
the
fact that
yak,
winning streak last year was played or was against. Look at the teams that the Dolphins ran that winning streak up against last year. They were nobodies. They were injured quarterbacks. They were, they literally beat outside of Baltimore, and then Lamar Jackson got hurt, and the zero blitz got him. They played nothing, and then they played the one relevant game that mattered for the entire season. They went to Tennessee in a bad weather day, and they were just awful. The defense played until they couldn't anymore, and then they, with Tua in the offense being absolute trash.
That's because they didn't run the ball. They should have run the fucking ball.
If he was leading his receivers more, you would see more yak out of his receivers, but you just don't see that.
Well, this
Hey,
year,
you know what, Mark?
football
I know you got the information right, but I know from my own eyes watching, Tua hit everyone that needed to be hit on the 5 to 10 medium range or lower medium range.
Well, that just takes you
I'm
into
not
a
sure. I
contract
know what you're talking
situation.
about, Yak, but we
That are
didn't
you
have
going to be
anyone.
satisfied with paying a guy
We
$35
didn't
million
have
a year to
anyone
get
that could
5-yard
do Yak.
passes? I'm not.
No, I'm just saying that we had no one last year that could do Yak. What? Jalen Waddle?
I disagree. Most of your yak plays last year were made to Devontae Parker and to the guy that the Raiders have
Devontae
now.
Parker can't even make separation. What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
Look at the
like
recent.
Tua
Look
had
at the
to
bet.
put it.
Look at the
Tua
longer
pretty
yardage
much had to
plays
put
the
it in
Dolphins
his
had last year.
hands.
They were to Devontae Parker primarily.
Devontae Parker literally had to have the ball in his hand because that's how close the defender was to him every fucking.
Parker's not a separation guy. He's a 50-50 ball receiver.
Then
He
who
always
else?
has
Then?
been.
Then who else? They talk about
Gesicki.
Miles Gaskin over there, like.
No,
But if you think that
had the
if you want to
lowest
if you want to
separation
play
rules.
a short passing game against against cornerbacks that are going to be up in your face,
That's what we
and
had
that's what the
last
Dolphins
year
are going to
was
see
short
tomorrow.
passing
They're going
game.
to see Elam and they're going to see White up in Hill and Waddle's
That
face.
is all we had last year, Mark. Last year and the year before. No, last year was all we had was 10 to 15 meters of passing. That's all we had. And very last year you didn't even do you notice that Tua had one of the highest percentage of small window throwing, and no one even thinks about that stat because we didn't do shit last year. That's why no one even cares about it. But we were like top 3 in small percentage window throwing because we had no separation at all.
Yep.
And you are bottom of the league in attempts down the past the intermediate zone, 20 yards down past the line of scrimmage. So everything because of a bad offensive line. And I think Culler had the stats. Unfortunately he had kind of retired for the night. But his stats with protection issues last year between Brissett, for example, and Tua, because in the comparable game times that they were playing, Tua was running an RPO offense, which is just one step and read. And Tua has not proven to me he's more than just a one step and read quarterback. He really hasn't.
That's
He
crazy.
just has better. He just has better weapons this year than he had last year.
That's crazy.
Hey, Mark. At one what Tua had the best game. We're talking about game 2 of the season, right? He had the best game that any Dolphins fan or anybody in the Dolphins community has seen in 20 years. Like,
no,
then
Tua
all
had
of a
one
sudden we're
quarter.
talking about he hasn't done this and that.
Tua
Like,
had one quarter against the 8th and 9th.
it's not one quarter. You got to watch the game back, Mark. You got to watch the game back, Mark.
I watched the game. I watched the Dolphins get 3 quarters, and then they were down to no defensive backs at all.
Mark, how did he do against the Lions? And how did Josh Allen do against the Lions?
Both teams won their game by comparable points. Dolphins won by 4, Bills won by 3 at Detroit.
Apples. Come on, man. Again, it's the same shit. You say he doesn't go. He's a one-read quarterback. That's bullshit. You watch the first 8 games this year. He was going through his reads and his progressions faster than any other quarterback in the NFL.
My question is, who did you play? You played the 32nd ranked defense, 31st ranked defense, 9th ranked defense. You played this whole series of teams that had no defensive
cannot
backs,
even talk about who
and
we
they
played.
were an awful rating.
The Buffalo Bills
Nothing
cannot
impressive.
talk about who we played because they struggled against what?
Now you're playing. Now you're playing the meat of the other meat of your schedule, and it's not going very well. You got to win against Baltimore when Baltimore was down to no quarterbacks, and they left no corners, and they left 9 players. They left 9 players on the board. You would have lost.
Let me tell you, Mark. Let me tell you, in the history of the NFL, right? There's only you can count on 2 hands, maybe even 1 hand, a person that's come back in the 4th quarter, and in fact, his last pass was with 20 seconds to go to win the game. 4 touchdowns in the 4th quarter, and last pass with 20 seconds to go. We
Hold
all know
on,
that.
before you pump the brakes and start just jumping out numbers in that game. You said it on the head. How many seconds? 16 seconds left to go. John Harbaugh lost that game. All he needed to do was just simply make the best field goal kicker in NFL history and not take it out off his legs to win that game by going for it on 4th down with his cocky ego. All he had to do is kick those 3 field goals, and that touchdown wouldn't have mattered.
Crypto, that's true, but did Tua still have to take him down to 4? Yes.
No, they would have just simply not had enough points.
What I'm saying is, even though he made the wrong decision, Tua still had to take him down the field and score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Even giving him the points, I'm not taking any points from Tua.
Yeah.
The coach simply took 9 points off the freaking kicker's legs.
You're missing the point.
We're talking about
No. You're right. You're right.
That's 5. That's 9 extra points that wasn't on the freaking field.
Tua still had to take him down the field and score a touchdown.
But the point is, John Harbaugh single-handedly lost that game.
No, but you
take
Do you
that from.
guys even? Do you guys? I think every Dolphin fan here remembers that pass, but everyone takes it for granted. Do you know how thin that window he threw? He had no one open. In fact, he got rushed. In fact, he had to move to the left, right. There was nothing there. If you look at the
I can't
cam, and
believe
there was
y'all gloss
nobody.
over the fact that
There was
even
no.
Tua
There was
getting
nobody
all
open.
42 points that he led us to, we still lose that game in the same fashion that the Lions freaking lost to the Seahawks in a high-scoring game. Their freaking coach took points off the board by not putting Justin Tucker on the field to kick chip shot field goals.
No argument.
That may be
Bad
true, but
decision
Tua
by the
still.
coach. But Tua still had to take him down the field and score.
But are
Yes.
you guys gonna
See,
deny the
I'm
actual
giving him the
pass that
points. I'm
happened?
not zeroing out Tua's points.
That's what he's
What
talking
part
about.
are you not understanding?
I
That's
am
what he's talking
understanding.
about.
I'm
He's talking about
saying
Tua. He's
even
not
though the
talking
coach
about the
made a bad
Dolphins.
decision and should have kicked the field goal, Tua still could have not brought him down the field and scored, and he did. That's my point.
But that still would have ended up in the L if he just simply would have told Justin Tucker, go in there and kick the chip shot field goals.
Not arguing it was
Hey, can I say this? Can I say this? Please, can I say this? Like, I think we forget that pass that Tua threw. It wasn't to a wide open receiver. It was literally probably 2 inches
All of
away
them
from being
were.
intercepted. It was 2 inches from being intercepted, and that's
He
the worst.
coasted in the end zone on both Tyreek Hill's touchdowns. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the last throw of the game that everything matters
No,
on.
he threw it in the
Everything
air
matters.
and Waddle went up in the air and got the pass.
No. I'm not talking about that. Do you remember the throw? Nothing matters until that last throw. Do you see that fucking defender coming across? It's literally 2
No, Waddle went
inches
up in the
above
air
his
and caught that
fingers.
pass and caught the touchdown. That
Yeah,
last
no.
touchdown of the game.
Waddle gets 50. Waddle gets 50% of the credit, maybe even more for the catch because it was marvelous. But what I'm saying is, when you're throwing a football, if you throw it to that kind of accuracy where it's 2 inches
But the
above the
Tyreek Hill
defender's
touchdowns
hand,
was pretty much untouched. He walked in the end zone, throwing up the peace sign,
yeah.
cruising
I'm
into
not
the end
gonna.
zone.
I'm
It was
not.
just flat out
Yeah,
blown
I'm not
coverage.
gonna. Actually, I'm with you with the 2 Tyreek touchdowns. Like, I'm like, okay. But now we're close. Like, I was the same way. I was like,
That's why we're paying
But
the dude
then, but for the last pass of the game with fucking 20 seconds to go, hey, what can you say? Like, that was 2 inches above the defender's hand, right to Waddle's full jump. Like, Waddle jumped right the fuck up for that. Like, hey, that's what that's what I'm trying to say.
Throw was to Craycraft. That was the more impressive throw.
You know what
It
else?
was not. It was not. I saw
The
the
more
Craycraft.
impressive throw in that game was the Gesicki throw right
There's
there
no
after
way there was
halftime.
more impressive. If you took it, if you're
If you want
talking
to talk
about
about
impressive throws,
a more
if you
difficult
took
throw, the
hey,
Gesicki touchdown was the most difficult
There's
throw in
many
that game.
plays out there.
yeah, the Gesicki throw was better. But I'm just
You got
saying,
guys
like,
running free, and the quarterback doesn't recognize it. You got to give Tua credit for recognizing when these guys are running wide open.
Oh yeah, no one's ever taken them away from that. But you got to understand, doors were open, and to a credit, he walked through it. But it still doesn't take the fact the way the door was opened by the opposing coach. Just like we killed freaking when we killed freaking what's his name in the Super Bowl against New England for opening the door for the Patriots by simply not running the best running back in football at the time, Marshawn Lynch on the goal line. And the Patriots walked right through it.
Well, Mark said that Tua was a first read quarterback. That's not true. That's what he's saying. And he also said that he isn't accurate as much as he's getting the ball to his receivers. That's not true either. There are
He's
both
talking about ball placement versus accuracy. Your accuracy is counted by the numbers. Ball placement don't take into fact that.
Yeah, but
because your receivers could be making a bunch of spectacular catches, and that'll end up making your accuracy numbers look good.
Yeah, but there are plays where he is absolutely
That's
zero
that's
window.
what mostly. I think that's what people getting confused. Placement versus the actual receiver catching the ball and getting a completion.
But you don't
I
think
think
that
it
Tua's had
gets kind of
incredible
conflated. I
growth?
think it gets conflated. I think people when they talk about the accuracy part, they conflate it with placement and vice
I'm just saying
versa. I
we
think
can
that's
find
what people
tape on
gets
both.
crossed up at.
I don't know if you guys have watched any of Orlovsky's breakdowns, but many of Tua's throws that may not look like he's putting him in a perfect spot are because of the defense, and based on what he's breaking down, they are in the only spot he can throw them in.
You know who does good?
Well, yeah, actually,
ball
well, and that case, if the receivers would have been making spectacular catches, then he wouldn't have had a 30% completion rate in the last game.
Well, they didn't have to make spectacular catches; they dropped easy ones. The first
No, they wasn't. A lot of those, the defender was right there.
First 4 passes,
and the defense got their hand on the ball because the placement wasn't there.
Should have been caught.
No, a couple of them, the defense was right there, batted the ball, simply batted the ball down.
No, Waddle dropped.
There was a lot of passes where the receivers there and got their hand on the ball and was batted because the placement was off.
I only think the first throw to Hill was. The other 3, Hill dropped 1 and Waddle dropped 2.
They wasn't in your hand catches that they were dropping.
Yes, they were.
The one that was it was going to be a big play. The dude had Tyreek Hill's whole other arm.
Yeah, they was arm barring. No, that could have been went the other way too. But that's allowed to happen when the ball is in the air and you got your head on the swivel and turned towards the quarterback.
Back for the ball, yeah.
As long as that's allowed when you arm barring.
Before he had his hand way before that. Way before that.
No, what I'm saying, if you got your head turned back towards the quarterback, that's allowed. If the offensive player is also doing the same thing.
No, I hear what you're saying. I'm saying that he had Tyreek's arm long before the ball was even catchable. So he eventually had to turn around and try and go for the ball. But he had his arm before that. It just became more drastic when the ball was in catchable radius. I mean, it should have been a holding call.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
at worst case scenario, that would have only been a 10-yard penalty and not a spot foul. It'll be incidental contact, and then that's still no guarantee that play ends in a scoring drive because that ended up being 3 and out on that drive.
You're right, but Tyreek Hill should have had the opportunity to catch that ball, and he was not capable of catching it. If he was, and the play was legal, it would have been a little bit different. And Tua probably would have placed the ball differently too.
And there were 3 other easy drops on that first.
Well, those plays on the boundary once again that they had bigger, taller guys that was able to get their hand on the ball.
I think Tua was in disbelief because I think he was trying to draw penalties because he saw what was going on, and then he was trying to push the ball as best as he could, and nothing was working out, and he started getting frazzled. I didn't like that. I didn't like seeing that he started, hanging his head in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, if that happened, you can't allow that to happen over the course of 4 quarters. That was the very first series of the game.
Tua's sitting there on the sidelines.
You're 100% right.
Stole his cookie. He's not like pumping up the team. Maybe he's not that kind of guy. But I think that your quarterback has got to be like up in the offense's, face a little bit, pumping up the team, talking about coverage. Tua was sitting there on the bench in LA, kind of staring at his little laptop, looking like really, really sad, looking like somebody stole his cookie, and it was embarrassing.
I agree with you 100% with this point. Like he embarrassed me. Like I felt like he wasn't in the game, and I felt like there was options like to do the check down, and I felt like he was just going through the motions, and he pissed me off too. Like really,
his demeanor in this game was different from the games in the winning streak. It was definitely different from the Cleveland Brown game, it was different. The demeanor, he was
Yeah, it's
totally
like,
out
well,
of
I
it.
can't throw wide open passes
They
anymore.
were
They're not
totally
Alabama
outschemed in
open
that game.
anymore.
And
Oh my, what am I going to
McDaniel
do?
didn't
Oh
make the
shit.
necessary adjustments.
Well, do you think that Tua
Well, you
is
got to remember the offense has to
a
make the
rhythm
adjustments.
quarterback for his entire existence in the NFL? Or do you think that he can train himself out of that? Because, I mean, as we see, he's a rhythm quarterback. If it doesn't go his way and he can't get into a rhythm, not good.
Yeah, but
Well, I think every
Man,
quarterback.
Well, the whole
I'm with you
offense
on
is
that. I'm with you. I'm
designed
with
off
you.
rhythm.
Middle
The
of the
whole
field.
offense is
McDaniel
basically
should have made
designed
the
to be a rhythm
adjustments.
offense.
McDaniel, when we saw how they were defending the middle of the field, we should have made adjustments on the offensive side of the ball, and we didn't.
I have 20 seconds.
Well, no,
Ron.
defending that's only 1/3 of the field. You can't allow nobody shut out one side of the field, and then when the receivers run on the boundary and you miss them, then the adjustment was made. It's just that they got better defenders.
They had nobody open all game because of the way
Can I say that? Can I say this as a tournier? Like, everyone will think I'm a tournier, but I'm not. But I'll tell you this: like, he pissed me the fuck off that I didn't even come on any social media for a whole week. Like, I put so much behind him. Only reason why, because we know what he can do. For 5 weeks, the best fucking QBR, the best accuracy, the best completion rate. And then he comes out and does these shitty ass performances. And then I'm like, how am I meant to support a person who goes from number 2 in the MVP ranking just from down to, and then his completion rate is the worst in the NFL last week. I was like, I was thinking to
But you
myself,
got to remember
like,
the MVP award is a season award, not a 3-week award.
No, but what I'm saying is like that's not a good quarterback. Then that's what questions me about him. Like,
Can't say
I'm
that.
not ready to move on, but a good quarterback like Tom Brady, that we all know, yeah,
Tom Brady.
He doesn't.
But you got to remember, it's the regular season awards for the whole season accomplishments, not just over a 5-game stretch.
No. That's bro. You're pretty much saying what I'm trying to say. Like, Tom Brady, he's not the best quarterback every year, but what is he? The most consistent and the most clutch. And that's what I was thinking Tua was. But the drop he did last week was like, that's really like, because I was hoping.
You're putting it all on Tua. You got to put it on the offensive game plan and the fact that we didn't make the
Yeah, you could be in the MVP conversation. You just got to sustain it. That's all.
See, Ron, that's the thing, though. That's where it's wrong. The 49ers game, that shit was all fucking Tua. The Chargers game.
I'm not talking about that game.
The Chargers game.
I'm not talking about that game. I'm talking about the Chargers game.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah,
then let me finish my sentence.
Skill position,
That's
offensively,
what I'm trying to
Ron, can I
finish
say
my
something
sentence and
here?
say. The Chargers game is something. It's not just on Tua, but the 49ers game, that's Tua shit in the bed 100%. When you talk about the Chargers game, there was shitty coaching, shitty calls, shitty play by Tua, shitty play by the receivers. It was just an embarrassment all around. Shitty.
It was a total offensive capitulation in that game.
I wonder why we didn't.
It was completely, solely 100% the offense fault. The receivers, the linemen, the running backs.
Yeah, everyone gets a piece of that ball, man. Everyone.
My point is this:
what's up, Jay?
When you see the middle of the field jam,
I'll let Ron keep flapping his beak, and then I'll try to speak.
You have to make some kind of adjustment.
No, I agree. Here's what I'm saying is like, what's embarrassing to me is I really honestly expected some type of adjustment made when they came out at halftime, and there wasn't one. There wasn't one.
Well, hold on. I'm going to add to that. They actually was, because I was telling y'all about how the freaking Raiders played them with big wide receivers on the boundary, and immediately the very first 2 plays was called. He lined up Gesicki on the perimeter and freaking sent them on the sideline route, and he tried to go there, and Tua overthrew him, and that was the end of that game.
Tua missed a wide open hill for a touchdown.
He did try to make an in-game adjustment. The attempt was made.
Tua missed a wide open hill for a fucking TD. Do you remember that, Ron?
They did that periodically through the entire game. That's what I'm saying. They had pass attempts outside of the numbers on the boundary that they tried several times. There was even some where they got open, but Tua never got to that read. And by then the play was dead. It was done. So they never
Does
really
anyone remember
I'm just
Hill
saying
being wide
Go
open
ahead, Jordan. Go ahead.
and Tua missing him for a TD pass? Yes or
What'd you
no?
say? Go ahead, Jordan. I couldn't hear what you said.
Because Derek Carr was carving him up the week prior with that.
Hang
that
on.
same
I want to
thing.
hear what Jordan was trying to say. I couldn't hear him.
Thank you. I know Tua hit Hill long once for a TD pass, but there was another TD pass, or could have been a TD pass, where it was either underthrew. I think he overthrew Hill in that game against the Chargers. That was 7 points right there. That was on Tua.
No, it was not on Tua.
Watch the fucking game film. Watch the game film.
You watched the game. Tyreek Hill lost the ball.
Yeah, if you're talking about the one, if you're talking about the one where
I saw a different angle. The ball was out of this.
Hang on. If you're talking about that one where Tyreek went deep and then broke in, that was Tyreek. He should have been tracking the ball. That thing landed right in front of where he should have been. That ball landed right in front of where he should have been. That dropped at his feet. It practically dropped at his feet. That shit was on him.
No, if you look at the depth of that football, that was another 7 yards down the field.
No, it wasn't, Crypto.
No, it was. Gotten to it.
No, it was not 7 yards. No, it was not.
It was. It fell another 7 yards down the field.
Tyreek never looked back for the ball, guys.
We are obviously talking about two different passes. Then we're obviously talking about two different passes.
Because he didn't think he can get to it.
That's
That's why he stopped.
He was looking at the cornerback.
We're talking about two different passes. Then
the ball was he already gave up on the ball. Then he looked at the cornerback the last minute.
He never looked back at the ball, Crypto.
He did. He saw it in the air and saw the trajectory of it.
No, he didn't, Crypto. We're obviously talking about two different passes. I don't know.
Slowed down, man.
That fucking
I'm
ball
talking about the
that
downfield
ball landed
that they're saying was in the lights.
a couple feet.
First of all, if you look at the architecture of that building, the lights wasn't even in that
landed a couple
view.
feet to the right of him.
Whatever it was, he was glazing
He
at something.
He slowed up before the ball hit the ground.
Because he didn't think he can get to it.
He
never looked back at it. He didn't look back until the ball was already coming down.
Far and he couldn't catch it.
He did not look back for that ball. He never looked back at that ball until the ball was already dropping in front of him.
He saw it already that it was overthrown. He knows the play. The offense knows the play.
Crypto.
No, he didn't.
It was right.
No, I'm not buying that. I saw many angles of that same
go
play.
Go back and watch it again, and then tell me if you still feel that way.
Well, let's pull up the
I've
tape.
seen it. I've seen it a dozen times.
Let's just play up. We can pull up the tape and settle this once and fucking for all.
Let's do it.
I'm on my phone. I don't have a way to. I don't have a way to screen share for one, and two, you can't openly share. There's a certain way you have to. There's a certain way you have to share.
There's no way
NFL film.
The lights interfered with that play.
Whatever it was, he was not looking at that ball. He did not see it. And that is something that Tyreek Hill does all the time. He runs right to those balls.
Okay, if this is so obvious, how come we don't have a clip of anything after the game, post-game clippings of him saying that he lost the ball in the lights then or he lost it?
Well, what is he going to say?
Why
he would simply admit that, like he do all the time. He's a very talkative person.
Dude, because Crypto, you're making it sound so flagrant. It was not so flagrant that they would have made a big deal about it anyways.
No, because they keep bringing it up as if that freaking lost the game.
That ball landed a couple feet to the right of him, right in front of him at his feet. And by the time he turned his head to look that way towards where Tua was standing and throwing the ball, by the time he turned his head, that ball was already coming down right in front of his eyeballs.
Tyreek, what happened on that play with the long pass? Did you lose it in the lights or did it? It only takes 2 seconds to ask that question.
Just look at his eyes.
Any competent journalist would ask that question.
So that's your proof. That's your basis. That's your proof is because they didn't.
That's not the proof because they would have asked him. They asked him everything else because they know they looked at the video not to ask him the stupid ass question. That's why they didn't ask him because they saw it themselves.
I'm not buying that.
Hey, King, can I say this? Because everyone's talking, I respect everybody's point. This is what I wanted to say. Like, this is the most thing I'm actually worried about with Tua. I know he can, because we've seen in, I don't even fucking like talking about this, but in Alabama, he can sort of like swing with things. But at the moment, I feel the way he's playing in the last 2 games, he's just been a system-tight quarterback and not trying to do anything outside of what the gameplay does. Like, I feel he has the skills to as well. I feel that he's he's not restricted, but I feel like he can only do he's not trying to do anything extra, and that's why I fucking hate Herbert, but that's why I think Herbert's a little bit ahead of him right now, is because Herbert, if the game plan goes to shit, Herbert will throw a fucking something into nowhere, like a 40-yard pass into nowhere. And I feel like Tua's too, because he's already against the grain, because everyone hates him for some reason. I don't know why the fucking public hates him. He's done nothing. But I feel like this year he's been perfect, and now I feel like maybe that pressure's got to him, and he's trying to be perfect, and it's not happening, like I feel like
he is a system quarterback. He's not the type of quarterback that is able to make plays off schedule.
Nah, wrong. That's where you get it wrong, brother.
No.
That's what's a lot of us Miami fans. I actually had to go watch a lot of Alabama and where he came from stuff to realize he was the the 2-threat quarterback, like drafted, not drafted, but brought into Alabama. He was a dual threat, he was real, he did everything kind of quarterback. Now he's just a passing quarterback. I'm like,
you can't compare college, first of all. Second of all, he doesn't have the same athletic traits as those other quarterbacks you're talking about. Listen, I'm not a Tua hater, but he is a system quarterback. In the right system, he can definitely be a top flight quarterback.
Tell me this one. Tell me this. Did you see against the Ravens him spin out on somebody and then run over and throw a touchdown pass? Bro, that's athleticism.
He spun out of
the pocket.
He's got elite pocket presence, but that doesn't mean he's going to make plays off schedule. He'll avoid a sack and he'll avoid pressure and make a throw.
But did you see the actual skill the athleticism it had to take?
Yeah, I said he's got elite pocket presence. He does.
So with athleticism,
that is creating though, Ron. That's creating when he goes out of the pocket like that. That is a creating play. Yeah. He's not known for that though. Honestly,
I'm telling you right now, you're us as Dolphin fans, me included, we underestimate his movability. But I think he's getting too comfortable just sitting in the pocket and throwing it.
That's not what he did last year. He was moving out of the pocket too much.
Do we all remember last year when he was running for his life on a regular basis and making throws? We don't even remember that. That's what I'm like, fuck. No one even remembers him running out, making moves all the time. We don't even remember that. That's not that long ago. He's only 24 years old. I'm just saying,
But
the man's not immobile. He's not a Tom Brady immobile. He can actually run if he wants to.
Yeah, but
not very far, not very fast.
Keep in mind, nobody wants him out in space, against a pressure defense. So, we've all seen, unfortunately, what happens when that happens. So, yes, he can make plays in the pocket by avoiding the rush and maybe extending the play a little bit. But he's not the type that you want him making plays off schedule all the time.
Well, you said that he was more.
That's your ignorance of his skill ability.
It's not my ignorance.
That's your ignorance. Yeah, he can actually run the ball. We've seen it before. He doesn't, because we've created a system so he can just sit in the pocket. But he's an athlete.
What is happening? A few times he's held the ball too long.
Tua is an athlete.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna keep going on all night. But Tua, we don't even realize. I do, because I've seen it. He's an athlete. He can run. He can actually run. he's got himself into a mindset where he wants to sit in the pocket, but he
All
can
right, I
actually.
got it. So I guess he's the next Lamar Jackson. I get it. Keep going.
No, he's not a Lamar
Yeah,
Jackson.
this
He's
this
not a
this
Lamar
whole
I
this
Jackson.
suppose
whole
he's Lamar
train
Jackson.
of
I got
thought
it.
is absurd.
But let's not
Outstanding.
compare.
Tua
Let's
back
Lamar
not
Tua
compare
Jackson
back
now.
apples
three
to.
We
one
got
Hey,
it.
let's
IQ.
not compare.
Listen,
Nah, let's not
Outstanding.
compare.
I'll say it again.
Let's not.
He's got elite pocket presence, and he can avoid the rush. He can scramble and extend the play, but that is not his forte. That is not what you wanted him to do on a regular basis. He opens himself up to injury that way too.
Why not? Why not? That's the question, Ron. Why don't make him run? Why not make him run? Like, what's the question? Like,
Because he's going to be out for the season if you do that.
Depends on
what do
the
you mean he's
defense
going to
too.
be? What do you mean he's going to be out for the season? Is it the difference between him running and sliding or whatever he's going to do to him standing in the pocket and getting knocked the fuck out? Like, what's the difference?
So what you're going to do is you're going to send Tua on out. I tried to bring this up to Sharif the other night, and it was like falling on deaf ears. You're not
Hey,
going to because he's talking about
Mark,
bringing up the
Mark.
linebackers and doing this and doing that, and I kept telling him an occasional scramble is not going to have any one iota of an effect on how a defense is going to game plan. This Tua is never going to be a running quarterback. He is what he is. He's at an NFL level. He is physically limited. He is 6'1" at best, 215 at best. He doesn't have great legs. He has elite pocket presence. I agree with.
Doesn't have
And he
great
can make
speed.
short, accurate throws. He doesn't have an NFL caliber arm.
Hey,
And you've been
Crypto,
way
check
better
your
off
phone
with
because
Jalen
I'm
Hurts
sending
as
you that play
quarterback.
right now. I just went and watched it again. I'm sending it to your phone right now, and you tell me where there's 7 yards. It shows exactly where the ball drops and how it plays out. I'm sending it to your phone right now.
Well, I'm on the phone now. I'm on the StreamYard now. I can't watch it.
And Winzy, you can't go by college tape because in college those guys are not as fast.
You have to email me.
They're not playing as tight coverage, and they're not going to put him out of the game. Even though one of the times he did scramble, he got a devastating hip injury. So you do not want to leave him in open space against a pressure defense.
Do you really want to see him be Mike Whited?
Right? I respect you, right?
Do you want to see Tua get Mike Whited?
Hey, Mark, I want to say this to Ron. He's trying to compare American college to NFL. Yeah, I know the difference, right? But like the NBA, there's certain gaps and certain things that are open. And Tua running the ball, no one's going to hit him. No one wants to get. I tell you this, and we all know this as well. No one wants to hit Tua in the open field. Why?
How many times? So you're talking about if something's not open, Tua just scrambles. If Tua just does that X number of times a game, what are you really going to accomplish? Sharif's saying, we'll run him 3 times and get 28 yards like he did against the Chargers. He got those yards against the Chargers on mostly one 14-yard play against the prevent defense. Big deal. He's not a running quarterback. He's not going to threaten you with the run. He's not going to affect the defense.
Listen to this. You're a football head, right? So if you have the running game going and you have the middle of the
a running game, Whimsy. There is no Miami Dolphin running game. It's terrible. It's awful.
Look at Cleveland.
There's a crummy offensive line.
Listen to me. So if you have the running game going,
you're averaging 80. You forget that. You're averaging 89 yards a game. You can't run the football.
Mark. Listen, I just want to say this. So if Tua's running the ball, let's say not far at all, wherever it's going, yeah, and then he's fucking throwing on a dime and the running game's going, then what do you do as a defensive coordinator? Like, what do you do?
But we can't run the fucking ball as much as I dislike Mark. Our offensive line is shit. Right tackle, shit. Left guard, shit. Armstead, great, but he's hurt. Are you not listening, buddy?
You can't run the football.
If he was running the ball, then our play broke down.
We can't run the fucking football.
We didn't want Tua running the ball after the play play breaks down. Fuck, I've even seen Peyton Manning run a fucking into the touchdown. Like, he's the slowest guy in history. Tua's an actual athlete. Like,
no, he's not.
He is an
He's not
athlete.
Justin Herbert. He is not Josh Allen. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's
No
not
one's
Lamar
saying
Jackson.
no one's saying he's the elite of the elite. What I'm trying to say to you, he can run the fucking ball. I'm not saying he's fucking Josh Allen or
Anybody can
that.
run the football on a scramble.
I would
but it's
rather
not gonna
have
affect
Derek
the
Carr
defense.
than Tua Tagovailoa. Who's with me?
That's garbage.
No, I'm not.
You think it's garbage? Okay.
It's garbage.
Okay, yeah, he can throw the fucking ball in the wind. Tua can't. Watch, we're going to get destroyed today. Fucking 38-14. It's over. We're finished. We're lucky to make the playoffs. Keep believing in Tua.
That
So what
is
would
pretty
be our
much
game
accurate.
plan for this Bills game? Maybe perhaps do short passes, 5-yard to 10-yard passes, and just keep them guessing.
Ball control, do short passing game. That's what they need to do.
What the
Why
Dolphins?
couldn't we
So
do
what
that
you're
with the
saying
Chargers
is you're
last
agreeing with
week?
me when you're
We
saying
could've
that
just
the
did that.
Dolphins in this case have to play a prevent offense.
Yeah,
They have to try to keep the ball out of Josh Allen's hands. So he's going to carve you alive.
Absolutely. And if it's bad weather, hope one of our speedsters or playmakers can break one for a long game, which they have the capabilities of doing.
So we're depending on a run offense at this point.
If we win the time of possession, we will win the game. I'm not counting on.
I agree with you, Mark.
The only way the Dolphins win this game is if they have a +2 turnover advantage. That's the only way in my mind I can see the
time of
Dolphins winning this
possession.
game.
Mark, you need to shut
That's
up
it.
sometimes. Like, shut up, like.
That's a fucking Englishman telling me to shut
I'm
up.
not being rude to you.
Get the fuck out of Ireland, you piece of shit. Englishman telling me to shut up. Get the fuck out of Northern Ireland.
He's from New Zealand, Jordan.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say this, and I know Mark's gonna disagree with me. A lot of people will.
I'm from Northern Ireland.
I think all out.
Fuck off, Kiwi.
I think all out. The Dolphins have a better team than the Bills. So I'm not gonna sit here and So I'm not gonna sit here.
We don't, buddy. The Bills are the Bills. I'm an ardent Dolphins fan, but I'm objective. The Bills are a top 3 team. We're lucky to be top 10.
Okay, well, I've heard you whine about this for 3-4 days straight, okay? And I get where you come from, but that's not the case.
Well, watch it. We'll see tonight. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Offensive lines, Realtor. If the offensive line, Buffalo is much better than ours. That's the one. That's the one. But that's what kills us every game.
Their X factor is Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is not going to be able to catch the ball. We have better, more capable weapons in Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle than they could ever imagine when it comes to off the line of scrimmage. Our run game is better when we need it. When we need it, our run game is better. I mean, look at the Cleveland game. Our run game is better than your run game. Then we can go to just the third and the fourth stringers are better than yours. So I mean, as far as wide receivers, weapons.
What in God's name are you talking about?
Offensive line and linebackers are much better than ours. Those are two.
You have better linebackers than us. Yes.
Yes, they have better linebackers.
We have a better secondary than you have.
They have a better offensive line too. So
they have a better offensive. The Bills have a better offensive line. They have a better tight end. They have an equal receiving group when you look at the entire receiving group put together, but not the tight end. Buffalo has more.
I'm taking Jalen Waddle over Gabe Davis any day.
Me too.
Really? Gabe Davis made X look like a fucking third string corner every time he's played him.
No, we've shut him down.
No, we didn't.
Yes,
the last
we have.
2
We've
years.
shut him down.
No, we didn't the last 2 years.
And
Look at the game
you've never
film.
proven that you can stop Cole Beasley, who's now back, and he's going to eat you up on third down.
There you go again. As much as I dislike Mark, that's another good point.
Okay, our running backs have 4.2 speed. Your running backs can't run 5 yards.
Yeah, but our offensive line is shit, so that negates
Then why does
that.
Devin Singletary have more yardage than Rasheem Mostert?
your offensive line's
Because
better
they
than
don't
us.
run
Shut
the
up,
ball. But if we run the ball, it's going to be different.
Look at
can't
Cleveland.
run the ball because you don't have any holes. You've tried to run the
There
ball,
you go.
and
Again,
you
I
don't have
agree
any
with Mark.
holes.
And their linebackers are very good at stopping the run.
The only chance that the
Mostert will get
Dolphins have
stopped 3
offensively to run
times
the
and fucking
football
run 20
is
yards.
to use swing passes, which are an extension of the run game, and to try to run jet sweeps.
Yeah, Andy
get
Reid
on the
kind of
Bills' flank,
offense.
and that's how you
Yeah,
beat them.
that's the only way we can
I'm
beat
telling you,
Buffalo.
I have a good feeling about this game. I
Probably
promise.
going about midnight tomorrow night.
It's going to be something different than you expect.
It's the only way
it's
that you
already
can win
today
is
And I
to
haven't
win
had
something
good
that we don't
feelings about the
expect.
last 2.
You need to see Dick and Dunk 2 of this game.
I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see it. I see a blowout in Buffalo at the
You got any
Ralph.
score predictions, anybody?
I think
38-14 Buffalo.
30 to 10.
we got to see Dick and Dunk 2 keep the ball away
Oh,
from
shut up, Mark. You fucking lying bastard. There's no 30 to 10 ever.
What are you
You're not
talking
even going to get to 30.
Excuse me? What did
No,
you say?
that's fine.
It's going to be
I
like
guess the question is, will you
17-14.
be on a talk show
Dolphins
after the game?
What's going to happen?
Are we going to see you anywhere on Sunday or anytime next week when the Dolphins come up on 8-6 and
Oi,
get challenged
Mark,
for your
I'll
playoff
fix
The
you.
only good news we have is that Lamar Jackson, he won't be starting for the Ravens, so the Ravens very well may lose, which helps
Yeah,
Miami a
the one
lot.
thing that people
I
don't
didn't
talk
even know
about
that.
is if the Dolphins end up in a tie with the Ravens for a spot, the Dolphins have the advantage. You got to figure Cincinnati's going to win that division, and that means that pushes the Baltimore Ravens into a wild card spot, and the Dolphins have the tiebreaker.
Yeah, but for the Bengals to win the division, they're going to beat the Bills next week.
No, actually they don't, because I don't think Baltimore's going to beat Cleveland or win at Cleveland tomorrow, and I don't think they may not win at Pittsburgh, and they're certainly not going to win it in Cincinnati.
And Mark, I had to check out for a minute, but what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is everybody's looking at the Jets as a key scenario, and it is. But everybody's forgetting about the Ravens are really challenged at quarterback right now. Jackson's not going to be back at what I've read until the last game of the season against Cincinnati. If the Ravens do not win the division title, and they have one relatively easy game, but 3 difficult games left.
Isn't Huntley hurt
They have to
too?
play at the Steelers, they have to play at the Browns, and they have to play at the Bengals. This is not a good case scenario for Baltimore.
Isn't Huntley hurt too?
Huntley is he's out of concussion protocol.
Okay, so he's coming back, but still,
right. But I don't think they're going to win in Cleveland tomorrow. I don't. Tyler Huntley, for whatever we say of him as a quarterback, does not win football games.
Right, but what exactly does that? I don't look, because what I'm saying is
if
just
you
like you and I.
Miami has the head tiebreaker against the Ravens. That's what he's saying.
The Dolphins win
that helps
any
us out
playoff
if Cleveland
tiebreaker
wins.
against the Ravens, as long as there's no other team involved. Because if there's a third team that becomes involved, then it's a matter of conference record. But if it's
so you're saying if we lose in Buffalo,
tiebreaker.
So you're saying if we lose in Buffalo, but the Ravens lose as well, that's helping us.
Yes, very much.
A long time it does.
Well, as long as
I guess in the long run, yeah. But the thing is too is kind of like I said when I went over that whole thing with you, is in my opinion, it's not even just my opinion, but I mean I'll get to why I think what 2 games are more important than the other. But I said it in the very beginning of the stream. But in all essence, we could lose Green Bay and we could lose the Buffalo game as long as we take care of business. As long as I'm not saying we are going to, Ron. I'm just saying as long as we beat New England and we could. I had a chart. Hang on, Ron. I had a chart. I don't think you were here for it, and I showed all the percentages. Right? We could lose. We could lose Buffalo, and we could lose Green Bay, and we could beat New England and beat the Jets. We still have 100% chance going in the playoffs. Yep. Now,
right.
That means we have to win both
can't
of them.
do is lose to the Jets, because you lose you lose that critical tiebreaker.
That's what I'm saying. So let me get to that. If and that's one scenario. If we lose the next 2 but we'll win the last 2, still 100% chance.
The Jets are starting Zach Williams too.
Hang on. Let's say we lose to Buffalo, win Green Bay, lose to New England, win the Jets. Still 100% chance. But if we lose Buffalo, win Green Bay, win New England, and then lose to the Jets, our chances drop all the way down to 23%.
Assuming the Jets win the next few games, because the Jets have to play a Lions team, and the Jets are hurt tomorrow. Or the Jets are hurt on Sunday. They got to go with Zach Wilson.
I'd be winning.
And we don't know about Quinnen Williams.
I understand
coming back.
These charts are made off what each team is projected to do.
The Bills are going
that's how they flash the scenarios. I mean, obviously the Jets could lose.
And how about this? How about we beat the Bills and then they lose to Cincinnati, and now we're in the lead for the division.
Right, but
right. That's what I brought up earlier, Ron. That's what I'm saying is if we win in Buffalo and then they lose to Cincinnati, we take over the division. But that's again, there's several different scenarios. I'm just saying is nobody needs to. It's not Chicken Little if we lose to Buffalo. That's all I'm saying. It's not Chicken Little.
Yeah, the Dolphins focus, and that's why I've been saying that maybe
we'll
in
be
this
close to Chicken Little
game that
the
you're
following
probably
week.
going to lose anyway, because it doesn't mean this game does not mean. I mean, outside of the divisional potential implications, even if the Dolphins win tomorrow, you're still a game behind, and Buffalo can still close you out by sweeping. You don't know if that's going to happen because every game is how it plays out the day of the game. What I'm saying,
Crypto. Even if you lose,
if the Bills win tomorrow, the AFC East is over with. It's done.
Crypto. Even if we lose Buffalo and then we lose Green Bay too, it still doesn't matter. We still have 100% chance to make it in as long as we finish by beating New England and beating the Jets.
Well, if that's the case, doesn't
I'm
it
just
make
saying
sense?
the probability.
Can I make
to
a
me,
valid point
I
here?
know that.
Please?
I'm saying the probability in my mind goes
guys.
down because New England and the Jets have better defenses than Buffalo.
Well,
can I make a valid point here? If Armstead
they're a tough
or anyone
defense,
is
I agree.
fucking injured, why are they playing against the Bills? Why are they even playing against Green Bay? Just rest them tomorrow night. Concede the fucking game.
As I said, the game means very little to Miami outside of divisional positioning.
Of course it does.
Yeah, but listen, that's the thing, though, Jay. That's the thing is.
In my mind, if we lose on
teams
Christmas Day, the season's over.
Like
you might as well sit everybody.
No team
prepare
is
for
going to
next
go
year's
in and
draft.
concede. No team is going to go in and concede anybody. These are professional football teams. They're not going to go in and concede a game because someone's injured. They're still going to go out there like every game. These teams, they get paid to do this. They're going to show up and they're going to play and they're going to give it whatever their all effort is.
And their goal
is playing Teron Armstead.
Why,
I agree.
Why
I
get
agree.
that point?
I would rather sit certain injured people like Teron Armstead.
Armstead is injured.
Aaron Rodgers have a get right game against us, and he have one of them out of body experience like games.
Crypto, hang on.
Then our season's finished.
Let me finish this sentence.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Let me finish this sentence, and then you guys can talk. I'm trying to say, Jay, I agree with you in that sense. I'm just saying they're not going to do that. But if it was up to me, I would sit Teron Armstead. I would sit certain people like that. And then I would start Eric Fisher at left tackle. Let Shell play right tackle.
I agree.
To me, I think Eric Fisher would be at 100% healthy would be better than getting Teron Armstead at 40%.
I agree with that.
And you can get him hurt for the rest of the season very easily. The man's got a toe, a pec, and a knee.
About him.
Yep. But the point,
You think that Bill Belichick is not going to be chopping at the bit to end our season if we lose to the Packers?
it doesn't. Of course,
Nah.
of course. But the bottom line is that as long as we beat New England and the Jets, doesn't matter what the other two games happen. We're in the playoffs.
It does matter because it puts that much pressure on those last two games.
It's a fact. We can lose the next two as long as we beat New England and the Jets. We're in the playoffs.
That gets risky,
But
though.
beating New England and the Jets is not a cakewalk, especially when you just scrap
we're
the
not.
bag.
We're not crypto. We're not saying that it is, but we're not saying what it is. But let's not forget. And you know me because I've been a strong proponent on how good the Jets are and how we need to take them serious. And you know that, crypto. But we do have them at home. We're not playing them at MetLife. We're playing them at home, so that helps. They've also got injuries that they're dealing with as well. I don't know. I'm just saying. And here's the thing. And you also look at the history too. I understand. Like I have been a very vocal person, and you know this, crypto, about how the Patriots we played in Week 1 are not the same Patriots that we're going to be playing a couple games from now. But I still think. I like our chances. I like, based on the odds and history, we haven't lost to him yet with Tua at quarterback.
Right.
I
don't know. I'm just saying. At the end of the day, they're gonna be tough games no matter what. But at the end of the day,
in December now, I'm not even counting on them historical things
but
no more.
at the end of the day, all we're saying is that even if you did lose Green Bay and the Bills game, like it's still not a reason to panic and say the world's ending and Chicken Little.
Well, in my mind, I'm checked out because that means you allow Aaron Rodgers to come in your building and beat the crap out of you on Christmas Day. What in the world that a better team with the Patriots and Jets are better than them?
Crypto. You're missing the point. I agree with you, Crypto. You're missing the point. I'm not saying we should or that's how it's going to happen. I agree. We don't deserve to be if we let that happen. I'm just
saying I'll be pretty much
I'm only
mentally checked
presenting.
out.
All I'm doing is presenting the scenario. That's it. I'm not saying that I agree with that.
Even if we beat the Packers, that doesn't help us to get into the playoffs if we lose to either New England or the Jets.
No, you're wrong. It does help us because of Baltimore. Okay, it could help us a lot. Baltimore has a tough time, like Mark brought up. They're without Jackson tomorrow. They very well could lose in Cleveland. They play Cincinnati last game of the season.
Cincinnati, you can bank on that.
So beating Green Bay does help us.
See, guys, Cincinnati's the threat for the number 1 seed in the AFC. They beat Kansas City already, and if they beat Buffalo,
they just need to finish in the tie.
Number 1 seed in the AFC.
They still got a shot at the number 1 seed.
Did anybody catch how Joe Burrow came out for this season?
Joe Burrow seems to be just fine. Their injured receivers are going to be back tomorrow. I read that already.
Chase is already back.
No, but they lost Higgins and Boyd last Sunday.
Oh, I would say Chase is back. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, in the beginning of this season, he didn't look like anything special.
Who didn't look like anything?
Yeah, but the Bengals
or Sunday against Tampa Bay.
The Bengals have been a hot team. They've been a hot team and they've been playing well.
Yeah, in the last 4 games,
didn't look hot, and yet Tua has 2 bad games, and we're all checked out.
Not all of us.
Okay, well, if you want to, here's the thing: you want to use that. You want to use that logic. Look,
that's terrible because we can
sit here. We can sit here. If you guys want to speak the facts, we can speak the facts. So let's not sit here and be like, man, Tua was hot and all this. Listen, Tua was playing good against lower tier teams. That's what happened. And then as soon as he went up against these big teams on the big stages, and I consider the 49ers game a big game. I consider that Chargers game, it was still a statement game. As soon as you get put on the spotlight in the national broadcast and it's a big stage, he fizzled out. I don't know what happened, but if you want to compare Burrow too, Burrow's bad game probably still looks a bad Burrow game probably still looks a hell of a lot better than Tua's bad game. Tua, I mean, those games were dog shit.
Why are we putting it all on Tua? Again, you got to give it something to the game plan. The scheme.
Do you remember what I said, Ron? Do you remember what I said? You remember what I said? I said the 49ers game, that is all Tua. The Chargers game, that's Tua and everybody else.
Right.
I agree with you about the San Fran game, and that was all.
And when Burrow had those bad games, is at the beginning of the season. Keyword beginning.
People don't need to get emotional either when we say something about it. It's not that we're dumping everything off on Tua.
Yeah, and I understand.
But I am going to call Tua out for his shit that he needs to own.
Agreed. And San Fran, he missed too many open receivers, no question.
If Tua came out like Burrow, people would be talking. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. I get it. It's a more important part of the season right now.
Well, and TDR, here's the thing.
And plus Burrow earned themselves cachet because he took his team to a Super Bowl in his second full season, number 1.
We've been waiting for Tua, and here's the problem, TDR. We've been waiting for Tua, and we finally had a season where we could sit back and say, you know what? Now we get to answer some questions about him, right? And one of the questions is how could he perform on the big stage in a big game when it's do or die, when it's that time? Is he going to shit the bed or is he able to perform? Let me say what I mean by that is, had those losses still been competitive, let's say they were still losses, but they were competitive losses, I don't think we would still be having this conversation.
How are they not competitive? We were down by one score.
And at the same time, Burrow did something that no other team did against the Chiefs, is beat them 3 times in one calendar year.
Those games weren't competitive
We were down by 6 points with 4 minutes left in the San Fran game, bro.
I don't care what the scoreboard says.
Makes that catch, and we continue that drive.
The scoreboard was deceiving, Ron, and you know that. We only scored 3 points in the Charger
the scoreboard
game.
Was deceiving. If you watch that game, we never at any point in those games had any control in that game. So let's not sit here and act like the scoreboard is the whole story. We had no control at any point in either of those fucking games, and we played like shit.
That scoreboard was definitely deceiving in the Charger game.
Tyreek Hill missed a big one.
That is ridiculous, and that answers
we
the question
lost
we have with
wire
Tua.
to wire in the Charger game. We did not lead at any point in that game.
Tomorrow, where tomorrow we're presented with another opportunity, and this is where I need Tua to succeed. You need to either go out there and capitalize and go out, or go out there and show us you can't handle it. One or the other.
I don't think this one's going to be a Tua game. I don't think it's going to matter. It's
well
going
then why would we be why in the fuck
Okay, if it's not going to matter, then
why
you
in the
might as well
fuck
sit everybody.
if that's
Start
the case,
Skyler
why in
then.
the fuck do we
that's
think
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't think that it's going to be a passing game. I don't think we're
well then here's the thing. So why in the fuck listen to me, why in the fuck do we think he can do it in the playoffs then?
Well, it's not going to be in the snow. I'm saying it's not going to be.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Why?
We
You
could
don't
have
know
to
that?
go to the Bills' house and play him again in the playoffs. You don't know that.
We might have to go to Kansas City. We might have to
So
go
what are
to
you talking
Cincinnati. It's
about?
going to be snowing there too.
If you can't rely on him to do it now, then why would you be relying on him in the playoffs?
Right. That's a bunch of potential another cold weather games in
Makes no
January.
goddamn sense.
It's going to be a running game. It makes perfect sense.
In Tennessee, since when have we
man.
lined up and
See,
played
that's
smash mouth against football against somebody? Last time I checked, Derrick Henry's not in our backfield. Larry Zonka and Jim Kick is not coming out of that locker room anytime soon.
No,
what I'm saying, TDR, look, I'm not faulting anybody. I'm not faulting anybody in believing in Tua. I'm not hating on anyone, and everybody is entitled to whatever. That doesn't bother me, and I'm not hating on you guys at all for believing in Tua. But my point simply is if we can't rely on him to do it tomorrow, then what makes me think he can do it in the playoffs when it's one and done? And you got to make that fucking game, and you got to play, and you got to win. Whether it's running or throwing, you're still the general on the field. You are the quarterback leading the team.
I completely understand, but I don't think that your opinion is going to change on Tua at all from tomorrow's game because of how it's going to be played. That's my whole point.
This is what I've said for the last 3 weeks, that they should have been ramping up their running game, to get them up to speed for these next few games. And it boggles my mind why they didn't even attempt it.
Well, the time would have been to do that by freaking getting good power offensive linemen that could play smash mouth football.
Which I said from before training camp, and nobody listened to me. That you made all these ridiculous acquisitions. You didn't make trades when you should have. You should have gone after Trevin Jenkins when you had the possibility. You should have gone after Riley Reif when there was a possibility. But you sat there and you overspent for Mike Wilson. You overspent you wasted your money with Gesicki.
They got Connor Williams. They made moves to make this offensive line better.
They never. You know where Connor Williams is a great player. Connor Williams is a great player at guard. But you wasted your money. You wasted a draft. You wasted a round in the draft to go ahead and get stinking Liam Eichenberg with short arms and can't play. Instead of getting Creed Humphrey, who you should have gotten to take over your center problems. Then Connor Williams would have been a good acquisition.
2 years
ago.
That's
true. But Connor Williams is a top 6-7 center right now. So,
he's not a top 6 or 7 center in snapping the ball. He's a top 6 or 7 center when the play is in motion. Not when he's snapping the ball. There is a difference.
Very few poor snaps. Come on.
Well, he does have a point. I mean, any snap that is a little bit high throws things off. Yeah. I mean, I wish that he was better at snapping the ball for sure.
My bad, Jordan.
You should have never had to snap the ball. That's my point. If you would have gotten Creed Humphrey like you should have done instead of wasting one round in the draft to take a stiff.
Hindsight's 2020, Mark.
No, it's not 2020. It's that there's a history with this general manager of drafting shit offensive linemen.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely not been his best when it comes
to Connor Williams is, I think, ranked top 10 as a center.
Again, after the snap, there's 2 parts to being a center. There's the snap and there's the after the snap. The snap is not a measured
with Robert Hunt,
but it throws off plays like DTA was saying. You're off just a hair. It throws the timing off on the running game.
He got it right with Robert Hunt. That was a good pick.
Where's Solomon Kinley today? What's Austin Jackson doing?
I agree with you on that. You're making my point. You agree with me, actually. I'm upset about that. I'm upset about Charles Harris, too, that bust fucking defensive end.
Goddamn general manager who's fucked this team up.
But
he has fucked us up. I agree.
I disagree. Look at the trades he's made. Look at the overall talent.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Do you want
I
Justin
love that
Herbert or do you want
Patrick
Tua?
for the right to
Look at
draft
the
Austin
overall
Jackson.
talent on this team.
The talent
young,
chose to
talented core.
The talent chose to come here because of Mike McDaniel and because of what they were doing. There
Chris
was
Greer's
energy
obsessed with
here.
Alabama players. That's one of his faults.
Listen, look at all the gems he's come up with.
Well, yeah, he does have a love fest for Alabama. That's no doubt.
You get guys like
He's obsessed with Alabama.
Like
Okay, I would have rather Chase over Waddle.
Miles Gaskin in the 7th round. You get Nick Needham as an undrafted free agent. Come on, you can't hit on every single pick, guys.
No, I'm not saying you have. Chris Greer has made some good picks, but I'm going to give Chris Greer. He's only had about 5 years of where he's had control because it's fucking Mike Tannenbaum was a joke. I'm going to give him a C+. C+ is not good. It's not Billy Bean, which deserves an A+. That's why
it's not Brandon Bean, I think is what you were trying to say.
Or Brandon Bean, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot justify today, or Ron, please. You cannot justify today keeping a general manager who selected Tua over Herbert, Jackson over Jefferson, and Igbenogany over Jonathan Taylor.
Well, you got to remember that Chris Greer was influential in hiring Brian Flores too. That's another big X beside the GM. Okay, and we traded Mika Fitzpatrick for essentially Austin Jackson. Yeah, and Iggy, another bust. Now he's fucking gone probably too. Greer, I want Greer gone. I want Boyer gone after this season. Don't be surprised if Ross, I don't think he should do this if he cleans house and brings in Jim Harbaugh. I don't think he's going to do it.
No, I think
don't be surprised.
Trying to do is you're trying to, and here's the scenario. The guy that's the most eligible coach coming out next year is going to be Sean Payton. Now, if the Chargers don't make the playoffs for whatever reason and they choose to keep Brandon Staley, then it's going to be based on the Cowboys and the Dolphins to go ahead and get Sean Payton. But if you should get Sean Payton, he's going to clean house because he's the guy that coaches and he wants to go ahead and buy the groceries. That means Chris Greer is Gone. Hit your ass, don't hit your or watch your ass on the way out the door, you clown.
Every coach is like that.
Mark, I got news for you, bro. I got news for you. That's a fucking pipe dream, and none of that shit's gonna happen. So why are we talking about it?
EDA King.
That only comes close to happening if we lose the next 4 games.
Can I listen to me right now?
I can see that scenario happen if we lose 4 games in a row.
Stephen Ross is predictably unpredictable. Don't be surprised if he pulls the plug. He is predictably
he's unpredictable. He's a wild card.
Of course he is. He will do fucking anything.
I've been saying this for years. All the consistent winners have a constant
consistency. I get it, but Ross is different.
Staff. And every time
the only way your team's going to get better is if Ross sells the team or dies.
Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Every time we fucking change regimes, we go back to square one, and nothing gets better.
We haven't had a show.
But Ron, somehow that memo didn't get to Stephen Ross's office.
People you hire time to be successful. You got a first-year head coach in a first-year offensive system. You got to give these guys time to get better.
This is the time.
Ron, nobody's arguing with you, but you forget the X factor here, Stephen Ross. That's not been the way he practiced things.
Stephen Ross has been a bust of an owner ever since he bought the team. He has screwed up the general manager. He has retained Chris Greer, even though he's risen to the level of his own incompetence.
The older Stephen Ross gets, the less patient he becomes, which means people have a shorter leash.
Rid of Mike McDaniel.
And you guys aren't going to like this statement, but I'm going to tell you, how did the Buffalo Bills get better? Their owner, he died. And actually, they had a new owner that came in. The only way that this team is going to be any better is if Stephen Ross sells the team or he just assumes room temperature.
Listen,
all right, Mark, man, listen, I like to listen to you, Mark. I like to listen to you. I enjoy you, bro. But when it comes to talking about like the front office and shit, bro, you're a Bills fan. I honestly I'm not going to come in and start giving you advice or my opinion on your front office. Let's just not, because then that just takes the conversation even fucking deeper than it needs to be and pisses people off. Let's just can we fucking steer away from that?
Look at what he did.
Absolutely, I'd be glad to.
I'm trying to be respectful because Mark, because I don't care what people say, bro. I respect you. I enjoy talking to you. You know that. I enjoy your perspective.
Yeah, I want to make a valid point. Another one. Stephen Ross never threatened to move the team like the Buffalo Bills owner did. They've got two owners there. Okay, the Pagulas. So, Mark, you should think about that. Ross invested, got $500 million. We basically got a new stadium. He didn't threaten to fucking say, "Oh, we're going to go to San Antonio like your owner." So remember that too.
Formula One in.
I'll be damned if we move to San Antonio.
He's put whatever money's needed into that team without batting an eye.
Right, but the decisions have not been good, admittedly. The tampering has not been good. The bully issue has not been good.
Okay, we know, man. We know. Let's fucking move on from that. You guys want to pick another topic other than
yeah,
Ross?
well, OJ Simpson, was he
we
good?
all know
He's your
that
best,
we
your
cannot,
best
under
player,
no
Mark, is
circumstance,
a
lose the
serial
next
killer.
4 games. And
Your
Ross will be talked about if we lose the
You
next
want
4.
to start going after our organization? Your player
We
is
must
a serial
avoid
killer.
Then that's fine, Crypto.
about
That's
the
fine. That's fine. Then that can be talked
moving
about
past it.
within the family with the Dolphins fans.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, but that's going to be a
That's
happening
family business.
discussion on January 9th on that Black Monday. Then that's what's going to be the discussion.
The discussion is going to be, we won the Super Bowl. Everything's sick.
Attaboy.
Amazing.
That's fine.
don't
If
think that
somehow we
discussion's
can
gonna
get
happen
every
on
game to come through Miami, that's all fine and dandy.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? I there was a point at which point I honestly thought we had a real shot at getting the fucking home field advantage too.
Yep.
I never thought we would be out of Kansas City. I thought that was a pipe dream.
I did,
thought
bro.
we
I did.
maybe had a chance at winning the division.
I admittedly do not have the amount of faith that I have in Tua right now in this offense is not the amount that I had. And I'm not saying probably everyone feels that way to some degree, but mine's a little extreme. But I did at one point feel like I saw us making it into the playoffs all the way to the championship, no problem. At one point, I remember, I think I don't know, it was sometime before the bye, I said that there was no team that I felt that is in the NFL that we couldn't compete with. And now that statement holds no truth.
I never really thought that because you know what? Or DTA, I've been watching this team religiously since I was a 7-year-old boy. And this is so fucking Miami Dolphin. This is typical bullshit. It's a classic December fall.
That's what me and Crypto were saying, Jordan. That's what me and Crypto said. We said the same thing.
Yeah.
We said this is so fucking Dolphins, dude.
Jordan,
It
is. I was so thinking differently up until that San Fran game, and I was like, damn, same old fucking Dolphins after they lost that game.
Oh, but I've been watching this shit before I was in junior high with this football team.
50 years, Jordan.
But honestly, Ron, I honestly, okay, and Crypto can vouch for me. I was vocal the entire time. I called a loss for the 49ers game, and that's the game that concerned me even several weeks before it. The Chargers game, I honestly thought that was going to be a win. I thought, we'll probably lose we'll probably lose the 49ers game, but I thought that Chargers game was a fucking win.
Split the California game, lose to Buffalo, and then split the last 2 division games and finished 11-6 or 12-5.
Well, no, I thought. Listen, that's what I'm saying. At one point, man, so originally I thought we would lose the 49ers game, we would lose the Buffalo game and finish 12-5. But then after everything went down, I thought that we would coming out of the 49ers game, I thought we would lose the Chargers or win the Chargers game, lose in Buffalo. And back then, I thought we would win and sweep I thought we were going to sweep the Bills. But after that whole thing happened in the 49ers game, I thought that we were going to win in the Chargers, lose at the Bills, win Green Bay, and then win the final 2 games. So, but again, now I don't even know. Now I'm going to be dead ass honest. I know it's Green Bay, and I know that it's Aaron Rodgers, but that's the exact reason we should be concerned. It's
Bryson,
a
why are
primetime
you
game.
laughing
It's a
and saying
primetime game, and it's still Aaron Rodgers in primetime, whether or not it's in Miami or not. It's a primetime game with Aaron Rodgers. We should still
Brian,
be
why
concerned
are you
about that
saying
game.
they're not going to fire Chris Greer and laughing? He's been a fucking joke for the most part in the last 5 years. What's so incredulous about what me and Mark and other people have said? He's been a shit GM for the most part, bud.
But see, Jay, you got to realize that he secured his job when the Ross
Who are you talking?
stood
You're
up
talking
there
to
at the
me? I didn't
podium
say
and
anything
said,
about him. What
I
are you
like
talking
the
about?
grocery shopping, and I'm going to let the coach pick the next quarterback in the direction of this team. He basically absolved Chris Greer of any wrongdoing this season.
Who, Ross?
I'm going to say
Yes. He
Ross
stood
is
at the
about as
podium
solid as a soup
on January
sandwich when it
3rd
comes to
this year and
credibility.
said that.
Listen, when it comes to credibility, Stephen Ross is about as solid as a soup sandwich. Okay? This is a guy that tried to hire Jim Harbaugh while telling Tony Soprano, don't worry about it, you're my guy. San Francisco, and he fucking met with him along with Jeff Ireland. I don't believe a word that Stephen Ross says. Okay, buddy?
But yeah, but he still owns the football team.
Well, you're right, but he's a liar. Okay.
I agree, Stephen.
Him and Chris Greer are tight.
Yeah, we all know that. Okay.
I still think Chris Greer is not the problem, man. You look at their roster; they have one of the best rosters in the NFL. That's what his job is to build that roster. Everybody's going to have holes.
And he said he liked the groceries.
Chris Greer.
I mean, they might be rotten potatoes, when they're cooked, but he still liked the rotten potatoes.
I'm just saying, it's
bullshit potatoes.
The talent on this roster is better than it's been in 20 years. So I think you got to give Greer his props for that. That's his job, is to get the talent on the roster.
You're right, Ross, or you're right, Ron. We should give Greer a bunch of credit. The fact that we're probably only going to finish the year with maybe one, maybe two more wins than we did with Flo. You're right, in that roster for sure.
That's the coach,
right? That was what he talked about, right? That's what he's talking about.
Greer is only responsible for building the roster, not for winning or losing games.
Right? Yeah, he built the roster. That's what I'm saying. You loaded this roster this time, and we may only get maybe one or two more wins than we did without all these people on the roster.
Right.
Regardless,
there's over $100 million in contracts and new people, and star-studded talent put on this roster, and we're talking that we may only win one or two more games than we did before with that other shit roster.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind, our division got a lot better.
Bad chef in the kitchen, DTA. Bad chef.
Something, I guess. I don't pretend to know, man. I just don't. I'm sorry. I'm just disappointed. I had expectations, and I thought they were being met. And who am I? I'm nobody. I'm fucking just a fan like everybody else.
Well, DTA, how long have you followed this team, honestly?
Since I was a child.
Okay, how old are you? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm the same age as Chris.
I told everybody, bro. I'm 35.
Okay, so you're around the same age. Okay, and don't be let down. This is par for the course with this football team.
Listen, I'm 57.
We've lost 3 straight games in Tannehill years, all division opponents to miss the playoffs at the very end of the season.
We've already lost 3 straight earlier this year. This is a schizophrenic, fucked up team. They always have been, even when Marino was here.
Listen,
don't be surprised. Just
when Shula was coaching.
All I have to say is just don't be surprised. Just brace for impact if we lose out.
Listen,
I can envision us losing out. I don't think we will, but we could.
I remember we beat Dallas in '93 on Thanksgiving to go to 9-3, all the promise in the world, and we lost every game after that.
Oh, I know
Right.
that. I remember that.
Dallas.
That is
We beat Dallas.
Leon Lett touched the ball.
But after that game, we didn't win another game.
We win another game after that game too.
That's when I really first started following Miami as a boy. Yeah, it's typical. I'm conditioned to think this, and I don't like saying it any more than you guys like hearing it, at least Dolphins fans here. But this team needs a fucking enema. in the offseason. We need to start getting rid of a lot of players, and we need a better offensive line, linebacker. You've heard this from me, and we may very well need to pursue Derek Carr.
That's horrible.
Team need an
Who are we
enema.
gonna get?
I
You say
can
that's
tell you that
horrible.
much.
No. Let me spar with the realtor here. Who the fuck are we gonna get then? Because Tua probably isn't the guy. Give me another name of who we're gonna get. Don't say Aaron Rodgers because we don't have the draft capital to get Aaron Rodgers. So give me a name. Tom Brady. That's a legitimate. You can make a case for us getting Brady. Who else?
Purdy.
Tua is better
Purdy,
than Derek Carr.
maybe.
Purdy shit.
Well, he's played outstanding in 2 games.
Yeah, fuck, dude. I would take Purdy right now. Are you
actually
joking?
viable.
I would take him right now in a heartbeat.
He's a scheme.
But you get the serious, right?
At least we know he knows our offense.
I guess the question I have would be: is Garoppolo better in this? Better than Tua in this particular scheme?
I think with Garoppolo, I get worried about injuries. He is better in the scheme, but I get worried about him getting injured.
Let me just play devil's advocate. Let me ask you. I want your honest opinion. Don't just give me, like, even if it pains you to say it, if Justin Herbert, let's say if everything was the same on this roster right now with injuries and everything was the same, and we start the season over, and Justin Herbert was our quarterback, and I hate even saying that. What do you think that we'd have better production?
Yes.
I think barely, yes. I think we have one more win. Only one more win.
I don't think so because
I'm just honestly asking.
In one of those games that were tight,
I think we're 10-3.
Like the Bears game,
We still get 3 losses no matter what.
had to win at the end of the game. I guess Herbert throwing a pick.
I say we're 10-3.
Well, we certainly beat the Chargers with Herbert.
And cost you a game. But yeah, there's a strong possibility that the Dolphins are 10-3 with a better quarterback.
Yeah, Herbert is better.
Yeah, I'm giving us 10-3 because NFL it just balances itself out. We'll find a way to lose.
First of all, with Tua, they were 8-0 going into the last 2 games. So if anything, they could only be 2 games better.
What are you talking about?
Well, because Tua was out 3 games.
One because Tua.
No, when he was out 2.5, he lost 3 games already.
What's that?
No, he's talking about Tua's record. Tua's record's not 8-0 coming in. It's 8-1 because the Cincinnati game counts as a loss.
It's 8-1.
You understand my point, though. My point is, though, that how many more games could he have won when Tua only lost? Okay, we'll give you the Bengals game, other than the San Fran and the Chargers game.
Because, Ron, you're missing the fact that Herbert played in every game
with broken ribs.
He's stronger.
He didn't miss no games, so he can account for those wins.
That's why you always draft 6'6", 250 with speed and a high Wonderlic score and no injury.
You're preaching to the choir, Mark.
Over physically limited NFL, not an NFL caliber arm, nor size.
Well, Chris Greer again is obsessed with Alabama players.
He's not an outlier. There's a ton of guys.
It's an outlier. Stop it.
He is not. Jeff George had one of the strongest arms.
But Jeff George won games at the professional level. Stop it.
Not big ones. Jeff George never got along with any of his head coaches. He was a malcontent. He was a can in the locker room.
It's not just the athletic tools. That's my point.
It's not about it.
Jeff Judge won games with the Colts and the Falcons.
When you have athletic tools and you couple that with being a high character individual, such as Patrick Mahomes, such as Josh Allen, then you have something.
Here's an option. I heard Jay Cutler available for $10 million.
He's a high character guy too.
We can sign Jay Cutler right now for $10 million for 4 games. You guys down?
No fucking way.
No way.
I would touch
$10 million.
Cutler with a 10-foot pole.
I'm sure Matt Leinert's out there too. Vince Young.
Yeah, he's another fucking.
Hey, maybe we can get Gardner Minshew. Maybe he'll take us to the Super Bowl. Maybe
the Minshew. Yeah, he actually came within 1 quarter from leading them to the Super Bowl.
Minshew's probably sad. I don't blame him because his old coach Mike Leach just died.
How does Jalen Hurts sound on the Dolphin roster?
How did Brock Osweiler work out? 6'6", 250.
Again,
does he have NFL skills?
He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Does he have leadership, Osweiler? No.
But see,
plus he was a big stiff.
You see my point? You're adding more to the equation than just the physical tools.
He's not a physical tool.
Physical
He's a
tools
stiff.
plus character. Tua has character. He just doesn't have the physical skills.
You know, Tua would make an excellent CFL
Osweiler was a
quarterback.
big stiff. He was a 6'6" cigar store mannequin.
What was it? Kelly McGuire out of San Diego State that went to the Seahawks and busted out. He was like 6'8".
Dan McGuire.
Or Dan McGuire, whatever the hell his name was.
Mark, would you take Justin Herbert over Drew Brees?
Oh boy, that's a really good question because I've been in San Diego a long time and I had the Drew Brees versus Phillip Rivers conversation.
Right, the Phillip Rivers
over and over. You know, Drew Brees is a quarterback who's effective in a specific type of system, and it's played to its with a great head coach, which is what Drew Brees had. When Drew Brees was in San Diego, he was pretty mediocre except for 1 year. He wasn't even mediocre except for 1 year, and then he got hurt in the last game of his contract season. And the Chargers had drafted Phillip Rivers, and they wanted to move forward in that direction.
And Phillip Rivers was a bigger, more athletic quarterback. And what did he do?
Won a lot of football games.
Won a lot of games, and his defense blew.
You know, honestly, can I an observation here? I think there's a lot of similarities between Phillip Rivers and Dan Marino. They both are very talented. They both won a lot of games. They both played in similar climates. They're both Roman Catholics. They both had like 6 or 7 kids. Okay, no, I'm serious. Rivers and Marino, I think Marino's better, but there's a lot of similarities between both of them.
Marino was.
Rivers. The one thing I'll disagree with is that Rivers never had the physical skill set that Marino had. I
agree. Marino's a better quarterback. I'm just saying there's a lot of similarities. That's all I'm saying. Okay, from the children to Catholicism to San Diego to Miami to a lot of the skills. They both have quick releases to the cockiness they both had.
What did you say? Similar to Steve Young.
What about Steve Young?
I said that's almost like saying Baker Mayfield is similar to Steve Young.
How so?
Not quite that bad.
How so?
That's pretty drastic.
It's drastic, but I'm saying like you're talking about very similar players, right? Except for Steve Young was one of the most winningest quarterbacks ever. And Baker Mayfield can't seem to stay on a team.
And Phillip Rivers is going to the Hall of Fame, buddy, just like Marino.
Young was not one of the
Newsflash.
Go back and look at
Dan Marino was a different tier than Phillip Rivers. Okay, we're not talking.
Listen, I never said that Marino. I never said that Rivers was better than Marino because he's not. But I'm telling you, they're both Hall of Fame quarterbacks. One of them already is. Rivers is a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback. That's indisputable.
Well, Phillip Rivers did less with talent than Dan Marino did with lesser talent.
Yeah, Antonio Gates helped them out incredibly. So did LaDainian Tomlinson. I already know this, guys.
2 different eras. Marino rewrote the record books when it was a defensive league.
Of course, Ron, you're preaching to the converted. I know this. Marino's better than Rivers. I'm just bringing up a lot of similarities. That's all.
I hear you.
So who is your John Elway?
So many people get so defensive.
I'm just saying, Justin Herbert out of college, there was one game that he had, and it was a good game, but that was all we were going on. I mean, most people did not agree that Justin Herbert, he was way more of a question mark than Tua.
Absolutely.
No, Tua was a question mark.
I agree with you.
That's because Justin Herbert played with a bunch of Walmart employees.
You go back to that
Justin Herbert also played in an awful offense that was conservative with Mario Cristobal that's down in Miami. They ran the ball a lot. He was in an awful system. If he was
that
in
offense was
Alabama
bad in
or in
Oregon.
somewhere in the SEC where they throw the ball more, we would have saw a lot more from Herbert. Is that fair?
Obviously, but we didn't. That's the point.
If Herbert was in Alabama,
I know
we
that's the
all know
point,
who
but
would
I'm
have been
just
number one
saying.
draft pick that year.
During that draft, there was a lot more question marks about Herbert, his mental makeup, and his accuracy.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're fans.
His
Chris
accuracy
Greer is
wasn't that
supposed to
bad. He
be
was still in
paid
the
to get
60s.
this, and he never got it right. That's the difference. He's paid millions of dollars, so he needs to go at the end of the year for fucking that one up. Is that not fair?
I always believe that the Tua draft choice is predicated on fans in the seats. Then it was
I think
about
it had a
football
lot to
talent.
do.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It had a lot to do with Drew Brees. They didn't want to make the same mistake again with the whole injury history. They didn't want to fuck it up again. So they said, we'll take him despite the injury history because of the blemish concerning Drew Brees.
Hey, guys, let me ask you one question. If the Dolphins had beaten the Chargers, would we be having this conversation about Tua?
Perhaps,
Depends on how Tua played.
Yeah,
like I said, that's what I was saying, Ron. I think if
there's levels to it.
Even if that's why I said, man, even if it was a loss, but it looked differently, perhaps not. But I still think after that 49ers loss, this would still be somewhat of a conversation, maybe not as extreme. But again, if you, let's say, going into the Chargers game, if it was close but he played well, but it just didn't pan out, maybe not. But that's not the case.
What if Tua looks better than Aaron Rodgers on Christmas?
Aaron Rodgers is 38 years
Well,
old.
let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Those two games were enough. If he goes in and wins at Buffalo, and then let's say he beats Green Bay, right? Okay, then he's gonna have me trending in the right direction. But even then, I don't think that's enough to have me sold. Unless he just is like off the charts, playing, great,
Playing like he did those in that
4-game
stretch. 14. Really is a 3-game stretch because he looked lousy against Pittsburgh. He was lousy in the second half until they pulled him against Houston. He had 3 games. He beat the Lions, the Bears, and the Browns.
He didn't get
32nd, 31st, and 30th defense in the league.
Mark, he wasn't pulled in Houston. He went out to get his ankle checked.
Listen, can I say something real quick? I get there's a big divide in the fan base, but
well, he was
Greer,
it was a 30-0 football game.
Okay, but yeah, here's the thing. Like I said, he looked off in Houston, but he wasn't playing. That you can't even compare that play to what we're talking about with the 49ers and Chargers game. Not even close.
No, I understand.
It declined. Removal of one offensive lineman.
I think that's what
made him
saying
drop
too,
off a cliff.
I think it started to decline when you came back from the bye. But I think there's a big gap between that game and then the last 2 West Coast games. But and again, I just want to reiterate, he wasn't pulled. I don't know why. This is like the 10th time I've heard this from somebody. He went out to have his ankle checked. It's not like people are saying he got benched to put Skyler in. No, that's not the case. I mean, that is what happened, but
no, they say he got sacked 4 times in a row.
Yeah, he wasn't benched because of his play.
Yeah, they didn't want him to get injured. But can I say something real quick? We can debate
he got hurt.
Listen,
I don't think Tua's been right since he got bent back in the first half of the first half of the Houston game.
Yeah, right. They was protecting him. That's why he got benched. He's about to get killed because he kept getting sacked.
Yeah, well, just wait till we see. You're all gonna find out. Wait till I think what's gonna happen at the Bills game and what they were doing to fucking Mike White. If you think our O line's gonna hold better, you're tripping.
Yeah, it's a dangerous thing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want Tua to get hurt, man. And I think they're just going to march him out because they care more about, and rightfully so. They are professional
They care
players.
about his numbers.
Yeah, exactly. But rightfully so. They want to win a game, so they're going to try to do everything to have the best shot. But I just think it's just a bad situation, man. He's going to go out there, and for whatever reason, he doesn't it's weird because before all this, Tua, at least in my opinion, I don't know how you guys saw it, but when I watched Tua play, dude, there was like a calm that he had about him. He just looked very poised and comfortable back there. For some reason, it's just shut off. And he looked uncomfortable and he did not look poised and he looked I don't know. Something was way off.
Yeah,
Well, what was he
it's called
saying?
better opposition.
No, what was
That had
he
something to
saying
do with it too.
after
The
the
scheme
game?
against them. Actually, I would say technically, people started figuring him out in the first half of the Cincy game. He only had a QB rating of 50 something. So it started actually in that game.
I think it started more
prior to his injury.
To be honest with you, I think Tua coming
hey,
off a concussion against Buffalo that was never diagnosed.
Well, no,
I
see,
think
we're
the
not going
Pittsburgh
to
game started
do that.
showing how to
Hey,
beat
no,
him.
no, Mark, we're not going to do that either because again, he had doctors and everybody else looking at him. So until it was fucking verified that he actually had a concussion in that Bills game, despite what anybody thinks, it's all just a fucking opinion, and it's just
Well, it was definitely a concussion in the Bengals game.
That's a speculation, and it's an assumption. So we're not going to sit here and say that he had a concussion in that fucking Bills game.
Okay, well, he definitely had a concussion in that Bengals game. That's unquestionable.
Yeah, well, no shit, he did, Crypto. But that was there was
Yeah.
doctors that verified that he had that. But I'm talking about the Bills game.
Yes,
Well,
and there were
hell, a
also
doctor didn't have to
doctors that
verify that. His
verified there
hand
was no
signals told you
damage
that.
before.
No shit. I'm saying you're missing the point. What I'm saying is the hit he took where he went down the Bills game to this day is still just speculation. It's never been confirmed that he actually had a fucking head injury. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's just probable that it probably was, but they put him in the game.
He probably did, but I'm not going to spread information that I don't know is factual, is what I'm saying. I'm not going to say that to a bunch of viewers as if any of us on this panel know so.
And
his performance in the
I'm just saying his performance was taking a little bit of hit in that before he went out in that game.
And I said this before.
Because his decision making is what caused him to get the injury in the first place. Because he was starting to be off in that game.
He was coming on.
I don't know if
drive.
Boxing fans out there, but you can still have a head injury and not be.
No, he had already thrown a pick in that game and almost had a near interception.
Concussed, guys. You know, there's times you get a standing 8 count. When you're in the boxing ring, you don't. Just
What's up, EM?
Doesn't mean you have to have a concussion. He could have had some cobwebs. Remember, that was right before the half. They had halftime. He shook it off. He came back and played balls out the rest of that game.
Well, I don't know about cobwebs. I mean, he's terrible. But like I said, I don't want to even go down that road because at the end of the day,
let's just say he played efficient. I won't say he played balled out, but he played efficient.
I don't want it to be said that this channel. I don't want it to be said that this channel is trying to say one way or the other. Because, to be honest, guys, none of us know. We're not doctors. We don't know. It was never confirmed. So I just don't want to touch that with a bunch of people watching outside of this channel. Bryce,
listen, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, because you got interrupted, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It happens. So listen, I get it's fun to talk about, Tua, what's our future and everything, but when Greer went out and got Bradley Chubb and paid him that money, that was the writing on the wall that we married Tua. And if we were talking about Derek Carr, I just pulled up his contract. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's a potential out after this year for the Raiders. But next year, whoever signs him, his cap hit is $34.8 million.
You'd have to take a salary cap cut. I know that, Bryson.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you have to go trade for him too. With what capital? And we're already 1.3 million over the cap for next year.
Well, they want to dump him. They don't want to pay him that much money. They don't want to pay him that much money. So that's a win just to dump him.
It's not probable that happened. And
well, that's your opinion. I disagree.
No, it's not my opinion. That's just the facts.
Well, what do you mean it's the facts? If he says I'll pay for $25 million.
He's got $34 million cap hit next year.
Well, if he agrees to renegotiate his contract, if he gets dumped.
Okay, but the Raiders aren't just going to trade him for nothing.
Well, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. They don't want to fucking pay him. He's not a McDaniels guy.
They already paid him. No, they already paid him.
Not Josh McDaniels. He's a new coach. It's his first year. It's his way or the highway.
It's the first year of his new contract.
Look, the Raiders have already purged the roster of various players. They got rid of their safety, Abrams. They've got rid of other players. They're going to continue to purge it.
Right?
Well, look, it's your opinion. You want to go with Greer. You want to go with a guy that's fucked up on many occasions. Great.
Listen, I mean, whether I want to go with it or I don't want to go with it, that's what's going to happen. That's just,
Okay,
like
that's your
Crypto said
opinion.
earlier, Ross told us this is they use the new coach as the scapegoat if Tua doesn't work out, and even then the coach can be like, "Yeah, I was wrong. Let's go get the real guy." You know what I'm saying? And I think Tua is going to be the quarterback. I think he's going to show us.
No
what he
shit,
is.
you do. That's why you disagree with me on Carr. No fucking shit, Bryson.
No, I love Derek Carr. I think he's a great quarterback. Do I think he'd work? Do I think it's plausible that he comes down here? No. Do I think we should go get a 31-year-old with this team that hasn't had the best year this season? No. He's getting old.
31, he's getting old for a quarterback in this style game?
I mean, 32.
Really? 31 years old? That's old?
He's 31 right now. He'll be 32 next season.
I don't give a fuck if he's 34. That's old with this style of game?
I mean, I don't. What do we want? A quarterback? Do we want another bridge quarterback? Is that what you want?
He's not a bridge quarterback. He's better than
That's what he
Tua.
would be. He's not a franchise guy. That's for sure.
Well, that's your opinion. Again, that's your opinion. I'm saying he's top 10 in the right system. That's my opinion. We can agree to disagree. That's fine.
Nobody is signing a contract with a
He's not going to. He's not going to get that fucking money from any other team.
Listen,
hey, no one's paying him that. The Raiders don't want to pay him that.
Look at his contract and tell me he's a franchise guy.
Tua is top 5 in the right system.
Money talks, bullshit walks. Go look at his contract.
They're not going to pay him that money. They're going to dump him, the Raiders. Watch. They've already dumped other Mike Mayock and other players that John Gruden picked. They're going to dump him. They want their own guy.
Yeah, you got to listen to me, man. He's
I've
not
already
a
listened to
franchise
you.
guy.
We agree to disagree. That's fine.
No, I know, but I'm just telling you, the money says he's not a franchise guy.
That's
Look
your
at his
opinion.
contract.
I'm just telling you. That's your opinion.
Money ain't an opinion.
Here's a question for you. Next year, what about Tyler Heineke?
I wouldn't go for him.
Limited guy,
Comes back
average skill
healthy,
set.
Washington moves off of him.
Oh, it doesn't matter whether they do or
They love
not. I'm talking Miami. I don't want him. I'd rather Tua over Heineke.
Okay.
Listen,
I would hope so.
Tomorrow's or tonight, I guess. I don't know. What is it? 3 a.m?
Well, it's tonight for me on the East Coast.
Yeah. I'm Central Time, but it's a big game. I think we don't have a shot, but because I think we don't have a shot means we have a shot because no one believes in us. Most of our fans don't, to include me, don't believe we're going to win this game. I know there's some of you that do think we're going to win it, but that makes me believe that we actually going to win it because that's just how the NFL works.
Well, I've thought about that too myself, but I think we could keep it close, maybe by halftime. But the Bills are just too talented. Third quarter, they'll just fucking break away and they'll blow us out. That's my opinion.
And I think someone brought up the running game, and if it goes run for one, smash mouth football, we have no chance of winning this game if it's a smash mouth football game. There's just no chance. Our running game is awful, and the Bills' defense is pretty good against the run.
You say our running game is awful, but both of our running backs average over almost 5 yards a carry. The problem is we don't fucking stick with it.
Yeah, but Ron, look at the last 2 weeks. We were not efficient at all at running.
Yeah, okay, but you have to stick with the run.
I get that, but when
To no avail.
Running backs get stronger as the game goes on. The offensive line gets stronger because the defense gets worn down. You have to stick with a running game.
That's a myth. But anyways,
that is not a myth, Crypto.
Who scored the 60-yard touchdown, Wilson or Hill?
What does that have to do with anything?
That has a lot to do with it. Once again, the ratio is not the problem.
Big play does not.
It's the execution of the ratio that's establishes the problem.
Does not wear a defense down.
It's the execution of the ratio that's the problem. The problem is you guys don't realize. Once again, Tyreek Hill is not a cigar store mannequin. He wasn't paid $30 million to be a decoy.
So that doesn't mean that
He accounted for over 50% of our offense for the last 2 games in a drubbing.
Right.
You think Wilson is going to make the difference?
My point, and we lost both games.
He fumbled the ball. Oh yeah. How conveniently you forget that he was the reason why we walked through that door that John Harbaugh opened against the Ravens. How convenient you forget that? That wasn't our running backs getting us back in that game.
When you're down 4 touchdowns, you can't run the ball. What I'm saying is you need to be consistently running the ball throughout the
That's
game.
nonsense because we're not efficient. We getting trapped behind we getting stuffed behind the line of scrimmage when it matters.
Yards per carry, we average 4.1 yards, which is ranked at 21st. At 21st, that's not good.
But 4.1, three carries gives you a first down.
But that
in theory. But what happens? How many times we got stopped running the ball, trying to get a first down, and we got stuffed 2 times in a row on 4th down?
On 4th down because they know it's coming.
Okay, then don't tell me you this powerhouse team like you this Tennessee Titans or something, and you're gonna freaking bully somebody up front.
First of all, we're not a power.
But Buffalo, listen,
we're not a power running game.
Buffalo,
we're inside zone running game. There's a difference. When you have to
that don't work in these kind of conditions.
Buffalo is 4th.
Linebackers chase sideline to sideline. It wears them fucking down.
No, it don't because they can pursue. They got athletic linebackers.
And if they're running sideline to sideline all game, they get worn down, bro.
Yeah, that's all. Once again, that's all theoretical. Once again, it was Wilson that fumbled the ball. By the way, Tyreek Hill picked it up and took it in the end zone off the running back that freaking put the ball on the carpet.
Okay, Waddle fumbled once too.
Yeah, and how many times that we picked up the ball from a wide receiver that fumbled and we took it in?
No, we lost it.
I'll wait.
We lost the game because Waddle fumbled earlier in the season.
Ron, Buffalo is 4th.
But still, that's beside the point.
What makes
we would have lost by like 30 points if it wasn't for Tyreek Hill's long pass play and that fumble recovery.
How is Buffalo getting all these points on us?
Our depleted
by the ineptitude of our offense, punting the ball over and over and over and over and over again.
And the time
it's real easy.
Being in there,
or we just put the ball on the carpet like we did last week.
Are they going to be throwing? Are they going to be running?
They're definitely going to be throwing. 27-mile-an-hour wind is a gentle breeze compared to what they paid, what happened to them before.
And when we throw the ball, go 3 and out, and take no time off the clock, and our defense got to get right back on the field, that's how they score points on us.
24 miles per hour.
Oh, you mean like the Chargers did? Oh, I'll wait. They only scored 23 points. They only scored 23 points.
They don't respect the play action. They don't respect the RPO.
They wasn't going to respect the play action anyways.
Because we don't run the fucking ball.
Even if we did run the ball, they ain't going to respect it because we ain't that kind of team.
I'm sorry.
Josh Allen has been picked 11 times.
Last time he's not freaking once again. Larry Zonka is not coming out the fucking locker room. How long is he going to freaking take to realize that?
4.1 yards a carry 3 times gets you a first down. That's all I'm saying.
That's all fool's gold because they're going to freaking do nothing but stop it with their front 4 and their linebackers, thinking you can get 4 yards a carry running the ball 3 times in a row.
Who was one of the best front 4s in the NFL, Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney. We ran all over them. We ran right at them.
Oh, yeah, and they were banged up.
Cleveland's got the lowest ranked run defense in the league.
Listen. Can I say something, please? Because you guys keep talking over everyone. So, the Buffalo Bills are 4th in the league against the run. They are 4th in the league against the run. We have shown time and time again we don't have a running game. We are 7th in the league against the run, right? And our secondary, to answer your question, Realtor, our secondary is completely depleted, especially at the nickel position, with Eric Rowe and Crossan being out. And if the Buffalo Bills last year are going to throw it 40-plus times or however many times they threw it and 40 not wins, 25 not wins isn't going to stop them. And with this depleted secondary and that our nickel position being extremely weak, that's why they go get Cole Beasley, because Cole Beasley is going to eat it up tomorrow. And our running game and the time of possession is just going to tire them out. That's just what I had to say.
Well, they are missing Jordan Phillips.
Right, but they also have 8 other defensive linemen
that
are going to be rotating in. They have Daquan Jones.
That D-line's been disgusting.
They have Ed Oliver. They have Tim Settle. They have Basham. They have Epinesa. They have Rousseau. They have Lawson. And then they'll bring a guy over from the practice squad to be the 8th defensive lineman. You've got Edmonds, you've
Also,
got
the
Milano,
linebacker.
you've got Dodson, you've
that
got Matt.
linebacker
You know,
core
you've
is
got all of
disgusting.
these guys, and you have a healthy secondary.
Well,
It's
this is
not a
good
good
question
scenario for
for you,
Miami.
Mark. This is a good question for you because I really don't know who. So say Mostert, who has 4.2 speed, 4.3 speed, whatever it is, 4.3 speed.
Mm-hmm.
Who on your linebacker positions can run him?
Edmonds.
You know, to the outside.
Edmonds.
They don't run to the outside. That's the point. If they do, like I said, the way that you attack Buffalo is you attack them on the flanks, kind of what the Jets did with Bam Knight. But the Jets have a better offensive line than Miami does. Bam Knight, you can attack the Bills on the flank. That's where they're weakest because they don't have Von Miller anymore, and he was actually having an okay season, not a spectacular season, by the way. I think that contract was an overpay.
I think we run right at your pass rushers. We run right at Rousseau. We run right at Oliver. Make them play.
Well, that hasn't been successful all season long because Nick Chubb ran for
I would like for that to happen because getting traction in these conditions is going to be a whole nother story.
But also, what makes you guys believe?
If he gets away and he's got a step, the 4.2 speed comes into play. But he's going to get hit and he's going to get knocked down. And he's not. If he doesn't break the line, then he's going to get a bunch of 1 yard runs for losses or short gains. And it's going to still be like 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 2nd and 12, whatever it's going to be. And then your quarterback's going to have to win the game. And your quarterback is from Hawaii, played at Alabama, and has had no history of playing in bad conditions. That's what the truth is. And those are absolute facts. There's not one fabrication in that.
I just don't know what. I just don't think McDaniel's just not going to start now committing to the run. He hasn't showed us that he ever is committed to the run this entire season, other than when Skyler was in. When Skyler was in, we ran it all the damn time.
Then he tried to commit to it, right?
But
listen,
because we wanted to run down the clock,
we can be the truth. We better be thanking the schedule makers that this game, that our 3-game stretch didn't come against the Bills first, then going to Green Bay in the frozen tundra there, then going to New England. That's the 3-game stretch. We lucky that they didn't schedule for us, because that would have been 3 brutal cold games in a row.
In LA, if it was in Miami, we would have won, despite Tua playing like shit. That's my opinion.
But we're fortunate that we didn't have to play the middle game being in Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's just as cold as Buffalo.
No control over the scheduling. We can't even complain about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you play the games you got to play where you got to play them. That's pro football, you know.
Right, but I'm just saying that we're fortunate that wasn't this 3-game stretch.
Yeah, but why are we fortunate when they put us on this other two road games on the West Coast and come back to play at Buffalo? That's
California weather, Ron.
Yeah, but it's still,
and we were in California for 2 weeks. Miami didn't come back, I don't think.
No,
why would they?
No,
they did, but it's still California.
But it's
There's perfect conditions.
That's my point. You're making my point for me. We stayed there, and the conditions were perfect.
And we dropped the 2 games in perfect conditions.
Right.
Had it been 3 bad weather games, true bad weather games, Buffalo, Green Bay, and New England, it would have been a disaster.
But we seem to play better always at home.
Well, you're averaging 15.3 points on defense given up at home, and you're 32 point something on the road.
Huge disparity.
Yeah, it's like a 17-point difference from home points allowed and road points allowed.
Yeah, we're a different team at home.
Yeah,
but we trended.
I don't want to hear us talk crap. I know you guys aren't, but the defense has done their job. They've been doing their job. So I'm not mad at the defense.
In this last game, they didn't give up 30 points. You're right, Bryson. They only gave up 23.
Giving up 30 points.
Bryson, was the defensive coordinator calling the right play when it was like 3rd and 17?
Even he said that was the wrong play. If you listen,
it doesn't negate
yes,
what he
but
did.
That 3rd and 17 didn't cost us anything on the scoreboard.
He said,
he did. He cost us a touchdown before the first half.
Listen,
what are you talking about?
Was it?
Yes, it
Yeah, it
was.
was a touchdown,
They
bro.
got 16 yards on third down. They got a touchdown on fourth down.
That's right, 10.5. Yeah, that fucked us.
That was a penalty that extended
Sunday.
that drive.
No.
Stop it.
No, it was
Guys,
30,
what I'm trying to tell you is the Chargers
It was
scored 30
illegal.
last Sunday.
It was holding on the defense that extended that drive.
everybody back. No. Third and
That's
17.
even if
Boyer
that's
played everybody
true,
back.
it didn't excuse Boyer's play call. It was an awful play call.
Yeah, he got everything back, but they still they went for it, and it wasn't a fourth down they scored. It was a third down they scored on.
Doesn't matter if it was a first down. They ended the half with a touchdown because Boyer called a shitty play. That's my point.
But guess what? It was still only a one-score game, and when it was all said and done in crunch time.
Yeah, we weren't saying they were perfect. We were just, and even Boyer, if you listen to his press conference, he said he could have put the players in a better position. He made a mistake.
Could have, should have, would have. Doesn't matter. He fucked us. That's my point.
Yeah,
No, but
and
we
it's
didn't
still
lose
getting that
because of
defense
him, and
still
that's our
gave you a
point.
chance by stopping
Yeah,
them on fourth
the game
down
was
and putting the
always
ball
in
back in our quarterback's hand, and he didn't take advantage of it.
Earlier, yeah.
Crypto, they scored a touchdown on that drive.
I'm
He's
talking about when we
earlier in the
stopped them
game.
on fourth down.
Yeah, we did
Totality of
earlier in the game.
That did not cost
Individually, we
Which
played.
means we had a turnover on downs, which means we had the possession clock in our favor, which means we could have went down and scored and took control of the game and made them play catch up.
For clarification purpose for everyone, we stopped them earlier in the game from the 1 yard line, but then we conceded a touchdown from the 1 yard line for the half. Fair?
Yeah.
Everyone got it? Thank you.
Yeah.
So it cancels each other out, which means we still was in the game by the defense and gave our offense a
I never
chance to
said we
win.
still were in the game. I just said Boyer fucked us on the call.
It was a bad call, and he knew it, and he said it.
Yeah.
That's fine, but it didn't cost us the game.
Well, that's your opinion. It was a contributing factor to us losing the game.
No, it wasn't, because it was canceled out. We just admitted that it canceled out with us stopping them on fourth down. It cancels each other out.
Saying, if you watch that game and you think it's the defense, you got to watch that game again, because the defense, they stayed on the field long, but they played their hearts out and they kept it within 6. If you watch that game and you don't look at the score, we should have lost that game by 20 points with how that offense was playing.
Look, the defense didn't play awful against San Diego. They played shit, in my opinion, against San Francisco. But, you know, in light of what Brock Purdy's
They let that
done,
walk in from CMC had a walk in touchdown.
Yeah, no, that's a big problem. They need to cover running backs. That's definitely been a big problem the last few years.
They need to
Well, you mean covering running backs in the passing game, because getting them out of the backfield ain't seem to be a problem.
No, in the passing game, I'm saying.
Eckler was carrying guys 4 yards every time he touched the ball.
well, Ron, we're not going to be able to. The first move to make in the offseason is to get rid of Baker. They're going to get rid of him.
They need better linebackers.
Game with that.
Yeah, they need a real linebacker.
What you're gonna find, I think, what you're going to find is the Dolphins are going to be attacked at their weakest spots. They're going to be attacked down the seam with the inside linebacking. They're going to be attacked in the secondary where they're just completely damaged at this point. And the Bills are going to be able to make plays all over the field. And I think what they're going to do, because of the wind conditions in the snow, is they're going to go ahead and they're going to first down you to death. They're going to march down the field, drive after drive after drive. And now that they've especially got their third down player back in Beasley, you're going to find that you're not really going to be able to stop them, because you haven't stopped anybody on the road with the back seven all season long.
Beasley's coming back after being at home. This is his first game. You think he's going to be game shape in that
Yeah, he'll be a little bit rusty, but
he's
still,
familiar with the
fuck us.
Bills system. Let's not act like he don't know that offense.
He knows that system cold. And Allen's been looking for it. One of the reasons that the Buffalo offense has been kind of stagnant all season is because McKenzie wasn't what they thought. You have to go back to what the Bills were when they had Jamison Crowder. Crowder was Beasley's replacement. They were racking up 40 points or 35 points a game, and then Crowder got hurt. And then McKenzie's he's not a slot receiver, and they've been trying to force him into the slot, and Shakir hasn't developed far enough yet. Now you bring back Cole Beasley, you bring back John Brown. Now all of a sudden, Allen has all the weapons along with Diggs and Davis. Now you throw in Nakeem Hines, and now you're throwing a whole new mix of players at the Dolphins that they didn't even see
Crowder
back
has
in
6
December.
receptions for 60 yards. That's it. This whole
Pardon?
year. He only has 6 receptions for 60 yards.
Who's that, Beasley?
No, Crowder. This whole year.
Right, but he was opening up the seams.
Well, he definitely ain't being used in that
for Diggs.
Dawson Knox is getting a lot of share to catch.
How long has it been since Beasley's leading a team?
He didn't play it all year.
I mean, even last year,
All
with
year,
Diggs kind of slowing down, he had 82 catches. He was only averaging like 9 yards a catch, but it was still 82 catches. And those 82 catches, when you catch a 7-yard pass on 3rd and 5 and you move the chains, that's what you're looking for. I don't care if Beasley runs a 7-yard pattern on 3rd and 5 and falls down. It's just first down.
Listen,
Buffalo
I don't think
It just moves in the
Bills
sticks.
have
That's
not
the
been
thing.
playing good football lately. They have not. I think tomorrow's going to be a sloppy game, to be honest.
I don't actually.
Well, my biggest fear, Bryson, that everybody always have a get right game, and it always comes against the Dolphins, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there, but
yeah. And what's that say about us?
And the Chargers were supposed to be a get right game for us.
The Detroit
listen, I
Lions
said it last night.
beat
I
us.
could see the Dolphins winning this game and then losing out. That's the most Dolphins thing I've ever heard of in my life.
That would be par for the course.
And you know what? That wouldn't surprise me, notwithstanding my having already asserted, not just saying, that we're going to get the shit knocked out of us, which I believe will happen
And
tonight.
outside of the New England touchdown in the Thursday night game that they played, the last game that they played, or excuse me, before the Jets game, did Buffalo have any one iota of trouble in that game? They outscored the Patriots 24-3 from that point forward. The Patriots did nothing other than to get that one pass on a play to their cornerback that they put.
Are you comparing the Patriots?
Was they playing a third string quarterback at that time or no?
No, they were playing Mac Jones. They had all their players.
Are you comparing?
Oh, okay.
Patriots
I thought they had Zappy in there.
No, they played Mac Jones, and Mac Jones was actually screaming at the sidelines because they weren't able to go down the field. They couldn't do anything. They were throwing 3-yard passes on 3rd and 12.
How in the world can you compare the Patriots offense to ours?
Well, we're both shitty. We're both a shitty offense.
I'm not even going to go down there, bro.
We've been shitty the last 2 weeks. We're not a shitty
shitty
offense.
Okay, you know what? That's
One of the
fair.
best
But
offenses in the league. Bro.
that's fair.
I don't know if I'm going to answer that way.
With a 10-foot pole. Passing offense.
Well, you know what? The last 2 weeks it's been so awful.
Well,
It's going to be awful tonight too.
We've been playing
It's
like
gonna be 3
Zach
weeks.
Wilson performance.
And he's starting now for the Jets. Fuck.
And you better watch the reason for why is Zach Wilson starting for the Jets, because he was broken in half by the Bills.
No, everyone knows
And
Zach
he's
Wilson
much
paid
bigger
those
than
doctors off. Everybody knows Zach Wilson paid those doctors so he could get his job back for a week, you know?
It could be true too.
Or maybe his
I wouldn't
mother.
doubt that.
No, Mike
had a
White
talk
is
with the
hurt. No,
doctors.
He's
Those
definitely
New
hurt.
York
I just like to
physicians
make
could
fun
be
of the
crooked.
I'm not even watching the game tonight.
I thought you was going to go to the game, ain't you? I thought you said you about 40 minutes from the stadium.
I'm an hour and a half away, about, depending on the border. But I'm not going. I'm not going to the fucking game to freeze. I'm not even watching it on TV. We're getting the shit knocked out of us. I won't watch it.
What's his name from Dolphin Nation going to be there? He's going to need some company.
Who's that?
He was on Nikki Smoke's show earlier
You
today.
talking about Fat
Bobby? Are you
Reason?
talking about Bobby?
Bobby, yeah, Bobby. Bobby's going to be there. He's going to
Nick
be all
Hicks is
bundled
going
up.
too, I think. Yeah, Nick Hicks is going.
Yeah, he's going to be all bundled up out there. I actually was supposed to go to that game. I changed my mind at the last minute.
All the Dolphins games I've went to in my life have been in Buffalo. I'm not going to this one.
I'm going to be at.
Yeah, I was going to go. I'm going to go to next year's game.
Well, the Dolphins'
Yeah,
last
the
win
Buffalo
in Buffalo was in 2016 with Jay Ajayi and Matt Moore against Tyrod Taylor.
Overtime.
Tyrod Taylor. Yeah, we won that overtime game.
34-31. Vikings over 200
to get
yards
us into overtime.
The game-winning field goal in overtime.
Yeah.
And he got the field goal to get us into overtime.
Yeah, because Taylor put them ahead towards the end of the game.
And that Drake run was beautiful near the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, King Drake had 200 yards.
No, Jay Ajayi had 200 yards.
I thought, okay, yeah. I know
Drake
one of them did.
played
It was a
well, though,
200-yard
too.
rushing.
In
You're
limited
right.
carries, Drake played phenomenal well. That's really the last year we've had a good offensive line. So what's that tell you? It's time to get a real left guard and a left tackle.
A left
we
guard.
have the left tackle.
So you think
Well,
Armstead is damaged goods?
I know we have a left tackle. So if left tackle, I meant right tackle because Austin Jackson is a bust.
Yeah, but Austin, he's not it. He's definitely
not coming.
Well,
he's
and
going to
Armstead's a guy who averages 11.6 games a year through his career. And the older he gets, the less games he's going to play per year. So you really got to think of having. That's why I never understood not going for Riley Reef, understanding Armstead's injury history. I never got it.
I mean,
that was the
come
guy
on.
that you really needed to sign.
Armstead was the biggest free
when he's
agent.
healthy, Mark, he's a top 3 left tackle.
Armstead was the
coming off
biggest free agent, and even if he plays 14 games, he does so much in those 14 games that it was 100% worth it. And he's completely changed.
I'm not saying it wasn't worthwhile getting Armstead. I'm saying you needed to have another guy who could play that position competently because of his history of injuries.
Well, they can get a left guard. I want them to go after, try to get. I don't think they'll get him, but they could. A guy like Quentin Nelson or in his ilk, they can play left tackle if needed. That's what I want.
Nelson's really a guard. He doesn't have the size and the arm
Well, that's debatable. Some people say he can. For a couple games, he can move to left tackle. But whatever the case, we need to improve. Austin Jackson's a bust. They'll keep him for another year. Whatever. We need to get better on the offensive line. We need a linebacker.
I think Austin Jackson and Noah are gone at the end of the season. They're going to be cap casualties. Jackson's going to go. Noah's going to go. Rowe is going to go. Gesicki's going to leave as a free agent. You got to have that money to sign Wilkins to a long-term contract that you absolutely need to do. Siler's an excellent player. I think it's time that you're going to move on from Byron Jones. It's time that if you can possibly get rid of X.
He's already moved on from us.
Well, that's unfortunate. I don't really understand that whole situation. I don't. Is it malingering? I've never understood it because I'm looking at it from afar.
He's the Flores guy.
Mm.
I don't know.
He's just
I've heard mixing reports. I've heard that he's had a lot of injury setbacks that aren't to even include his Achilles. And I've also heard that, he doesn't want to play at 70-80% because he knows that he's on his way out and he doesn't want to put bad film out there.
Well, that's pretty good reasoning.
And also, let's not forget, when he saw Kader Kohu get on that field, he knew he had competition.
Yeah, I mean,
even if Byron Jones comes back, he ain't promised a spot.
When you take Brandon Jones, Byron Jones, Nick Needham out of the lineup, you have a significant difference. If those guys, like I said, if
100%, I'm just saying, Byron Jones wants to play boundary. He doesn't want to play in the slot. He's not a slot corner. And Kader Kohu has been better than Xavier Howard this season.
Well, Howard's got 2 groins and he's getting older. He's,
I get that. That still doesn't disprove the point that Kader Kohu.
Does anyone know off the top of their head any linebackers that are going to be available that are good inside?
I got one for you. Tremaine Edmonds is going to be a free agent at the end of the series, and except Buffalo's going to re-sign him or they're going to franchise him.
Of course they are. So why bring him up?
Roquan Smith is a free agent at the end of the season. Baltimore can't afford him.
Edmonds' dad.
Okay, there's a good one. I like that.
No, Roquan Smith, he's going to get paid by the Ravens. They're not.
Where's their money? They have to deal with Jackson. They don't have any money.
They're moving on.
Let me look at the.
Well, if they're moving on from Jackson, because of the guaranteed contract issue, because that's where the issue is. They're willing to pay Jackson $50 million a year. They're not willing to guarantee the contract completely.
And the last couple of years, he's been injured at least 3-4 games each year.
Yep.
Yeah, they got 40. The Ravens have $45 million next year. They have $45 million. That's plenty of money to sign Roquan and sign Lamar.
Not enough money to sign Jackson.
Well, the cap
I mean,
is
it's
going
just
up,
because you
Mark.
sign him doesn't mean all
Well,
that money needs to
the
be
cap's
next
going to
year.
228 next year. The
Okay,
year
but they
after
have
that, it's going to
$45
explode.
million. That's you don't have to make all Jackson's money be that first year. A player like Jackson, you can backload the contract.
Jackson's not going to sign with them unless they give them a guaranteed contract. So Baltimore's only choice is to franchise him. When you franchise a player, you can't extend that money out.
No,
Jackson wants a
it's a 1-year
guaranteed
deal. I know
contract,
that.
and he
The
doesn't
1-year
get
deal.
it.
We're
He's not
talking
going
if
to
they
sign.
sign him. If they sign him, I'm not talking about a franchise tag. I know it's a
What I'm saying is
fully
Jackson
guaranteed contract.
is not going to sign unless he gets a guaranteed contract, and Bisciotti is not going to give it to him. That means they will franchise him. They will play the franchise tag at about $40 million next year for him,
So
and there goes your money.
Yeah, is he gonna be okay with
they're
that?
just going to say goodbye to the draft picks they went for to get Roquan Smith for a half a year.
Or they have to start making deeper cuts in their system.
I don't think Roquan's leaving that team. You don't trade for a player like that to just let him go the following year.
Well,
are you guys extremely disappointed in Hunter Long? I am.
No, he ain't got enough time on the field.
Well, he's not getting on the field because they don't think he's good enough.
No, I just think he's just schemed out of the playbook.
Perhaps, but
his college coach is their offensive line coach. So
this is again goes back to the issue of the players that you're bringing into the system. Is it a matter? Are these bad players, or is this a matter of improper coaching?
He was
could be both.
He was drafted before this regime, guys. For this offense.
Well, I mean, before this offense, not this regime.
But he can block Long and he can catch, so I don't understand this.
Well, obviously the thing to do is to move on and not go ahead and franchise Gesicki and give Long all the opportunities and all the snaps.
Oh, I agree.
On the roster actually hurts Hunter.
Don't sleep on Tanner Connor.
No, Tanner Connor's really an H-back.
I'm sleeping on him.
Where do you think Gesicki goes? I think he goes to like the Giants or the Jets or the
Jersey
Patriots.
guy. He's building a house in New Jersey. I think he's going to the Giants. I think he's going to the Giants actually.
Maybe.
Well, what's George Kittle's contract?
He just got extended last year.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Okay. There were talks earlier.
Because he joked about when he got extended that he wanted to put in his contract that Mike McDaniel can't leave.
Yeah, there was money, because the Bills extended Knox, the Browns extended Nkoju, Kittle's already extended, Kelsey's already extended, so you're kind of running out of top tier tight ends.
What about Miami going after Jack Conklin, the right tackle? Maybe that's an option. He's getting up there,
out
but
for the year again.
Yeah, I think that's going to bring his price down. He's injury prone.
What about
again? Do you really? This is the problem. You either pay linemen that are have a history of injuries, or you make bad drafts. Something's got to change. I don't know what has to change.
Yeah, but the thing is,
be able to bring an offensive lineman.
Sometimes you got to remember, Mark. They got. Do you remember Brent Grimes? They got him on the cheap. How'd that work out? Sometimes it can work out.
For Miami, mediocrely, not spectacularly.
Brent Grimes is one of the best corners in his 3 years in Miami of all time. Brent Grimes was awesome.
Brent Grimes played well, but then he mouthed his way off the team.
Well, no, his wife did. Not that. Okay, let's be honest. His wife did. His wife has mental health issues, and I'm not using that against her because that's discrimination. Okay.
I'm just saying that the whole nature, the relationship got toxic.
Yeah, of course it did, because of his wife and her mental health, and that's unfortunate.
It's just a lot of unfortunate
occurrences
in Miami. I just,
Of course, it never ends, Mark. It never ends here. I mean, we got fucking offensive coordinators that are doing blow on Skype. We got bully scandals. We got all sorts of stuff that never ends here. There's always something, and that's why I'll say it one more time: we don't make the playoffs after next year. We don't and win a game. I'm done. I've been so loyal. I've been a steadfast, loyal fan. I'm not watching this fucking team again. I'm done with the NFL. I can't take it anymore
You're
with
going
this
to
football team.
football?
I'll watch college. I'll watch some CFL, but I'm not watching the Dolphins because they keep doing this to us. It's awful. And Mark, you can empathize with this because your team with Ralph Wilson was a joke for 2 decades. It was disgusting.
That's why I made the point earlier, and I know DTA was diminishing it, but the best thing that could have happened is the man passed away peacefully, and they have new ownership. And thank God that Bon Jovi didn't get it or Donald Trump didn't get it, and the Pagulas did.
Yeah, well, Ralph Wilson, he got rid of John Butler, mistake. He got rid of fucking what's his name, the guy
Napoleon,
that went to
mistake.
Right, he went to the Colts, and he brought in a joke in Donahoe, or is the Chuck? What was that offensive line coach, Chuck Dickerson, who just eviscerated the character of him?
Super Bowl game, and they got and the Hogs just ground him up. He was fired shortly afterwards. They had Chan Gailey as a head coach. They had the guy that was like the bounty guy from New Orleans. They had him as a
Greg Williams, and then they had the guy Jake Geron.
And they had no quarterbacks from the time that Kelly retired.
Mike Maloney or Mike
they set up a scenario where you had a huge competition between Flutie and
Rob Johnson. You had Wade Phillips. I know the Bills well. I live near there.
Yeah,
I know. I read the papers.
Like I said, the best thing that could have happened to that team was that the owner passed away peacefully.
Of course, he's from Detroit. He's awful owner, Ralph Wilson.
So the first thing that happens is, Pagula hires a coach. The coach brings in Brandon Beane from Carolina. They have a cohesive staff. They're doing the same thing that Pittsburgh has done for 4 decades? Continuity in the front office. That's what the Jets are doing right now, and that's why the Jets are so scary, because you've got continuity between Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh.
But that's hard to get.
And that's the thing and this is the thing that where I feel that the Dolphins could improve dramatically if they could just get continuity, if they could get their coach and their GM on the same page to put the team together the way they wanted to, instead of all these Band-Aid free agent signings, and instead of wasting all these draft choices. That's how you build a football team.
But I'm convinced that Vic Fangio,
Tyreek Hill go.
That's not necessarily true, Mark. There's not one way to win. The Rams said fuck them picks for the last 6 years, and they won a Super Bowl.
And that's a very good point,
Bryson.
Bryson.
The Rams today and next year, they're nowhere. They're dead.
Okay, I'll do whatever. If you get me a Super Bowl, we could suck for the next 10 years. I don't care.
I'm not living in that scenario. I'm playing the long game. I'm going to be good.
We played the long game for the last 20 years and it hasn't done.
I'm going to try to win a Super Bowl, but I'm going to be good every year. I'm going to have a team to root for.
We tried to play the long game for 20 years and tried to
No, you haven't, because you don't have any continuity.
Keep changing front office and coaches.
There's no continuity, and that's the thing that's killing the Dolphins.
We can be depressed about the last 2 games, but we got to stop acting like this is a bad team.
The last continuity Miami had was with Jimmy Johnson.
Can I ask a question? When was the last time the Bills won a Super Bowl, dude? Why are you talking about?
I'd rather play the long game.
I'm being honest, Mark. Let me talk.
He got a point, though. He's got a point, though.
Let me talk, Mark. Let me talk,
play
Mark.
that long game, Mark. It's done really well for y'all.
Mark. Yeah. When was the last time you guys did anything? Why are you giving advice?
When was the last time you won a playoff game?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, wow, we're in the same boat, aren't we? So why are you trying to tell?
We're a team. The Bills are a continual playoff team. The Dolphins are hoping to make the playoffs after 7 years of not seeing anything.
Franchises, the reason why they were
Mark, you guys hadn't won a playoff game, I think, in like 20 years, so you were much better.
Right, and what happened? Our owner passed away, and they got new ownership.
Yeah, I got it. I hear you. I understand.
Yeah, but
bottom line is, again, the teams that win are consistent in their front office, in their head coach. The team knows what their scheme is. The people get comfortable with the building with the same people. That has not happened.
There is one other option too. They get a good they get a great quarterback, and this is what I blame Brian Flores on, because not only was he a rat, but he had a deal with Stephen Ross. For all those that hate Ross, and it was to lose and to tank, and we could have got Joe Burrow, but Brian Flores wanted to win. His ego clouded his judgment, and if we would have had Joe Burrow, which Stephen Ross wanted, that would have allowed us to meet up to like Marino Kelly, take on the Bills.
Now, remember something too, that Ross did everything he possibly could to try to get Burrow. They offered a ton of draft choices.
Of course they did.
They offered Cincinnati everything, and Cincinnati said, "No, thank you. We'll go."
I
ahead
heard
and go with
there's
our
4
quarterback."
first-round picks they offered Cincy, and Cincy said no, and Cincy's smart. And Cincy has an awful owner. Their owner is one of the worst in the league. He's a chintzy, cheap bastard.
Yep.
Yeah, Mike Brown is not one of the stellar owners in the league, and there's going to be trouble because remember something about the Bengals, and this is something for the Dolphins to keep in mind. They're going to have an issue because they have to pay Joe Burrow at the end of this year, and they don't. And remember the way the money works. You have got to put money into an escrow account on a big contract. Mike Brown may not have that kind of money, and then he has to do with Chase right afterwards.
Not a big deal if they wait a year.
They're not going to wait a year. They're going to
it's very rare they sign a big contract after 3 years if you have a 5-year deal.
Oh, it's actually 4 years. It'd be 4 years after this year.
Well, that's exactly.
Well, I'm saying this offseason it would be 3 years.
I expect both Burrow and Herbert to be paid big time. And
they both will be. It saves money for both teams.
Don't have money like other owners have. They don't have the cool money. They don't have the members or the Walmart people in Denver. You don't have Stephen Ross. They can't put $300 million or $200 million in escrow.
But if they have someone like Burrow and they keep winning, they can.
What I'm saying is, where is the money coming from? Where is the money going into escrow to pay for that contract?
Well, what does Green Bay have? They're competitive.
Pay Chase.
Green Bay, they don't have an owner. They're owned by the municipality, aren't they?
Yeah. Right,
Mark. They're going to figure it out. They're not going to.
Aaron Rodgers.
They're not going to make. They'll figure it out to keep Burrow. That's not going to be an issue. I mean, they own
nothing to do but go to a football game.
Sounded like a hero.
Boring friggin' city I've ever been to in my life.
Well, what I'm saying,
okay, but with the salary cap and with the players they have, they're always a threat with Aaron Rodgers to win a Super Bowl, and they were with Favre too.
Right, and they have a certain level of money, but do you notice what they don't have in Green Bay? Green Bay never outside. They got very lucky on the Adams draft because he was a Fresno State kid that played with Derek Carr, and they got him cheap. When they had to pay him, he was gone. They don't pay wide receivers in Green Bay. They have issues.
Nor does Pittsburgh, but how does that work out for Pittsburgh usually? Pretty good.
Yeah, that's not necessarily true. They paid Devontae Adams and they tried to pay him before they traded him.
Right, and Adams wanted to go and play with his college buddy.
It goes back to the continuity in the front office and the head coach. Again, same thing. Get you guys coming into the same system. They get acclimated. Maybe they're not Pro Bowlers, but they play well enough because it's the same system year in, year out.
Right. The Packers are another team that's incredibly stable in the front office. The 49ers, very stable in the front office.
It's just like any other industry. If you've been doing the same thing for 10 years, you get better at your job. The more you do it on a consistent basis, instead of having to change what your job description is every year.
When Ross sells the team, who takes over? Who takes over? Marino?
He left it to his daughter.
Listen, you guys can talk about the Packers front office all you want, but they forced their hand in having to overpay Aaron Rodgers $150 million in 3 years because they pissed him off, and they drafted Jordan Love, and they did all these things, and they haven't given him weapons, and look where they're at right now. I mean,
the Packers were stupid. The Packers should have kept Jordan Love and let Rodgers move on to wherever he wanted to go. That's the mistake that Green Bay made.
Well, he may go after the end of
You
the
guys are
year.
just propping up the front office
No,
of the
he's
Green
not,
Bay.
because
So
he's going
what
to get
is it?
$50 million a year in Green Bay, and he's going to play out that contract at $50 million a year. That means you can't build the rest of your football team. That's why Cleveland is terminally fucked, because they got to pay Watson $57.6 million for the duration of the 4 years of his contract.
Well, the cap is going up, so that mitigates it.
Lunch on a Tuesday afternoon.
The cap's going up. That mitigates.
The cap already went up to 228. It's not going up again next year. It's going up the following year.
Well, I mean, it's still less
year,
than
guys.
the
Deal
hit.
with it. It's not going up from 228.
Mark, it still lessens the hit. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying,
even if it's only 5-6 mil.
Do you want to pay your quarterback $57.6 million a year?
I never said I did,
years?
Mark. I never said I did.
Thank you. That's why Cleveland, like I said, can't afford to buy lunch on a Tuesday afternoon. Plus, they got to pay Nick Chubb, and they have to deal with Myles Garrett, and they have to deal with all these other guys that they got, and with all these picks that they have, and now they got to pay them too. So Cleveland is terminally fucked. Baltimore is fucked. The cap. All of us how to manage the cap correctly is the Kansas City Chiefs.
I mean, you could, hey, Mark, you should stop talking about this stuff, because you could say the Bills are fucked. They got to pay Edmonds. They already paid Von
Except
Miller.
they learned the lesson from the Kansas City Chiefs.
They got to pay Ed Oliver, bro. Ed Oliver's balling, dude. You guys got to pay a ton of people.
Well, I wasn't
that's the
there
reason
a
why
rumor,
You got a
Mark?
ton of people to pay.
Can I finish, please? The
Well,
Bills
wasn't there a
followed the
rumor
Chiefs
that
model.
Buffalo
They
was
made
going to
all
get rid
those
of Diggs?
contracts flexible. The core players on the roster, they made the contracts extendable and flexible. That's why they have
Edmonds
$60
is going to be a
million
lot of
the
money.
third time,
Ed Oliver's going to
Mark.
be a lot of money. Von Miller's already taken a shit ton of money. That's not an easy contract to pay. Plus, he has an ACL tear.
And
But like I said, the Bills structured their
Tyreek
contracts.
Hill has been worth every dime we paid him.
Fucking right,
Every dime
He's
we
worth
paid
every
him.
bit of the $5 million you paid him. Is he worth Is he worth $30 million?
He leads the
he
league in
actually has
receptions,
been,
and
Mark.
he's second in receiving yards right now. He is worth every dime we have paid him.
And that's fine. Paid him $5 million this year, just like the Bills
And he
paid
makes
Von Miller.
everybody around him better.
Yeah, he has. Hill's been worth it.
Right, but he's going to be $30 million next year. Armstead's going to be $20 million next year. Is Armstead?
Yeah, well, you know what? Tua is still under his rookie contract too, Mark.
Yep.
Pardon?
Tua is still under his rookie contract if they
you're going
keep
to have
him.
to pay him too.
No, they don't have to pay him.
No.
Go into the fifth year. They don't have to pay him. He's a first-round pick. They have him under control for 5 years. They're going to give him fucking sod all for another year if he's back. Mark my words. With his injury history and the way he's played the last 2 fucking years, I'm telling you.
Going in from year 4 to 5.
They can extend his 5th-year option, and then they can franchise him the year after if they want to.
But they have to franchise him at the league.
Listen, guys, this is what Baltimore did with Flacco when they had questions. It backfired on them. But Ozzie Newsome did not pay him until after his 5th year. We can do that too with Tua.
Tua's 4th years next year. Tua's 4th years next year, so you don't even need to worry about that.
No,
so we got
it's actually this is his 4th year.
No, it's his 3rd year this year.
He's on his 3rd year.
For sure?
This is his 3rd year.
Okay, well there you go. So we have nothing to worry about. We got him under control for 2 more years.
How open is your window? How often?
Well, it's not open that much. That's why I've talked about getting Derek Carr.
2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years we got.
Talking Derek Carr. It's not. We don't have a big window.
We got a 2 to 3 year window right now.
And the problem here is you don't have draft choices. You're going to go into next year's draft with barely anything.
Can I say something, Mark?
With cheaper talent or cheaper high-level talent. Other teams
Can I say
that
something?
are in the division are going to have those options.
What do you want to say, old boy?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to annoy anyone, but in saying that, like we said, we got Tua to the end of next year to extend him.
And what are you going to add to your roster next year, Whimsy?
Hey, but that makes it better for us, right? So
No, it doesn't. Not if Tua's not the guy.
Well, Mark from Bill's Mafia, we got Gesicki off the books. Can I say something?
He's not on your books for next year,
There's
guy.
lots of money Miami has next year.
Cap next year because he's already off.
Yo, let him
Hey,
Let him finish.
let's let Winsy. Hang on, Ron. I want Winsy to go finish because he's been interrupted the whole time.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, let's say Tua, like, for some reason, shits out for the rest of the year. You know what Mike McDaniel can do from now until next year, or even in the offseason? He can start game planning around where Tua's not a big factor in us winning next year. So we can make him do the bare minimum and then, like, get everything going around him, like, what, a Jimmy Garoppolo, a real Jimmy Garoppolo system. So, and we know Tua's better than that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so we've got a lot of time. Remember, it's only a first year system. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so Mike McDaniel.
What you're trying to say is you're going to diminish your weapons that you have in Hill and Waddle because Tua's not the quarterback. So you're going to try to create another scheme when you're already going to be worse than the Bills and the Jets.
Mark, who's second in the league in receiving yards, and our number 2 guy has more yards than the majority of teams' number 1 guy. So don't say we're going to diminish our weapons with our quarterback.
No, Whimsy's saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
our weapons have been plenty of fine with Tua as the quarterback.
What I'm saying is, if Tua's not what we want him to be or what he is, then we can do a Jimmy Garoppolo. But we know Tua's better, so we can scheme around because we've had a year of.
So Whimsy, tell me how you're scheming around. Tell me how the team is going to scheme around.
Say what we're scheming around. How we're going to scheme is
he's going to make the offense quarterback centric.
So we're not going to make a non-quarterback centric game plan. We're going to get the run game really going in the offseason. We're going to get the right players.
How are you going to do that, Whimsy?
We're gonna make sure Tua can do what Tua does best, and that's those short passes. And we're going to limit
you're
his
living in the world of 10-word answers. Give me how you're going to do it. Don't tell me what you want to do. Tell me how you're going to do it.
Oh, Mark. This is realistic because we're seeing where the downfall is here this year, and then we've got time to make the adjustments for next year.
You don't have draft choices or money. How are you going to do it? Tell me how you're going to do it.
Mark,
give
you got
me the answer to the 10-word answer that you're proposing.
Far off, you got to stop acting like we're that far off.
First round pick. That's all.
I'm doing like scenario as if Tua doesn't play well. I'm just saying that we can still
you
work
don't need
with
a
Tua
first rounder to get a good draft class. You don't
That's
need a first rounder to have a good draft class. Stop it, Mark. Stop.
Well, that's true. You got Chris Greer who's had first rounders and has given you a good draft class.
Holland, J.V. Howard, our first picks have been second round picks.
50% of first rounders are busts.
Listen, second round
Not
is the
all
most. Second and third round is the most valuable rounds in the draft.
Yep, and we have two of
second and third.
We have
you
two
don't have
third rounders and
You've
one
given your
second.
picks away to the Broncos and the Chiefs.
And listen, the cap space is fugazi. If they want to move money around and make money open, they will, and they're gonna have to because we need a running back. We have no running back next year, and we're gonna go get a linebacker because we have no linebacker.
Did you read what I just put in the chat, guys?
They'll go after Saquon or they'll go after Tony Pollard.
Or maybe they'll go
I
after
don't think
Jacobs.
I would love Tony, but I would love Tony Pollard. But I really think Dallas is in love with that guy. I think they'll get rid of Zeke before they get rid of Tony Pollard.
Yeah, you can have
Tony
Ezekiel Elliott in his diminishing skill set.
Josh Jacobs is might be out there though, and Josh Jacobs is leading the league in rushing yards right now.
I'd rather a left guard. You can, running backs are a dime a dozen.
No, that's true, Jay. But we're just saying you have to get a running back because we don't have any for next year. All our running backs on our roster are free agents next year.
I know, but you can get a good one in the second, third round.
If you got a good offensive line, you can have an average running back.
Oh, I know that. Look what Shanahan did. Mike Shanahan, he turned from the former U.S. Marine into a Pro Bowl
let's
stud.
talk about Orlando's Gary, who starred in Denver and was garbage any place else he went.
Yeah, this is the system. We just need to get a left guard. We need to fucking get a right tackle regarding the offense. That's all we need.
And how do you get those?
And maybe a quarterback, unfortunately.
As I've been saying across the board, that it's an issue of cap space, money that you allocate, and how you build your team. And I think that the team building issue in Miami has got to be corrected. This is a team that's too based on stars versus a lot of quality depth and a lot of talent.
I disagree. I'll put that
because
and young. They're all young.
And they all have to be paid. The draft choices have to be paid or cut.
Let's go back in the Bills in their building success. They've only just created success within the last 5 years. Why are we listening to you, Mike? Mark, sorry.
Because the Bills have the formula. They follow the formula to win.
They haven't even been to
the Super Bowl. Get it.
What, the Patriots formula?
They're playing the long game. Like I said, they're playing the long game.
Let me ask you an honest question. I've been honest with you about the Dolphins. Let me ask you an honest question. What are you going to do if the Buffalo Bills don't make the Super Bowl this year? What are you going to do?
We're going to sign our players, and we're going to try again the following year because we're playing the long game. We're not going to play this Rams.
Playing the long game,
sacrificing this and sacrificing that.
You played the long game with Jim Kelly. What the fuck? You played the long game with Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Bruce Smith, all these guys. Andre Reed. Where the fuck could get you guys? Nowhere.
It got me to 4 Super Bowl games, and Miami had none in that same time frame.
And you lost. Boy, I love losing Super Bowls. That's what the Bills
you
stands
lost
for.
Super
Okay?
Bowl, bro. You can't even bring that
I love losing Super Bowls. Okay, you're
Your last
losers.
Super Bowl was 49 years ago.
The Bills can hope for
you guys are
Super Bowl against the Vikings, because then some 0-14 has to win.
You can make all the jokes and cracks that you want, and you're fine.
Anyone tells you what does Bill stand for, you tell them. It's an acronym for Boy, I Love Losing Super Bowls. That's what you tell them. And when they say, who's our best player? Your best player is a serial killer, O.J. Simpson. That's all I got to say to you, Mark. Good night, guys. Tonight.
You're not talking football. You're
Bye, guys. Bye, Mark.
Talk at that
hey,
point.
take care, Joe. Mark, let's stop acting like the Bills are perfect.
Man.
You guys are over the cap next year too.
Right, but we have $60 million in movable contracts because we put all of our
and nobody else does, and no
contracts.
other team that has movable contract money, and you're the only team in the league that has that.
No, but are you going to extend Armstead? Are you going to extend Armstead with his injury history? Are you going to extend Tyreek?
I don't know.
Into
I'm a fucking Joe Schmo on a couch. I'm not Chris Greer. Chris Greer is way more smart than I am.
And talking about contracts, we've got the best. We've written the best contracts out there in the last 3 years, where we can get out of big contracts. We always have it out.
Right. You can get rid of Hill. You can get rid of Armstead, and then what are you going to do? A wide receiver and tackle.
You're not, bro. You're Mark, dude. You got to stop talking, bro. You're just making yourself sound dumb. If you think we're gonna get rid of Tyreek Hill after this year,
what I'm saying is, you have the only way that you can maintain the contract status is you're going to have to extend him. That means you can move out those years. The same thing as Buffalo's going to do, but they're doing it with Diggs, and they're going to do it with Dawkins, and they're going to do it with Trey White, and they're going to do it with Allen. That's where all that money's coming from.
So Buffalo can do it, Miami can't, right? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying
Ron,
is,
that's exactly what he's saying, Ron.
Ron, I'm not saying
the Bills are a perfect franchise, and Miami sucks.
Right.
And he's talking a lot of shit, bro. Listen, I don't think we win, but Mark, if we win tonight, it's gonna be really, really bad for you, dude.
You're right, sorry. It will be. But if the Bills win tonight, it's going to be equally as bad for the collective lot of you guys.
No, nobody's expecting us to win today. Nobody.
Mark sounded just like this before week 3.
No, I didn't actually. I said the Bills were going to lose because of they were coming into Miami off of a short week with a ton of injuries. I said that actually I predicted they would lose by 3. They lost by 2.
So don't create things that never happened.
I think I remember hearing you saying
You don't
that
remember anything because you had other supporting Dolphin fans say the same thing that I predicted, a Miami win by 3 points. And I also predicted in that game the Bills would play a prevent offense to be able to control the clock because they could not at the time with the defense in the shambles that it was in, they could not sustain against the Miami offense. Whether you want to believe it or not, those are the exact things that I said, and that game played out exactly as I called it.
Well, no one's gonna go check, but I don't believe you. I'll just say that I'm not gonna go check. You may be right.
No, he did say that. I remember, but he was also saying other things. It was like and but.
I didn't attack you because of the heat issue. That you have a built-in heat advantage because of the way the stadium's built in Miami. It's done intentionally, which is a smart football move, guys. The Dolphins and Steve Ross made a smart move by building the stadium out so you have the shade side, and you don't allow coolers on the field. Well, you're going to get the other part of it tomorrow when the Bills aren't allowing heaters on the field, and you're going to freeze your Miami buns off in frozen Buffalo.
They can't not allow heaters on the field.
Pardon?
They can't not allow heaters on the field.
Yeah, they can because both teams have to agree to it, and the Bills aren't agreeing to the fact that the Dolphins can have heaters on the field because they're not going to have heaters on the field. The teams have to play equally in equal conditions.
You're making me really
don't have to do that because they're not required because it's a stadium issue, not an equipment issue. Read the rules. Know what the rules say before you talk. As frustrating as I might be to talk to, sadly, I'm right.
Yeah, you're frustrating to talk to. I'll be honest.
Well, I listen to you, and the lack of in-depth football knowledge is what hurts. If you don't know the game and you don't know the rules, then you can't give me
Mark, that's not
entirely
correct. What
then I
you're
consider
saying is
you
not
shallow.
entirely correct.
Anybody else off?
So, am I having a conversation with Bill Belichick? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm saying that when you want to give me answers to the questions, instead of giving me 10-word answers, I'll be glad to work with you. But I've given you multiple chances to give me something more than a 10-word answer. I'm asking you, how are you going to do it? Give me your specific plan of action at how you're going to make these changes.
What changes
are
you talking about?
One word from you about how you're going to do anything other than you just saying, well, we're going to improve the running game and we're going to diminish Tua. And when you diminish Tua, then you diminish your strengths on your football team. Tell me how you're going to do it. Thank you.
It's going to be 90%.
Are you talking specifics that only a GM can figure out?
No, you're a fan. You're supposed to be knowledgeable. You tell me how you're going to do it. I've already told you how the Bills are doing it. So I've given you specifics. Start giving me some specifics.
Well, you've got me there. The way I'm talking about is just eliminating. What you keep interrupting me? You keep interrupting me before I can talk and
Well, talk. I've given you plenty of time to talk. Spew out how you're going to do it.
Do what? You just saying do it. Do what? Be specific yourself.
How do you adjust the franchise based on the money that you have, the contracts that you have, the draft status, the draft capital that you have, the players that are available? So how are you going to change the Dolphins to be able to account for the lapses that that is currently showing? So tell me how you're going to do it.
Well, I already know we're fucking nearly capped out right now. I don't know exactly the millions we've got in cap space.
I do.
We've got the team. Wow. Oh, sorry. I work, right? I've got a life. I play golf and I do a lot of things. No, you don't. You must not if you know that information.
Mark, I can answer that question. the same thing the Bills are going to do that you said with Stephon Diggs and all your linebackers and all your other key players. We're going to
Thank you.
and
Thank you, Ron. You're actually providing an answer.
And we're going to have plenty of cap room when Byron Jones goes, Gesicki goes, Eric Rowe goes, and a lot of other players that we can let go and replace with cheaper guys, younger guys, and faster guys.
And Ron, I totally agree with you, and I thank you for giving me a bluepeint.
The Buffalo Bills have the only
Mark, I literally said that
can I say something?
the only fucking blueprint how to be successful because you still haven't made it to a fucking Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, can I say something?
Have you been alive through
Mark, can I say something?
Yes, I have.
Mark,
I saw him win in 72 and 73. Okay, Mark?
Congratulations.
Hey,
I commend you.
Mark, I've got an evening free. When you catch me, I'm free. If you want to know my life and what I do, you wouldn't. I don't know. I do a lot of things, my friend. I came back from a golf game, not even doing anything else. I'm here talking with you guys in my spare time to go to sleep. I'm telling you, brother, this is not my life. Like, I love the Dolphins, I love football, but I'm full on. If you've got enough time to get the information you've got, then you're wasting your time, brother. I'm making money in what I'm doing, and not just what I do as a job, but I've got other ventures on the outside.
Yeah, let's not offend anybody.
I make money too.
Yo,
I'm
so
a
I
manager
just
of a
want to
You don't
correct
make the sort of money I'm making.
I would like to correct
the same
what
money
Mark
I'm making.
said about the heater situation. So,
which I never made any comment on.
So what the rule is that whatever the home team has for equipment, to include heaters, whatever, if they have it, they have to supply it to the visiting team. If they are not using it, they do not need to supply it.
Nor can the other team have it.
But I'm not done. Let me finish. But if the visiting team they can bring whatever they want. For instance, the Cowboys. Bro, can I finish what I'm saying?
Shut the fuck up, Mark. Let someone finish, please.
The Cowboys last season brought their own equipment, their own benches to the Redskins or the Commanders last season. So that's not correct about they can't bring their own heaters.
Read the league rules.
He just told you they don't have to provide it if they're not.
I said read the league rules because they will be different.
I'm reading the press. I'm reading a press conference from an NFL executive explaining the rule on my computer right now.
You're not getting heaters tomorrow, and you can't have heaters because it's an equipment issue.
Guys, breaking news. We can't have heaters because Mark said so.
And besides, it's really about what's on the field, not on the sidelines, to be honest with you. And there's not going to be any heaters on the field.
Listen, it is what it is, Mark. It is what it is.
And Whimsy, I'm very glad you have a full and diverse life. And I'm not going to say anything negative about that. But when you come on to a platform and you start stating information that you have no factual background to support, that's
Mark. Before you carry on, just question me about anything.
Hey, bro.
Mark,
you don't need to disrespect
No. Let me talk.
The Finns tailgate. Not the Buffalo tailgate.
Mark's trying to make me sound like I've never seen football in my life. I've never heard of it. Sorry,
no, I know, Lindsay. I was.
Hey, sorry, I don't have in-depth information that you go and study because I've got other things to do. I know what I'm talking about when I talk about it. So, if you want to be whatever you want to be, Mr. Bills, like come hang out with the Dolphins guy, that's up to you. But what you should realize, right? You're not the smartest man in the world, right?
Yo, Lindsay, we got your back, bro.
What you say is not the end of the world, brother. Like, realize everyone's got an opinion, and it's an opinion, and it's free. All right?
I agree. I'm stating my opinion.
Exactly.
When I asked you a question, I gave you more than a fair chance to state how you're going to do something. You've already admitted that you don't have the level of knowledge to be able to do that.
Mark, whether he gives you an answer or doesn't, what does it matter? Because we could all give you the best plan in the world, but that doesn't mean anything or have any effect on what's actually going to happen. It's just our opinion. That's all. Lindsey's being just fine up here, giving his answers.
Look, bro, Mark has value. He's just already starting off on the wrong foot because he's not a Dolphins fan. And he wishes he could be.
I
That's
think
why he's
he's
on
a
here.
secret Dolphins fan. I really do, man.
Actually, I was in 72 and 73 and also through the Marina era before Kelly.
Oh, so
So
you're
I
a
know about the
bandwagoner.
Dolphins, and
So
I
you're a
like the Dolphins.
bandwagoner. So you were a bandwagoner. You just followed the teams when they were good.
I follow the Dolphins because it's hard not to follow a 17-0 football team. I followed the Dolphins, and I thought the 73 team is better than the 72 team.
That's right. And he says when
And how can you not like Dan Marino and the explosive offense with the Marx brothers?
Hey, I agree with you, but that is the definition of a bandwagon fan, to leave them when they're bad.
And I didn't leave them. I was still a Bills fan. I wanted the Bills to win games.
on.
The Bills were dog meat
Hold on.
for
Stop
a long
talking, you
time.
guys. Hey, stop talking. S. Harris, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you mean by that. I already addressed it and told Mark to not be disrespectful. I never said anything to any of the fellow Finn fans. I don't know what you're talking about. So if you want to clarify, or maybe you heard wrong, let me know. And Mark, please be respectful to everybody. You've been around this platform for a long time.
Where have I not been respectful to somebody? I've just stated information.
You just called a guy stupid earlier.
With you and Lindsey, you're
I didn't call him stupid. I said I called him unknowledgeable. There's a difference.
Listen.
No,
okay,
that's basically
Mark. You might as well call him stupid. It's an indirect fucking shot.
I'm talking about earlier, hours ago. You called a dude stupid, and you know you did.
I may have.
I'm talking about right now. I only heard. I came back and heard your conversation with Lindsey, and that's why I was trying to say, like you've been.
I did not call Lindsey stupid. As a matter of fact, I commended him on his life. What I challenged him on was he was stating that they have to do this, they have to do that, and I simply asked a question.
You were being a smart ass.
How were you going to do it? Tell me your blueprint.
It's great that you can articulate your point in a beautiful way, but it doesn't mean as much as you think. And other people have value too. So
I'm not saying they don't have value. What I'm saying is he made a point. I questioned the point and asked him a question. I didn't call him stupid. I called him.
Yeah, but you interrupted me.
You attacked him personally.
I said that you're not as knowledgeable to be able to make.
Yeah, but that's derogatory. That's what I'm saying, though, Mark. Mark, you listen. Nah. You guys,
can
everybody.
I say something?
Nah,
can I say something?
I'm the host. Hang on. I'm the host, and I keep getting talked over.
Sorry.
Nah, you telling him that if you try to sit here and say that he doesn't have knowledge, who are you to say what knowledge he does or doesn't have? That's what I'm saying.
I was pertaining to one.
No one is up here. Hang on, Mark. I haven't stopped talking yet. Nobody is up here doing that to you and saying that you're stupid and that you don't know football. Even if everybody on this panel disagrees with you, we still don't say that shit to you. So, yeah, you probably didn't say directly, hey, Lindsey, you're stupid. But when you're telling him he doesn't have any knowledge in football, that's basically saying he's stupid without saying it.
You can have that opinion, but what I'm saying is if you can't, if you can't
I just wanted to say,
then don't pose the question.
Mark, can I say something? Can I say something? I want to say, yeah, I can 100% say I don't have the same knowledge as you, Mark. And you guys, everyone here in the panel, I don't. I've been watching the NFL from New Zealand for about 20 years, and I've only really learned the game in the last maybe 5 years. So I do not have the same knowledge, but I'm not like oblivious to things. That's what I'm saying. Thank you very much, King, for standing up for me. And yeah, thank you, everybody.
Hey, Lindsey, we love that you're part of this fan base, man.
Thank you,
hey,
brother.
I got a question though. Is there a lot of like football fans? I know rugby and other sports is pretty popular there. Is there a lot of like NFL fans in New Zealand?
There's heaps. You guys would be like shocked that here in New Zealand, the NFL is like Madden's one of the most popular game. I actually played American football here in New Zealand because we have a league here. So I played defensive end. you know. So I know we know the game. We don't know it as like you guys know it, but it's not second nature to us. But for me, it's like I love the game, like every aspect of it. Like
Nice.
it's way more complicated. You know, when I first started learning the game, I didn't realize the complication of the game. It's a very complicated game, and like the intricacies are, yeah, I got so much respect for it. In fact, I don't even watch rugby anymore. This is the game I watch, you know. Like,
Oh yeah.
How big is
Winsy,
your
is
league in
that
New
like
Zealand,
a
Winsy?
recent thing? Is that a recent thing that has been more popular, or it's been popular in New Zealand for a while?
so I'm talking about 10. I played 15 years ago, so, and I've
Wow.
been
Okay.
watching
That's
for
awesome,
20
man.
years. Yeah.
Nice.
So you can ask me any Super Bowl winner of any year, and that's how much I watch the NFL, brother. Like, I know, like, just try it. Just say 1 year and see if I get it. And this is without a Google.
What? How big were you to play defensive end?
I'm 6'3". I'm half Tongan. I'm not Samoan, but I'm half Tongan, half European. My dad's from England, so
Okay.
I'm 6'3", 6'3", like pretty. I don't know, solid. If you say like, I played rugby my whole life, rugby league, all that, and I only tried playing American Gridiron because they just started here in New Zealand. And I actually wanted to play quarterback, but I couldn't throw the fucking ball. So,
How big was
they
the
took
How
me.
big was the league that you played in? That's really this is really interesting stuff.
Sorry.
I said you got a really interesting thing here. So how big was the league that you were playing, and how many teams?
So there was about five, maybe, yeah, actually 5 teams, and that's only Auckland based. So Auckland is the biggest city in New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
There's 1 point something million, and there was a 5 team competition here. In fact, my friend got taken over to arena football, and yeah, there's a few of us that just played just for fun. It was just more of a fun thing, but because they were the African American guys came over here, tried to start it up over here in New Zealand.
How big is
And
soccer in your country?
not big at all.
Okay.
Um,
I've just been watching
yeah,
World Cup. I just threw that out there because I
we
need to know.
call it soccer too. We call it soccer as well. So football to me is American football. So that's what it is there. But
Yeah, I mean, you guys that follow soccer, I try. I've started watching it like the last couple World Cups, but to be honest with you, I don't really understand the nuances of the game, and it makes it difficult to watch because I'm not understanding the play at midfield and the play with on the offense and things like that, and ball control. So those are things that I have yet to learn about the game, and it's unfortunate, but it seems like it's you have to know an awful lot of information, a lot of stuff about the way the game is played to understand it.
so can I ask you guys a question? Do you guys know much about New Zealand?
No.
My one of my bosses just got back from a honeymoon there. He was doing a camping trip for like 22 days.
Do you know about rugby?
I watch rugby on TV, and it's like the most incredible sport. I mean, those guys are like tough. They are unbelievable.
No, what I'm trying to say is that in New Zealand, if I was going to support something, which I don't, we're the best in the world at it. Like, there's no one better than the All Blacks. Yeah. You can just Google All Blacks, and we're just like the most winningest team in any kind of sport. So I didn't even
I've
watch the
watched it
All
on
Blacks.
television on ESPN, and it's awesome.
Hey guys, I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to say goodnight. And,
hey, good night, Ron. You take care.
Before this game, and fins up. Hoping for the best. Not expecting it, but still hoping for the dub tonight.
Well, you
Hey,
have
Ron,
a good
you have
night
a good
and a great
night or
holiday.
morning, whatever it is for you.
Yeah, Ron, we appreciate you, man. As always, I always appreciate you coming up and showing support, showing love, man. So it means a lot. And I know everybody at the Fins Tailgate does too. I know later today, I'm going to be going live. Kohler should be going live in the morning. I'm probably going to have a after game late night show. And then I'll also have one, I think just prior to the game in the evening. I think El Capitan is also going to go live.
And
Stephen
if I
D's going to
remember
do
right,
a morning live. He's going to do a pregame show because he's over at Vasasura with Batman.
who?
Stephen D.
Well, I don't give a shit about Stephen D.
I was going to say, yeah, he and Batman are hosting a party with about 300 people over at Vasasura.
Oh yeah, I already know that. I'm talking about just the Fins tailgate, guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're
Is Rabbit going to be on tomorrow?
Pretty much all of us are going to be going live tomorrow. So everybody should be up here so you guys have some entertainment and everything.
Yeah. Do you know if Color's going to be doing the fantasy
Thanks again,
tomorrow?
DT.
I think he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder how much money is left in the pool.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm probably going to be shutting it down here soon. Anyway, it's 2 in the morning
like
for me, 5 in the morning for you guys.
Time.
Yeah, you're on my time. It's 2:04. So.
Cool, man. Well, enjoy the game, guys. I'm sure it's going to be a great game. I'm going to head out. But
I can say the same thing. Thank you, DTA. Thank you, panel. It was fun.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Why don't we, if you guys want to do final thoughts real quick, I'll just go around and everybody can give their final thought.
Here, I'll go first real quick. I know I've been a little bit quiet throughout the whole session, but
I
just like to hear everybody's intake, and I just like to give my opinion last, just because I mean, everybody has an entitled opinion, so I'll just make it real quick for everybody because it's getting a little late. So tomorrow, today to be exact, this is the biggest game that we all could say throughout the whole season or the second half of the season. And am I confident that we're gonna be able to win this? Yes, because I feel like throughout this whole adversity, which Coach McDaniel has been practicing throughout the season or preaching about, I feel like he's gonna go in this game a strong. And I'm not trying to be naive or delusional, but there is a certain time and place where you just gotta step it up, and you gotta look yourself in the mirror. And I feel like all these players are doing that and telling themselves who they really are and what they really could be in the future. So my score prediction, I'm gonna give it a close one, and it's probably gonna be a defensive game again. I'm gonna give it 21-14, Miami up.
All right, man. I like the confidence.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a good night.
Yeah, you too, man. Hey, I appreciate I appreciate you coming up here, Ruben. Like I said, I always appreciate, and I honestly do. I appreciate every single person that comes in the audience, that comes up on the panel. Just each and every one of you guys that supports this channel and helps all of us grow. Like I said, we all like today was just kind of a big family affair. We had the whole gang here. We had me, El Capitan. We had Lewis, or Rabbit Dolphin. We had Kohler, Ali. So everybody was up here today, and we really appreciate all of you guys. Honestly, I know everyone says that, and it's the cliche thing to say, but we really do appreciate it. It does help the channel when all you guys come in here and you give us the likes, and when you come up and talk on the panels and shoot the shit with us. And we just want a platform for everybody to be able to have a voice. So
thank you, man. Yeah, thank you guys for having
man.
me too. By all means, it's a special feeling to go out there, and I'm from Cali, and where I am at, there ain't that much Dolphin fans, and it's so hard to just get in touch with with anybody that's just like me, that's my age, and that are diehard fans like how I am. So it's only me and my dad are watching the games, and we're the only ones hyping each other up. So it's one of those where hey, I appreciate everything that you guys do and take your time out of the day. And I know you guys have families to go to, or you have jobs and responsibilities to take care of. But hey, you guys still make time to talk about Dolphins, and I'm always happy to hear it out.
Absolutely, man. Hey, like I said, I appreciate you, Ruben. I also like to hear. It's refreshing to hear your confidence. I wish I had that confidence in my team right now, but unfortunately, Miami's going to have to earn that back for me again, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see.
But hey, man, I like your score prediction. I like where you're going with that. So appreciate you, man. Yep, for real, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate it. You guys have a good night.
You too, buddy.
Going, man.
Later, man. Peace.
Late.
Whoever.
Bryson or you want to go first, TDR?
Yeah, I can. I'm pretty tired, but I'll go. I understand that we've had a bit of a schizophrenic season, and we're not coming off of real positive energy right now. But I do want to encourage everybody in the fact that we have put up good numbers. We had a MVP caliber quarterback for part of the year, and it's quite possible that this team can get it rallied. This is an important game. I don't think it's the most important game, but I think it is important that we at least play well. I hope the visibility is super low because I don't want a lot of deep shots. I don't want Josh
Right.
to be able to use that big arm. Um, and if that's the case, I do believe that we have a good shot at controlling this game. Um, I think that the score is probably going to be around 17-14. It's not going to be a super exciting game to watch for people that aren't Dolphins fans, but I do think that we are going to come out on top, and it's going to propel us to maybe have a win out for the rest of the season. So
I hope so, man. The one thing I can say is I'm not sure how you feel, man, but I believe this team is really like, especially with Tua, they're just very momentum driven. And I think that if they went in there and handled business and they were to win in Buffalo, beating the Bills, sweeping them, I think that they would come back home, especially getting a good win like that, and then they get to go back on the road to head back to Miami and be at home. And so when you got both of those factors, just being at home and the momentum swing in your favor, I think they would certainly go through Green Bay, probably New England. One of those two games, though, both of those last two games are the ones I worry about we struggle in, honestly. But I hope I hope that we go in and handle business just like you said and come out with that momentum. So.
yeah, totally, man. I honestly believe that the Jets are about to have a little fall off in the season.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the Bills are going to, if they lose this game and they go to Chicago in the Windy City, the middle of winter, against the best running team in the league, I think that they might drop one to the Bears, and it'd be embarrassing. No pun intended. But yeah,
Yeah.
and then Cincinnati, and all of a sudden we're in the third seed, maybe playing the Bills at home. So it's wishful thinking, but in
Well,
my
no,
head, I feel like it could happen for sure.
no, it 100% could, and that's the thing that somebody told me that because I didn't even know, so I didn't even know about this either, but until it was brought to my attention and I started thinking about it. But honestly, if we handle business, man, if we beat them tomorrow, like you said, not only just the Bears, they have a shot at losing that Bengals game too.
Oh,
Joe
yeah.
Burrow and the Bengals have been on, they're on fire right now. They're hot. Definitely a possibility. And there's hell. So that could be potentially 2 to 3 losses for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's say, and just hypothetically, I know you're trying to get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
If we beat them and they lose, and then they lose again to, like, let's say they lose to the Bears and then they also lose to the Bengals, would that put us in at? That still wouldn't put us at first seed, would it? No, because we'd have to have a better record than Kansas City. So yeah, no.
And because the Bengals would win, and even if Kansas City dropped, it would still put the Bengals in first seed.
Yeah, they have the tie
virtually
over us because they beat us, right?
Yeah,
That's
I think
right.
the best we can do is second seed, I
Uh-huh.
believe, but it's more likely third seed. Like, so many things would have to go right in order for us to get to second.
Hey, I'm happy with third. I think third still means we have a home field advantage. So
We do. That's what I was looking at. Third would put us home field, and then we would play probably the Bills at home. But
right.
it could be the Bengals too. It just depends on like how it rolls out.
If you would have asked me prior to the 49ers game, I would have told you that I liked our chances against both those, especially a rematch against the Bengals, even in the playoffs, because I think, all right, at least I would have said, given the situation. You know what? Fuck it. I still think play that game another time over, but with healthy guys, the outcome's different. But again, that's just wishful. That's more of a speculation. I don't have a crystal ball to say that would happen, that the outcome would be different, but I suspect
to
that
me,
that
like
game would go differently.
a lot of things had to go wrong, and that wasn't consistent with how we've played. And
Right.
so for that, the way that I look at that is that's kind of the anomaly. And then the Chargers game, it was a little bit different. It was more so there was pass interference not being called. There was way too many deep shots. Our air yards were 12.3 opposed to 9. So we were trying to push even harder, even further down the field than we normally would. I feel like we just needed that big shot. We never got it,
Yeah.
So
No, 100%.
we'll see, man. I'm a big advocate of positive energy. I guess that's kind of yuppie, but
That's all good, bro. I am too.
so
I believe what you put out. If you speak it, I believe speaking things into existence, and I believe the type of the energy that you put out is the energy that you're going to surround yourself with and that you're going to receive. If you put out negative energy, then things are just going to be negative. And that's how it's reciprocated. So I reciprocated. I believe that too. So,
yeah, dude, 100. Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate you guys. We just did what is it now? 10 hours.
10 hours, 30 minutes, and 45 seconds.
We killed it. This is longer than a Joe Rogan podcast. So
yeah,
that's got to be an accomplishment.
I think it was 2 weeks ago now. I did a 13-hour stream. I think it was. Do you remember that one, Crypto? Wasn't that 2 weeks ago? That 13-hour one I did.
Wow, that's a beast. That's a beast.
Crypto might be sleeping.
He's snoring. All good, man. Well, I'm gonna get out of here, but it's a pleasure chatting with you all.
Hey, you have a good one, man.
Absolutely, man. Hey, come around. Like I said, we'll all be live tomorrow. Also, too, Dolphins debrief, man. My short's been coming out every day, so I'm gonna bring that to you guys every day. I've also got. I'll probably be coming on closer to 4 or 5 Eastern time. Will be my start time from now on, to give Lewis that earlier afternoon slot. And then I'm also going to be doing late shows, but I have a bunch of cool stuff planned. Like I said, everybody, I've got, I've reached out to OJ McDuffie, W Do Wrong, bunch of cool people to bring up for guests for you guys. So I have a lot of cool things planned. I even want to do a signed jersey giveaway too. So stick around, man. I just want to, I want everybody to keep coming back, keep showing love, and I want us to be your favorite Dolphins, content in the channel that you go to. So
well, you guys are hands down. So I love what y'all are doing, and really appreciate it. So
absolutely, man. Hey, I just, like I said, and this is kind of what I said earlier. I want everybody. I want this to be a space where everybody's welcome, and that's why me and Kohler, like I said earlier, we're touching on that we don't. This isn't a place that we gatekeep or we don't block people or gatekeep or not allow people up. It doesn't matter if you're a fan of another team or any of that kind of stuff, man. We want everyone's welcome as long as they're respectful, especially if they're Bills fans or Patriot fans or whatever, vice versa. But this is especially a special place for all of us in this Dolphins community. And
yeah, it is. Keep it up.
Hey,
keep working. You guys are doing great.
Appreciate it, man. You take care, man. Have a good night.
All right, y'all. Peace.
All right.
Take care, man.
Bryson, my man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man, yeah, I just want to say before I, close my final thoughts, thanks for having me up here. I came up here earlier than I get ready for work, and then obviously I'm back. So, yeah, man, I just think this is this is one of those games where it's it really it can define them, really,
Yeah.
if they go out and crap the bed, or if they go out when no one believes in them, or no one expects them to win, and they go in someone else's home in the exact opposite weather where they came from, and they whoop some ass. I mean, you know, so many narratives can be changed. Tua's 3 worst games have all been cold weather games. Saw like
Right.
a little thing on ESPN. So this is a big game for him. I think this is going to be a big team game. And I really like, honestly, the Bills haven't looked that great recently. I mean, since the Browns game, they were fine, but the Lions, Patriots, and Jets, they just didn't. They haven't really looked themselves. Neither have we in the last 2 games, arguably 2.5. But this is a big game for both teams. I get that we can still make the playoffs, but the division is still up for grabs. You have to win this game to get the division on either side, because I think they don't want to play the Bengals on Monday night. That's a hard game for them, and the Bengals arguably are playing better than them right now. Again, I think we have a shot, mainly because no one thinks we have a shot. I've been saying that. I still think we're going to lose, but that's just because of something you just recently said that I totally agree with, is that they got to prove it to us, because we thought they were the team we thought they were, and then they just completely shit the bed the last 2 weeks on the West Coast, which is just not acceptable. So
I agree.
appreciate for having me, man.
Yeah, as always, man. Bryson, you've always been a big help and have been, you know, you've been coming around and coming up on the panels and, you know, laying down your thoughts and your takes. And I really appreciate that, man. You've, you know, same in the spaces and stuff too, man. You've been very active in that. So,
Well, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, I live here in Louisiana, and you know, there's not a lot of Dolphin fans here. There's no Dolphin fans actually here, and so it's good to just talk about the Fins and just kind of. Another thing is, I just like to hear what other people think about, you know, because I got like my brother and my dad are really into it, but we all agree on everything. So I just it's good to hear different thoughts, even though sometimes I disagree. It's really good because a lot of times you guys see some great things that I really, you know, after the panel, I'm like, wow, yeah, they actually had a good point there. So
yeah, and that's what's nice is you get like one thing I love personally about this channel and just all of us and everything we do is the perspectives, right? Like if it'd be boring to have that, you know, it and again, man, you've got like you got some of the homers, and there's nothing wrong with being a homer. You have some of the like the super, you know, ride or die fans that don't care how we play. They're still gonna ride for the team. And I think in essence, like we all kind of are. Like, even though I predict a loss in Buffalo, even though I am quick to point out that Tua shit the bed and, you know, so and so game and that we played like crap in this game or whatever, even though I point that stuff out, at the end of the day, we're all ride or die. I'm still ride or die. I'm still going to ride with my team. It's not like I'm going to turn the TV off or, you know, not watch the game. Like, we're all going to watch it, and we're still Dolphins fans. But what's nice is you have that melting pot of all these different opinions and takes. And there's a lot of times that where a lot of us are butting heads or we don't agree, or we have people in the audience, too, that watch that don't agree with things that are set up on the panel from certain people.
Yeah.
But, you know, at the end of the day, we all going to end up back here again the next day to discuss the same team, and we're still going to rock it, you know, for better or worse. We're Dolphins fans, and we got to accept the good with the bad. But to cap it off, you know, like you had brought up, and like I said, I had the roster that we have and all the moves we've made, the money we've invested, and everything we surrounded Tua with. I just find it unacceptable what happened at the Chargers game. It's just unacceptable.
Totally agree.
And in my opinion, having the roster we have, and this is why I said this earlier, I would be very disappointed if, for one, we didn't make the playoffs, but secondly, if we spent all this money and we added like the likes of Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb, and yada yada yada, Teron Armstead, did all this stuff, and then we end up finishing, let's say, with like 1 or 2 more wins that we did last season with that roster, that to me is not success, because the margin is so like. That's such a night and day difference between that roster and this roster, the amount of talent and everything from the coaching to the roster itself, that my expectations certainly are going to be higher than they were then, you know? And
yeah,
that's just the fact of the matter is that there still also is questions. I thought we had some questions answered with Tua, and we did. And I'm not going to, it doesn't negate the things he's done so far. Like, I'm not going to discredit him. I'm not going to say that that's
No, but you
not
got to win
valid
in
or
the
take that
cold.
away.
You got to win in
Yeah.
the cold. If you
What
want to
he's
play
done
in the
has been
playoffs, you got
what
to
he's
do
done
that.
has been incredible, right? But
Yeah.
But we went from, it was like almost overnight. We went from talking Super Bowl and having this MVP caliber quarterback to almost overnight, it shifted to Tua playing the way he did at the Chargers game and just looking sloppy. He looked so out of place. He didn't look poised. He did not look comfortable. He looked, I don't know. He just looked, he looked out of it. And he didn't look, you couldn't see the confidence in his eyes, or when he's back in the pocket, waiting to going through his reads and waiting to hit his man. Like, it just didn't look the same. Something was so far gone and so far off from what it was, and it happened so abruptly that it just made me question things. But it is what it is.
Yeah, but
This
you're
is a
right to
game.
question. I'll say this, though, man. I think what is good about the positive about this scenario for the fans is that this team has hit true adversity. And we now get to see what this rookie coach and what this quarterback does with adversity. We hit what we thought was adversity earlier in the season with that third 3-game losing streak, and they came around and they won 5 straight. Now, the opponents weren't the greatest opponents in the world, but they were still football teams.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. We're not going to discredit it.
Because if you win out everything that we've said, me and you included, about, hey, they weren't good enough in the Chargers or the Niners. If you win out, you answered those questions that you gave us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everything you're saying is on point, man. And listen, I've always been a big Tua supporter. But I've always tried to call it like I see it, right? I will always support it, and I've always been probably a little more optimistic than the average person.
Right.
But you're right, man. These last 2 weeks, I mean, it's really been like, dude, you gotta kick into the gear this week, or at least show me. I'm not saying you need 300 yards, but if you give me 225 to 250. And you're just very effective with the ball, and you're very effective, and you're scoring, and you win us this game, I'm good with that, man.
I'd say same here, man. I'm at the point now where everything that I just said, and I'll let you go after this, but after everything that we just said and everything I just said, where I'm at right now with Tua is I have questions, and I think tomorrow is a perfect game. We are handing him the perfect opportunity to show the world what he is and what he isn't. And it's a perfect opportunity it's a redemption game, right? This is a perfect time for Tua to redeem for himself and for this franchise and for the fans, and show us what he is and what he isn't. And I would even be glad. Let's say we do take a loss tomorrow, right? And that's what I predict. Let's say we take a loss, but the game is still competitive the entire way through, all 4 quarters. I can live with that.
Yeah.
And I can accept the circumstances and everything. But I need to know, and let me be clear when I say this. When we're going to be talking about who the franchise, and that's the key word, the franchise quarterback is of this team, I need to know that he can deliver in those big moments. I don't expect anyone, I don't expect a single quarterback, nobody, to be perfect. I don't expect them to win every game. I do not expect them to be perfect, make every pass, make every throw, but I expect them to play good. I expect them to, especially when he's wearing that captain's patch, I expect them to be able to handle adversity, to compartmentalize if you have personal issues going on or whatever's happening in their life. And I expect them to have that drive and have that fight in them to be able to accomplish a successful season with a winning record, take us into the postseason. And I expect them to deliver on those big games. I expect them to be able to go on that big stage and handle that and come out of that game victorious.
100%, man. 100%.
So,
This division is the best division in the league, and with how the division looks for the future, you got to be able to take those big games. The Jets are a real team. I mean, I didn't think they were real, and I've been watching them this season, man. They're a real team. The Bills have been the real team. They've been owning it. They got competition now. So if you you got to be able to sling it. You got to be able to, and I really want to see some leadership, But yeah, man, I don't expect to win. My prediction is 28-10 for the Bills. I hope it doesn't come out like that, but I wouldn't be surprised. So yeah, man. Well, that's all I got, man. I appreciate it. Fins up.
Yeah, fins up, buddy. Appreciate it. So yeah, guys. Crypto, let me see here. Crypto, are you awake? Probably not. So here's where I'm at. And I kind of just finished this. This is exactly what I just said. Exactly what I just said with Bryson and had the conversation with him about. But I had high expectations for this team going into the season. I had high expectations because I looked at the roster. I looked at everything we had done. And you even look at the trades, almost midway through the season and what we've done. And you could tell that this franchise and this organization was completely all in on Tua in terms of like draft capital and, financially and just everything. They went all in. They showed their hands. And, we're like it or not, Tua's the guy right now. And I think Tua still has that opportunity to answer questions for all of us that have questions about him. Whether we think he can answer those or not, whether we think he can respond and whether we think he can handle that, that task, that tall order, I don't know. But I can't make excuses for him anymore. I can't justify some of the things I see from him. I'm not going to take away or discredit anything he's done up to this point. But when Tua plays shitty, I'm going to call it out. I am going to be the first to say that Tua is playing awful, and I don't give a shit what anyone thinks about it or thinks about me for saying that. I think that 49ers game, that was Tua shit in the bed, 100%. That game's on Tua. The Chargers game, man, that was on that was on Tua. That was on the receivers. It was on the play calling. There's multiple factors, but again, Tua looked awful that game. And it's just, it was unacceptable. It was unacceptable. You can't have this much talent and this loaded roster that we have and be not even mediocre. I mean, it's just, it's mind-blowing. It's baffling to me to try to fathom that. We've got everything that he needs around him. We've given him weapons and everything. And one of the long-running questions, and like we've been talking about, is what happens when Tua gets put in a big situation in a big game? Like we go to the postseason. I know a lot of you guys have that question. I have that question. I want to know how Tua responds and if he can handle that tall order. Is he going to be the guy? Because if we're going to be having this serious conversation that we've been having, fuck the MVP talks and all that shit. If we're going to talk about Tua being the guy, the franchise quarterback, the guy that takes us to the promised land, the guy that we stick with, if you're going to be that guy for the franchise, and keep in mind, I don't care if you're the Houston Texans or the Lions. I don't care who you are. Every franchise in the NFL, the end game is always the Lombardi Trophy. It is always making the championship and winning a ring, period. That's the end game. And if it's not, I don't know what the fuck you're playing for. It's not to get into the playoffs and just win one game. It's not to make it to the playoffs to lose one game, certainly. It is to get in there, get to the postseason, make it to the Super Bowl, and win a Super Bowl. That is the end game. And when you're talking in terms of the franchise guy, the quarterback, the one that you built the team around, you got to have a guy that can answer all those moments. He's going to treat every single game the same. You're going to go out there and get maximum effort out of him. He's going to be able to handle that adversity. He's going to be able to compartmentalize things. He's going to play well under pressure. And again, I don't expect any quarterback or any person to be perfect. I don't expect any quarterback, not even Tua. None of them are ever going to be perfect. I don't expect him to win every game, but there's games when you're in must-win games. You got to win those games. You got to win the games you should, and you got to win a lot of the games that people think you can't. And if you're talking about going to the playoffs and making a serious run, I got to know you can at least get through the first round of playoffs. I got to know that you can play in the sun and you can play in the snow, and none of, it's all the same. This is a perfect moment. It's Tua's to seize. If Tua wants to seize this moment, he can. I don't have faith in him right now. I've lost hope and I've abandoned faith in what I thought Tua was. I'll put it that way, what I thought he was, because of what I saw. Now, I can sit here and like I've said prior, I can sit here and say it's because they were all low-tier teams that he played, and that's why he had the 5-game winning streak and yada, yada, yada. It is what it is. At the end of the day, regardless of that, they are all still professional football teams. Tua did play well. He had good stats. But I want to know, I don't expect Tua to be like a Justin Herbert or a Patrick Mahomes where he can play off script all the time. But I need to know that you can go out there and command this offense and handle the business when you need to. And when things aren't working out on the play that's called, I need to see that sometimes you can extend that play and you can show up for the team in big moments and you can take us to the playoffs and you can handle that pressure on the big stage and win those types of games for us. So, like I said, this is Tua's perfect opportunity, and it's all his to seize if he wants to seize it. Seize the opportunity, take this chance that you're being given, and show us that you're the guy. It's only going to go one of two ways. You either are the guy or you aren't the guy. You guys have all heard how I feel about him now. And obviously that's changed in how my perspective and how I thought about him prior to this. If you would have asked me before the bye. So everything's up in the air right now. Clean slate. Going to Buffalo. Handle business. And then take care of business on the final 3 games. We do that. We get into the playoffs. And then I really get to see what Tua's made of. Because I think in year 3, yeah, it's his first year with the rookie coach, blah, blah, blah. He's still been a quarterback in the NFL for 3 years, period. And now you've got weapons and all these things that you needed. And yeah, there's some things on this team that we need to address, and there's still some pieces we need to pick up. But all things aside, it is what it is. I'm not going to go in there tomorrow expecting a win in Buffalo. But I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's definitely possible. It's a winnable game. I think we're going to lose, but it is a winnable game. And I'm going to cheer like hell for my team when they play the Buffalo Bills in Orchard Park tomorrow. Or today, actually. It's 2 in the morning for me, 2:30. So I'm going to be there cheering the whole time. And I'm going to be happy with the win. And even if it's a loss, like I said, if it's a loss, but it's competitive the entire time and Tua plays well, I can accept that a lot more. So anyway, guys, I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. You guys are all amazing. I appreciate everybody in the audience and everybody that's been watching from Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, all you guys that support the Fins Tailgate and hold it down for us. And you come rock with us every time we go live. It means a lot. Catch us all. We're probably all going to be going live today at one point or another. I'll probably be doing a late night show tomorrow night too. So keep an eye out for that. I want to hear from everybody. Appreciate all you guys. Let me do the rundown real quick one more time. So if you guys are coming over from another platform, if you guys are on Twitch, if you guys are on Facebook or any of those other platforms, and that's how you watch the Dolphins content from the Fins Tailgate, if you guys can make your way over, hit that subscribe button, it means a lot to us. Give us a like. The likes help. It helps the algorithm and all that YouTube crap. We really, really appreciate it. If you guys are inclined and you want to donate to the channel and support the channel that way, we do have Cash App and Venmo right now. It's $, the Fins Tailgate for Cash App, and then the Fins Tailgate on Venmo. We also have Patreon that is now up and live. If you go into Patreon and search TFTG, we are in there. It's another way that you guys can support the channel. Super chats and memberships are down at the moment, but we are working on that. It means a lot to us, you know. If you guys are looking at the schedule here, we got El Capitan every other day of the week usually. Rabid Dolphin, he's probably going to be doing noons, early or late noon when he goes live in the days. Kohler commentary, he's going to be doing, I believe, 6 a.m. So he's trying to do a morning show at 6 a.m., I believe, and then I think you can catch him usually Tuesday mornings for sure, and then Thursdays, if I remember right. You got Dolphins Debrief. You got me, Dolphins Debrief with DTA. I'm gonna be dropping shorts for you guys every day, at least once a day. I'll usually be live. Gonna try to consistently be live at least once a day, probably around 4 or 5 Eastern time. I will also be doing late shows. Sometimes I'll be in the afternoon. And then you got Saturday Night Exhale with Ali, or Late Night Exhale with Ali on Saturdays. So if you guys are, you know, if you guys are, you know, wanting to know schedules, we're working on that right now to solidify a more a consistent, solid schedule for everybody and when they're going to be going live. Mostly with me and Lewis and the Rabid Dolphins. So keep an eye out for that. We'll update you guys, you know, as we figure it out. But I know myself, I'll be probably live, like I said, at least once daily. Sometimes I might go live twice a day, late nights, and then like 4 or 5 Eastern time. So we appreciate all of you guys. It means a lot. Appreciate everything you guys do for us. Appreciate all the likes and the support from every single one of you guys. Like it really does mean a lot. It means a lot to me personally. I really appreciate everybody coming to my shows. I appreciate everybody that comes and helps out Kohler, everybody that comes and supports Ali and El Capitan, and everybody that shares and subscribes, and everybody that rocks with and pushes the Fins Tailgate. Like, we really want this channel to be something special, and we can't do it without you guys. Like, you guys mean a lot. Each and every one of you does a lot for us. You know, coming around every single time that one of us goes live, coming up on the panels, having a good time, hitting the like button. You guys are the best. So with that, much appreciated. Love all you guys, and fins up.